492 Chapter 96. Chapter size. 3,215 words. Third person POV. Loga Town, East Blue. The Loga Town square was illuminated by the light of the purple flames beginning to envelop Luffy's body. The transformation of his devil fruit was in full force, giving him an imposing and terrifying appearance with strange scales and growing horns that stood out. "Yamato, get out of here with the others and prepare the ship," ordered Luffy, his firm voice echoing through the square as his eyes remained fixed on Garp. "Yes, Luffy, let's go," replied Yamato, leading Shirahoshi, Megalo, Alvida, and a certain Lucy away from the impending battlefield. Garp, in turn, didn't let Luffy's provocation go unnoticed. "Don't think you'll escape this time, Luffy, and Lucy. Where do you think you're going? You're a Marine?" growled Garp with a serious expression, casting a challenging look towards Lucy. "It's true, I have to arrest you since I'm a Marine," exclaimed Lucy, her determined and comical expression, despite the cautious look from Alvida by her side. "Let's fight, Grandpa," declared Luffy, and immediately his devil fruit entered the second phase. The transformation happened spectacularly. His skin acquired a purple hue, muscles increased, and scales like armor began to appear in various parts of his body. 2 horns grew on his head, enveloped in purple flames that illuminated the square, leaving everyone present in awe. "That darn devil fruit, I don't know how you got it, but I'm going to beat you with my fists, you brat," growled Garp, watching his transformed grandson with a mix of surprise and determination, much like the first time he witnessed his grandson's strange powers. The square was enveloped in an aura of tension as the confrontation between grandfather and grandson intensified while Yamato was running to get away with the others, marking a crucial moment in Loga Town. "Is this the power of Garp's grandson? A mythical zone?" murmured some Marines, watching with admiration Luffy's transformation. "So hot, I can feel the heat from here," commented another Marine, stepping back a bit due to the intensity of the flames. "So cool," exclaimed Lucy, her eyes shining like stars at the supernatural spectacle before her. But even with the stunning scene, Yamato and the others couldn't divert their attention for long. The Marines under Garp's command, led by 2 commodores, 3 captains, 1 commander plus Captain Smoker from Loga Town, were quickly approaching to face Luffy's crew. "Leave that for later, we had to deal with the pirates. Let the Vice Admiral take care of his grandson," ordered the Commodore with the most authority here, and immediately, Smoker and his comrades advanced toward Yamato and the others to prevent them from escaping. A skilled and confident captain decided to use the Soru technique to position himself strategically in Yamato's path. However, the speed of Kaido's daughter was even more surprising. Yamato acted with agility, throwing her kanabo in the exact direction where the Marine appeared, catching him off guard. Before he could react, the captain was thrown away, temporarily interrupting the Marine's assault. The square was now divided between the colossal confrontation between Luffy and Garp and the fight of the other crew members against the Marines. Observation Haki. "Tell me, Luffy, where did you find a woman with haki in this sea?" Garp didn't divert his gaze from the events but threw the question with a tone of curiosity and at the same time, reprimand. The grandson, with his always carefree expression, responded with a wide smile, revealing a confident and determined side. "A long story, Grandpa. I haven't learned it yet because I want to start with the 6 styles, but I plan to get really powerful with them in the future." Garp muttered under his breath, a mix of frustration and admiration. "Damn Luffy, where are you learning the 6 styles?" His grandson possessed marine techniques, had acquired powerful allies like Yamato, and hid a series of secrets. "Whatever, I'll beat you with my love fists so much that you'll spill everything to your grandpa," Garp declared with a mix of authority and affection, preparing for the imminent battle. He unleashed a surprising attack, combining Soru and haki, directing it to the center of Luffy's chest. Luffy, caught off guard by the speed and strength of the attack, was thrown away, flying with impressive force. The crowd reacted with murmurs of amazement, some surprised cries echoing among the spectators. Meanwhile, Buggy, recovering from the wreckage beneath the platform, rose with indignation. His expression of anger was visible as he sought answers. "Damn! Who hit me? I'll kill that person, Boom! A blast resonated, interrupting Buggy's furious speech. The sound echoed through the skies of Loga Town, creating a moment of tense suspense. Before Buggy could articulate any reaction, a swift projectile, courtesy of Luffy's explosive momentum, struck him squarely, causing the clown to collapse unconscious once again, his limbs contorting like those of an uncontrolled puppet. The execution platform, already weakened by previous events, couldn't withstand the impact of Luffy's attack. The structure fragmented, collapsing amid a spectacle of debris scattering like petals in the wind. The dust of chaos floated in the air, adding a touch of dramatic tension to the scene. In the face of this chaotic panorama, civilians, moved by survival instinct, began to hurriedly move away. Fear reflected in their frightened gazes and expressions of terror. Some whispered words of concern, while others let out nervous cries. The space once occupied by a curious crowd now transformed into empty corridors as people sought safety, trying to escape the imminent chaos unfolding. Luffy emerged from the rubble with an expression oscillating between pain and determination, blood dripping from his mouth. "Dang, that hurt," he grumbled, injecting a touch of peculiar humor into the situation. Luffy's eyes, serious and determined, fixed on his grandfather, about 30 meters away. A flaming aura began to envelop his fists, standing out against the chaotic backdrop of Logatown. It was as if the air around Luffy was about to ignite. Ifrit. Incendiary explosion. Luffy's cry echoed through the square, his voice loaded with power and determination. His punch headed towards his grandfather, despite the distance, now infused with a large amount of purple fire, unleashed an impressive explosion across the entire space in front of him. The destruction was instantaneous, growing from his punch, releasing it. In a radius of 40 meters in front of Luffy, the ground turned into a sea of flames and chaos. The purple fire, burning and voracious, rose like an awakened beast, cracking the ground with its destructive power. The sight was spectacular, a mix of fury and splendor in flamboyant hues. Garp, even surrounded by flames, remained standing, his impassive figure cut through the chaos amidst the explosion. The fire covered him like an aura, but he seemed unfazed, defying the flames with an unshakable expression as all the chaos erupted in front of him, seemingly unaffected as he was covered by the flames. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the center of the square, shaking the ground and filling the air with the deafening roar of impact. Spectators and onlookers, overtaken by panic, began to realize that this was not a safe place. Chaos set in among the crowd, turning the once lively square into a field of frantic escape. Amidst the screams and confusion, people dispersed, recognizing that they were in dangerous territory. The battleground became a focal point of destruction, leaving the square in a state of turmoil and desperation. The tumultuous scene in Logatown Square unfolded, capturing Lucy's attention. So powerful. Lucy shouted, her voice lost amid the chaotic noises of the confrontation. Indecision lingered in her eyes, but a firm resolution began to take shape. She couldn't stand still while the battle unfolded before her eyes. The young Marine, torn between the duty to aid her grandfather Garp and the need to assist the men trying to capture her brother's friends. The moral dilemma of fighting for the Marines against friends she made in the last few days weighed on her shoulders, but her loyalty to justice spoke louder. Meanwhile, Yamato, facing a dozen skilled opponents from Garp's team, was in a fierce battle with Smoker by her side. All were experts in the Six Styles, a formation that managed to delay even the powerful vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates in her advance at this moment. "They're persistent," Alvida said, using her club to strike some Marines. Tekai. A shout from an officer echoed before Yamato could hit him with her hockey-coated weapon. The resilient technique sent the man flying, his ability proving ineffective against the woman's strength. "Damn, she uses hockey, this woman is really strong, she's taken down 4 of us already," lamented one of the opponents, revealing the difficulty they faced. At this moment, Lucy decided to intervene. "I'll help," she announced, advancing determinedly towards Yamato. Her expression reflected a mix of concern and determination, a vivid representation of the inner conflict consuming her. "I have to arrest them. Gomu no. Pistol, Lucy shouted, unleashing her characteristic attack. However, Yamato, agile as a beast, evaded the attack and, using her hockey-less weapon, threw Lucy towards the platform destroyed by Luffy when he hit Buggy. Yamato didn't want to fight Lucy, but she had no choice. She also knew Lucy wouldn't get hurt with her rubbery body. Boom! Asterisk. The deafening sound of the collision reverberated through the square, echoing the destruction unfolding. Lucy, thrown against the now devastated platform, struggled to recover from the impact, while the chaos around intensified. Wow, she's so strong. Lucy couldn't help but admire Yamato's strength as she got up. A clown? Lucy noticed Buggy unconscious there but quickly rose to see her brothers fight against her grandfather, leaving the clown aside, which would begin shortly, as Luffy looked at the wreckage and fire from his attack, waiting for his grandfather to appear. Get out of here immediately, Yamato, Luffy ordered, seeing his vice captain still dealing with the Marines. Damn, she's too strong, said one of the men. Get the other woman, the mermaid, and the shark, one of the officers said, looking at the members behind Yamato. Kobe, who was on the side, decided to act with his comrades in the name of justice. This won't happen, Yamato spoke, releasing her haki in such an intense way that it reverberated throughout the square, hitting all the Marines in its path and knocking them out instantly. The Marines, initially confident, were caught off guard by Yamato's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Their bodies yielded to the pressure, losing consciousness in quick succession. Like dominoes, they fell one after another, creating a surreal scene of tough men now inert, scattered on the ground. This, one of the Marines murmured, eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed his colleagues collapsing around him, as if struck by an invisible force. Conqueror's haki, this group is not easy to deal with, commented a Commodore, the furrow of his brow reflecting the acknowledgement of the formidable threat they faced. It's tough dealing with them, added a captain, his cautious expression revealing awareness that the Straw Hat Pirates were formidable opponents. We won't be able to handle these pirates like this, Smoker grumbled, his voice filled with frustration at the inability to fully comprehend the magnitude of the haki he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Kobe, trembling amidst the confusion, noticed the collapse of his fellow Marines and, with determination, resisted the influence of the haki that haunted the others. Hey, why is everyone passed out? Kobe questioned, his voice filled with astonishment and concern. He almost succumbed to the influence of the haki, but his tenacity to reach his dreams compelled him to resist, despite his relative weakness. Damn, captains! Get the mermaid, the Commodore, still standing and immune to the effects of haki, urged the other officers to act. Before Smoker and the others could react, a powerful wind hit them forcefully, accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom! Nami, emerging in the square after hearing the distant explosions, quickly assessed the situation. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Luffy and the others against the Marines. Without hesitation, she channeled her power, creating a hurricane that ruthlessly slammed into Smoker and his subordinates. The violent wind lifted them into the air, making them fly like leaves in the grip of a storm. Even for Smoker, a user of a Logia, he was carried away by the wind, as he was smoke. Shirahoshi, Megalo, come over here, Nijiko shouted, her voice echoing through the battle debris. Yes, Nijiko-sama, Shirahoshi responded promptly, determination in her voice. Sharky, Megalo, the faithful shark, emitted a sharp sound as he moved quickly towards the sisters. Seeing the path clear, Shirahoshi quickly followed to join the sisters, ready to escape the scene of confrontation. As the group gathered, Yamato dealt a formidable blow to Garp's last Commodore with her club, causing them to fall to the ground. The officer, despite possessing all the Marine styles, was powerless against the girls' haki, while Alvida helped with some lieutenants still fighting. Let's go, Yamato declared firmly, with her and Alvida joining the group to head towards the ship. Who is she? Nami asked about Alvida immediately. I'm Luffy's woman. Alvida had no shame in declaring that. Woman? Nami was stunned. Leave that for later, let's escape first, Yamato spoke. And Luffy? Nijiko expressed her concern, her eyes seeking confirmation. He'll be fine, Luffy never disappoints. He'll catch up with us soon, Yamato replied with confidence, conveying unwavering faith in her captain. Yes. The rest of the group agreed unanimously, sharing confidence in the captain. Let's get out of here, guys. Follow me, Nami, pragmatic and decisive as always, led the group towards the ship. Boom. Boom. Asterisk as they headed to the ship, two explosions resonated, echoing throughout the city. The thunderous sound made everyone in the group turn to watch the chaotic scene unfolding. Let's go, let Luffy deal with his grandfather, Nijiko spoke, and they continued on their way. Meanwhile, in the air, Smoker followed the group to try to stop them. In the square, Luffy faced the wreckage, with Lucy behind him at a distance, trying to catch a glimpse of the epic battle between her grandfather and her brother. Luffy. Garp emerged from the debris that Luffy had caused, flying out with Geppo and initiating a new clash with Luffy. Luffy, determined to face his grandfather, formed wings using his abilities and flew towards him with Soru, while Garp responded in kind, employing Soru and Haki in his attack. The fists of the two collided, a fusion of intense flames and a force enhanced by the speed of Luffy's fruit, against the brute force and Haki of Garp. The collision resonated in shockwaves, creating a sequence of explosions. Boom. 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 In addition to the echoing booms throughout the city, the ground under their feet began to explode, adding a visual element to the noisy chaos. The clash between grandfather and grandson unfolded, a spectacle of power and determination that transcended the limits of the square, engulfing the entire city in its intensity. The confrontation between Luffy and his grandfather, Garp, reached a new level. The atmosphere was charged with electricity as the two stared at each other with determined eyes. Luffy, with his straw hat firmly on his head, and Garp, with a serious expression, were ready for another round of this epic battle. Garp broke the silence with a challenging smile. "You've grown, Luffy. But have you grown enough?" Luffy responded with a confident smile, his eyes shining with determination. "Let's find out, Gramps." In the blink of an eye, the two launched themselves at each other. Luffy, agile as ever, disappeared from everyone's sight, moving with the speed of Soru. Garp did not lag behind, responding with surprising speed for someone of his stature. The two met in the center of the square, exchanging powerful punches that generated shockwaves. Spectators could barely keep up with the speed of the movements. Lucy watched with a tense look from a distance, recognizing the magnitude of the clash between the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the legendary vice admiral of the Marines. Luffy's fists were enveloped in flames, a manifestation of the power of his devil fruit. Each punch was an explosion of energy, leaving trails of fire in the air. Garp, in turn, channeled his Haki and titanic strength into each blow, creating impact waves that reverberated through the ground. The square became the stage for a dance of speed and power, with Luffy and Garp launching into a dizzying succession of punches, dodges, and counterattacks. Some spectators who were far away and a few conscious Marines were now witnesses to a display of skill and strength, while the square vibrated with the intensity of the confrontation. Suddenly, Luffy threw a punch charged with flames, seeking to break through Garp's defense. The Vice Admiral responded with a powerful block, but the flames began to encircle his resistance. A fire explosion illuminated the square as Luffy's punch collided with Garp's defense, creating a tense moment that seemed to freeze time. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Luffy and Garp on opposite sides of the impact. Luffy was a little breathless, but his eyes reflected unwavering determination to continue the duel. "Grandpa, you're so strong, I don't even stand a chance against you right now," Luffy declared, wiping the blood from his forehead and mouth with the sleeve of his coat. Garp, serious and imposing, retorted with a determined tone. "I'll detain you here, you rebellious brat." Luffy, keeping his cool, smiled casually. "But Grandpa, I don't think that's going to happen." "What do you mean, brat?" Garp narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "Dad just arrived, I doubt you can handle him and me here," Luffy replied, his confidence shining through his words. Initially skeptical, Garp mocked the suggestion. "What are you talking about now? Are you going to say he's after me too? Do you think your grandfather will fall for this again?" However, before Garp could continue with his mockery, a striking voice resonated behind him, surprising even the experienced Vice Admiral. "He's right." Garp turned abruptly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he faced the imposing figure of Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was there, observing the scene with an arrogant smile. "D. Dragon?" Garp exclaimed, surprise evident in his expression. Dragon, with his imposing presence, remained unshaken. He stared at his father and sons amidst the destruction, revealing a smile laden with meanings. The atmosphere in the square instantly changed, charged with the imminent turn of events. The confrontation now was not just between grandfather and grandson, but also between generations of a family destined to shape the future of the world. The tense silence that followed seemed to foreshadow the storm that was about to unleash. Who is he? And why did Luffy call him dad? Lucy murmured to herself, her eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Dragon. 492 Chapter 97, Chapter Size. 1989 words. Third person Pav. Loga Town, East Blue. Dragon was behind Garp, enveloped in his cloak that swayed with a gentle breeze, but his face was unrecognizable, especially with his distinctive tattoos. Who is he? Lucy asked curiously. Garp, the powerful and indomitable grandfather, looked at his descendants with a mix of determination and concern. Luffy, you've grown strong. Too strong. I have to stop you here. But now, with Dragon appearing. Garp grumbled, assessing the situation. Dragon, how dare you appear here? Garp growled because he knew things were getting complicated on his side. Dragon, with a calm and calculating posture, replied, Father, it's been many years since I've seen you. You remain the same. His gaze shifted from the Vice Admiral of the Navy to the boys and girls in the distance, his own children. You've all grown, especially you, Luffy, he said in a neutral tone. Luffy nodded a bit, but Lucy remained confused by this. People around, especially the Navy officers who had their eyes on the battle after the Straw Hats escaped, now couldn't help but exclaim at Dragon's sudden appearance in Logatown Square. Who is that? He's Dragon. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He's here. The world's greatest criminal. His bounty surpasses the highest Yonkou with 5 billion. What will happen? Will the city be destroyed? Why is he in this sea? What the hell is happening for such a big shot to appear in the middle of Garp and his grandson's fight? Have faith in Garp. He fought against the king of pirates in his era. Now he can deal with them. They're talking among themselves. I can't hear, but it's strange. As people expressed their thoughts and fears, Luffy looked at his grandfather and father, in a relaxed manner for a family reunion. He had some doubt that he would find this man in this city, but in the end, he appeared at a great time, perhaps not to save him from Smoker, but to ease the pressure with Garp here would be very welcome. Grandpa, Dad, let's settle this once and for all, he proclaimed with his characteristically arrogant smile. Lucy, who didn't know her father, was surprised to hear the mention of Dad. Dad? You have a dad, Luffy? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise. You have one too, after all, we're twin siblings, remember, silly girl? Luffy smiled at his little sister, finding amusement in her expression. So, he's my dad too. I have a dad? She said, surprised but with a comedic touch in her expression. Dragon opened a smile for this. His daughter was quite peculiar, but his son showed a wit he didn't expect from his descendant. Keeping track of everything his son pulled off in this sea wasn't exactly small stuff. And Luffy was dominating the entire East Blue within a month of becoming a pirate and even messing with the geopolitical structure of this sea. Dragon. What are you doing here? Garp inquired again, his posture even more rigid. Dragon, remaining calm, explained, I came to see my children and help Luffy escape. Father. You can't take your grandson while I'm here. Garp huffed, frustrated with the unexpected turn of events. You just complicate things, Dragon. But I'll make sure to use the fists of love on both my grandson and my own son. Luffy, displaying a radiant smile, intervened enthusiastically. Dad, it took you long enough, huh? I was running out of steam against Grandpa. Lucy, still a bit confused but maintaining Luffy's original characteristic energy, added with enthusiasm after Luffy's words, so, you really are my dad. Your name is Dragon? That's pretty confusing, but I like it. Logatown Square was immersed in a tense atmosphere, with the monkey family now divided between conflicting loyalties. Dragon, with a subtle smile, confirmed the surprising revelation to Lucy. You're so peculiar, Lucy. But yes, I am your father. Luffy, a challenging look in his eyes, directed his attention to Garp. Grandpa, are you really willing to take us down with the fists of love? Garp growled in response, but his determination was unwavering. Of course, I am. Don't think I'll go easy on you, you brats. Father and Luffy are against Grandpa, who should I root for? But I am also a Marine. Meanwhile, Lucy, still confused and torn in her loyalties, murmured to herself. Dragon, with his calm posture, addressed Garp. Father, you always try to resolve things with violence. Garp, inflating his fists with conviction, replied, it's the fist of love, only love is in them. Preparing for the imminent confrontation, Garp cast a sharp glance. Let's end this now. I intend to arrest you two troublemakers. Lucy, feeling the responsibility of her position as a marine, jumped to Garp's side. Even though they were family, she was willing to stand against them. "I'll help too. She. Luffy, I'll arrest you," she announced with a smile, showing her determination. Luffy, now emanating his power and covered in Ifrit flames in Phase 2, laughed with enthusiasm, challenging his opponents. "Let's fight, Lucy, Grandpa." Without wasting any more time, Lucy was the first to act as she gracefully leapt toward Luffy, her hands stretched out to deliver a powerful blow. "Take this, brother, Gomu no." Pistol. Luffy skillfully dodged, avoiding the impact of the punch that made the ground tremble upon landing. Boom! In the blink of an eye, using his Soru technique, Luffy reappeared in front of a surprised Lucy. He punched his sister, his fist not enveloped in flames this time, just using it to push her away. "Sorry, Lucy, but you're not strong enough to be here," Luffy said apologetically. Lucy was still surprised by her brother trying to create distance between them. However, in the midst of this split second, Garp, the protective grandfather, intervened to shield his granddaughter from her brother's onslaught. Garp blocked Luffy's punch aimed at Lucy. "You won't hurt your sister so easily, brat." The force of Garp's fist of love collided with Luffy's attack, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the square. Lucy, still stunned by the rapid unfolding of events, looked at Garp with a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Grandpa," she spoke with a joyful smile. Luffy, in turn, stepped back a few paces, his challenging smile remaining unchanged. "Grandpa, you're still as fast as ever." As Garp prepared to deliver a powerful punch toward Luffy with the fist of love surrounded by an aura of intensity, it was about to clash with his grandson, but before the blow could be completed, a swift and electrified shadow appeared by his side. "Father, you can't take your eyes off your opponent. You taught me that yourself," spoke the voice in the electric shadow. With surprising speed, Dragon appeared next to Garp, his hands charged with electricity. In an agile and calculated movement, Dragon landed a direct punch to Garp's torso, interrupting the momentum of the fist of love that dissipated in the air. The thunderous sound echoed through the square, blending with the noise of debris. Garp, momentarily surprised by his own son's attack, was forced to assume a defensive position to avoid being knocked down by the impact, but that wasn't enough as the Vice Admiral recoiled like a projectile and collided with the ground. Boom! Taking advantage of the resulting chaos from this surprise attack, Luffy, still in the air, didn't hesitate to act. He swiftly approached his sister again, Lucy still suspended as well, and delivered a punch that propelled her to the other side of the square. "Lucy, I hope that the next time we meet, you'll be stronger," Luffy spoke, expressing a mix of apologies and determination, as his sister moved away with the force of the impact. "Luffy," her voice echoed, filled with indignation and confusion, as she was propelled away. In the aftermath of the explosion where Garp fell, debris stirred, revealing the robust and defiant figure of the Vice Admiral emerging from the dust. A trickle of blood adorned his face. His hardened and determined gaze indicated that, despite setbacks, he was not about to back down. Next to his father, Luffy descended with characteristic grace, the burning energy of purple flames surrounding his body intensifying even more. The flames, vibrant and wild, seemed to have a life of their own, dancing in harmony with the young pirate's inner strength. At the same time, Dragon emitted pulsating electricity, an aura of intensity adding an electric dimension to the imminent conflict. "Damn brats, I'll have to take this more seriously," resonated Garp's authoritative voice, a clear sign that the Vice Admiral was about to elevate the level of the confrontation. Luffy and Dragon seemed to respond to their grandfather's change in posture, the elements surrounding the father and son duo coming even more to life. Luffy couldn't help but smile despite the nervousness. "This is going to be the toughest fight I've had so far. I'm nervous, but I'm excited too. I needed this thrill of an unpredictable battle," Luffy thought as his heart beat with excitement, even in the face of the growing seriousness of the situation. The square became an arena of elements, where Luffy's purple flames and Dragon's electricity converged in a stunning visual spectacle, heralding the beginning of an epic battle between son and father against the grandfather. Thus, the three fighters took the first step at the same time in the chaotic square of Logatown. The battle between Garp, Luffy, and Dragon reached its peak. The intensity of the unleashed powers wreaked indiscriminate havoc, with buildings collapsing and the ground fragmenting under the pressure of the clashes. Garp, propelled by fierce determination, charged against Luffy with formidable force. His fists of love cut through the air, seeking to hit the grandson who skillfully dodged, his purple flames dancing around him. At the same time, Dragon manipulated the elements, enveloping himself in a stormy aura as he channeled his powerful Akuma no Mi. Luffy, even with his strength enhanced by the mythical zone of Ifrit and Moa Moa no Mi, knew that facing Garp was a monumental challenge. However, the imposing presence of Dragon by his side provided a necessary balance. The sky became the battlefield for Dragon, dark clouds and lightning revealing the extent of his power. Explosions of impact and resounding sounds echoed through the city, leaving onlookers terrified and forcing everyone to move to an even safer location. Boom. 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 The ground was riddled with craters, and it increased even more as the fight extended, silent witnesses to the fierce exchange of blows between different generations. Garp, despite his overwhelming strength, began to realize the complexity of the situation. Each attack was met with a harmony between Luffy and Dragon's abilities, a dance of fire and electricity that defied expectations with their hockey-coated fists. Luffy launched himself against Garp with a series of skillfully coordinated blows. His purple flames burned intensely, forming a shield of heat around him. Garp, even with his legendary resistance, felt the penetrating heat of the flames, forcing him to dodge with agility. At the same time, Dragon used the power of the storm to create cutting winds and devastating lightning. He circled around Garp, becoming an elusive presence that challenged the Vice Admiral's ability to predict his movements. Luffy, with a fearless smile, shouted to his grandfather, "Grandpa, you can't handle the storm that is my father and the flames that are mine." His voice resonated with confidence, challenging Garp to adapt to this new dynamic. As the battle continued, Logatown was shrouded in an aura of destruction and power. The Monkey family, united by blood and circumstances, fought fiercely in a battle that transcended family boundaries. The outcome remained uncertain, but the city would witness the magnitude of this epic confrontation between son, father, and grandfather. Raccoon here. Stone, I didn't know how Dragon could refer to his father, it was between old man or dad. I chose dad. 492 Chapter 98. Chapter size. 2,249 words. Third person POV. Logatown, East Blue. A palpable tension hung in the air over Logatown, a city that had long witnessed the departure and arrival of many pirates. The calm atmosphere of the streets was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous sounds of explosions echoing through the old and historic buildings. Somewhere in the distant marine fort, a command room was permeated by the tense atmosphere as news of chaotic events in Logatown were transmitted. Sengoku, a prominent figure in the Marines, listened with a serious expression as his mind processed the gravity of the situation. "What are you saying?" Sengoku growled, concern evident in his voice. "Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp is in the midst of a battle against Dragon and Luffy in the square." The Commodore reported on a direct line, his words thundering through the command room. Boom! A new explosion shook the foundations of the city, the noise penetrating even the considerable distance to Marine Fort, reinforcing the intensity of the conflict in Logatown. "Damn, did he have to show up right now?" Sengoku expressed his frustration, recognizing the complexity Garp's presence added to the situation. "We don't have many options. We can't send an admiral to the East Blue. The only thing we can do is prevent civilians from getting hurt in the midst of this chaos." Sengoku had no choice but to minimize the damage. Boom! Another sound of an explosion accompanied the officer's speech, indicating that the situation was out of control. Lightning. Boom. Flames boom. Boom. Another explosion stood out, echoing in the background. Boom. 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 While the officer communicated with his superior, explosions continued to shake the square, turning it into a furious battlefield. Lightning cut through the dark sky, forming hurricanes swirling in a chaotic dance, causing chaotic winds to run through all the streets of the city. The deafening sound of explosions and the impact of forces colliding filled the air. "Yes, Fleet Admiral, we will do our duty," the officer responded with determination, maintaining composure amidst the turmoil. Boom! A building near the square exploded in flames, hurling burning debris through the night skies. and the rest of the crew?" Sengoku inquired, his concern extending beyond what he initially expected. With Dragon in Logatown, everything would be complicated, and he couldn't send reinforcements so quickly to another sea. Boom! Lightning illuminated the dark sky. Boom! A powerful burst of lightning struck the middle of the square, illuminating it with impressive electric flashes, leaving everyone stunned. "We can't stop them. There's a tall woman with white hair and strong horns among them. I'd say she has the strength of a vice admiral. And there's an orange-haired woman who can create hurricanes with some devil fruit powers." Even the 6 styles of the Marines were easily thrown back, the officer reported. "Smoker has already informed me about the first one, but I didn't know about the abilities of the other orange-haired woman. She must be the one the fishmen mentioned in Smoker's reports. I want pictures of them. We need to report this threat so that some bounty hunter can stop them." And Smoker, Sengoku spoke. Flames crackled on the horizon. Boom! The ground trembled under the intensity of the battle, creating fissures that expanded with each exchange of blows. Boom! Smoker went after the crew but was knocked out by the woman using haki and left unconscious in the middle of the street. Understood. Just make sure to avoid too much damage. And how is Garp's granddaughter? Sengoku asked. Boom! A hurricane began to form at the epicenter of the battle, blowing debris and wreckage in all directions. She wants to join the fight, but we're holding her back since Garp wouldn't forgive us if she got hurt, the officer reported. Let me go. I want to fight against my brother and dad, Lucy shouted in the background as she was restrained. Boom! Lightning cut through the sky, accompanied by thunder. Okay, keep me informed of anything. I'll do what I can, but I'm in Marineford, and it would take a week to get any reinforcements, even if that reinforcement was Kizaru, Sengoku said with frustration in his voice. Yes. The order was heard. Boom, boom, boom. 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 An explosion of purple flames illuminated the dark sky, leaving a trail of destruction that marked the path of the combat. The city shook with the thunderous sounds of the battle echoing from every corner, leaving Yamato and the others aboard the Black Pearl anxious as they distanced themselves from the port. Will Luffy be okay? Usopp inquired, his voice laden with apprehension. I don't know, but what kind of battle is this? The ship is even shaking with these explosions. Lami expressed her unease, her eyes reflecting the tension of the moment. After the initial clashes between Luffy and the Marines, everyone on board quickly returned to the ship, sailing according to Luffy's orders. They trusted that he would catch up with them later in the skies, but the explosions and the unfolding conflict in the square continued to generate apprehension. Lightning in the sky, explosions, and Luffy's flames. What the hell is happening there? Reiju asked, her expression revealing confusion and concern. Shouldn't we go help Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi suggested, highlighting her unease. Look at that fight, what could we do? Only Yamato could fight there. Kuina pondered, closely observing the chaos in the city. Let's wait for the captain. He'll get through this. Zoro opined with confidence, even in the face of the intensity of the situation. What a frightening battle, is it just Luffy and Garp fighting there? Hugo expressed his surprise, while Chow Chow added with a howl, revealing his own unease. Hey! Humans can be so powerful. Hachi commented, his expression containing a mixture of fascination and apprehension. I believe not. This storm seems to have been created by someone. Look how the lightning falls in the square. Nami analyzed, her strategic mind working to understand the nature of the turmoil. Will Luffy be okay? Nijiko expressed her concern, echoing the sentiment shared by everyone on board. He'll be fine. Trust in my husband, Alvida asserted, although her eyes revealed a hint of apprehension. People were still trying to get used to this bold woman. While the ship sailed away, the battle continued without pause in the next hour. The square of Logatown, once a bustling and lively place, was now transformed into a desolate battlefield. Buildings reduced to rubble scattered everywhere, silent witnesses to the collision between the titanic forces of the monkey family. The ground, once solid, was riddled with deep craters and abrasions, a result of the furious impacts that shook the earth. Stone fragments and debris floated in the air, a testimony to the devastating force emanating from the ongoing conflicts. Luffy's purple flames, intensified by Ifrit's mythical zone, continued to dance and illuminate the chaotic battlefield. Dragon's stormy aura, with dark clouds hovering over him, added a sinister atmosphere to the unfolding destruction. The sky, still tinged with somber tones, reflected the influence of the storm created by Dragon. Lightning cut through the firmament, briefly highlighting the fallen debris and destruction in the square. The electrical storm cast erratic shadows, giving a supernatural air to the battlefield. If there were any spectators left, they had retreated to safer areas, unable to withstand the chaos unfolding in that arena. The sound of explosions and collisions echoed throughout the city every minute in the last hour. Garp, Luffy, and Dragon remained at the epicenter of this power storm, each showcasing their extraordinary abilities. The unstable ground beneath their feet was a physical extension of the tension filling the air. The winds, stirred by the storm, gained increasing fury, affecting the entire city, dragging debris and wreckage through the air. Dust and stone fragments swirled in a turbulent vortex, obscuring visibility and creating an atmosphere charged with electricity. After an hour of intense battle, Garp, Dragon, and Lucy displayed diverse physical states, reflecting the wear and tear caused by the confrontation. Garp, the legendary vice admiral, showed signs of fatigue, but his unyielding resilience still kept him standing. Sweat lines marked his face, and the marine uniform was in tatters, displaying the musculature of a man despite his age. Blood streaks marked his face. The fight was in a deadlock with neither side gaining the upper hand. Despite the Fist of Love, his characteristic technique showing signs of wear, he remained determined to face his descendants, and his fierce eyes indicated he was far from giving in. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, seemed slightly less affected by the battle. His calm demeanor and unwavering expression indicated mastery and conserving energy. However, even he did not escape unscathed. His usually serene eyes now revealed a hint of fatigue, and the electricity surrounding him pulsed less intensely. Luffy, on the other hand, showed more evident signs of exhaustion. His body bore various cuts and bruises, and the purple flames surrounding him flickered irregularly. Labored breaths indicated he was on the brink of exhaustion. Even with the tenacity characteristic of the Monkey D lineage, the intensity of the battle was beginning to take its toll. "I won't last much longer," Luffy murmured, his voice escaping between panting breaths. He recognized the disparity between his grandfather and himself. Even with his father's presence, the confrontation seemed like a draw, and the Straw Hat's endurance was fading. He had used a significant portion of his healing energy to treat the damage caused by Garp, consuming a considerable amount of his vitality. "You don't look well, Luffy. It would be better if you stepped back," Dragon said, concerned, as he approached his son. "I guess so. Can you hold him off for a bit?" Luffy asked his father, seeking a temporary solution. "Yes, go to the sea. Find your crew. We'll meet again under better circumstances." Dragon's voice sounded calm, revealing a paternal emotion behind the revolutionary leader facade. "What are you whispering over there, you brats? Your grandfather and father are still right here," Garp intervened, advancing through the destroyed area. "Sorry, Grandpa, but I'm leaving. I need to go to the Grand Line, where I intend to become the Emperor of the Seas," Luffy announced defiantly, earning a vein on Garp's forehead with his grandson's boldness. Garp frowned at Luffy's bold words. "You talk as if you can escape my punches." Luffy smiled at his grandfather, ignoring him, and began to bid farewell right there. "Goodbye, Grandpa, it was good to see you. I hope to meet you again soon. I guarantee the next fight won't be so easy," Luffy announced, preparing to depart with his wings flapping forcefully. Luffy's defiant and determined look showed that, despite the apparent disadvantage, he was not willing to bow his head. "Do you think you can escape from me, brat?" Garp jumped with Soru, but a lightning materialized in front of him, blocking his advance. It was Dragon, intervening to allow his son to leave. "Sorry, Dad. But you can't stop a man from going to the sea in search of his freedom," Dragon declared, facing Garp while Luffy took the opportunity to escape. The square remained the battleground for father and grandfather, while Luffy ran from the battle still being fought by father and son. With his wings vibrating powerfully, Luffy began his ascent into the skies, leaving behind the tumultuous square of Logatown while explosions continued between Garp and Dragon. The cutting wind blew on his face as he gained altitude, and the city became a mere dot on the horizon. The physical effort was evident on his face, but the determination did not waver. As he flew, the sight of his ship, the Black Pearl, emerging on the horizon, brought palpable relief. It was a vivid contrast between the chaos of the battle and the serenity that awaited him at sea. Luffy adjusted his course, diving towards the ship's deck, his wings gradually slowing down. The crew, eagerly waiting, noticed Luffy's figure approaching rapidly. The concern that had marked their faces during the fight now gave way to relief as the captain approached. Nami, Nijiko, Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Alvida were among the first to run to the deck, watching with relief as Luffy landed with a controlled thud. "Husband," Alvida exclaimed, running to check on Luffy with the other girls, expressing relief with a smile. Luffy, still panting, returned the tired smile to his crew. "I'm fine, everyone. Just a little banged up. Grandpa and my dad are still busy back there." On the Black Pearl, the crew awaited eagerly. Luffy arrived, but a boom echoed as he fell directly from the ship, barely able to stand. His friends rushed to help him, expressing concern on their faces. "I guess we can finally head to the Grand Line," Luffy said with a weak smile, despite the evident exhaustion. His friends surrounded him, offering support and encouragement. "Luffy, that fight. What happened?" Nami asked, her eyes showing concern. Luffy straightened up, looking at the horizon. "The grandfather is strong, and my dad who appeared there too. But one day, I'll surpass them. Let's set sail, everyone. There are adventures waiting for us." Enthusiasm returned to his face as the crew prepared for the next journey, leaving behind the traces of the battle that echoed in the square of Logatown on the horizon. Raccoon here. Stone 492 Chapter 99, Chapter Size. 2,835 words. Third-person POV somewhere on sea, East Blue. After the Battle of Logatown, Luffy had to admit that he was exhausted. "Wait, Luffy, did you say your father? Your father showed up? Who is he?" Nijiko asked curiously, as it was the first time she had heard about Luffy having a father. "He's Monkey D. Dragon. He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's worst criminal," Luffy replied honestly, seeing no reason to hide this information from his group. After all, everyone would soon know. "Dragon? What? Leader of the Revolutionary Army? The world's worst criminal? Sharky? I don't know either, Megalo. Woof woof. Hey, what a troublesome human family. That's amazing, I'm sorry. Your father is a big shot. Your grandfather is a big shot. What's up with this family?" Luffy didn't care about the reactions and turned to go to his cabin to rest for a while. He was exhausted like never before. He may not have used his final transformation, but he was certainly as tired as the end of Nami's fight. His sleep was deep, despite some girls trying to keep him company. He decided to rest alone. It was only after 4 hours at sea that he returned to the group to give orders, as they had already left the East Blue. The group seemed to have overcome the fact that Monkey D. Dragon was his biological father. He gathered everyone to discuss some plans. "Let's go to the Grand Line." Luffy yawned, still not having rested well. "Luffy, don't we have anything else to do in the East Blue?" Usopp asked curiously. "I might have a few more things to do here, but I'll leave that for later. For now, let's venture into the Grand Line," Luffy said, looking at the horizon with determination. "I can't wait to face opponents from the most powerful waters. I need to get stronger. In the Grand Line, only the strong survive," Zoro asserted as he held his sword at his waist. It was no surprise that he would find true challenges in the Grand Line. "Let's see what the Grand Line has in store for us," Reiju commented, smoking her cigarette calmly. "Maybe you'll improve your techniques. They need it," Lami mocked next to her colleague. What did you say? I hope you're not talking about my cooking techniques, as they are superior to yours as a medic," Reiju spoke arrogantly. "My medical techniques are far superior to yours as a cook," Lami growled. "How can you compare cooking to medicine?" Beppo shouted, scaring both women. What did you say?" The women turned to the mink bear, startling him. "I'm sorry," he shouted and ran away. "Woof, woof," Chow Chow is jumping excitedly, expressing his joy at leaving the East Blue for the first time. "You're right, Chow Chow," Yamato laughed after hearing the group's dog, as she has a mythical wolf zone. The canine language was not strange to her. "I want to see the unimaginable islands and treasures I've heard about in the Grand Line," Kuina said. "We need to be prepared for the abrupt changes in climate and sea that this sea holds for us. They say the weather is stormy and treacherous, classified as the worst in the world," Nami spoke thoughtfully. "You're right. Take this. They're log poses from all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line." Here are climate manuals and navigation instructions for the first half of the Grand Line, also known as Paradise. Luffy handed a large chest to Nami the next moment. She was surprised. It contained log poses from all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Even the 3 major government structures were inside the boxes. Luffy was sure Nami would have a lot of fun with it. Navigation was an area he wouldn't skimp on for this woman. That's it. Nami quickly opened the box and began to read, opening up a new world for her. Thank you. Thank you. She laughed and kissed Luffy, as that was one of the few things worth more than gold to the navigator. The climate of the Grand Line is a challenge, but our true test will be against the enemies we encounter. Hugo remained in a corner, serious and thoughtful. I'm excited to see this new world. Nijiko smiled at Luffy. I'm looking forward to seeing Daddy again. Shirahoshi spoke with a nostalgic expression. Sharky. Megalo affirmed as well. Hey, I also hope to see the island of the fishmen again. The Grand Line is just the tip of the iceberg, and in the new world, we'll face real dangers. Yamato spoke with a surprisingly serious tone, her gaze fixed on the horizon full of expectation. She was happy to have finally left Wano and visited the East Blue. Now she would see the first half of the Grand Line and soon return to that sea. Nevertheless, Luffy displayed a mysterious and confident smile. Still, I'm sure we'll find quite interesting things when we cross into this weaker part of the Grand Line. And don't underestimate our enemies. There are powerful people on this side of the sea too. Luffy warned. Next to Luffy, Alvida looked at him with admiration. Let's conquer the Grand Line together, my love. Nothing will stop us, she declared with determination. Her statement drew many strange looks, as they were still getting used to Alvida's bold personality. Yes, let's conquer the sea, but first, we need to get stronger. So, let's make the most of the rest of the day and use it as training. Everyone, Luffy announced, now earning some horrified looks, but he was radiant with determination and wouldn't let anyone escape training when they were about to leave the East Blue. Don't stare at me like that. Many of you have mastered the first technique. Let's move on to the second and strengthen those who haven't learned it yet. We're getting stronger every day. Your bodies are becoming strong enough to learn Haki. This will strengthen the crew for a top-tier crew. Luffy proclaimed, his satisfied smile inspiring confidence in the crew. Already mastering the Soru technique, Luffy and his first group were in the training area to learn Geppo now, where he guided those who needed more attention in their techniques. Alvida, as a newcomer to the Soru technique, was instructed to undergo the same training as Yamato and Reiju. While Shirahoshi still had some difficulty learning Geppo, something understandable to Luffy. Luffy, what about Haki? Shouldn't they learn it along with your techniques? Yamato appeared next to Luffy, questioning about the next stage of training. Luffy calmly replied, as I said before, we will, of course, learn Haki. However, usually, it takes a few years to master, even if you're talented. With the techniques of the 6 styles, the body develops better to learn Haki. So, I have a plan for us to learn it even before we reach the new world, don't worry. Yamato nodded, returning her attention to the training, determined to reach new levels of power alongside Luffy and the crew. Luffy gathered the group designated to enhance the Geppo technique, composed of himself, Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, Usopp, and Shirahoshi. Next to them, Alvida, Yamato, and Reiju prepared to begin the intensive Soru training after Luffy instructed them. Let's start with Geppo. The idea is to gain elevation in the air and maneuver with agility. Remember, this technique will be essential in combat and exploration situations. Luffy instructed, displaying a confident smile. The group positioned themselves, focused on improving their skills. Luffy asked Reiju to demonstrate the technique she had learned most easily, and she did so gracefully, leaping into the air with lightness before landing smoothly on the ground. That's how it's done. Now, each of you, one at a time, will try. Don't worry. The girls took a bit to learn, but they were quick. The important thing is to progress. Let's go. Luffy encouraged, watching as his comrades began to practice. Meanwhile, Yamato, Alvida, and Reiju were concentrated on perfecting Soru. Luffy approached them, sharing tips and techniques to improve movement speed, as he had mastered the technique. Soru is about swift movement. The secret lies in the synchronization between legs and mind. You can feel the difference when you execute it. Let's try again, one more time, Luffy instructed, demonstrating the pure technique with surprising speed for them. Yamato, Alvida, and Reiju followed his steps, attempting to replicate the agility and speed of Soru. Luffy watched closely, offering guidance and encouraging their improvements. Beppo, Chow Chow, Nojuko, and Hachi were learning Tekkai this time. With mastery of Tekkai, Hugo and Megalo were learning Shigen. The training field was filled with energy, with each crew member dedicated to enhancing their skills. The sound of jumps, movements, and quick strikes filled the air, marking the beginning of a crucial stage in the Straw Hats' journey to the Grand Line. During the 2 days of sailing towards Reverse Mountain, the Straw Hats crew devoted themselves intensely to training. Luffy led the sessions, focusing on enhancing Geppo and Soru techniques for one group, while another dedicated themselves to strengthening defensive and offensive skills with Tekkai and Shigen. Luffy finally increased the potency of his Devil Fruit from 30 times to 40, using 10% of that on his team to enhance their learning, and with the additional 100% bonus from the system, Luffy boosted the group's development rate by 8 times. The brief training period was well utilized, as 2 days became equivalent to 16 with the increased talent and learning. Everyone showed remarkable progress in their respective techniques. Shirahoshi finally mastered Geppo. She could now leap into the sky while swaying her tail as if swimming and began training with Soru. The crew's determination was palpable, and Luffy's confidence in his companion's potential only grew. The atmosphere was optimistic as they strengthened themselves for even greater challenges in the Grand Line. Elsewhere in the same sea, a meeting was being premeditated, as the scene shifted to a certain ship some distance from the Black Pearl. Not far away, a giant shadow slid silently over the waves. The ship was an engineering marvel, with elegant lines and a dark silhouette that cut through the ocean's surface like a sharp blade. Black sails fluttered with a specific flag that would intimidate 99% of the people in this world. On board this mysterious ship, lanterns were dim, casting dancing shadows on polished wood. In a large cabin, a group was gathered with many agents dressed in a type of dark suit, except for a single figure. A world noble adorned in luxurious clothes with sparkling jewels and an astronaut helmet. His face seemed joyful, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Tenryubito, Octavian Delacourt, known for his power, influence, and wealth, kept his gaze fixed on a map spread over a table while all the agents remained silent in front of him. The map marked the course of the route that would lead them to encounter a certain mermaid. A beauty he would make a point to showcase to his friends in Mary Joieuse, who, according to reports, was part of the Straw Hat Pirates, a pirate group that this noble treated with disdain behind his cheerful eyes. "So they're coming in our direction." The man with the astronaut helmet maintained the gleam in his eyes. Next to the map, there was a newspaper from the day reporting on the battle in Logatown, created by Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Dragon, and Monkey D. Garp, destroying the entire square where Gold D. Roger was executed. Everything indicates so, the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. Exclaimed an agent dressed in black like the others. They were accustomed to speaking so formally with such titles in all situations because the world noble in front of them made a point of instructing them this way. Each Tenryubito has their own peculiarities, and this one likes the lengthy name with titles that feed his ego. Perfect. I want that mermaid. I can't wait to see Saint Charlos's expression when he witnesses my newest acquisition. The excitement in Lord Octavian's eyes revealed his anticipation for triumph. Octavian Delacourt is a world noble shrouded in arrogance, fervently believing in his supremacy over his peers in the noble earth and wanting once again to prove that he can acquire a better slave than his colleagues and rivals. Yes, and I humbly bow before the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. But we must act with caution. These individuals do not seem as malleable as the common pirates of the Grand Line. The agent expressed, aware that all of Luffy's exploits had been meticulously examined. I won't call for reinforcements, as you've said. I don't want anyone to be informed. I'll capture the mermaid and surprise everyone in the end, Octavian proclaimed. His excitement was evident. He imagined surprising everyone with his mermaid and boasting that he obtained it from a group of inferiors in the East Blue. As soon as I get the mermaid, I'll head to that insolent kingdom that dared to defy my will. Especially now that they have a new queen, I'll personally go and execute all the nobles of that country for such an affront to my presence," Octavian continued, ignoring the agent's concerns. "Sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond." The command was clear. "We shouldn't act, especially because this is related to an emperor of the New World." The agent tried to warn with caution. "No matter. I am a world noble, and everyone must obey my orders as if they were divine decrees. No one below my status will dare to challenge my demands," Lord Octavian snarled, confident that his will would be imposed on everyone. After capturing this mermaid, the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. Just imagine the fame you'll have among the world nobles in Mary Geois, it will be even greater," suggested one of the other agents, trying to further inflate his lord's ego. "Oh, yes, I'll be the center of attention. No world noble will have anything as extraordinary as this mermaid. She rivals the pirate empress in terms of appearance," Octavian replied with a malicious smile. "But remember, the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. We must be careful with the consequences. These pirates can be unpredictable, especially considering their captain. He has already challenged even the hero of the navy, Garp, in Logatown and killed the king you contacted," warned the agent, trying to calm Lord Octavian's impulsive tendencies and at least ask for help to deal with this group. Bang! A bang echoed through the environment when Octavian brandished his weapon, firing a shot that reverberated near the agent's face. Although the intention was not to kill, the implicit threat was undeniable. Octavian's once radiant countenance transformed into a dark and cruel expression, his cutting speech echoing with the typical arrogance of a world noble. "If you dare utter one more word of challenge, or dare to contradict me, know that the punishment will be instant and relentless. As a world noble, I hold the power to shape destiny at my will. Do not underestimate what I am capable of." Lord Octavian, now devoid of his previous joviality, exuded an aura of malice that sent shivers down the spines of the present agents. They were well acquainted with the sinister side of this world noble when he expressed his anger, having witnessed slaves being punished in more brutal ways by those malevolent eyes. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open with an agent wearing a rather urgent expression. "The sublime magnanimous, most excellent and undoubtedly your excellency, noble and imposing Tenryubito, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all the seas and beyond. The Straw Hat Pirates ship has been spotted on the horizon," an agent conveyed the news urgently. Saint Octavian's dark countenance instantly transformed back into a cheerful and excited expression. "Finally, the moment to capture my mermaid has arrived," he exclaimed with enthusiasm, a trail of mucus running down his nose amid his unbridled joy. The world noble, oblivious to what awaited him, could barely conceive the unusual situation he was about to face. His minutes were numbered, but Octavian's unrestrained excitement overshadowed any foresight of the imminent challenges. Raccoon here. Stone, for those who can support. Days Raccoon. 492 Chapter 100. Chapter size. 3,300 words. Third person POV somewhere on sea, East Blue. Under the vast blue sky of the East Blue, the Black Pearl ship cut through the waters with a grace that only a Straw Hat cruise ship could possess. The crew was lively after their training and rested on the deck before starting their new session in the training room. As Usopp gazed at the horizon, something caught his attention. A distant shadow was approaching rapidly. His sharp eyes focused on the approaching ship, and quickly, a glance was directed towards his crew. "Hey, everyone, look at this." Usopp drew his companion's attention, pointing in the direction of the approaching vessel. He didn't have his telescope, so he couldn't identify the ship yet. Most of the crew gathered in a corner of the deck quickly, curious to see what was approaching. As the distant ship revealed itself, it became evident that it was no ordinary vessel. An aura of mystery and hostility hung over it, leaving everyone intrigued as the ship sped towards the Black Pearl. "What is it, Luffy?" asked Nami, observing the approaching vessel with a discerning gaze. "No idea, but it looks like we'll have visitors who want to challenge us. Let's welcome them," Luffy replied, his pirate spirit undeterred by the threatening presence of the other ship. But as the ship approached, the flags fluttered in the wind, revealing the distinctive symbol of the world government, more specifically, the symbol of a Tenryubito. The atmosphere on the deck changed instantly, joy and casualness giving way to tension. "I think I've seen that symbol somewhere. Oh, it's from the Tenryubito. This can't be good, guys." Usopp shouted in alarm. "A world noble? What do they want here?" questioned Zoro, hand already on his sword. "World noble? I don't like this at all. These guys only bring trouble. Does it have something to do with Shirahoshi and that king in Goa?" Lami spoke with a grim expression. "What kind of world noble would come here? Looks like we're in for an unwelcome visit," Reiju grumbled. I don't like this. Are they going to hurt us?" Shirahoshi said with a cry. "World nobles? These guys have already caused us trouble. We need to be prepared for anything," Nami warned in a serious tone, already familiar with the term after Luffy explained Shirahoshi's situation and the attempt to kidnap the mermaid. "Looks like it's the sponsor of the late King Starry. It's good to finally find out who's been after Shirahoshi all this time and be able to deal with him," Luffy affirmed, his expression serious contrasting with his usual carefree demeanor. "Hey, Luffy, you're not thinking of doing this, are you? We should leave and escape?" Hachi spoke fearfully, fearing the idea of Luffy facing a world noble. Meanwhile, Hugo showed hatred in his eyes as he looked at the approaching ship, squeezing his fists so hard that blood began to trickle. Luffy was the only one who understood his situation so far and noticed the abnormality about this man under his flag. "Hachi, you have to understand that we won't stand still when someone tries to harm us. This journey is about reaching our goals and dreams, and it's going to pit us against the world, but the important thing is to push through our enemies." Luffy spoke seriously, but many nodded, touched by his brief speech. Luffy really isn't afraid of anything. Usopp was amazed, wanting to have that courage too. Wolf. Chow Chow also expressed his determination. Luffy remained silent, waiting for the ship to approach them. The two ships rapidly closed the distance, creating a palpable tension in the air. Luffy stood on the deck, watching the other ship with crossed arms and sharp eyes. On the other hand, on the World Noble's ship, Saint Octavian Delacourt, wearing an impeccable and characteristic suit with his astronaut-like helmet, had a cheerful yet superior expression. He stood on the front deck, accompanied by his agents surrounding him, ready to protect this noble from any danger. The exchanged glances between the two vessels were like sparks about to ignite a powder keg. His observant eyes found Luffy on the other ship with crossed arms, despite a vein appearing on the noble's forehead, seeing that man staring at him with that posture without kneeling before his presence. Nevertheless, a self-assured smile formed on his lips with disdain in his eyes, as he was finally seeing his mermaid along with the other crew members on the opposite side of the ship. With an elegant and theatrical gesture, Saint Octavian raised his hand and waved in Luffy's direction. His wave was almost theatrical, an exhibition of superiority and condescension, as if he were greeting an inferior. One of the agents stepped forward to speak for the world noble, as they were instructed. "You, a worm and a small pirate. You're in the presence of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond. I imagine you have already heard of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond," the fawning agent declared. "What the hell kind of name is that? Did you need to repeat it twice? It's annoying, even my ears hurt." Luffy quickly scratched his nose as he spoke these words, finding it bizarre. "Why does someone have such a big name? It's ridiculous." Yamato spoke, trying to understand that entire name beside Luffy. "This doesn't sound good at all. Are all these titles important, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi said with a worried tone. Sharky. Megalo shared his friend's feelings. "Looks like we're in for a fight, huh? Are these world nobles strong?" Zoro asked. "It seems I'm not the only one who finds this ridiculous. All these titles. It seems like he's trying to convince himself," Lami remarked. "So many titles, he seems dangerous. Can we let them take Shirahoshi?" Beppo shouted in fear. Wolf. Chow Chow bared his teeth at the other ship. I think I'll make a portrait of this sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, just to remember how absurd it is, Usopp murmured. Do they really think pompous titles will impress us? Ridiculous, Nami crossed her arms. This world noble doesn't know who he's messing with. He'll regret crossing our path, Reiju said, smoking her cigarette. I hate this kind of people. Thinks they're above everyone just because of a title. Hugo spoke with eyes that could kill the noble at that moment. We won't allow them to take Shirahoshi. Let's show them what we're capable of, Nijiko spoke. Hey, I think we should still run away. Hachi spoke with a tone of fear. Ridiculous to hear all these titles. It seems like he's trying to compensate for something, Kuina just said. Do they think these titles will scare us? They're about to find out what happens when they mess with my husband, Alvida spoke as she slung her club over her shoulder. At the same time, on the world noble's ship, a silence took over the atmosphere of the Tenryubito and his agents. Everyone was stunned by these words and opinions from each member of that pirate crew. Some had normal reactions, but others were quite rude and bizarrely offensive. Did I hear that right? They're referring to the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond. Never thought that sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, would be ridiculed like this. These pirates have courage. How dare they speak ill of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond. We have the honor of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, to defend. That's right. Inferior beings should not speak ill of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond. The agents around him, loyal defenders of the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, were equally surprised and outraged at the audacity of the pirates in belittling their noble leader. The commander of the agents and a fervent admirer of Octavian tried to maintain composure. However, the image of his respected noble being challenged and ridiculed was too much to accept. How dare you mock such a noble and grand title? He exclaimed, clenching his fists in anger. You will pay dearly for this insolence. Meanwhile, the world noble had his own expression after hearing this. Saint Octavian's eyes were so wide they seemed about to pop out of their sockets. A mix of disbelief and fury dominated his face, which now displayed an expression more fitting for a cartoon character than a world noble. A strand of snot dripped from the noble's nose, hanging awkwardly, while his mouth remained agape in a mix of shock and indignation. His dropped jaw was accentuated by the grotesque figure he formed, an unusual sight for someone who, until then, tried to present himself as a majestic figure. While the pirates maintained their irreverent comments, the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, struggled to regain composure in the face of the unexpected comedic turn. How dare you? Saint Octavian shouted, trying to regain his shaken dignity. Indignation simmered in his words as he attempted to recompose his image. You insolent pirates are like insolent one-roaches daring to defy the grandeur of a Tenryubito. You must bow before my magnificence, not dare to mock it. The widened eyes and the lingering snot on his nose didn't prevent the anger from manifesting in his voice. The world noble was determined to enforce his authority, even if it meant belittling the Straw Hats even more vehemently. Tell me, you grand celestial pig, what can we do for you? Luffy asked, scratching his nose uninterested. How good of you to ask. I want your mermaid. If you bow down and apologize and hand over the rest of the women on your ship, I might let you go. Wait, what did you call me? The noble shouted again, after thinking about what he heard. Celestial pig. This is absurd. Who is this lunatic? The agents voiced their doubts in his ears, Meanwhile, the world noble was once again stunned. On the Black Pearl, the Straw Hat crew watched with varied expressions. Usopp showed disbelief at the world noble's audacity, and Luffy still wore an carefree smile. Hugo emanated hatred in his eyes, and Zoro maintained a cautious look, while many other members of the Straw Hats had their own expressions. The tension in the air intensified as the confrontation between these two distinct worlds unfolded. This Tenryubito wasted no more time with these inferior beings. He wanted to grab the mermaid to take her back to his home and show her off to his colleagues after passing through the Goa Kingdom. Do you know who I am? I am the sublime magnanimous, excellently and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond. Surrender your mermaid and women. Why do you celestial pigs have so many titles like that? And why would I do that? Luffy asked with crossed arms in a challenging gesture. What did you say? Now, Saint Octavian had a dark expression, unable to believe what was happening. This man was mocking him and challenging him, something that should never happen. Attack them, kill everyone, and bring the women. The order came from the lips of the world noble, his face displaying a despicable villainy that starkly contrasted with his pompous titles, casting a sinister shadow over the deck. Looks like we don't have much to talk about. Come on, kill them all too. Luffy gave the order with his typical calmness before leaping from the ship toward the world noble. The action surprised everyone, and the noble himself was perplexed by the role reversal. The figure of the Tenryubito was now in a defensive position before being able to attack, with this pirate taking the initiative to openly assault him, challenging all established norms. Luffy drew his pistol midair, displaying surprising dexterity, and with agility, he used the Geppo technique. The pirate's rapid learning was notorious, demonstrating exceptional proficiency in the jumping technique he began learning just a few days ago. Bang! 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 Asterisk skillfully shooting at the agents gathered next to the world noble. The shots echoed in the air, momentarily interrupting the impending chaos. His shots were much more potent than conventional firearms, to the point that even those agents couldn't react. The sound of agents' bodies falling onto the ship's deck became the disturbing symphony accompanying Luffy's audacious actions. Seeing the first bodies fall, the world noble's expression transformed into pure terror. Stop him, protect me, don't let him get close to me, he shouted, losing composure and revealing the true vulnerability behind the facade of superiority. He can use Geppo, let's attack him in the air, exclaimed an agent surprised by this technique being used by a pirate in these seas. A group of agents quickly jumped from the ship toward Luffy in the air, shooting, while others remained on the ship, realizing that the pirates decided to attack, and they needed to protect the world noble. Yamato, Reiju, and Nami, sensing the opportunity, joined the imminent aerial battle, jumping into the air to form a group with Luffy against their adversaries. The sky confrontation began to unfold, with the 40 agents skilled in the Geppo technique facing the resistance of the pirates. This seems like a good show and good real training. Let's fight. Attack them all. Luffy sprouted wings on his back now, as his mastery of Geppo was still in development after only 2 days of training. Facing dozens of skilled agents in an aerial technique not fully developed was a challenge, so he used the power of his zone to have more mobility in the air. It seems the orders were clear. On the ship, Zoro spoke, opening a smile. The tension from before changed to excitement. If their captain ordered to attack a world noble, he would do it with a smile. Yes, let's go, Lami said and used her rune to teleport herself, Zoro, Hugo, Beppo, and Kuina to the world noble's ship. In the air, Luffy, with his confident smile, flew agilely, exchanging precise shots with his pistol and skillfully avoiding the agents' attacks. His relaxed expression contrasted with the intensity of the aerial battle. Beside him, Yamato and Reiju moved with grace, using the Soru and Geppo techniques to defy gravity. Their silhouettes intertwined as they delivered quick and evasive strikes, keeping the agents in constant disadvantage. Nami, with her white wings and a spear Luffy gave her, manipulated the air currents, creating winds and tornadoes that disoriented the agents. Their movements were a dance with nature, as air pressure manifested in the sky, and turbulent winds diverted opponents, causing them to fall rapidly. The agents, despite their mastery in Geppo and other techniques, were increasingly pressured by the diversity of the pirates' attacks. Some tried to regroup to form more effective strategies, but the coordination and anticipation of the Straw Hats were impressive and too powerful for them to handle. The sky became the stage for an intense battle, where the dexterity and audacity of the pirates confronted the discipline and training of the world government agents. Meanwhile, Saint Octavian watched the battle with a mix of fear, shock, and indignation, unable to accept that pirates would challenge his authority so openly. The sky had become a stage of skill and prowess between the government agents and pirates. On the noble's ship, the atmosphere was tense as Lami, Zoro, Hugo, Beppo, and Kuina appeared with a dramatic entrance, courtesy of Lami's versatile room ability. The Straw Hat Quintet disembarked with fierce determination, facing the agents who still remained on the ship, either due to lack of skill or were preparing to protect Saint Octavian. Zoro, wielding his 3 swords, exuded an intimidating aura, his eyes sparkling in anticipation of an inevitable confrontation. Hugo, known for his infectious joy, now showed a more serious and determined side, his gaze reflecting hatred directed at the world noble, manifesting his will to combat the tyranny represented by these nobles and seek personal revenge. Lami, the skilled doctor with a sword in hand, maintained an apparent calm, but her expression revealed readiness for battle. Next to her, Beppo, the polar bear mink, adopted a protective stance, ready to face any threat approaching his comrades. Kuina, the fearless swordswoman, displayed newfound confidence after extensive training. The agents, initially surprised and confused by the sudden appearance of the intruders, began to regroup and attack the invaders. "You came to us? Great. I was tired of waiting," Zoro proclaimed, his tone indicating that the fight would begin as he put his 3rd sword in his mouth. Hugo, with a mischievous smile, added, "Let's show them. Get ready for a surprise, world noble." Back on the Black Pearl's deck, the atmosphere vibrated with the intensity of the battles happening outside the ship. Usopp, drawing his pistols, fired a series of shots into the sky, determined to relieve the pressure on Luffy and the others. The gunshots echoed through the air as the projectiles found their unsuspecting targets. Bang! 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 Asterisk while firing shots. His determined gaze reflected the commitment not to let the crew face an unnecessary burden alone, and he would do his part for the group. The precision of his shots highlighted his skill, showing that, even among the Straw Hats, Usopp was already becoming a force to be reckoned with as he trained with Luffy. Damn! Someone stop that pirate shooting! After hitting 2 agents in midair, some attention turned to the sharpshooter on the pirate ship. Trying to contain the threat that was that long-nosed pirate, a man began approaching swiftly, seeking to end Usopp's offensive. However, Usopp used the Soru technique, skillfully dodging a Shigan directed at him. In a swift motion, he shot the vulnerable agent, hitting him fatally before he could react again. "These pirates are using our techniques, and they seem even better than us. How is that possible?" exclaimed one of the agents, watching Usopp neutralize his colleague without him being able to react. The superiority of the techniques learned by the Straw Hats in Luffy's intensive training was evident. These skills surpassed those taught to Marines, agents who safeguarded world nobles and members of the CP. It was a version of the 6 styles that went beyond the knowledge these forces used and were only exclusive and directed to the elite security of Mary Geoise's Holy Land. If the Goroseis knew about this, they would be horrified and threatened, taking drastic measures to neutralize this new and unexpected threat posed by this group. However, the secret of these techniques still remained hidden, concealed in the hands of the rookie pirates, challenging the expectations imposed by the world government. Raccoon here. Stone stone. For those who can support. Days Raccoon. 101. Chapter size. 2,935 words. Third person POV. Somewhere on sea, East Blue. Over the next 5 minutes, the space above the 2 ships became chaotic with figures moving at high speed and explosive sounds, whether from blows or shots. The battlefield was frenetic and dynamic. The Straw Hat crew members, armed with their new abilities, faced the agents with fierce determination and ease, as most of the agents were already dead. In the sky, Luffy, using his wings to stay airborne and employing Soru to moved through the air with surprising agility, where even agents trained to protect the world nobles couldn't react. His hand held the pistol, firing quick and precise shots, eliminating each opponent at every opportunity. Nami, beside him, also used her wings with the force of the wind and Soru for evasive maneuvers, combining powerful attacks with her spear to take down the approaching agents easily with her mastered Soru technique. Yamato spared no one with each step using Geppo, destroying most agents with her iconic weapon, where no one could react. Reiju, with her exceptional agility and enhanced combat skills, faced opponents with precise and swift kicks, leaving a trail of defeated adversaries in her path. Her combat prowess was as remarkable as her culinary skills. On the Black Pearl, many members remained inactive as they watched the unfolding battle since they stayed to protect the others, but on the pirate ship's deck, Usopp continued his impressive display, shooting with lethal precision at aerial enemies. He fired few bullets, but each projectile found its target after Usopp analyzed the field in front of him, skillfully dodging enemy counterattacks when someone tried to stop him. Bang! 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 Asterisk on the Tenryubito's ship. Zoro delivered quick and precise strikes with his 3 swords, while Kuina showcased her growing skill with her single sword. Although she was having more difficulty facing her enemies than her counterparts, she was adapting quickly within the group. Hugo, with his fervent determination, attacked with vigorous blows attempting Shigen and used Tekai to protect himself from enemies, and Beppo used his physical strength to push opponents away, dealing with many agents with his cutting kicks. Lami, using her room, created a strategic battlefield, teleporting allies and disorienting agents, leaving no one to escape. The Straw Hat crew continued their relentless offensive, overcoming the agents over time, as their speed and techniques were honed. "We're losing this fight," someone guarding the Tenryubito spoke fearfully. "We must protect the sublime magnanimous, most excellent and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility illuminates and blesses all seas and beyond, with our own lives," one of the agents shouted. "How can you recite all their titles while fighting?" Zoro exclaimed astonished before cutting down that agent. "Stop them, stop all of them." Saint Octavian Delacourt, for the first time, became so scared, facing this confrontation, seeing the situation not looking good for his side, but his protests and orders didn't seem to work very well as his agents died every second from the pirate attack. "Call reinforcements. Grab the Den Den Mushi," an agent shouted. As they ran to the deck, Lami teleported them back into the midst of the battle, preventing them from escaping to call reinforcements. "Don't think it'll be that easy, huh?" Luffy smiled, observing the situation in the face of the world noble, very different from the previous arrogance and joy. "Cease this, you filthy beings. You're attacking a world noble." The Tenryubito became so cornered that he began to scream in anger. Even though there was fear in his tone, he was surrounded and realized he could die at the hands of these pirates. "You guys take care of the remaining agents. I'll talk to the noble," Luffy said, and the girls nodded. There were only 6 agents left in the air. The rest were all dead. "Hello," Luffy announced, landing in front of the noble. The agents quickly positioned themselves between Luffy and the noble. You will never leave this alive," the world noble shouted. "Ha ha ha ha. No need to be so angry. You wanted something from us, and we gave our answer. Isn't that normal?" Luffy smiled. "You," the man growled. "Lami, bring him in front of me," Luffy said, and Lami raised her finger. Shambles. She used her technique to switch the Tenryubito with an object in front of Luffy, bypassing all the agents. The world noble was startled. Who was behind his guards one moment and, in the next, was being stared at by the pirate in front of him with a pistol aimed at him. "Sublime magnanimous, most excellent and unquestionably your excellency Tenryubito noble and imposing, Saint Octavian Delacourt, whose nobility." The agents were calling the noble without missing the chance to use his full title, even in such a vital situation. But they were interrupted in the middle of the titles. "How can they recite all these titles in the middle of a fight?" Kuina complained while cutting down the foolish agent. Amid the agents' despair, Lami, Zoro, Kuina, Beppo, and Hugo finished off the last agents on the boat, leaving only the Tenryubito alive in this place beside them. "Looks like you're alone now, celestial pig." Luffy laughed, seeing that only he was alive, and the girls landed on the ship as soon as they finished with all the agents in the sky. What do you plan to do?" The Tenryubito had an expression of horror. He had never experienced this in his life. "Maybe I should turn you into a slave." "I still don't know," Luffy said thoughtfully, wanting to see how this man would react to this provocation. The rest of the crew had some worried looks, as they were dealing with a world noble, and the government wouldn't stay idle after this entire incident. You put me on the same level as inferior beings? The man no longer showed fear. He couldn't tolerate this pirate wanting to make him a slave because you can take everything from a man, but most would prefer to die than lose pride and dignity. Listen, inferior one roach. You will never escape this situation. I am a world noble. Beings like you cannot touch me. The noble gained confidence. Luffy may have killed all the agents, but Saint Octavian Delacourt was still unharmed, and the pirate seemed to be bluffing in front of him. In his head, no one would act against a noble. Gaining more confidence, Saint Octavian drew his golden pistol and aimed at Luffy's head without the pirate reacting. A sinister smile appeared on the noble before he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed through the ship, but no one reacted. I think you misunderstood me, Luffy said as the bullet fell from his forehead without penetrating his body or doing anything to the affected area. The noble was stunned, but before he could say anything, Luffy lowered the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Luffy didn't use bullets, only the power of his devil fruit, which was not pleasant, although this shot was not as intense and explosive as some of his other attacks. The bullet made with his flame still burned and pierced like any attack. The noble felt a sudden sharp pain and looked down where he saw blood flowing from his lower parts, causing sudden discomfort in the man, something he had never felt in his life. Blood? Did he shoot my leg? No, it was higher. The Tenryubito was incredulous. If there was anyone else alive besides the pirates here, they would have gouged their eyes out to see if they still worked because Luffy had just castrated a Tenryubito. This is pain. Ah, it hurts. For the first time in his life, the man felt pain. You said you wanted my women? Here's my answer. Luffy spoke calmly as he watched the man writhing without his private parts while falling to the ground screaming. His crew looked at this scene with stunned eyes, seeing that Luffy shot him so cruelly and ruthlessly. Pain. Saint Octavian screamed like a wounded dog. Hey, don't scream like an animal. You really look like a pig now. Luffy murmured, bothered by the animal-like cries of the noble. You know what you're doing, you will never leave this alive, inferior being. I have had slaves like you my entire life, you will never survive after today. The man shouted with hatred, pain, and fear. Don't worry, you won't live past today, Luffy said and aimed the gun at the Tenryubito in front of him. Wait. Don't do this, I don't want to die, I'll do anything, don't kill me, the panicked noble screamed, realizing he would really die, replacing his anger and arrogance with desperation. Luffy ignored the crying man and turned his gaze to a certain big man. Hugo, you once said I wouldn't have the courage to do this, right? Luffy spoke to one of the latest members added to the crew. Hugo couldn't believe what he was seeing. His family was slaughtered like animals by a despicable being in front of him. But seeing one of them treated the same way they treat everyone they consider beneath their status left the man stunned and incredulous at Luffy's actions. Even with hatred in his heart, no one in this world should do this. But Luffy did it without showing any remorse, with firm and determined eyes. Now, watch. Luffy smiled and looked at the noble, and with determined eyes, he aimed with his gun at the helmet and pulled the trigger. Bang! He shot directly at the noble's head, making his skull explode with the astronaut helmet. You really killed him. Like that? Reiju spoke with wide eyes. Tisk. What else could you expect from the captain? Zoro said calmly. This Luffy. Lami also commented with a slightly stunned voice. Don't be like that. Let's clean up this mess and loot this ship. I intend to take everything that belonged to this noble. Lami, grab all the communication and tracking devices so I can destroy them. Nami, look for treasures on the ship. Hugo, stack all the bodies. I intend to incinerate and disintegrate them. Luffy gave the order, and everyone acted accordingly. Lami returned with the communication devices and tracking devices. Hugo threw all the bodies into a section of the sea before Luffy unleashed his intense flame, causing a massive explosion and evaporating all the agents and the world noble, eliminating any evidence. Nami returned with a happy expression but empty hands. Luffy, there's a lot of money down there. This guy is really rich. He had 2 billion. The ship is loaded with berries and gold. I couldn't bring it all. She seemed excited, and Luffy nodded. That's good. I have 4 billion in the system. I can buy more special devil fruits for the crew. I could get the hockey manual, but no one will learn to use the techniques in the next few weeks, and I'll get more gold on Skypia. So I prefer to strengthen the team with a power easier to obtain from a powerful devil fruit. Luffy smiled with this thought. Great, take me to the treasure room. Luffy accompanied Nami and collected the money. Once everything was finished, Luffy and Nami returned to the Black Pearl last, with the World Noble's ship now in Luffy's pocket. Will everything be okay, Luffy-sama? We killed a World Noble. Shirahoshi spoke as soon as Luffy returned, and like her, many had a worried look, as Luffy's actions would be much more serious than anything he had done so far. Don't worry, as I always say, on this journey, we'll face the world. We need to get stronger. This won't be the last Tenryubito we'll kill, so get ready for the journey because we'll face increasingly powerful forces. Luffy spoke to all his companions. Marine officials, including admirals, Shichibukai, CP0 agents, Holy Knights, Gorosei, I.M. Sama and their hidden weapons, which Luffy suspects they possess one of the three ancients. These are just the forces that Luffy will face within the world government, apart from the enemies that may arise from the pirate side, Yonkus, their commanders, and armies. Luffy is not foolish to think that his journey is full of enemies, but he intends to conquer the entire sea nonetheless. He won't back down. His team remained silent for a while before Yamato was the first to break it. Yes, Luffy, let's fight against the world if necessary. I'm with you, and I always will be. Kaido's daughter expressed a complex mix of emotions. Her eyes, usually cheerful and carefree, now displayed a renewed determination. Her face reflected not only loyalty to Luffy but also a deep commitment to the pursuit of their goals and even her love for her captain. The expressions in her eyes indicated absolute trust in the captain's words, and her demeanor revealed readiness to face any challenge alongside the Straw Hats. Luffy-sama, I trust you. If you think it's the right path, then I'm with you. Together, we'll face whatever comes. The Sea Princess showed an expression of confidence mixed with concern. Her large eyes reflected the trust she placed in Luffy but also the apprehension for what might come. Sharky Sharky Sharky. The whale shark exhibited a contained joy in its eyes. It seemed eager to face the challenges that would come, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Luffy, you've always led us down unexpected paths, and it always worked. I trust you to lead, Captain. Let's do this. Zoro, with his three swords by his side, had a determined and serious look. His eyes gleamed with the promise of future battles, and a fierce determination was stamped on his face. I pursue my goals and intend to tread this path. But if this is everyone's determination, I am satisfied. Let's face whatever needs to be faced together, as always. Lami spoke. Luffy, you're our captain. If you think it's the right path, we'll stand by your side. Let's do this. The polar bear mink seemed excited. His ears were erect, and he wore a look of courage. Beppo's expression conveyed his readiness to protect his comrades. Woof woof. The loyal Chow Chow, the dog, tilted his head, showing an expression of trust and loyalty. His eyes sparkled with determination. Well, if Luffy decided, who am I to disagree? Let's go, face this crazy world with everything we've got. They'll tremble at the brave Usopp. The Straw Hat's sharpshooter had a cautious look, but it soon turned into determination. His eyes revealed a reluctant confidence in Luffy's words. Luffy, you're stubborn, but we always follow you. I'm ready for whatever comes. I hope we're all aware of what we're doing. The navigator looked at Luffy with a mix of skepticism, acceptance, and love. Her eyes reflected a blend of concern and trust, ready to face what was to come and follow the man of her life. Luffy, your courage is inspiring. I'll be with you. We'll face whatever is necessary. May this journey take us to amazing places. Sanji's sister showed an expression of respect and admiration for Luffy. Her eyes indicated belief in the captain's words and a willingness to face challenges alongside him. Luffy, you truly are the craziest captain I've ever seen, and that's why I'll follow you. Let's make history, huh? Hugo, another member of the Straw Hats who once emanated hatred in his eyes, now showed a more controlled expression, a mix of determination and anticipation for future battles. Luffy, we trust you. If you think it's the right path, then that's what we'll do. Together, to the end. Nami's sister looked at Luffy with a reassuring smile, expressing confidence in the captain's decisions. Her eyes conveyed solidarity and love for the man she fell for. Nay. I still can't believe we killed a Tenryubito, but it seems that's how this crew does things. The octopus displayed a serious expression. His eyes seemed tired, but there was still a flame of determination. He was ready to get into the groove of this group with another adventure and the possible wars they would face. If this is what Luffy wants, then this is what we'll do. We're in this journey together, no matter what. Kuina spoke. The swordswoman maintained a serene look, demonstrating acceptance and trust in Luffy's words. Her eyes reflected the determination to face the unknown. I have nothing to say, except that I intend to follow my husband. If he wants to go face the world, so be it. Alvida looked at Luffy with a mixture of surprise and acceptance. Her eyes revealed a willingness to follow the captain wherever he went. Ha 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 ha. That's good, Nami. How far are we from our goal? Luffy laughed and took pride in the words of each person in the group. This was the kind of crew he aspired to have. I believe it's just a day from where we are, Luffy, Nami said, and Luffy opened an even bigger smile while pointing his finger in that direction. Now it's time to leave East Blue. Let's head to the Grand Line, Luffy announced, and everyone prepared to sail again. The Black Pearl followed its course, ready to enter new unknown and powerful waters, in search of battles, gold, and new adventures. Raccoon here. Stone Stone, for those who can support. Days Raccoon. 493 Chapter 102. Chapter size. 2,325 words. Third-person POV on some places of world. While Luffy headed towards the Grand Line, on this same day, an incredible incident was unfolding in a corner of Mary Joie's. Amidst their duties, the CP agents and the Holy Land Guards were completely oblivious to what was about to transpire. A man tasked with monitoring the vivre cards of all living Tenryubito noticed something unusual as he went about his work like any other day. What's that smell? It seems like something's burning. The man murmured as he traced the strange odor. Approaching a large wall that served as a monitor for all Tenryubito families, used to locate them when necessary or when one was in danger, the agent noticed a paper on the Delacourt family board catching fire and disappearing each moment. This can't be, exclaimed the agent, recognizing the situation. He immediately reached for his Den Den Mushi to report the emergency to his superiors. Agent 003 here. Primary level urgency. The vivre card with the name Octavian Delacourt is burning. The user is dying. I repeat, a Tenryubito is dying. He shouted, and within 2 seconds, the room was flooded with other agents entering swiftly, so agile that even the small man had no time to react. That. One of the shadows that appeared spoke ominously, looking at the paper being destroyed and disappearing before them. Where was Octavian Delacourt? Another voice said, with a serious tone. Here, in this report. He went out for a stroll and to acquire new possessions for his collection. The last time he was seen and contacted headquarters, he was entering the reverse mountain. Someone grabbed a registration notebook and began analyzing. He entered one of the 4 blues then. Immediately contact the Den Den Mushis on his ship. We need to know which one he was in and what happened. We must determine if it was a natural event or if he was a victim of assassination. Then we must act, said one of the shadows with a large sword on their back. Assassination? Would anyone have the courage to do that? Someone among the shadows asked. They shouldn't, but we must always consider that possibility. If it was the case, we must eliminate the threat that dared to touch the world noble, but we must prevent this from being announced to the world. It wouldn't be good for any of us with news of someone killing a world noble, asserted the shadowy voice with seriousness and continued speaking. I will personally report to the Gorosei and await their orders regarding the situation. This must be brought to them immediately. The Marines will also be notified. If necessary, we will act according to their instructions, spoke the voice in the shadow. Yes, sir. The agents responded in unison. Thus, the group disappeared from the room, leaving Agent 003, who couldn't react to this movement, even though he knew hockey. He was powerless against those figures far beyond the forces they already considered elites. As the sun rose on this day, the world witnessed the publication of a newspaper that would shake the foundations of maritime news once again. In bold letters, the name, Monkey D. Luffy, topped the front page again, sparking a wave of curiosity among eager readers. This pirate again? What's with these newspapers? I want to see news about Yonkus. This newcomer again? Wait, look at the photo in the article. This is big, and to think that this pirate belongs to such a family? This will shock the world. These phrases echoed around the world. On the front page was a notable captured image. In the upper right corner, an imposing photograph of Monkey D. Dragon took space, his mysterious demeanor and revolutionary aura standing out. In the devastated square of Logatown's center, Monkey D. Garp rose like a colossal figure, witness and participant in a battle that shook the place where the legendary Gold D. Roger faced his execution. On the other end of the image, Monkey D. Luffy, transformed into his phase 2, displayed a fierce posture as purple flames covered his body, while Monkey D. Lucy, dressed in marine attire, looked confused, observing the turmoil before her. The bold and intriguing title of the article proclaimed, "Meet the most bizarre family in the world, the Monkey Ds." The text continued with a captivating narrative that took readers on a journey through the recent events involving these notable members of the Monkey D family. In addition to highlighting Luffy's notorious feats, the article revealed the surprising connection between them, pointing to familial ties that transcended individual notoriety. Did you know that, in addition to the notorious pirate Monkey D. Luffy, who conquered the East Blue and is heading towards the Grand Line, he fought against the Navy hero in Logatown? The article inquired. The fight devastated the square where Gold D. Roger was executed, turning it into a field of chaos as another prominent figure joined the fray, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world's worst criminal. But what you didn't know was that these three members are related to each other and are closer than you can imagine, as their names are Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Lucy, Monkey D. Dragon, and Monkey D. Garp. Yes, they are a family. In a place in the New World. Shanks, look at this. Luffy made another big noise, said a man with a cigar on an island in the New World. Luffy again. Well, that's big. Da ha 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 ha. The Yonkou had to admit. Ha 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 ha. Luffy seems to be becoming famous even before entering the Grand Line. He even faced his grandfather. Not to mention he already got me into trouble. Shanks's humor was slightly ruined with these words. Ha 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 ha. I still remember your face looking at that newspaper. Flashback. Hey, Shanks. There's quite shocking news in this newspaper. What would it be? Shanks asked curiously. It's about your wife, she's in the newspaper. Wife? Do I have a wife? Shanks was confused. Look. Makino, I miss her. Did she become queen after Luffy killed that king? That's amazing. Look closely. It says she's your wife, the man exclaimed again. Wife. Queen Makino is not only the queen of Goa, but she is also the wife of Akagame no Shanks, the last Yonkou who settled in the New World. This? Shanks took a few seconds to process the information. Makino is my wife, he shouted. End of flashback. Luffy is causing more chaos in the world than I could imagine from that brat. I don't even want to imagine what his next news in the newspapers will be. Shanks had to murmur, as the fact that Makino seems to be his wife is causing him trouble, not only with his crew now laughing and making jokes about him, and some old friends commenting on this fact, making more jokes or even congratulating him, with some asking if he plans to dominate the East Blue. Luffy put him in a position where he involuntarily has to protect the Goa Kingdom at this moment. I'm going to make Luffy pay for all of this. When I find him, you'll see, brat. Shanks spoke with a somewhat irritated tone, still remembering how his life changed in the last few days. On the island of Bolo. This boy is Garp's grandson and Dragon's son? Yes, Mama. One of the Yonkou's commanders informed. Mama. Interesting, send an invitation to him. I want him at the first tea party when he comes to the New World. Maybe a marriage with my daughters. His devil fruit seems powerful. He'll be a good subordinate, Big Mom said calmly, as she had already finished her meal. On an island in the country of Wano. This is a mythical beast? Kaido looked at the newspaper. He initially looked uninterested at the newspaper, but when he saw Monkey D. Luffy transformed in Logatown, his expression became genuinely interested. After all, for someone who wants to create the world's strongest beast crew, a newcomer with a fruit that no one knows is vital for him to have in his crew. It's a mythical zone, all indications point to that, said King, but he spoke seriously. But there's something even more shocking in these news. He showed a wanted poster with a woman. Yamato? That brat was with this group the whole time in the East Blue? Kaido even dropped his drink and looked shocked at his daughter on the wanted poster of that crew. Yes, it seems she was in the East Blue all this time, King commented. I'm going there, I'll get the brat and capture the user of the mythical zone. Kaido quickly stood up. Wait, Chief Kaido, this isn't safe. It will take a long time to get there, not to mention you could be arrested by the Marines if you're seen alone. We can't risk it. King quickly spoke, trying to prevent his boss from doing something reckless again. He was lucky that Kaido wasn't drunk at this moment, making the strongest creature in the world look at him at this moment and listen to him reasonably. What do you expect me to do? My son and a potential recruit are in that place. I want to get them. Let's send Jack to the first half of the Grand Line. That won't attract as much attention. At least the Marines won't send their main forces to deal with Jack, King said cautiously. Kaido looked at him for a while before exhaling. Okay, send Jack to fetch the brats. There's a rookie with an ancient zone surfacing as well, isn't there? Kaido finally gave the order. Yes, his name is X-Drake. I want you to fetch the brat as well. He's with page 1 in a part of the New World. I'll immediately send him to Paradise and ask Queen to return, as Miss Yamato is not in this sea. King spoke and went to the Den Den Mushi to issue the orders. In the depths of the sea, the royal family received a new fax from the Whitebeard pirates after seeing the newspaper. Damn human. Does he have the world's most wanted man as his father? Neptune said with a dark expression. He's dangerous, already killed a king and took a picture with my sister in his lap. That damn human. What does he think he's doing? Growled one of the king's sons and Shirahoshi's brother. Why does my little sister look so happy with that human? Still remembering the photo that came out in the newspaper with Shirahoshi and Luffy on the throne as if they were a couple. Don't worry, no matter if your grandfather is Garp and your father is Dragon. Jinbei will get him and bring our Shirahoshi with him, another brother affirmed. Meanwhile, in the Goa Kingdom. Look, if it isn't Luffy, seems like he had a fight with Garp. Fufu. Makino laughed while sitting on the throne with a crown on her head. Damn brat. Deiden, dressed in a completely different way than when she was a bandit in the mountain, grumbled seeing Luffy's photo, but she couldn't help but be surprised by him fighting against that monster Garp. My queen, you can't find humor in looking at such shocking news. A minister tried to advise Makino. Now the world knows that Garp, Dragon, and Luffy are relatives. I'm not too worried about the first two, but Luffy will certainly face more pressure at sea. Wolp spoke beside the throne, as he had become a minister to the queen against his will. Elsewhere, in Paradise. Damn, Dragon appearing in the East Blue isn't enough. A Tenryubito was killed. Sengoku commented in front of the three admirals in a meeting. He was killed. How scary, Kizaru spoke with his usual expression. Should we take action? Kuzan commented, raising an eyebrow. Who are we going to kill for this affront? Akainu spoke ominously. We don't know yet how he died. He was at the entrance to the Grand Line. We don't know where he was killed. It could have been in any sea. Sengoku spoke. But we have a suspect, don't we? Kuzan spoke. Yes. Everything indicates that it might have been Monkey D. Dragon. He is the prime suspect. Sengoku spoke seriously. These damn revolutionaries, so he's acting so openly against the world government? What are we going to do? He escaped Logatown, didn't he? Kizaru said, looking at the photo of Dragon on his desk. I'm sending a vice admiral to each sea to find out what happened to the Tenryubito, but we will take action. We may not know where Dragon is, but we can hunt his son. That's the order of the 5 elders. The fleet admiral spoke. Garp's grandson? That's a threat. Can I handle him? Akainu spoke. No, I'll send Kuzan. I need you and Kizaru here. There's a Whitebeard commander in this sea, and according to some reports, the strange activities of the beast pirates in the New World are returning to Paradise. It's possible that Jack is coming to this sea. A pirate worth $1 billion. How scary, Kizaru spoke. Well, anyway, when should I act? Kuzan spoke. Let's see what these forces want in this sea. Once things stabilize, you'll go after Dragon's son, and even Garp won't be able to act to help his grandson since it's a possible assassination of a world noble. Sengoku concluded. Raccoon here. Kaido has always referred to Yamato as his son, as far as I know, so I will continue using the term, even though she is a girl. Luffy is not the prime suspect for the Tenryubito's death. It's Dragon. However, Luffy will be hunted in the same way because he is his son. Stone. For those who can support, Days Raccoon. 493 Chapter 103, Chapter Size. 4,000 words. Third person POV. At the edges of the East Blue. As Black Pearl continued its journey, cutting through the waters towards the Grand Line. The turmoil of the world showed no signs of abating. However, the spirits on board remained high after the recent conversation among the crew. Luffy, wearing the expression of a grinning rogue, held up the new wanted posters he had acquired on the Tenryubito's ship. He eagerly shared the discovery, displaying the papers to everyone on the crew as they followed their course. "We didn't get the newspaper today, but look, our new wanted posters that Lami found on the Tenryubito's ship," exclaimed Luffy, smiling like a ruffian as he showed the papers. The posters revealed the bounty values and featured striking images of each crew member. Monkey D. Luffy. 200 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Luffy on the bow of the Black Pearl. Torso bared to display tattoos. Cloak billowing in the wind. One hand holding onto his hat on his head. Roronoa Zoro. 20 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Zoro standing, 3 swords at his waist, in Logatown. Trafalgar Lami. 50 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Lami in front of the marine base, Beppo by her side, a stack of captured pirates behind her. Yamato. 150 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. Yamato striking a Commodore with her weapon, sending him flying in Logatown. Nami. 50 million berries, dead or alive. IMG. She in front of a shop with her sister beside her, her hand glowing in a green hue, creating a hurricane to send Buggy's pirates flying into the sky. The impact of the bounties left the crew speechless. This? 200 million? That's unbelievable. This is so unexpected. Look at my bounty, 150 million. And I have my picture without a mask? Yamato spoke wide-eyed, realizing her father would now know where she is. Oh, no, so many millions? This is dangerous, Shirahoshi said in fear. Sharky, 20 million, really, this is an outrage. How does Luffy have 200 million? Zoro complained at this moment, having the lowest bounty in the group. 50 million, looks like I'm becoming famous. Lami had a determined look. Look, I'm on the list too, 50 million. Beppo commented, raising his front paws. You're in the photo, but the bounty is Lami's. Usopp grumbled comically to the animated bear. Woof, Chow Chow was barking cheerfully. But this is so sudden, our group has 470 million on their heads already. Usopp shouted worriedly, still processing this amount. They took down some pirates with 20 million bounties, but now their captain was worth 10 times that. What? I have a wanted poster. This is terrible, 50 million. Nami was terrified too. They're underestimating my value. I don't even have a bounty, and she has her own. Reiju complained about being behind Lami. Not bad for newcomers. Hugo commented. My little sister is worth 50 million. Who would have thought? Nijiko said a bit concerned. Hey, we'll be hunted by elites with this. Imagine our bounties if they find out the captain killed a Tenryubito. Hachi spoke in a corner. Zoro, looks like you have an advantage here. Kuina crossed her arms. And I need to update my bounty too. It seems they didn't recognize me with the new appearance. Alvida murmured, as she should at least have a 5 million photo along with the posters, considering she's now part of the Straw Hat Pirate crew. We have some hefty bounties, but we need to live up to these values, and we're already known for our exploits. We're ahead of everyone else who started sailing at this time. Now, we need to strengthen ourselves because our enemies are much more powerful than our current group, and soon we'll face some of them. We need to get stronger. Let's train. Luffy, with visible determination in his expression, delivered a speech that resonated among the crew members at this moment after each had voiced their opinions. The group nodded with seriousness, understanding the importance of strengthening themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. The training was rigorous, but everyone embraced the idea of growing and becoming stronger to face the new waters. It was only the next day, in the middle of the morning, that the Black Pearl sighted the expected destination, the Reverse Mountain. The Reverse Mountain rose majestically before the Black Pearl, an imposing wall of steep and tall rocks in a reddish hue, as if defying the very heavens. Its grandeur instilled a sense of reverence, an unmistakable landmark in the vastness of the ocean. The red line, a notable feature crossing the base of the mountain, stood out like a unique scar on the world's fabric. It was as if a giant red hand had traced its path through the rock, leaving an indelible mark that cut through the countless layers of stone. The Black Pearl sailed towards the mountain, the murmurs of the crew expressing a mix of excitement and respect in the face of the majesty of Reverse Mountain and the red line adorning it. "Look at that!" exclaimed Luffy, pointing to the imposing rock formation ahead. "Is this the Reverse Mountain? It looks so big and strange," observed Usopp, marveling at the sight. "It cuts through the entire world, separating all the seas. So giant," murmured Nami, examining the colossal dimensions of the mountain that cut through the oceans. "Is it true that the new world is on the other side?" questioned Yamato, seeking more knowledge about the peculiar geography of the Grand Line. "Yes, but we can't go to that side because there's no way to the other side," explained Lami, adding information to the conversation. "What a strange place," commented Hugo, absorbing the uniqueness of the landscape. "Look, there's a part of the way going in the opposite direction. That's incredible," exclaimed Beppo. At the entrance of the mountain, there was a massive current split into two directions, one ascending the mountain, pulling seawater, and the other descending, colliding with the water and creating particular water sprouts. Luffy concluded at the moment. "Let's get ready. We're about to enter and climb the mountain." Anticipation and excitement filled the air as the crew prepared for the next phase of their journey. The Black Pearl advanced with determination, cutting through the turbulent waters surrounding the base of Reverse Mountain, with currents defying the laws of physics. The crew was on high alert as Nami shouted orders to handle the ship, as it was her job. The ship was at full speed towards the entrance of the current going up the location, while there was another current going down the mountain. As the ship approached the base, the currents intensified, making the entire crew feel the change in the ship struggling to move forward. White foam formed ephemeral patterns in the water at the meeting point of the two currents on the side where the current descended from the place, revealing the constant clash between the turbulent sea and the imposing Reverse Mountain. The ship quickly collided with the white foam, making its appearance like a blade triumphantly cutting its prey. The Black Pearl now advanced with the furious currents that scaled Reverse Mountain while gaining speed and ascending diagonally. The water, like enraged beasts, tried to pull the ship into its voracity towards the rocks, but Hachi, at the helm, guided with impressive skill. The deck was a symphony of frenetic activity as the crew strained to maneuver the ship with skill. "This is amazing." Luffy laughed on the bow of the ship, his cloak swaying above his head on Ifrit. "Be careful, Hachi, don't let the ship hit the rocks on the side. Hugo and Zoro, take care of the sail. The ship may lose direction if the wind is against us. Stay alert." Nami shouted orders as Hugo and Zoro grabbed the sail to handle it against the wind, as the ship gained speed and altitude ascending the current. The crew members, soaked by the foam that surged against the ship, worked together to adjust the sails, turn the pulleys, and maneuver the oars. The roar of the currents competed with Nami's precise commands, who, with determined eyes, directed the Black Pearl through the chaotic waters. Yamato and Nami were also ready to use their powers if needed here. As the ship ascended, everyone handling the vessel worked and focused on their assigned tasks while Nami gave quick and precise orders. "Look, is that a ship descending?" Usopp shouted from the top of the ship. In the distance, a pirate ship passed by the group, cutting through the other side of the current opposite to where the Black Pearl was. "It looks like pirates coming from some blue or the Grand Line to the east blue," Luffy commented, observing the unknown pirate flag from afar. The ship was much smaller than the Black Pearl as they passed by the pirates on the opposite side. After that, they ascended for a few more minutes at an accelerated speed, with the ship entering and passing through the mountain clouds. "Be careful. The view is obstructed," Nijiko said, a bit worried about the ship immersed in a pile of clouds. "Leave it to me. I can still sense with my haki if we're in danger," Yamato spoke. This continued until the ship stabilized back to horizontal again and slowed down, passing through the clouds in front of them, now slowing down in an area where all waters converged on top of the mountain. The place seemed like a large lake of at least 50 kilometers here, with 5 entrances on all sides, all colossal gates marked with a blue, and the largest entrance with the Grand Line sign in one corner. "Is this where all waters meet?" Kuina asked curiously, looking at the enormous space with gates on each corner. "There are other ships here," Reiju commented, looking at some commercial ships at a distance entering and leaving the seas. "Well, it seems like this place is quite busy, much more than I had personally imagined." Luffy murmured on the bow, looking at the more vibrant world of One Piece than they initially thought. In the original work, Marigo only went up and down the mountain, but here it's different. First, there's this space where almost all the waters in the world come together with paths and day and night routes on all sides of the mountain, except for the New World. They were surrounded by clouds on all sides due to the high altitude, but they could have a clear view of the entire lake. This place was much livelier than Luffy had seen in the anime. There was constant marine activity here, with pirate ships and commercial vessels coming in and out of the gates. It didn't take long to even see pirates raiding some ships here and there. And there were Navy ships fighting with pirates in this space too, as it was a monitored and strategic area. I couldn't have thought it would be so straightforward, could I? Luffy muttered internally and turned to his crew, most of them on the deck admiring the place, especially Shirahoshi and Yamato. Navy ships approaching, looks like they want to board us, Hugo said, and Luffy saw 3 Navy boats approaching. They're the Straw Hats, with the captain now worth 200 million. Let's fight for justice. The captain of those ships shouted as they prepared to attack the Black Pearl with cannons. Usopp and Shirahoshi, can you handle them? Luffy instructed, and both went to the shooting cabins. Bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. Asterisk, it didn't take long to sink all the Navy ships. Many ships saw this and started to flee, as the Black Pearl was intimidating, and it didn't help that everyone saw their cannons destroying all the Navy ships in that area so quickly. Guys, we made it here, but our journey begins now. Hachi, turn the helm toward the biggest gate. We're entering the Grand Line from now on, Luffy announced with his usual smile. As the ship headed for the Grand Line gate, that gate was at least 100 meters tall, making even the enormous Black Pearl look small, as they passed through the opening in the reverse mountain, indicating the beginning of the descent. The Black Pearl quickly felt the change as it began to tilt downward and descend with increasing speed on that side of the water current. Ha 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 ha. My stomach feels weird. Shirahoshi shouted with the adrenaline rush as if she were on a roller coaster. The main point of the reverse mountain was now behind them, and everyone felt the speed and clouds passing by the ship with the path that would lead them to the first half of the Grand Line. Hachi, lock the helm and come here. We're safe here. Everyone, come to the deck. I want to talk to all of you. It's important, Luffy said and asked everyone to let the ship follow alone as it descended, with Luffy reducing the ship's speed using the Moa Moa no Mi with the speed multiplied by 0. What are you planning, Luffy? Lami narrowed her eyes at her captain. We're heading for our new journey. I want to perform a ritual among all of us before that, Luffy said, taking a special sake barrel from the system. This sake cost 20 million, so we better enjoy it, Luffy announced. It was good money, but he didn't care given the situation. Grab a cup each. Let's celebrate with a toast and announce our goals. Luffy wanted to do the same thing that happened in the anime but in a slightly different way. Each member took a cup of sake, even Shirahoshi, who never drank, as it was a unique and special occasion. As the ship smoothly cut through the clouds in that attitude, descending the mountain, Luffy wanted a memorable moment. Let me start as the captain of this crew. I, Monkey D. Luffy, will be the man who becomes the emperor of all seas. I am willing to fight against the world for this and protect all of you, who are now my own people. My new family. Luffy raised his cup and smiled. Many looked at him with recognition and touched by his words. The next person to do this was Yamato as the vice captain. Haha. So, I'm next. I, Yamato, have as my goal to explore more of this world and free Wano from my old man, Kaido, one of the Yonkas. I want to become strong to do this with my own hands. Yamato no longer needed to hide it. Her wanted poster was already in all regions of the world, and her father should be sending someone to look for her. Kaido, Usopp shouted, along with many who didn't know the real identity of the man Yamato constantly referred to as an old bastard. I guess it's me then. Shirahoshi held her sake and Megalo by her side, as the next in line, spoke timidly but with a lot of excitement in her tone. This mermaid had started to change and mature, gaining a much braver personality than initially when Luffy summoned her on that beach in Shelltown. I, Shirahoshi, want to become strong and brave. I want to protect my island and bring my people to the surface, following my mother's dream. I want to have more adventures with Luffy-sama, Yamato-sama, Zoro-sama, Lami-sama, Beppo-sama, Chow-chow-sama, Usopp-sama, Nami-sama, Reiju-sama, Hugo-sama, Noio-sama, Hachi-sama, Kuina-sama, and Alvida-sama. Shirahoshi had a confident and infectious tone in the end, with tears of happiness raising her cup. Nay, princess. Hachi started crying with this too, while many had looks and smiles with these words. Sharky 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 sharky. Megalo seemed to give a speech with tears too, but Shirahoshi was the only one who understood his shark language. Megalo said he's very happy to meet everyone and has never experienced so many things in the last month, Shirahoshi said, smiling while still having tears in her eyes. Zoro, you've already drunk the sake. Fill it again and make your speech. It's your turn. Usopp shouted with shark teeth to the green-haired swordsman. Ah, that's right. Let me fill it. The sake is really good, by the way, really worth the 20 million, Captain. Well, I'm going to become the greatest swordsman in the world, and I intend to defeat all my enemies and work hard for it. Zoro raised his cup as he poured more sake. Now it's me. My goal is not as simple or as honorable as the others. I'm seeking revenge and intend to kill Don Quixote Doflamingo with my own hands and move on. But I'm happy to join this crew, and as a medic, I intend not to let anyone die on this ship, no matter the danger. Lami spoke with determination. Some were surprised and scared by her first statement, but they were satisfied with the second part of her comment. It's me, exclaimed the polar bear with enthusiasm. I want to become the strongest among my kind, the minks, and prove that even a bear can be a great warrior. Let's protect our friends and move forward together. Beppo raised his cup with determination. Chow Chow barked like an excited little dog. Woof, woof woof woof. He jumped forward, showing his excitement in front of his sake on the floor. Chow Chow wants lots of bones and adventures. Let's be the bravest crew on the seas. Luffy translated the dog's enthusiasm. Looks like it's me, shouted the sharpshooter with confidence, exposing a big smile. I, the great Usopp, will become the best sniper of the seas, a brave sea warrior, surpassing even my father, and tell the most incredible stories about our journey. Get ready to be amazed by my exploits. Nami raised her cup. The navigator had a mix of surprise and concern. Oh, now I have a bounty, and that's unexpected. 50 million. But well, my goal remains the same. Let's draw the most complete map, and I want to explore the entire world and reach all the legendary islands. I will put my name in history as the greatest navigator who ever lived. Reiju positioned herself next to with a smile. I may not have a bounty that fully reflects what I am capable of, but my goal is clear. I want to feed this crew and ensure everyone reaches their destination with full stomachs. I will keep everyone healthy and well fed. Also, I want to find the famous All Blue of Legends and deal with my old family. Even Lami gave a look of recognition to Reiju, as both sought their own revenge. Hugo raised his cup. I, Hugo, want to become capable. I am not an honorable man and seek revenge for those who harmed me. This crew has already proven to me that it can stand against the greatest powers in the world, and I will get stronger to protect everyone here and fight against any threat that comes our way. Let's cross these seas together and reach our goals. Nami's older sister spoke affectionately. My sister is worth 50 million. Well, my goal is to support Nami on her journey. I want to see the world and how far we can reach. Well, I want to be with Luffy too. She said the last part looking at the captain with a loving tone in her eyes. Hachi seemed excited, despite joining the crew with a threat from Luffy. The fishman seemed to accept his fate and befriend these people and animals. Nay. I've always wanted to open a famous restaurant on the seas and provide happy moments for everyone with takoyaki. But I still want to see the world before that and intend to get strong now with my new friends. Many nodded in acknowledgement. The young swordswoman spoke with determination at this moment. I, Kuina, want to become the most skilled swordswoman and prove that women can be as strong as men. Let's train together and reach the top of this world. And I intend to be better than Zoro. Zoro smiled at his friend, raising his cup. Luffy, wielding his cup, was surrounded by the others, who, excitedly, listened to every word attentively. Alvida, next to Luffy, laughed as she expressed her own goals. I will prove to the world that I am incredibly strong and beautiful at the same time. And, of course, remain by my husband's side to support him always. Her laughter echoed as she toasted with the group. Ha 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 ha, now that everyone has announced their goals, let's head to the Grand Line. Get ready because we're going to shake the foundations of this world like no other group that has ever appeared in history, be it Roger, Zebek, Kaido, Whitebeard, Shanks, Bigmen, the Marines, world government, even Joy Boy and the great forces of the lost century. We'll surpass them all. We are the Straw Hat Pirate crew, after all, Luffy exclaimed, taking the initiative to clink the extended cups of everyone. The sound echoed on the deck as each member followed, contagiously influenced by the captain's fervent words, and drank their sake to conclude the ritual. The world would tremble like never before with this pirate crew, various objectives converging, but one supporting the other within the Black Pearl. With the cups clinked in a harmonious celebration and the drinks going into their stomachs, the Straw Hat crew raised their eyes and beheld the magnificent spectacle unfolding before them. Play One Piece soundtrack, to the Grand Line. Look, the clouds are clearing, we can see a part of the Grand Line from here. Luffy pointed forward. As the last sip of sake went down, the ethereal mist of euphoria lingering over the Black Pearl's deck began to dissipate, turning the moment into something truly magical. Ahead, the last clouds were dispersing like curtains, revealing the grandeur of the Grand Line. A breathtaking sight unfolded before them. The horizon was dominated by a vast and tumultuous ocean, its waters sparkling like precious jewels in the sunlight. Small dots, representing the islands, floated like mirages, each promising mysteries and unique challenges. The salty breeze danced across the deck, carrying with it the promise of new adventures in these waters. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, with a broad smile and determination in his eyes, absorbed the grandeur of the sight before him. His crewmates, each with their unique aspirations, shared the same look of excitement and courage. It was a moment that transcended words, a silent communion of souls sailing into the unknown. The ship's mast cut through the horizon, pointing toward the vastness that awaited them. A sense of unity and purpose permeated the air as the Black Pearl boldly advanced toward the Grand Line. The crew, enveloped in the magic of the moment, knew that this journey marked the beginning of an epic saga, where their destinies would intertwine with the secrets and wonders of one of the world's most challenging seas. Raccoon here. Stone, asterisk. I want to see this fanfic reach 400 power stones. Asterisk I changed how the reverse mountain was treated in the anime. In the episode, Going Merry went up and down, which I found unimmersive with the map structure, so I created my own version. The anime also had only one path, which doesn't make sense, as it is where all the traffic from all the seas passes through and converges. There should at least be an upward current and a downward one. Asterisk with this chapter, we are concluding the first volume with one more final prologue tomorrow. For those who can support, Days Raccoon, 493 Chapter 104. Chapter size, 4,200 words. Third-person POV epilogue of the first volume. Grandpa, shouldn't we go after Luffy? Lucy asked on the deck of Garp's iconic ship, holding a stack of letters with Luffy's picture and a bounty of 200 million on his head. No, Lucy, we should head to the headquarters through the Calm Belt. It seems there are significant movements in the first half of the Grand Line. Garp spoke while munching on his biscuit. I see. Lucy lowered her head with a tinge of sadness. I know you wanted to spend time with your brother, but now he's a pirate, and you're a Marine. Besides, things are complicated with worrying news I received from Sengoku, and your father seems to be behind it. Unfortunately, it's going to affect Luffy. Garp spoke with a serious tone. I know. But I wanted to talk about some things we didn't discuss while we were together. Lucy said in the same tone, her usual cheerful expression now absent. Stop grumbling there and let's go. We need to train. You don't want to fall behind your brother, do you? Garp looked at his granddaughter sternly. Yes, I'll surpass him, she cheered with newfound determination. And you too, better be prepared. Garp turned his gaze to the two cadets beside him, one of them being Kobe and the other Helmeppo, who were intimidated by Garp's look alongside Lucy. I'll train you and make you great Marines, boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, Garp laughed. Thus, Vice Admiral Garp's boat set sail for the Grand Line through the Calm Belt, as his ship had the technology for it. As Garp left Logatown with his marine ship, another ship departed from the port. Captain Smoker, should we really do this? Tashigi asked. Yes, let's go after the Straw Hat crew. I intend to stop at them, Smoker growled. Despite consecutive humiliations, he still wanted to go after that pirates. He also received a book from Garp containing techniques of the 6 styles and hockey initiation, intending to study the techniques and not rely so much on his devil fruit powers, which proved useless after several defeats, 3 of them at the hands of the same woman, now called Yamato, with a bounty of 150 million. The higher-ups also asked me to find out how the techniques of the 6 styles fell into the hands of those pirates. Smoker spoke again in a serious tone. Sengoku was quite bothered by Luffy and the others using Soru, even accusing Garp initially of passing those techniques to his grandson. Still, it was denied by the Vice Admiral, and Sengoku trusted him, making him wonder where Luffy got them, as no base in East Blue, despite being raided by that pirate group, could have manuals of those techniques. Yes, if Captain Smoker has that determination, I also intend to do the same, Tashigi said, wanting to become equally stronger. She was questioned by the woman who looked like her twin, but she couldn't answer her questions since she was an orphan raised in Logatown. They had a fight, and despite being equal in the confrontation, Kuina defeated Tashigi. Even though Kuina was 11 years old, in the last month, she underwent intensive training with Luffy, learning 3 times faster despite not having the system bonus, as she didn't join the crew most of the time. She ended up learning Soru, giving her a significant advantage in the fight and securing a victory over Tashigi. But the Marine lieutenant wanted to surpass her supposed copy, and with a determined look, she left Logatown with Smoker to hunt down the pirates. I know, they came here and didn't even talk to us. Yeah, Ponta Blueby say entire square, Dorcessor Ia Rytsas. Ho ho ho. But I think we'll meet them again someday. I'm sure we can even help them. If my company is growing, I can make some commercial deals with the islands they've established a kingdom. Are Ausur sure Numas Mabona? Yes, I heard rumors of a large port being built in Kokoyasi, and the Goa kingdom is starting to finance Syrup Village. You don't need to be a genius to figure out that Luffy is behind this. This Ix is interesting. Hey, Bartolomeo, why are you still crying over that newspaper? Didn't you see how he shouted that he would dominate the sea? And then fought against the Navy hero, who happens to be your grandfather. After that, he fought alongside your father, the world's greatest criminal. Then he flew so coolly. Don't you understand what that means? No, Bartolomeo, you're scaring me. It means I'm starting a fan club. Mr. Jack, are we really going to hunt some rookies with Miss Yamato? Yes, we're heading to paradise, and I plan to take the chief's daughter with that pirate who has a mythical devil fruit. Jack spoke on his ship. They began to approach the red line to submerge the ship into the water and emerge on the other side. They passed various hulls in the water, ships of the Navy that tried to stop their advance and were all destroyed. Now, they were starting to enter the water because Kaido's orders were clear, and he would follow them, no matter what. 200 million? This kid is truly unique. I've never seen someone earn such a bounty even before entering the Grand Line. An old man calmly drank his bottle of alcohol. Foo 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 foo. This Luffy boy has done so much in East Blue, even shouting that he would become the man who rules the seas before Roger's platform was destroyed. The woman at the bar laughed while reading the newspaper since Luffy was very active there lately. How long do you think it'll take for him to get here? The old man spoke again. I don't know, it might take a while because I believe this pirate will stir up even more chaos in the Grand Line, she said sincerely. I see, the old man said, looking at the young man's photo, especially at the hat the newcomer was wearing. In a room, in an underground base. Crocodile, we have a mission for you. Are you sure you don't want reinforcements? No need, I can handle it, said the man with a cigar and a suit. In front of him was a poster of the Straw Hat pirate crew. It's up to you. Anyway, a vice admiral is heading to your region. Call for help if needed. Remember, there's a hockey user among them, so be careful. Yes, goodbye. Kacha. He got up from the room and went to the door, opening it, and walked into a large hall with aquariums inhabited by crocodiles. Miss All Sunday, I want you to gather the agents to face a group in Whiskey Peak. There's a group that the world government wants me to hunt down, and you'll deal with them. Crocodile spoke, and the woman in front of him, dressed in cowboy clothes, nodded. I'll do that, Mr. Zero, she said and began to move towards the door. Wait, Miss All Sunday, Crocodile wasn't finished. I want you to eliminate her too. I'm tired of her games. You must kill the princess, he said, handing a photo of a very beautiful girl with blue hair. Yes, she will be eliminated too, confirmed Nico Robin before leaving the room. We're heading to the beginning of the Grand Line, sir? Yes, we're hunting a small group led by a rookie but extremely powerful. They even fought against Garp and escaped. It's the Straw Hat, isn't it? Said a lieutenant. Yes, our priority is to capture them, and we can't fail, spoke the highest-ranked man on the ship. Yes, Vice Admiral, Momonga. Pops, I'm near the entrance to the Grand Line. A large blue fish man spoke on a den mushi on a small island in the middle of the sea. Be careful, Jimbei. These brats seem to be stubborn. Don't hesitate to call for help from Ace. He should be nearby since he plans to meet your brother too, spoke a calm but powerful voice on the other side of the den mushi. Don't worry, I can handle a few rookies, but I'll let you know if anything, Pops. If I continue on this path, I can reach Alabasta in a little over a week, said a man in a shirt with an iconic tattoo on his back. I can't wait to see you, Luffy. You've changed a lot in the last few years. Ace spoke again with a smile on his face. System, money store. 6,033,000,000 crew member. Member number. 1 name. Monkey D. Luffy role, Captain. Age. 17 status vitality. S strength. B, A. Defense. A plus speed. C, B plus spirit. B, a devil fruit. Moa Moa no Mi. D minus Eikon Eikon no Mi. Model. Chaos Ifrit. D plus C. Weapon mastery fencing. E, D weapons in possession. None haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked. Busashoku haki. Locked. Haoshoku haki. Locked. E. Voice of all things. Locked. Rokushiki. Geppo. Locked. E plus kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Shigen. Locked. Soru. Locked. Eitekai. Locked. Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 2 name. Yamato role, Vice Captain age, 24. Status vitality. S strength. A plus defense. S. Speed. B plus spirit. A devil fruit inu no Mi. Model. Okuchi no Mikami. B. Weapon mastery fencing. B weapons in possession. Kanabo. B haki kenbunshoku haki. B busashoku haki. D haoshoku haki. C rokushiki geppo. Locked. A. Kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Shigen. Locked. Soru. Locked. Eitekai. Locked. Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 3 name. Shirahoshi role, no specific role. Age. 18 status vitality. S strength. E plus. Defense. D minus speed. E D spirit. S devil fruit. None. Locked. Weapon mastery none. Trident Nejibana. Locked. Weapons in possession Trident Nejibana, non-graded blades, none. Haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked. Busashoku haki. Locked. Haoshoku haki. Locked. Poseidon. Locked. E. Rokushiki geppo. Locked. D kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Shigen. Locked. Soru. Locked. Tekai. Locked. Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of her crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Member number. 4 name. Megalo role, mascot age. Status vitality. C minus strength. C defense. D. Speed. D minus spirit. D devil fruit none. Locked. Haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked. Busashoku haki. Locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked. Kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Shigen. Locked. E. Soru. Locked. Tekai. Locked. D Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 5 name. Zoro role, swordsman age, 19. Status vital ITY. D, C minus strength. C plus B defense, D, C. Speed. C plus B plus spirit. C, B devil fruit none. Locked. Weapon mastery fencing, Santoryu, C, C minus weapons in possession. Wado Ichimonji, high-grade blades, B, BBENIHIME. Non-graded blades, E, E. Sandai Kitetsu, blades of grade, E, E Yubashiri, skillful grade blades, E, E. Shisui, high-grade blades, locked, locked. Enma, high-grade blades, locked, locked. Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Haoshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, E. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, C Tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 6 name. Trafalgar Lami role, medic. Age. 19 status vitality. C, C minus strength. C, C minus. Defense. C, C speed. B, B plus spirit. C, B devil fruit. Op no Mi. C, C minus weapon mastery fencing, Itoryu, C, C minus. Weapons in possession Kokoku, non-graded blades, B. Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Haoshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, E. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, C Tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 7 name. Beppo role, assistant age, 20. Status vitality. D, D minus strength. E, D defense. E, D. Speed. E, D spirit. C, C minus devil fruit none. None, none. Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Eishigen. Locked, D Soru. Locked, locked. Tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 8 name. Chow Chow role, guard dog. Age. Status vitality. D, D minus strength. E plus D plus. Defense. E, E plus speed. E, E plus spirit. E, D devil fruit. None. None. None Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, B Soru. Locked, locked. Tekai. Locked, E. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 9 name. Usopp role, sniper age, 17. Status vitality. E, D strength. E plus D plus defense. E plus D. Speed. D, C minus spirit. E, E devil fruit none. None, none. Weapon mastery firearms, precision, D, C minus weapons in possession. Pistols. C, C rifle. C, C bazooka. None, none machine gun. None, none. Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, C Tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 10 name. Nami role, navigator age, 19. Status vitality. B, B strength. C, C minus defense. C, C. Speed. B, B plus spirit. B, B devil fruit Eikon Eikon No Mi. Model. Garuda. D, D plus. Weapon mastery fencing, lance, E, E plus weapons in possession. Common lance. E, D haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, B tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 11 name. Reiju role, cook age, 19 status. Vitality. C, C minus strength. C, B defense. D, C speed. C, B plus. Spirit. D, C devil fruit none. None weapons in possession. Special V smoker suit. Locked, locked, haki. Kenbunshoku haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked, Akami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, Itekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 12 name. Hugo role, no specific role. Age. 31 status vitality. D, D minus strength. B, B. Defense. C, B speed. D, D minus spirit. C, C minus devil fruit. None. Haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked. Isoru. Locked, locked. Tekai. Locked, B. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 13 name. Nijiko role, no specific role. Age. 21 status vitality. E, E plus strength. E, E plus. Defense. E, E speed. E, E plus spirit. E, D devil fruit. None haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, C Renkyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, locked. Tekai. Locked, locked. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 14 name. Hachi role, marine support. Age. Status vitality. D, D strength. D, D plus. Defense. D, D minus speed. C, C spirit. D, D plus devil fruit. None weapon mastery fencing, Rokutoryu, D, D. Possessed weapons common sword. D, D common sword. D, D. Common sword. D, D common sword. D, D common sword. D, D. Common sword. D, D haki kenbunshoku haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki geppo. Locked, locked. Kami. Locked, locked. Renkyaku. Locked, B Shigen. Locked, locked. Soru. Locked, locked. Tekai. Locked, Irokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 15 name. Kuina role, swordsman age, 11. Status vitality. E, E plus strength. E plus D defense. E plus E plus. Speed. D, C spirit. E plus D devil fruit none. Weapon mastery fencing, Itoryu, C, C minus weapons in possession. Tensa Zanjetsu, Grand Grade Blades, D Haki. Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, Busashoku Haki. Locked. Haoshoku Haki. Locked, Rokushiki Geppo. Locked. Kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked, See Shigen. Locked. Soru. Locked. Tekai. Locked. Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Member number. 16 Name. Alvida role, no specific role. Age. 22 Status Vitality. D Strength. D+. Defense. D Speed. D - Spirit. D Devil Fruit. Soap no Mi. D Weapon Mastery Fencing. C -. Weapons in Possession Common Club. B Haki. Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked. Kami. Locked. Renkyaku. Locked. Shigen. Locked. Soru. Locked. Tekai. Locked. Rokuogen. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. System rules. The system's classification level ranges from letter E to X, with X being the mortal limit, understood within this classification from lowest to highest as follows. E plus D plus C, C minus B plus A plus S plus SS, SS plus SSS, SSS plus X. Scene. Post-credits. The battle at Marineford had reached a boiling point, with the roars of cannons and the cries of combatants forming a symphony of chaos that echoed throughout the island. The landscape was tinged red by the fire and smoke rising from the wreckage, as pirates and marines engaged in a deadly dance of swords and powers. At the height of the turmoil, an extraordinary event broke the monotony of war. From a hidden location, a mysterious explosion unleashed a red energy, tearing through one of the massive tsunami walls that Whitebeard and Aokiji had erected. The impact, as unexpected as it was overwhelming, captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The red energy cut through the ice like a sharp blade, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The frozen tsunami, once seemingly impenetrable, unraveled as if made of crystal. However, the energy did not stop there. It continued its path, slicing through the side of Marineford's fortress and advancing towards the icy front where the war still raged. "What the hell is happening?" some shouted. "Is this the Admiral's doing? I've never seen anything like it," one of the pirates raised their voice. "Could it be a move by Whitebeard's pirates?" a marine yelled, bewildered and alarmed. The explosion of red energy tore through the air with such intensity that it seemed to defy the very fabric of space. Barriers, ships, and anything in its path were shredded as if made of paper. The destruction was so overwhelming that the war itself seemed to freeze in awe. Now unimpeded, it continued to cut through the ice mercilessly, sweeping Marines and Whitebeard's pirates out of its way. No one could resist. Everyone was thrown away, and the only option was to flee from the ensuing chaos. Then, suddenly, the energy stopped in the middle of the area where the war between the naval Marines and Whitebeard's pirates was taking place, leaving everyone perplexed. The war, which had previously roared in a deafening tumult, plunged into a disconcerting silence. Everyone wondered what was happening at that moment, staring fixedly at the abrupt interruption created by the red cut. The impact of the energy created a colossal fissure, splitting the battlefield in half. Ice blocks above the tsunami began to collapse with the opening of that cut, raising a dense cloud of debris as they fell to the ground, obscuring the view. Above the smoke between the frozen tsunami where it had been cut, the sky on the other side became visible, prompting questions about who or what could achieve such a colossal cut in the ice. The trench that the red energy had created didn't stop there. Another rumble occurred, echoing with a sound of water coming from within it, filling it with smoke. A flood began to spread through the cut, as if the sea were reclaiming its territory in the war. The sound of water submerged the echoes of cannons and combat, enveloping the battlefield in a new kind of disturbing calm. Mahawk observed the scene with gleaming eyes, intrigued by who possessed the ability to generate such an impressive cut. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, lost in thoughts about the identity behind this power. Sengoku, visibly disturbed, stared at the unknown that had emerged in the turmoil of war. While Ace remained chained on the execution platform, next to Garp, the admirals occupied the middle of the battlefield, flanked by vice admirals and all marine officers. The Shichibukai and Whitebeard's commanders, along with affiliated pirates, were no exception. All directed their gazes to the part of the war where the unexpected had occurred. From the shadows of the debris, a form began to emerge gradually, becoming increasingly visible. "A ship!" someone exclaimed when the silhouette of a vessel emerged from the smoke caused by the wreckage. Who could it be? Was the question hovering in the eyes of everyone present. Then, in a majestic fashion, the bow of the ship revealed itself, adorned with a horned monster with a fierce expression. However, what stunned everyone the most was the figure of the man standing on the creature's head. His cloak danced in the wind, the straw hat swayed on his head, as he maintained a firm posture, observing the war with apparent interest. The characteristic smile and confident eyes of this man made everyone wonder if he was fully aware that he was invading a war with the greatest powers in the world. However, for some, this expression was not surprising, as they had already witnessed the havoc caused by Monkey D. Luffy and knew his personality. Luffy's ship continued to emerge from the glaciers, growing in visibility with each passing moment. It was an imposing vessel, larger even than a marine warship, and it emanated a terrifying aura. "You did a great job, Zoro," Luffy commented with satisfaction, admiring his swordsman's skillful cut. "Ah, that was easy, Captain," Zoro replied, sliding his sword back into its sheath with a casual gesture. "So, this is a war? So many people? Hee hee hee, I hope to have fun." Woof woof. As the ship emerged from the smoke, the silhouettes of the people on board gradually became clearer. "They're the Straw Hats. Them? A crew with over 25 members and over 1 billion in the group? I heard they even have 2 Logias among them." "Logias? The newspapers say they have at least 4 mythical beasts." "Hey, look, what's that on their mast? They're world nobles. What?" When the flag became visible, it shocked everyone. 7 crucified and injured Tenryubito bodies were carved into the mast, causing disbelief among the onlookers and even the reporters watching the event's transmission. How can this be possible? Was the question everyone asked, doubting their own eyes. The Black Pearl sailed into the field that until recently was chaos, filled with death and destruction, but everything stopped to observe this ship sailing calmly into the midst of the war. Everyone just watched as the ship passed by them, but no one could utter a comment or attack these new pirates because there was too much happening for them to process. How could a group of rookie pirates appear in this war, displaying world nobles as trophies on their mast? When it reached the end of the path opened by Zoro, Luffy took his first step and jumped to the front of the ship with 6 more members of his crew. Pirates and naval marines couldn't believe the audacity of this group, but what happened next shocked the entire world. While the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at everyone in the war, and the battlefield now in silence, Luffy made his move. Luffy, with his comrades aligned, 3 on each side, unleashed a powerful aura. The Conqueror's haki began to expand in all directions, with each crew member contributing their own Conqueror's presence as they released it after their captain. These 7 pirates enveloped Marineford in the overwhelming pressure of multiple Conqueror's haki, with yellow lightning intensifying the spectacle that left everyone stunned. This was Luffy's first move in this war. A gesture that he would inscribe his name, as well as that of his crew, in history and make the foundations of this world tremble. Raccoon here. Stone stone, asterisk. I want to see this fanfic reach 600 power stones. Asterisk. Now that the first volume is concluding, I intend to be absent for a while to edit some errors that need fixing in the work and organize my next week. I need to upload 20 extra chapters there. For those who can support, 493 chapter 105, chapter size. 2,713 words. Third-person POV beginning of the Grand Line. As Black Pearl descended the current with fearless speed once again, the sensation of adrenaline took over the ship as if they were riding the very waves of the sea. The increasing speed made the wind whistle in the crew's ears, adding a touch of excitement to the air. Luffy, unable to resist the thrill, headed to the bow where the breathtaking spectacle unfolded before him. The captain, with his characteristic smile, enjoyed the view as the wind tousled his hair, and excitement reflected in his bright eyes. Caught up in the atmosphere, Usopp couldn't contain his enthusiasm and joined the captain at the bow, letting out a woo-hoo that got lost in the speed of the wind. Shirahoshi, still enchanted by the unique experience, also joined the celebration as the last clouds drifted away, revealing the wonders of the vast ocean before them. As the Black Pearl descended through the current with impressive speed, the sight of the first kilometers of the Grand Line became more restricted. The distant islands that once dotted the horizon began to disappear as the ship descended further. Emerging from the last clouds on the horizon, the crew caught a glimpse of the grandeur awaiting them in the first moments. However, the excitement was momentarily interrupted when the ship entered a vast area of turbulent waters. A kind of mist formed by water droplets lifted by the current enveloped the Black Pearl, obscuring the view and turning the experience into something like being under a waterfall as the ship continued its descent. The crew, now surrounded by the aquatic curtain, could barely see beyond the ship's outline. The sound of roaring waters filled the air, creating a vibrant and electrifying atmosphere. The feeling of being enveloped in the aquatic storm provided a unique thrill, as if they were sailing through the very essence of the ocean. Even with the temporarily obstructed vision, anticipation and excitement continued to grow among the crew. The steep descent created an even more thrilling and adrenaline-pumping sensation as the scenery unfolded dynamically and unpredictably before them. However, the joy was soon interrupted by an imposing shadow rising in their path, partially blocking the entrance ahead. The water, stirred by the current, created a spectacular display, and the crew watched in surprise as the imposing presence revealed itself. "Hey, what is that?" exclaimed Beppo, capturing everyone's attention as the shadow grew before them. "What is that? It's enormous," exclaimed Usopp, unknowingly observing the colossal shadow of Laboon ahead. "A mountain? Why is it at the entrance? There was nothing like this in the manual Luffy gave me," questioned Nami, perplexed, while examining the gigantic cetacean. Hugo, with curious eyes, commented, "This is out of the ordinary. We didn't expect to find something like this here." Shirahoshi, still frightened, murmured, "That shadow is scary, what's happening?" Reiju, always curious, observed, "I've never seen anything like it. Is it an unknown sea monster?" "Calm down. That's a whale," Luffy said. "What? A whale, so huge?" Negico spoke. "How do you know, Luffy?" Kuina asked. Luffy didn't answer yet, still looking at the shadow behind the water curtain. "So, this is Laboon," Luffy murmured softly, recognizing the whale guarding the entrance to this remarkable place as in the original work. As the Black Pearl approached the imposing figure of Laboon, Luffy, realizing the significant presence of the whale, took command. "Guide the ship from here. I'll take care of that whale in front of us." He gave the order with the unwavering confidence of a captain who trusts his comrades. Using the power of his mythical zone, wings began to grow inside his jacket, extending outward like an emblem of his unique ability. With a quick and precise movement, Luffy took flight using the Soru technique, moving at a speed 40 times faster than normal with the new extension of the Moa Moa no Mi. He became a flash, an instantaneous presence that surprised and fascinated everyone on board as Luffy entered through the water particles, leaving a cutting sound and a hole in them. He was so fast that the path was cleared by him, giving everyone a clear view of everything in front of them, including the whale in the middle of the way. Flying toward the majestic whale before them, Luffy looked like a legendary figure, leading his crew fearlessly. Luffy's eyes, full of determination, were fixed on the vastness of Laboon as his body carried a fiery aura, releasing the phase 2 of his zone, indicating the incredible strength that was about to be unleashed. The muscles in his arm contracted, demonstrating the concentration of power flowing through his body as he approached the enormous shadow. When he was just a few meters away from it, he changed his speed and unleashed his strength to 40 times more, raising his closed fist backward, ready to strike. Moa Moa no Mi. Strength. Apply 40 times. Get out of the way. Luffy spoke quietly as he made contact with the whale that kept its eyes on the sky. He punched it with a Soru impulse to gain even more speed, as speed can be equal to force in the laws of physics. The crew, watching from the deck, witnessed the scene with looks of astonishment. The quickness with which Luffy approached and prepared for the punch. Usopp, Nami, Hugo, and the other crew members could hardly blink in the face of the captain's speed and audacity in punching that whale. "Hey, is Luffy planning to punch that thing?" Nami growled incredulously. "Luffy?" Reiju even let her cigarette fall from her hands. "What does the captain plan to do?" Beppo shouted. "This is madness!" Usopp cried out. He can't be serious, can he? Lami said with unbelieving eyes. Hugo had a wry smile, looking intrigued by the situation but also somewhat disbelieving. Nijiko, with her hands over her mouth, her eyes reflecting surprise and concern, couldn't completely believe what she was seeing. Boom! The thunder echoed through the skies, reverberating across the ocean as Luffy's powerful hand connected with Laboon's gigantic figure in the middle of its belly. The punch, devoid of flames to preserve the whale, generated a shockwave that spread through the water, shaking all nearby structures. The colossal creature, with 400 meters and its 2,800 tons of mass, was propelled out of the water in an impressive display of Luffy's punching strength. The water around the whale was thrown in all directions, creating a curtain of glistening droplets under the impact. Laboon, normally imposing and immobile, soared through the air like a rising column of water, suspending momentarily before beginning its descent back into the ocean. While the crew aboard the Black Pearl witnessed the spectacle, their expressions varied between surprise, bewilderment, and fascination. Everyone watching had wide-eyed stares, almost popping out of their skulls, as their mouths expanded in disbelief at this whale flying after receiving a punch. The power manifested by Luffy, capable of moving a 2,800-ton creature with a single punch, was a demonstration of the Straw Hat Crew's leader's magnitude. BWOORRRRR. The sound echoed across the seas like a deep lament, a mixture of surprise, pain, and resonance, conveying the intensity of Luffy's punch impact on the immense whale Laboon. The roar echoed like a symphony of emotions, resonating in the water and in the hearts of those who witnessed this dramatic encounter. Boom! The sound of water bursting with the impact of its body was deafening. As Laboon returned to the water, a wave came from its impact, but it didn't seem to bother the Black Pearl. Now closer to the entrance of the Grand Line, it sailed through the turbulent waters. Luffy's extraordinary feat marked the beginning of his journey in the Grand Line, leaving a lasting impression on the memories of everyone on board. The captain is a monster, Usopp shouted in despair. His wide-eyed eyes couldn't believe the display of power he had just witnessed. Hey, is this the power of the group leader? Luffy-san is stronger than anything I've ever seen in my life. Hachi had wide eyes, his expression a mix of surprise and shock at Luffy's overwhelming blow. Luffy-sama is so strong, Shirahoshi exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration at the captain's show of strength. You can't just say he's merely strong, he's a monster, Usopp repeated comically. Damn, he's outdoing me, Yamato spoke, a hint of frustration mixed with respect in her voice. Even as the vice-captain, Luffy's strength impressed her. Hey, humans can do that, shouldn't it be possible? Nijiko was surprised, her expression reflecting disbelief at Luffy's extraordinary ability. How can Luffy be this strong? Kuina also exclaimed incredulously, her eyes fixed on where Laboon sank and on Luffy hovering over the water. No wonder he's not afraid of anything. Look at this power, Hugo commented, his voice reflecting a mix of shock and admiration at his captain's impressive feat. He always surprises. Reiju murmured with a approving smile, her expression reflecting respect for Luffy's power. I can't believe someone like him came from the East Blue. I was afraid of Arlong and claimed that fishmen were much more powerful than humans, but now I see how I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Nami said, her eyes fixed on Luffy's figure, as her captain was truly a monster. Captain, you're the best, Beppo said excitedly. Did you see that, Beppo? Luffy really has some weight to his arrogant words, Lami exclaimed, her eyes now shining with admiration as she watched Luffy. Never seen anything like this, Zoro commented, scratching his head as he processed Luffy's display of power. There's something special about Luffy, for sure. Nijiko was amazed, her voice reflecting a touch of reverence. While other crew members had their own thoughts and reactions, Laboon surfaced in the water with a furious roar, the waves rising like a defiant roar to see who attacked him. The whale looked all around, searching for this aggressor. It was the same Laboon from the anime, with 400 meters and a head full of scars from colliding thousands of times with the rocks of the Grand Line over the last 50 years. I'm here, Laboon, come on, let's fight, Luffy said, with his animated and determined expression, waiting for the whale to retaliate. It didn't take long for Laboon, seeing Luffy and hearing his words, to have its eyes seem furious, going straight for Luffy at that moment. Ha 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 ha, all right. Let's fight, Luffy laughed and advanced to meet the two parties. With his punch again increased 40 times, he collided with the head of the furious whale at that moment. The impact echoed like an underwater thunder, sending waves through the water and creating an intense reverberation that echoed in the hearts of those witnessing this unique scene. Boom! The thunder made them both step back, despite Laboon having an advantage due to its weight being thousands of times greater than Luffy's. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates did not retreat in this clash. Again. Boom! Laboon, with its colossal head, furiously lunged towards Luffy. Its strike was like an unstoppable train, an immense force. Luffy, with a serious expression, awaited the imminent impact. At the last second, he delivered a powerful punch that met Laboon's head squarely. Boom! The impact caused waves to rise, creating a curtain of water around the two combatants. Laboon, despite its immense mass, recoiled slightly in the face of the force of Luffy's punch. The sound of the collision reverberated through the area, echoing like thunder in the Grand Line. Boom! In response, Laboon, not giving up, launched itself again at Luffy. Its massive head aimed at the captain of the Straw Hats with renewed fury. Luffy, resilient, anticipated the attack and, at the crucial moment, responded with a precise headbutt colliding with Laboon's immense forehead. Boom! The energy released by the fourth impact was palpable, creating an aquatic explosion that seemed to paint the scenery with suspended water droplets. The fight between Luffy and Laboon continued, each clash leaving its mark on the surface of the sea at the entrance of the Grand Line. Boom, 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 boom. At one point, Luffy seemed to be at a disadvantage, getting thrown back like a rocket, colliding against the Red Line, the mountain, which immediately created a significant impact with Luffy's body, even knocking down rocks 10 times larger than the Black Pearl. Hey, look at this. If that falls on our heads, we're dead. Usopp, Beppo, and Shirahoshi shouted in fear, seeing the enormous rocks falling from the Grand Line where Luffy exploded with his own body. Boom! The giant rocks fell next to the Black Pearl, while Nami used her wind to prevent the rocks from damaging the ship. Be careful! Nami growled to where Luffy had entered the mountain, and Laboon waited for his opponent to emerge. An explosion came from that place, and Luffy emerged from the wreckage with a smile on his face. Despite having a line of blood on his forehead, he seemed excited and flew again towards Laboon. Laboon also attacked him, but Luffy seemed to have the upper hand this time. While the rocks were still falling from the mountain near the Black Pearl, Laboon flew back again with a cry after losing an impact with Luffy. But the fight was far from over. Boom, 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 boom. After Black Pearl moved even farther away, Luffy continued to fight the whale for half an hour, making everyone just watch in fear of that battle. Whale and a winged human were colliding with each other during that time. Each punch was an explosion on the water's surface. Sometimes Luffy collided with the mountain, sometimes Laboon took a punch from Luffy and flew out of the water. The Black Pearl remained in a corner, trying to avoid the fight between Luffy and the whale, which seemed to be at a stalemate with neither side giving in. Hey, is Luffy still fighting that thing? He's even transformed, but he's matching its strength, and the giant whale without unleashing those flames of his. Incredible. Hey, we have to get out of here. The sea is all stirred up because of their fight. Tisk. You're right, this fight isn't for us. There's a lighthouse over there. Head in that direction and wait for the captain to finish the fight since he probably doesn't want us to intervene. After half an hour of intense battle, someone finally won. Laboon was visibly battered, unable to withstand Luffy's successive attacks. The Grand Whale, whose resistance and power were admirable, finally succumbed to the Straw Hat Captain's unstoppable determination. The scene was one of victory for Luffy, with Laboon, now knocked out, peacefully floating in the water. Luffy's expression was triumphant, but also respectful of the incredible creature he had just fought. As he hovered over the whale, a mix of feelings could be seen on his face: joy for the victory, but also respect and gratitude for Laboon and an interesting fight as he entered these waters. The crew members watched with admiration and relief as their captain not only faced but also overcame one of the remarkable creatures of the Grand Line. Luffy returned to the ship, which was now near the lighthouse. Ha. That was amazing. I loved that fight. Luffy laughed as he approached his ship. He was exhausted but excited, not in such a bad state as the others, so he could celebrate his epic battle. That was amazing. Luffy, I can't wait for us to train, Yamato spoke with a smile. Hey, Luffy. There's a door opening on the side of the whale. Nezuko suddenly spoke with her finger in a direction. Where Laboon was still unconscious, a metal door was opening on its side, and a strange island that was actually a ship was coming out with an old man and 2 people tied to its feet. Raccoon here. I was seeing that a whale with 20 meters can weigh 140 tons, calculating Laboon's weight based on that. Stone. For those who can support an extras chapters. Days Raccoon. 493 Chapter 106. Chapter size. 2,720 words. Third person POV. Beginning of the Grand Line. The silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the gentle sway of the waves and the distant murmur of the wind. Laboon, knocked out, floated on the water's surface with an X in his eyes. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere. The creaking of a door opening echoed like a dissonant note, capturing the attention of onlookers. Nezuko, the first to notice the disturbance, pointed towards the sound, his eyes focused on a peculiar opening on the side of the colossal whale. Hey, Luffy! There's a door opening on the side of the whale. How is that possible? Exclaimed Nezuko, drawing the others' attention to the unusual scene. The crew's gaze turned in the indicated direction, revealing not just a door but a true surprise emerging from the depths of the whale, starting with a strange shadow taking on colors. A floating island, or rather, a peculiar ship, revealed itself, sliding out of his body as if emerging from a secret passage. The scene took on a surreal aura, linked to the presence of an elderly man aboard and 2 human figures tied to the ship's feet observing the unfolding spectacle. The Black Pearl was near the lighthouse at this moment, after the battle between the pirate captain and the whale, while the island with the elders and the bound duo approached. Old Crocus, navigating his peculiar mobile island, slowly approached the crew. On the deck, all the Straw Hats observed with curiosity, pondering how someone could emerge from inside a whale, a clearly living being. As the mobile island approached, details became clearer. Crocus, the man with intense eyes and a face marked by traces of blood, stared at them firmly. The 2 figures tied to the ship's feet, one crowned and the other with blue hair, showed signs of injury as they lay unconscious. The distance between the vessels diminished, and Crocus stopped about 30 meters from the Straw Hats ship, examining the entire crew, with his gaze particularly fixed on Luffy at this moment, displaying a look of surprise, recognizing the Straw Hat he hadn't seen in a long time. His gaze conveyed a mix of recognition and confusion in understanding what was happening. A few moments earlier, Crocus was immersed in his peaceful activity of squid fishing inside him, in the scenario he had created to relax while caring for the whale. But his moment of relaxation was abruptly interrupted when he noticed the colossal whale being struck by a tremendous blow, causing him to shake. Although he could initially attribute the impact to Laboon's usual folly in insisting on hitting the red line, he knew this time was different. His cries of pain and surprise directly confirmed this intuition. What's happening? Who's doing this? Crocus shouted, but his only answer was the sounds and cries of anger and sorrow from Laboon. As chaos unfolded outside, Crocus could sense the intensity of a struggle with him. After all, he had been on the ship of the King of the Pirates. Even as a doctor, he could recognize a fierce battle merely by the sounds produced outside Laboon and his laments. He initially believed it could be those 2 fools who had been bothering him for weeks, but he also knew they didn't have the capability to cause what he was feeling. The continuous bursts in Laboon's agitation shook his small boat violently with each exchange of blows outside, causing him various injuries as he was tossed from side to side. In the midst of this chaos, those 2 fools he initially suspected appeared, falling from one of Laboon's entrances near his boat. They were visibly injured and pitiful, with their heads bleeding, as they fell unconscious when they finally appeared before the old doctor. Laboon is unconscious. He quickly stood up once things calmed down, a line of blood streaming down his forehead. The first thing he did was retrieve the fallen agents from the water to prevent them from drowning and tied them up. After opening the doors within Laboon, Crocus finally stepped out to see what was happening. He noticed the pirate ship with a Jolly Roger bearing a straw hat, one he recognized quite well. The last time he had heard news about its current owner, Monkey D. Luffy had killed a king in the East Blue. After checking on Laboon, he sighed in relief and began heading towards the ship. As Crocus continuously stared at the approaching ship, a palpable tension filled the air. Despite being an elderly gentleman, his figure exuded an intimidating aura, and all the Straw Hats began preparing for a possible confrontation, feeling the gaze of the old, injured man. The imminent fight loomed, revealing that, despite the doctor's calm appearance, he was someone who wouldn't hesitate to face challenges to protect Laboon. Then, the old man broke the silence for the first time, maintaining the same intensity in his gaze. "Who did this?" His voice resonated calmly yet threatening, traveling across the entire sea area. His eyes narrowed as they fixed on Luffy, intensifying his gaze on the individual in front of the crew. And he spoke again before anyone could respond. "Was it you? Did you do this to Laboon?" Cut to the next scene. 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 Scary, Shirahoshi, Beppo, Usopp, Hachi, and Megalo jumped at the exclamation of fear. Chow Chow bared his teeth, while the rest of the crew prepared for a fight. Only Luffy remained calm, arms crossed. "Yes, it was me," Luffy replied after this strange scene change that the old man could create. Cut to the next scene. 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 "The whale is my friend. Do you want to fight me too? Someone might die," the old man replied with a somber tone but showed no fear. "And who would that be, old man?" Reiju appeared on the side and asked curiously with her cigarette, wanting to know why this old man seemed so confident in killing Luffy after seeing his captain destroy a whale with just punches. Cut to the next scene. 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 Of course. You? What was all this atmosphere then, old man?" Reiju roared incredulously at the unexpectedly bold answer from the old man. "Hey, calm down. Let me try talking to him." Lami spoke, putting her hand on the cook's shoulder and went to the ship's edge. "Hey, old man, who are you?" Cut to the next scene. 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 "It's not polite to ask someone's name before introducing yourself first," the old man said. "Oh, sorry. My name is Trafalgar D. I am Crocus, 71 years old, Gemini sign, blood type AB. What do I do with this guy?" Lami wanted to advance to hit that old man right now, trying to draw her sword with a comical face, while Reiju held her back. "Hey, calm down," exclaimed Luffy, trying to bring some order to the situation. Now Luffy took his first steps to talk to the old man. Seeing this, the old man sighed and asked his question. "May I know why you hit Laboon?" Crocus asked, his voice calmer with an intrigued look without all that tension. "So that's the whale's name," Nijiko commented. Luffy smiled at this. "Because I planned to recruit him and wanted to see his strength," Luffy announced shamelessly, maintaining his characteristic smile. Did I hear that right? Luffy plans to recruit a 400-meter whale. Imagine how Black Pearl would look with him. What? A collective scream echoed from the ship. Even the old man fell to the ground at that moment. "Hey, Brad, you can't just say you're gonna recruit him," Crocus exclaimed, incredulous. "Don't worry, old man, I can handle him. I've got a plan," Luffy spoke confidently. "I don't understand this madness, but it's better to wait for Laboon to wake up. After all, you just knocked him out," Crocus commented, still stunned by the situation, while all the crew exchanged perplexed and confused looks at their captain's revelation. The old man approached the side of the ship and went to the port, making sure to take the two captives with them, still unconscious. Black Pearl went along, and they ended up disembarking as well. Luffy joined the old man without further hostility. "You've got quite a different group here." The old man looked at the members of this crew with intriguing eyes. "I saw the mermaid in the newspaper. But a mink, a fishman among them, a woman with horns, and even a dog and a shark. What a peculiar group," Crocus grumbled internally. "Mr. Crocus, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and this is my crew," Luffy introduced himself. Ho ho ho. I already know you. You've been quite famous lately, even killed a king in the East Blue," he spoke calmly. "True, but you're outdated staying inside this whale. I've got my face plastered in the newspapers again, but anyway," Luffy said but quickly changed the subject, looking towards the whale. "Tell me about the whale and tell me his story. Why does he have so many scars?" Luffy asked calmly. He already knew the background story of that animal, but still asked. As a potential future crewmate, his nakamas should know too, and it's better if they hear it from someone else. The 16-member crew quickly had an attentive look at the old man. Everyone could see the whale with its injured forehead, leading to various questions to themselves. Crocus looked at Luffy and sighed deeply before starting, his eyes filled with old memories as he looked at the knocked-out whale in the sea. Over 50 years ago, a pirate group called the Rumbar Pirates appeared here. They brought with them a small whale named Laboon. 50 years? Kuina frowned at that. Yes, 50 years. Crocus repeated, with a melancholic expression, looking at Laboon floating on the water's surface. Laboon. She has grown so much since those days. When the Rumbar Pirates left him here, she was just a little whale. A charming and playful baby. And now, look at him. He paused while still observing the colossal knocked-out whale. Laboon belongs to the sperm whale species, a unique race that inhabits the waters of the West Blue. Its most distinctive feature is the distinct shape of its head and the enormous fins that make it unmistakable. It is the largest whale species in the world. Crocus sighed, recalling the last 50 years. Since then, Laboon has been growing constantly. She has become a majestic giant. But his journey has not been easy. She has the habit of banging his head against the structure in front of us, intending to break through it. What? Why does the whale do that? Alvida asked, somewhat intrigued by this behavior. Laboon has had a broken heart for a long time, a pain that she carries and is marked in his scars, not just physical ones. The old man replied in a sad tone. Over 50 years ago, a pirate group crossed the reverse mountain with a small whale cub. Their goal was to venture into the world's most chaotic waters, but they realized they couldn't take Laboon with them. So, they made a deal. They would leave Laboon at the lighthouse here until they returned, which should happen in 3 years. But they never came back, did they? Nami intervened, already anticipating the answer. Crocus nodded sadly. Exactly. We never saw that group again or heard of them. I tried to warn Laboon, but the whale was stubborn. Laboon still denied reality and wanted to wait for them. And for over 50 years, Laboon has been banging his head constantly on the red line, trying to break it, seeking to reach the new world on the other side, hoping to reunite with the Rumbar Pirates, the lost friends. Is this serious? How hasn't she died doing this madness? You treat the whale, are you a doctor? Lami asked. Yes, I am a doctor, and I was also a pirate for some years, and about Laboon. Crocus's expression reflected compassion as he continued the narrative. The pain Laboon endures runs deeper than words can express, and the visible scars are just the tip of the iceberg. They bear witness to an endless wait, a desperate search for companions who will never return. And now, here he is, fallen and lonely. It's ironic to note how, for a long time, I haven't seen him so serene, without shedding tears for the absence of his old comrades, while she remains unconscious after you hit him. Crocus shook his head sadly. It's painful to see him like this, incessantly seeking something that may never happen. And now, she's here, knocked out by your actions. I hope you have a good reason for this, Monkey D. Luffy, because Laboon has suffered enough. The Straw Hat crew listened in silence, respecting Laboon's sad saga. Even the wind seemed to wither in the face of this heavy narrative. Yamato, with a serious look and a touch of empathy, added, Laboon, I understand the loneliness you've felt for so long. The story we've heard is truly sad. I imagine the pain you must have felt. Shirahoshi, with his shy and compassionate voice, murmured, Oh, Laboon-sama, I'm so sorry you've gone through so much suffering. Bawa, she began to cry. Megalo, the shark, expressed his support with tears, shaky Sharky. Beppo, the polar bear mink, with his affectionate and tearful manner, said, Laboon's story is moving, with tears in his eyes. That's a sad story, Laboon. I can imagine your pain. Usopp looked at Laboon with compassion as he shared the expression with Beppo. Woof. Chow Chow cried. This is really sad, Nami commented empathetically. Your story is heart-wrenching. Nijiko also couldn't help but speak. Some members of the Straw Hat crew expressed their empathy for the sad whale, while others remained calm and silent, understanding the whale's tragic journey. Luffy, who stayed silent throughout Crocus's narration, had a serious look. He said, We're recruiting him. We're going to help him achieve what he's been searching for so long. Many crew members looked at Luffy with a gleam in their eyes. Captain, well done, thank you, Luffy-sama, Woof woof. Luffy. Crocus looked at Luffy. His eyes showed some recognition. I don't believe this is possible because I've never been able to convince him to stop hitting the wall for decades, but deep down, I hope you succeed, young man. I hope you can give Laboon a reason beyond banging his head against the red line every day since she will eventually die like this. Ha 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 ha. I have a plan, don't worry, we'll wait for him to wake up, and you'll be surprised. Luffy spoke with confidence. Speaking of waking up, these two captives have started to awaken. Luffy announced, now looking at the man and woman moving before opening their eyes. The two captives, previously inert, began to move slowly, as if emerging from a deep sleep. First, it was the man, whose eyes blinked open to reality. His initial expression was confusion, but quickly turned into a mix of surprise and caution as he realized the environment around him. Next, the woman, with blue hair tied behind her head, began to regain consciousness as well. Her eyelashes fluttered before opening her eyes, which seemed to contain a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Her gaze met Luffy's, who observed with curiosity and maintained a smile in the face of the newly awakened's reaction. Luffy looked closely at the woman with a small smile, as she was the woman who would be part of some of his plans to start his ascent in the Grand Line. Raccoon here. For those who can support and 20 extras chapters. Paw, Days Raccoon. 493 Chapter 107, Chapter Size. 2,634 words. Third-person POV beginning of the Grand Line. In the scorching lands of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi grew up amidst the luxury of the royal palace. Despite a somewhat pampered life, her determination and curiosity were as fierce as the desert surrounding her nation. She always enjoyed doing things on her own and taking initiative, passionately embracing Alabasta, delving into the traditions and vibrant culture of her people, even mingling with the people of Alabarna while escaping the castle. However, the veneer of her privileged life began to crack when Vivi, driven by a thirst for truth, uncovered the webs of corruption and dark plans threatening to erode the foundations of Alabasta. Her loyalty to her homeland turned into an inner fire, driving her to take action. Determined to take matters into her own hands, Vivi infiltrated Baroque Works, a secret organization orchestrating nefarious events behind the scenes. With skill and cunning, she navigated the dark corridors of the organization, disguising herself to blend in with the agents plotting against Alabasta. Throughout her undercover journey, Vivi began unraveling the hidden threads connecting Baroque Works' plans to the shadows threatening her country. Slowly, she realized that the true mastermind behind the organization was someone much more influential and dangerous than she could have imagined. Her goal now was to gather evidence against that man, hoping to act once her mission on the Grand Line border was successful. However, as she planned to kill the whale with her companion, something unexpected happened when the whale began shaking continuously, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. Now she was finally regaining consciousness. The crew already had their attention on these two. What's happening? Why is my head pounding so much? Muttered the crowned man, trying to orient himself in this new scenario. I only remember the world starting to shake, and me hitting my head on this metal wall, added the blue-haired woman, whose hands were still tied. Hello, you two. Seems like you've decided to wake up, huh? Crocus intervened, casting a keen look at the newly awakened. You, old man? You got us, the man exclaimed, expressing a mix of surprise and suspicion as he saw him tied up before shadows. Look at the whale, Mr. 9. It's lying in the fallen water, observed the Princess of Alabasta, disguised as the woman known as Miss Wednesday. But we didn't shoot it. Who did? The man asked, confused. I am the cause of this. A new voice echoed, revealing for the first time the presence of several individuals around them to the bewildered woman. Both agents seemed stunned by the presence of Luffy and his other 15 members with Crocus by their side. Who are you? The man shouted, a bit scared of Luffy's expression. I am the captain of the Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy. And you, who are you? Lami asked, displaying her confident posture. The pirate worth 10 million. The woman spoke. The last time she saw this face, it was on the 10 million poster. She remembered him among many posters because she found the man very attractive, perhaps the most beautiful face she had ever seen. And as an 18-year-old girl, it was normal to be attracted to a handsome man, but seeing this 7-foot-tall man, she was even more stunned. Just travelers passing by. He, replied the nervous man, realizing he was at a disadvantage, and he found it uncomfortable how this pirate was looking at them. He couldn't reveal that he was a bounty hunter in front of a pirate crew, could he? All the pirates looked at them with narrowed eyes. Everyone realized that the man was lying, and they regarded the duo with disdain, having heard from Crocus about their attempt to kill Laboon many weeks ago. "You wanted to harm the whale, didn't you?" Nami questioned, arms crossed, clearly expressing her skepticism about the man's response. "We just need to take food to our village. We're hungry," the woman explained, sounding a bit desperate. "You have plenty of other options. This could be resolved with any sea monster." Hugo spoke, and many nodded, but Luffy didn't wait for the duo's response to this question. "And where is this village?" Luffy intervened suddenly, a malicious smile emerging on his lips. "It's in Whiskey Peak. That's where we have to take the dead whale," the man replied, revealing the destination they claimed for Laboon. Interesting. I won't kill Laboon, but I plan to go there with it anyway. Seems like a good point for our first stop on the Grand Line," Luffy suggested, maintaining his smile. The man hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with Luffy's confident tone. This pirate certainly had some plans, and it made him uneasy. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to take me there. I've already decided. We'll make this place our first stop," Luffy laughed, announcing his decision firmly. "Hey, Luffy, I think there's an organization there." Zoro intervened suddenly, recalling his time in the East Blue as a bounty hunter when he was approached by a certain organization. "Don't worry, Zoro, I know about Baroque works," Luffy replied, remaining calm. "What? You know?" Both the man and the woman jumped in surprise at this revelation, showing a hint of fear. "So, you know them," Crocus commented, demonstrating some knowledge of the situation as well. "Who are they?" Nijiko asked, curious, as well as the rest of the crew. "It's an organization created by a Shichibukai named Crocodile. They're a team that hunts outlaws to gather money," Luffy explained, surprising everyone with his knowledge. "A Shichibukai?" Usopp exclaimed, clearly scared. "Isn't that dangerous?" Kuina asked, concerned about the implications. "He's one of the weaker Shichibukai," Luffy said and continued. "It seems they disguise themselves as a lawful organization hunting pirates in these waters, but in reality, they're gathering money to overthrow Alabasta and follow Crocodile's plans," Luffy calmly commented, revealing a dark aspect of the situation. He saw no reason to hide obvious information from his crew. "What?" The blue-haired woman looked scared at Luffy, not believing that a 10 million bounty pirate would know about this. "Does he want to be the king of Alabasta or something? This is a desert country, right?" Nami asked curiously, ignoring the reaction of the bound woman. "Well, Alabasta is a poor country, with an economy heavily dependent on climate and the trade of scarce natural resources," Beppo began, intervening with his explanation, now adjusting to the conversation's context. "The main source of income probably comes from cultivating desert-resistant crops, such as special cacti and grains adapted to arid conditions. However, harvests can be unpredictable, especially considering the lack of water in the region, and it seems the country hasn't received rain for years," Beppo explained, trying to balance the academic tone with more accessible language. "In addition, Alabasta may be involved in the trade of minerals or gems found in desert areas. This could provide some revenue, although the exploitation of these resources is usually challenging," he continued, expressing his view on the economy of the desert nation. "However, political instability with the climate situation has a significant negative impact on the economy. Traders and investors may be hesitant, further harming the economic situation, and the population doesn't approve of the current king in general," Beppo concluded, hoping that the explanation was more suitable this time. Quote. 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 A silence fell over the place, with everyone looking strangely at Beppo. "Me? Sorry?" Beppo became downcast in this atmosphere. "Well, Luffy, anyway, what do you intend to do? Are you going to openly fight a Shichibukai?" Reiju asked beside, ignoring Beppo. "Of course, I am. Why let a Shichibukai take a country that I can take for myself? So let's bring down a Shichibukai," Luffy replied with an excited smile. The impact of Luffy's words echoed among those present, each reacting uniquely to the audacity of the Straw Hat Captain, even though they should be used to it. Crocus, although initially surprised, managed to maintain a thoughtful and analytical expression, like someone carefully assessing the situation. The two prisoners, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, exchanged nervous glances. The man, with the crown, showed a mix of concern and bewilderment, while the blue-haired woman, disguised as a simple agent, had her eyes widened by the declaration. Among the straw hats, a variety of expressions emerged. Some, with their skeptical nature, raised an eyebrow, assessing Luffy's audacity. Others maintained their calm posture, but their eyes indicated they were attentive to any developments. The more emotional ones, always prone to the dramatic, let out a wow of disbelief. Princess Vivi, disguised as one of the prisoners, remained silent, but her eyes conveyed a complex mix of emotions. There was surprise, a certain apprehension, but also a glint of fear. It was as if she were witnessing an unexpected twist, a chess move. It was no longer just one player wanting to take Alabasta. It was two. This was an even more terrible situation, even though she didn't believe this man could take the country and overthrow a powerful government-affiliated agent like Crocodile. Crocus, after a brief silence, broke the quietude with a deep sigh. Luffy, do you realize what you're facing, don't you? The Shichibukai are powerful figures, and provoking an organization like Baroque Works can have unimaginable consequences. Luffy, on the other hand, remained undisturbed, his excited smile not fading. Of course, I know, Crocus-san. But I'm not afraid of that. I'm pretty confident about achieving this. Do you want to take Alabasta for yourself? You'll never achieve something like that, she exclaimed, making her shock at the pirate captain's proposal clear. The other members of the Straw Hats had their own comments among themselves about Luffy's typically bold nature. Why am I surprised by this? Someone grumbled while others commented. That's typical of the captain. He's already taken practically 3 islands in the East Blue. Did you expect anything different in the Grand Line? Hey, he can't be serious, can he? Vivi, seeing the situation still relaxed with this group, muttered again. Luffy, however, laughed like a true outlaw in the face of everyone's reaction. Sure, I'm going to make Alabasta my own territory. Isn't it amazing? Ha 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 ha. You can't, protested the woman, resisting Luffy's proposal. Why do you say that? Luffy approached her, displaying a mischievous smile, as this woman was quite insistent on denying his plans against Alabasta. Vivi, now blushing and a bit disconcerted by Luffy's proximity, finally regained composure and said, "You can't fight against a Shichibukai," she asserted. Luffy, showing his typical disdain for conventions, replied with a simple, "Great argument. Hugo, you can put them in the ship's prison. They have no more use here. Our conversation is over." "Yes, Captain," replied Hugo, quickly acting to take the 2 prisoners into the ship. "Please, let us go." "What are you doing?" "Wait, I want to say something important." Both agents shouted in protest, but it was to no avail as they were being carried by Hugo, being pulled by their clothes. "You don't mind if I keep these 2, do you?" Luffy asked Crocus. "No, take them, it's better," the old man replied. "Anyway, Laboon is waking up. I'm going to talk to the whale now." The sound of water stirring next to the whale in the distance indicated that Laboon was regaining consciousness. "I'll talk to him first. You guys wait here," Luffy announced and jumped into the air with the Geppo technique with agility. He headed directly for the whale before anyone could react. Jumping in the air, Luffy reached his destination 10 seconds later. He began circling the whale and went close to one of its eyes on the left side. "Hello, Laboon." Luffy greeted the whale with a wide smile as he gracefully landed on him in front of his enormous eye. Grr. Laboon woke up, realizing the human he had recently faced, now landing again on his skin. "Do you remember me? Fought with you a little while ago. It was quite fun," Luffy continued, observing Laboon's curious reaction. "Grr, hey, don't get mad. I won because I wanted to see your strength," Luffy explained, trying to appease the whale. "Grr. I'm thinking of recruiting you. How about joining me?" Luffy proposed, in his nonchalant style. "Grr. I know about your promise, but you lost to me in the fight. Now, you belong to me, and you'll have to defeat me to seek your freedom," Luffy declared with determination, unconcerned about how bluntly he approached the situation. "Grr." Laboon responded with a furious roar, making even Luffy jump again. "I can defeat you again if needed, but by the way, I know where one of your friends who made that promise more than 50 years ago is," Luffy communicated, floating above the still agitated whale after seeing that this creature was furious. "Gr. Yes, I know where one of them is. If you come with me, I'll take you to him. How about it?" Will you join me? Luffy crossed his arms, challenging Laboon to consider the proposal. Grr, ha 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 ha. Of course, you would accept. You want to break the Grand Line to find them. So it's fair that you accept my proposal so easily, Luffy laughed, displaying confidence in the face of the whale's imminent decision. But Laboon, your size is way too big for my ship. You're 8 times larger than it. Luffy scratched his chin, thoughtful. Grr. Oh, don't worry. I have the perfect solution for that. Luffy laughed and touched the whale. Moa Moa no mi. Mass, apply 0.001 times. Get ready. You're about to shrink. Luffy spoke with a smile, before Laboon realized that he was rapidly decreasing in size. Everyone watched stunned as the 400-meter whale multiplied his mass by 0.001. Luffy didn't hesitate to use his devil fruit ability, turning 40,000 centimeters into 40 as he shrank rapidly. Laboon exclaimed, surprised to see himself so small in front of this human. Ha ha ha. Now you look like Chow Chow. Luffy laughed, holding the small whale in his arm. Come with me. Let's introduce you to the others. They'll be your family from now on. How is this possible? Crocus exclaimed, impressed to see Laboon so small as Luffy approached. Did he accept, Luffy? What did you say to him? Some members asked curiously, as they heard the whale's enraged cries while Luffy was there, followed by others showing surprise coming from Laboon. Ha ha ha. That's a secret. Now, welcome Laboon, our new group mascot. Grr. The 40-centimeter whale being carried by Luffy expressed with his unique sound. How cute, Laboon-sama, Sharky, grr. I see the shark and whale will get along well, Alvida commented. You can't say a 400-meter whale is our mascot, Nami protested. Laboon won't just stay in the sea. He'll come with us until we find a suitable place for him to live with us. At least this way, he won't keep hurting himself by banging his head on the wall, right, Mr. Crocus? Luffy laughed. Yes, I think you're right. Crocus spoke, serious. Do you promise me you'll take care of Laboon? Yes, he's from my crew. I'll ensure his safety as I do with mine. Luffy affirmed, and Crocus accepted the decision. And is this what you want, Laboon? Crocus turned his gaze to the small whale. Grr, ha 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 ha. We'll take care of you, Laboon. I also have my own doctor, right, Lami? Luffy smiled. Yes, I can take care of the whale. Lami spoke. With that, their first stop in the Grand Line concluded, and they prepared to sail to their next destination, Whiskey Peak. Raccoon here. Asterisk thank you in advance. I hope you have a good read. For those who can support me and help maintain this fanfic, I have 20 extra chapters on Days Raccoon. 493 Chapter 108, chapter size. 2075 words. Third person POV somewhere on sea, Grand Line. So, the Black Pearl left behind the reverse mountain lighthouse and plunged into the waters of the Grand Line for the first time. Crocus, Laboon's old friend and doctor, remained at the port, watching the ship drift away with an expression that blended melancholy and nostalgia. What an interesting group. It reminds me of the time when the captain and vice captain first appeared at that lighthouse. Crocus murmured, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the Black Pearl. The memories of his days with Roger and Laboon echoed in his thoughts as he witnessed a new group of adventurers heading into the unknown. It seems I won't need to take care of Laboon anymore, now that he has a rather interesting doctor on board. Crocus commented to himself, smiling at the thought of the skilled woman with the Ope no Mi who was part of the crew that took away his old friend. The idea of Laboon having new friends and protectors warmed the old doctor's heart. Anyway, I hope that hat fits the boy well. Maybe he really is the one you were waiting for, isn't he? Roger? Crocus whispered, letting his memories intertwine with the sight of the straw hat swaying gently on the deck over the head of that boy. As the Black Pearl sailed away, Crocus lost himself for a moment in the stories of the past, in the promise of reunions, and in the destiny awaiting the new adventurers. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl navigated the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line for the first time. A day passed, and the crew was immersed in intensive training once again. Come on, we're mastering the second technique. Soon, we'll be ready to develop the third, exclaimed Luffy in the midst of aerial training with Zoro, both using the Geppo technique. Little Laboon, already bonding with the group, joined the training room as well. Besides having the ability to breathe oxygen, Luffy had a bubble machine for him to wear around his waist, similar to Megalo. This way, Laboon could communicate with his new shark friend and participate in the training. Luffy also instructed little Laboon to train. His head was already powerful due to years of hitting the rocks on the Red Line, so his training focused on Shigen to use his head, and Luffy would teach Tekai soon after. During a simulated battle, Luffy wielded a sword that Zoro had acquired in the Goa Kingdom. He now had all 3 original swords after obtaining 2 more in Logatown, but he had taken one earlier from the Goa Kingdom's vault. The Benihime, a beautiful sword that Luffy currently had in his hands, as the captain didn't have a weapon. Despite not having a specific grade, the blade was as powerful as high-grade swords. Luffy, with his keen insight, realized that in this vast world, some weapons were notable not just for their assigned grade but for their unquestionable strength. The captain reflected on the renowned swords in the world, each with its own history and reputation. However, his knowledge was limited to the list he had discovered in his memories from the original work. Supreme grade blades and their owners. Yuru. Dracule Mahawk. Ace. Gold D. Roger Murakumogiri. Whitebeard Shodai Kitetsu, unknown. Great grade blades and their owners. Enma, Zoro. Aim no Habakiri, Kazuki Momonosuke Shisui, Zoro. Nidai Kitetsu, Kazuki Sukiyaki Wado Ichimonji, Zoro. Exceptionally skilled blades and their owners, Yubashiri, Zoro Kashu, Toshigi Yamaoroshi, Toshigi. Grade blades and their owners, Sandai Kitetsu, Zoro. Shigur, Toshigi in the unclassified grade group. The weapons proved formidable as well. Notable examples included well-known weapons and their skilled users. Unknown grade blades and their owners. Griffin, Shanks. Ryu, Shiryu Warabide Sword, Basil Hawkins Napoleon, Charlotte Linlin. Pretzel, Charlotte Cracker. Now, there were 2 swords escaping Luffy's knowledge on the list. The Tensa Zangetsu, classified as a lost grade hundreds of years ago, which Luffy had gifted to Kuina, and the Benihime, acquired by Zoro. While training intensively on the Black Pearl, Luffy found himself in the midst of an agile aerial clash with Zoro, who wielded the 3 swords. Soru was used by both, providing an extremely fast and dynamic duel between the 2. Each exchanged blow echoed in the air, demonstrating the intensity of the Straw Hat Crew's training. In that frenetic duel, the metallic sound resonated incessantly, like a symphony of blades dancing in the air. Determined to enhance his sword skills, Luffy vigorously attacked Zoro. Although he recognized that his fencing style was still far from Zoro's level, the agility and dexterity provided by the mythical zone and Moa Moa no Mi compensated for this disadvantage. Metallic sound, Zoro delivered a precise horizontal strike, targeting Luffy's head, but the captain, with an agile and controlled movement, spun the sword to block the attack. Metallic sound, Luffy seized the opening left by Zoro and advanced with a swift motion, aiming to hit the swordsman's right side. Zoro, in turn, spun at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike. Metallic sound. In response to Luffy's attack, Zoro executed a series of fluid movements, using all 3 swords to create a defensive barrier. Luffy, in turn, used his Geppo to leap into the air, avoiding the sharp cuts. Metallic sound. Now in the air, Luffy descended in a fast and accurate motion, seeking to hit Zoro's right shoulder. The swordsman skillfully wielded one of his swords to block the blow, but Luffy's force made him retreat a few steps. Metallic sound. The fight reached a frenzied pace, with both pirates exchanging blows at high speed. Zoro, demonstrating his unparalleled skill, unleashed a series of consecutive attacks, while Luffy responded with bold and unpredictable movements. Metallic sound. In a moment of perfect synchrony, Luffy and Zoro clashed their swords with force, creating a luminous spark in the air. The momentary clash revealed the intensity of the battle, where both pirates sought to surpass their own limits. Metallic sound. The fight continued, each metallic sound echoing with the desire to become even stronger. The training field was filled with determination and energy, reflecting the commitment between the 2 to constant improvement. Even with gravity increased 20-fold, the swift movements and steel flashes cutting through the air were like flashes in the midst of that controlled chaos. While absorbing each of Zoro's movements, Luffy focused on perfecting his own sword technique. Each strike was a lesson, each defense an opportunity for learning. The unique characteristics of his mythical zone allowed Luffy to maintain a rapid pace in battle, surprising Zoro with his animal-like dexterity. The intense fight unfolded like a spectacle of skill and determination, with both pirates seeking to surpass their limits. The training field was full of energy, a chaotic scene witnessing not just the evolution of the two but of the others as well. The training room was in constant frenzy, with each member of the Straw Hat crew dedicated to overcoming their own limits. Lami and Kuina shared quick and precise strikes, honing their close combat skills. Usopp, in the air, perfected his aim and agility with firearms, leaping and shooting at targets from the room's machines. Yamato, in a corner, concentrated intensely, seeking to improve their haki, while Reiju and Nami engaged in intense Soru and Geppo training. The room resonated with the sound of blows, shots, and agile movements. Other crew members focused on specific techniques, like Shirahoshi attempting to execute Soru with Geppo, or techniques like Shigen and Tekai being explored by the remaining members, pushing the limits of their abilities. The place was a true training ground, where each Straw Hat strived to evolve and adapt to the challenges of the Grand Line. Feeling that it was time to conclude the training, Luffy intervened, announcing a break. Everyone stopped, catching their breath, while the captain emphasized the importance of being prepared for the unpredictable weather adversities of the Grand Line at this moment. Great, that's it for today. Let's stop here. We need some time to adapt to the strange weather of the Grand Line. The weather here is very unstable, and we might run into some problems. It's good to have a bit of energy for that, declared Luffy, and everyone nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Nami, in particular, agreed, aware of the climatic challenges awaiting the crew. Luffy's prognosis about the climatic instability of the Grand Line proved true. Throughout the day, the atmosphere underwent extreme changes, starting with a sunny sky that quickly turned into stormy weather. Snow began to fall, followed by lightning and heavy rain. Moments later, the sun reappeared, only to be succeeded by another storm an hour later. The sequence of weather changes left the crew exhausted, forcing them to constantly adjust the ship's course to avoid unwanted deviations. In the navigation room, Nami closely monitored all eternal poses fixed on the board on a map of the first half of the Grand Line. However, she faced additional challenges dealing with a second eternal pose specific to Whiskey Peak. The treacherous waters of this region tested her navigation skills, and she had to adapt quickly to keep the ship on course, avoiding frequent detours. Meanwhile, 3 days had passed, and the group continued their rigorous training aboard the Black Pearl. They developed another technique of the 6 styles, further enhancing their skills repertoire. The group focused on Geppo, and Soru began to incorporate attack and defense techniques, exploring new combat possibilities. Alvida, still learning Geppo, extended her knowledge in this area, while the rest of the group dedicated themselves to mobility techniques, refining their abilities to face the challenges that this sea held for them. Luffy observed the 2 billion manual with curious eyes as he mentally reviewed his crew's progress. Sitting in a corner of the room, immersed in his thoughts, he reflected on how the training in the East Blue had accelerated everyone's adaptation to the techniques described there. The crew members were exceptionally well in assimilating the newly acquired skills and perfecting them. I think everyone is getting the hang of these techniques faster than I expected, Luffy muttered to himself, a satisfied expression on his face. The initial training proved to be a solid foundation, and he could feel the growing confidence in each of them. However, his thoughts turned to future challenges. Training with Haki is approaching. Even though Crocodile and Enel don't worry me much, Aokiji and Teach. These guys are a different problem with other Logias each. Teach, especially, may seem underestimated, but I must not ignore his strength. He's an unknown, and we can't afford to underestimate our future opponents. Luffy closed the manual and turned his attention to the woman in front of him. Finally, you put down that book. Alvida was kneeling in front of him, performing oral sex. He was studying when he entered his cabin, and the bold woman began to take off his pants, teasing him in the last 2 minutes. Well, there's a woman wanting my attention right now. It's time to treat her as she deserves, Luffy said, grabbing Alvida and throwing her on the table before undressing her. 2 hours later, Luffy was again out of his cabin with the call of his crew. We're finally approaching Whiskey Peak, Luffy, Yamato announced, approaching the captain with evident enthusiasm in her eyes. Great. "Bring the prisoners out," Luffy ordered, addressing Zoro and Usopp, who promptly headed to the inner part of the ship in search of the two captives, whose chains echoed with each step. As the Black Pearl approached the island, Luffy joined the crew on the deck, watching Whiskey Peak emerge on the horizon. The island stood out with its peculiarity, divided by the sea as if cut like a thin river, while giant cacti adorned its landscape in all regions of the island. "What are we going to do here, Luffy?" Alvida came to his side, asking her curious question. As Luffy had not answered why he came here among all possible places, he had all the eternal pose now. "Ha ha ha. Soon you'll know." Luffy had a mischievous and mysterious smile, well aware of the turbulence he could cause in this place. "Raccoon here. Stone, thank you in advance. I hope you have a good read. For those who can support me and help maintain this fanfic, I have 20 extra chapters on Days Raccoon. 109, chapter size. 2,555 words. Third person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. As the Black Pearl approached Whiskey Peak, the crew observed the island unfolding before their eyes. The arid landscape, with giant cacti punctuating the scenery, gave way to a more detailed view as the ship advanced through the maritime river cutting the island in half. While the vessel approached the port in the middle of the island's town, some local observers had already noticed the presence of the Straw Hat Pirates atop strategic locations. News of the arrival of such notorious pirates had already spread through the small community via Den Mushis. As the Black Pearl sailed through the river ahead, a curtain of mist appeared in its path. "Hey, there's fog ahead, Nami, are we safe?" "It's alright. This is a characteristic of the island," Nami replied. "Clear it from our path, Nami," Nijiko said. "Yes." Nami extended her hands, and with a green glow, the wind began to push the fog away from the Black Pearl. As the mist cleared, a town revealed itself in front of the crew, a town divided between the two sides of the sea-made river. However, something else caught the crew's attention: the thunderous noise of the residents welcoming them. The news of the pirates' arrival spread like wildfire on this island, and the first seeds of a festive commotion began to sprout among the local inhabitants. Soon, the atmosphere changed from cautious observation to effusive celebration. Improvised musicians began playing cheerful melodies, and local dancers, dressed in colorful attire, initiated a lively dance. As the Black Pearl cut through the sea between the two sides of the town in the middle of the island, the party intensified, and the people of Whiskey Peak endeavored to welcome the pirates with contagious joy. Around the Black Pearl, Luffy remained on the deck with his peculiar smile, indicating that he wasn't surprised by such a reaction to his crew's arrival. Although his expression seemed distant, almost uninterested amid the celebration. "Why is everyone throwing a party for us?" Yamato exclaimed, stunned by Luffy's disconnection from the festive spirit, expressing her perplexity. Some other crew members also began to share feelings of distrust with this peculiar reception. The intense joy of the residents of Whiskey Peak seemed out of place for a newly arrived group of pirates. "This is weird. Very suspicious," while other members seemed quite happy with it, appearing oblivious to the forced atmosphere. "What's wrong?" "Yes, they are happy with our arrival. Pirates are the heroes of the people. That's why the captain wanted to come to this island. Ha 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 ha. Let's celebrate." Amid the comments and expressions of naive celebration from his crew, Luffy abruptly interrupted the animation with a single phrase. "Don't get too excited." Silence fell over the deck as he spoke with his serious tone, and everyone awaited the captain's words to understand what was happening. "Don't let these welcomes cloud your caution. They're setting us up," Luffy continued, cutting short anyone who had gotten excited on the Black Pearl. "Let's head to the port and disembark. But we're not exactly here to enjoy with these people. Get the prisoners and bring them to the deck," Luffy said, making it clear that the visit to Whiskey Peak had a more serious purpose. The crew nodded, understanding that something was about to happen, and the true reason for their arrival was not to participate in the local celebration. Lami and Reiju went to get Vivi and her partner from their cells inside the ship. In the past few days, Vivi had tried to talk to Luffy, but with little success with some members of this group who came to bring comedy to her. She was surprised when these two women appeared amidst all the noise outside the ship and carried them out, and she realized they had arrived in Whiskey Peak. She could feel relieved, but this pirate group left her with a frightening feeling. They didn't seem as simple as the last time she saw Luffy with a 10 million bounty killing a Navy commander in the East Blue. "We're in Whiskey Peak." Mr. Nine commented. "Hey, what do you guys plan to do?" she inquired, with a dark premonition as Luffy seemed so serious on the deck while watching people celebrate. "I think something bad is going to happen," her companion commented, tied up beside her. "Darn it, these pirates, who are they?" The woman bit her lip, feeling the tension in the air. As the Black Pearl approached the main port, a crowd welcomed them with joyful smiles. "Welcome," greeted a man with iconic white and curly hair who appeared in front of the ship to receive them, while the gangway extended mechanically from the Black Pearl. Luffy was the first to disembark, confidently advancing to the location. There was still a crowd of people on both sides of the island cheering enthusiastically for the pirate group appearing. "Welcome, M.A. M.A. M.A., exclaimed the man in a peculiar manner. "Are you the mayor of this place? What is all this?" Luffy asked, displaying a calm smile on his face. The man, in turn, had bright eyes at that moment, excited about the pirates' arrival, seemingly falling into his trap. However, those who knew Luffy knew that their captain was plotting something grand as well. "Yes, my name is Igaram, and I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak, M.A. 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 We are here to celebrate your arrival, honorable pirate group. This city is famous for its wine appreciation and music," replied the man with the same cheerful tone. "That's good, we'll stay here tonight. Bring our prisoners, they will celebrate with us too," Luffy announced loudly, and Hugo promptly grabbed the man and woman by their clothes to take them off the ship. With that, Luffy noticed the expression of the self-proclaimed mayor change as he saw the woman being carried and tied up, as it was evident that she was important to him since he is her disguised royal guard. "Princess Vivi." The man muttered, but his eyes almost bulged a second later when he noticed Luffy pointing a gun at him at that moment without him realizing it, the gun's barrel aimed at his forehead just inches away. The mayor's demeanor, which previously exhibited confidence and joy, quickly transformed into a mixture of shock and apprehension. His widened eyes now revealed a belated understanding of the true nature of the Straw Hat Pirates. As everyone saw this, the celebration was replaced by an awkward silence that settled in. The crowd that had previously applauded enthusiastically stood still, watching attentively the unfolding scene before them. The festive air that had vibrated with music and dance now seemed to freeze in this part of the island, turning into palpable tension. The sharp click of the gun being one edge cut through the murmur, echoing as a subtle warning to everyone on that dock. Luffy, with his unmistakable smile, kept the gun aimed at the mayor. His expression, however, did not betray an imminent threat but rather a challenging confidence. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was aware of the impact his action would have on the atmosphere, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he relished every moment of suspense. Igaram, Vivi, seeing this scene, shouted alarmed and afraid of her friend being killed there. "What does this mean?" Igaram commented with a somber face. "See, I'm in a good mood with these welcomes, but you forgot that we are pirates, not heroes of the people. So, let's do what we do best. Plunder the island." Luffy grinned devilishly and continued. "In other words, I'm robbing the place, of course." Luffy responded, his voice maintaining a deceptive calm while a shrewd smile adorned his lips. His expression contradictory, between challenge and amusement. "Tell me, didn't you think the pirate you're trying to deceive might blow your head off the next moment?" Luffy concluded, maintaining the same expression. The unfolding scene did not go unnoticed by the attendees. After these words, quickly, a chain reaction spread among the locals who, moments ago, seemed to be enjoying the party. In a disorderly frenzy, a crowd of people drew weapons, ranging from gleaming swords to threatening bazookas, revealing the island's true face and its constant readiness to face the pirate group. "What? Was it a trap? Everyone is armed? We're surrounded." "Sharky. There's a child among them." Nijiko pointed at Mr. Beans. "There's a nun with a bazooka," Usopp shouted to Miss Catherine. "Ha ha ha ha. It's a beautiful trap, Baroque works." Luffy laughed, indifferent to their show of power. The expression of surprise appeared once again as Vivi bit her lip, concerned about these pirates. "Do you know who we are? Still? Thinking of openly facing us, pirate?" The man spoke with a darker tone, his words carrying a mix of challenge and suspicion. "Of course, we're the notorious Straw Hat Pirates, after all. But I'm surprised that you want to capture us. I thought a group with a bounty of 470 million on their heads should cause some fear," Luffy said. 470 million? Vivi and her partners had their eyes bulging out of their faces since they were on a pirate ship with such a staggering bounty, especially Vivi, who thought Luffy had only a 10 million bounty on his head. She didn't even know that his bounty was currently 200 million. Luffy had asked curiously, and his voice expressed a hint of doubt that contrasted with his usual confident tone. It was evident that the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was considering the paradox of his situation. He, with a bounty of 200 million, was now also the biological son of the world's top criminal. It would be expected that the combination of these factors would generate even greater fear among his adversaries, but it seems that this branch of Baroque works still tried to set them up. However, the expression of the man in front of him, Igaram, showed that, despite Luffy's surprise, the decision to capture them was not shaken at all. Whether due to confidence in his own abilities or fervent belief in his higher-ups' orders, the idea of facing the Straw Hat Pirates was accepted with determination. You may be a pirate captain with 200 million on your head, but you're just one man. Our boss gave specific orders to capture you, said Mr. 8 with a firmness that indicated his determination to follow the received orders. So it's a shame you'll never be able to do that, replied Luffy, his eyes shining with confidence. A thin aura began to emanate from his body, spreading throughout the crowd on this side of the island. The immediate reaction of those present was surprise at this unexpected development. This, they exclaimed, surprised at Luffy's sudden manifestation of power. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and almost instantly, their knees began to weaken. A feeling of weakness spread through the crowd, which, despite trying to resist, found itself forced to drop their weapons and kneel before the manifestation of the Straw Hat Captain's haki. Unlike the pirates, who could withstand the impact of their own display of power, the surrounding inhabitants began to succumb to the influence of the haki, forcing them into a submissive posture. The atmosphere that was once charged with the tension of an armed confrontation now transformed into a scenario of collective surrender, reflecting the conquering and still uncontrolled ability of the pirate captain. "Hey, what is this?" the two tied-up agents exclaimed quickly as they felt themselves submitting to Luffy and saw everyone else doing the same with horror. "Is this the same power as Yamato?" Zoro was surprised. "It seems he's improving, but still, it's uncontrolled," Yamato commented, analyzing Luffy's king's aura. Usopp, Nijiko, Megalo, Chow Chow felt almost bowing to Luffy's subtle aura. "Well, it's cool to do this, but I still have a lot to learn. I just made them kneel, even though they are ordinary people," Luffy murmured to himself in his mind while observing the crowd's reaction to his haki. The gleam in his eyes revealed a mix of satisfaction and self-awareness of the path he still had to traverse in mastering this ability. Since leaving Goa and the awakening of Conqueror's haki, Luffy had been tirelessly dedicating himself to training, receiving crucial guidance from Yamato on this haki. The turning point occurred during the speech of the late King Starry when, for the first time, Luffy managed to unleash his haki. This significant moment served as a catalyst for him to delve even deeper into his training. Now, with over 2 weeks of practice in the time he could manage, the results were starting to manifest. Luffy could release the aura of his haki, a clear sign of progress in his journey of enhancement. However, he still acknowledged that his strength was weak, and complete control of this ability was currently beyond his reach. "Nami, Reiju, and Zoro, can you handle everyone on the other side of the island? We'll tie up all the inhabitants here, and I intend to steal all the gold in this town," announced Luffy. The trio flew using Geppo to the other side, while Luffy increased his speed by 40 times, starting to tie up all the individuals on the island. And those who remained fought against the trio without being able to resist their forces on the other side of the river. With the 300 bounty hunters now properly tied up, Luffy observed the result of his successful strategy with a satisfied smile on his face. "Ready, ha ha ha," laughed Luffy, expressing his satisfaction with the effectiveness of his actions. The atmosphere around was palpable, loaded with the tension of the unexpected turn of events as everyone looked at the pirates bewildered and frightened. "What do you plan to do with us?" Vivi shouted, still tied up, but Luffy ignored her. "You'll never escape from here. Pirates, Baroque works is much more dangerous than you think," protested one of the captives, although his words sounded more like a powerless cry in the face of the Straw Hat's firmness. "Blah blah blah. Let's ignore your lamentations and finally have that feast," announced Luffy, reaffirming his decision to move forward with his plans, regardless of resistance attempts. As the group prepared to celebrate, Nami, maintaining her characteristic shrewdness, questioned the choice to stay on the island with the captives. "Hey, are we going to stay on this island with these tied-up people?" Nami inquired, expressing her doubt about Luffy's decision. "Of course, I'm sure interesting things will happen during this night." Luffy laughed, anticipating what awaited the group. His focused gaze indicated that, for him, the events on the island were far from over. Meanwhile, the captives, tied up and powerless, looked on with growing indignation as they witnessed the pirates beginning to plunder and loot the city that, until recently, was vibrant with an apparently innocent celebration. The contrast between the initial joy and the invasion of the Straw Hat Pirates left all the inhabitants, now captives, in a state of shock and disbelief at the audacity of the pirates who now dominated the scene. Raccoon here. 493 Chapter 110. Chapter size. 2,421 words. Third-person POV Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. During the first few hours, grabbing anything of value they could find in the houses, Luffy managed to accumulate a considerable fortune, no less than 150 million berries. The news of the successful plunder echoed through the city center with the rest of the inhabitants still tied up, and the captain, with his characteristic smile, didn't miss the opportunity to taunt. "Hey, Mayor, you guys aren't rich at all. What a disappointment." Luffy jeered in front of the crowd, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he assessed the meager treasures of the city. The mayor, despite being tied up and powerless, responded with restrained resentment. "Ma ma ma. Shut up, pirate. Our gold goes elsewhere. This is just an outpost for the organization." He tried to downplay the imminent defeat. Vivi watched feeling imposing. She had been doing her spy work lately, but in just a few days, this pirate arrived, took her as a prisoner, and was now holding the entire island hostage with them tied up. All her work in the last year was being destroyed by that damn beautiful smile. She wanted to cry, as the things happening here would have severe consequences with Crocodile. "I understand. Anyway, you guys stay there quietly and behave, because my crew and I are going to party." Luffy laughed and announced to his crew, ignoring the mayor's attempts to mock him. The Straw Hat group began to take over the island's supplies, and bottles of drinks were opened, with a large stock of food being brought to the site, all in front of the captives, worsening the situation even more. "Damn pirates, how can they do this? We're here tied up, and they're drinking our booze. Even Miss Monday was easily defeated, they're too strong. Darn it, we just have to wait for some reinforcements. I hope they come soon. I don't want to be tied up while they're drinking in front of us. These pirates have no heart, and look, they're celebrating as if it were a great conquest. Miss never lost a fight before, this is humiliating. We should have asked the Marines for help, don't you think? We don't stand a chance against them, and to think we thought we'd be heroes. My mother always said not to mess with pirates. Do you think anyone out there knows what's happening? I said this island was cursed. Do you think they'll let us live after this? I hope an admiral from the Marines comes soon and puts these pirates in their place." The tied-up crowd continued to wilt amid the pirate celebration, expressing their concerns and frustrations with murmurs and sighs. The contrast between the effervescent joy of the Straw Hats and the hopelessness of the captives increased with each echoing laugh and each toast that reverberated across the island. While Luffy and the others celebrated, Reiju, with her usual grace, prepared delicious food for the group. The irony of the situation was intensified by the 300-meter distance that separated the pirate party from the tied-up crowd. The scowling looks of those bound in ropes followed each laugh, each toast, as the party continued from late afternoon into the night. The rumbling stomachs of the hungry captives echoed through the island, who could only look at those heartless people. The Straw Hat crew continued through the city square, diving into the festive atmosphere at peak whisk. A large bonfire burned in the center, illuminating the area and providing warmth for the night, while drinks were scattered all around. "You won't believe what happened to me and the king of the pirates on a remote island. We fought against a colossal sea monster, with dragon heads in." Usopp was telling an exciting story. "Ah, cut it out, Usopp. Giant sea monsters with dragon heads? You're exaggerating again." Zoro interrupted, banging his sake barrel on the marksman. "Exaggerating nothing. It was real, and I, with my cunning, managed," Usopp shouted. "Cunning? You don't even know the meaning of the word. But, since you're talking challenges, how about a competition of who can drink more? I guarantee no one here can beat me." "Zoro, you're already drunk before the competition even starts. Better sit down and rest a bit," Lami spoke. Drunk? Me? That's impossible. Zoro was laughing. Luffy, my dear, come here. I have something important to tell you. What is it, Alvida? You know, Luffy, I think it's the perfect moment for. Alvida tried to surprise Luffy with a kiss. Alvida, are you drunk too? So what? That doesn't mean I don't know what I want. Come here, my love. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi was horrified to see Luffy being kissed. Let's see who can drink more than Zoro. Luffy escaped from Alvida after a few kisses and went to Zoro. This is a fair competition. Get ready to lose badly. The lively party in the city square came to life with laughter among the group. However, in a more secluded corner, an intense rivalry was about to unfold between two notable women of the crew. Reiju and Lami. Both were known for their competitive personalities and wouldn't let the opportunity to stand out pass. Lami, it looks like we finally have a chance to prove who's the best. What do you think about a combat challenge? Reiju smiled confidently. Ah, Reiju, are you serious? Let's do it then, but let it be something more interesting than a simple fight. Lami crossed her arms, challenging. Agreed. How about a physical endurance challenge? Whoever can last the longest without getting tired wins, Reiju suggested. Perfect. Let's show everyone who the real strong woman is here, Lami nodded. Let's add this, Reiju said, picking up some weights that Luffy had increased in weight tens of times. The rivalry between the two women unfolded as the crew members gathered around to watch the competition. Reiju and Lami locked eyes with determined looks, each determined to win the challenge. Ready, Lami? Always, let the challenge begin. The two started with physical exercises, from push-ups to intense sprints across the square. With each movement, they showed determination and strength, with the crowd watching in fascination. The competition went on for a good while, and both women seemed unwilling to give in. You're resilient, Lami, but I won't give up. Reiju was exhausted. Neither will I, Reiju. Let's show what we're capable of, Lami smiled. The friendly rivalry continued, with the two women competing drunkenly in a series of challenges, from weightlifting to an improvised obstacle course. The crowd watched with enthusiasm, torn between cheering for Reiju or Lami. In the end, after a series of exhausting challenges, the two women found themselves exhausted but satisfied for having shown their strength and endurance. You're a formidable opponent, Lami. You too, Reiju. It was a good competition. Why do they always seem to get along when they're drunk? Luffy murmured. The party continued with laughter, Usopp's exaggerated stories, drinking competitions, the crew's interactions, including the fights between Lami and Reiju, and Alvida's funny attempts to express her feelings, all while celebrating amid the lively atmosphere of the city square. This is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Someone in the crowd whispered, expressing a mix of disbelief and despair in the face of the reality of being subjugated by a group now enjoying the fruits of their plunder. They're so strong, we didn't even stand a chance. And to think we underestimated them. Look how they drink and have fun at our expense. They're monsters. Look how relaxed they are, while we're stuck here. I don't know how we're going to face the others after this. I'm so angry I can hardly move. The night unfolded as Luffy had a private moment with one of his women after laughing and drinking, leading them away from the main group to explore the city in a more private moment. Stepping away from the festive group, Luffy guided Nami away from the hustle and bustle. They found a secluded spot, away from curious eyes and the crowd of tied-up inhabitants. The moon gently illuminated the surroundings, creating a tranquil and romantic atmosphere. As they walked together, Nami looked at Luffy with curiosity, trying to decipher what he had in mind. Luffy, in turn, sported a mischievous smile, indicating that he already had plans for his cat thief. As they distanced themselves, the murmurs of the party and the lamentations of the captives became just a distant hum. Luffy found a comfortable spot under the shade of a leafy tree. There, away from prying eyes, they could enjoy a moment of tranquility. The scene was filled with a soft and romantic atmosphere, created by the gentle moonlight and the distant sounds of the pirate party. With a gentle gesture, Luffy pulled Nami into a house. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, looked into Nami's eyes, conveying a message that surpassed words. To Luffy's surprise, it was Nami who attacked him ferociously this time, connecting their lips as she ran her hands over her captain's body until she reached his pants. Let me give you some pleasure. Nami spoke as she reached down and took off her pants. Nami. Luffy smiled as Nami began to suck his dick for the next 5 minutes as he sat on the bed and grabbed her hair. "Do you like my tongue, Luffy?" She had a mischievous smile after removing her mouth from his member as she began to masturbate near her face. "Come here." Without lose time, Luffy lifted her up and took off her clothes. He wanted that pussy at that moment too. "Luffy, ah." Twin Nami when Luffy took off her clothes and went to her pussy and licked it after throwing her on the bed. "Luffy, that's great," Nami said moaning, while Luffy played with this woman. "I'm coming," she said after spending 2 minutes with Luffy's tongue. "Luffy," she screamed once more as the speed of Luffy's tongue increased with the Moa Moa no Mi. "Ah." An echo of her pleasure was heard throughout that house. Nami was sweaty with a face immersed in lust and Luffy smiled at her lovingly. "Luffy, you were very hard," she said with some difficulty due to such an intense climax. "We're just getting started." Luffy opened his feathers and advanced his penis towards the woman lying on the bed. "Ah Luffy." Feeling Luffy's member rubbing against her already sensitive pussy, Nami moaned. Luffy's penis was always hot, not to the point of hurting, on the contrary, making all women feel a pleasant sensation to the touch from him in them private parts. Luffy entered her pussy calmly and easily with Nami already very wet from the first cum shot. Luffy placed himself on top of Nami with a view of her beautiful face and breasts as he began to move his hips with the woman looking at him with desire and love as she wrapped his arms around his captain's neck. "Luffy, I love you. Have I already told you this?" she said, passing her hand over Luffy's face with affection. After all, this man appeared in her life and changed her completely. She could be furious with the madness of this captain of hers, but she loved him like no one else and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him, her side with the children she would have after her dangerous journey as she planned. "Yes, and I love my wife equally." Luffy smiled at her as he gave her some tender kisses amidst the calm sex between the two. "Wife? I don't remember a wedding." Nami pouted as she moaned at Luffy slamming his one into her pussy. "We'll sort this out later, or if you accidentally get pregnant," Luffy commented. "Ah. That's good. Ah. I don't want our son, to be a bastard," she said in the middle of the pleasure. She loved to conversation in the middle that position. This posture is which Nami liked the most, as she was able to have a view of Luffy on top of her. But this was interrupted by Luffy this moment. His smooth movements that could have generated some conversation between them finish. Luffy began to accelerate quickly. "Nami. Let's be serious here." Luffy smiled tenderly as his hips began to slam into Nami's legs. "Ah Luffy," she groaned, unable to speak anymore at the moment. Slap, 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 slap. Luffy remained at this intensity for the next 5 minutes with Nami moaning. "I'm going to come, Luffy stronger," she moaned loudly, scratching the captain's back, and he increased the intensity of his movements even more. "Ahhhhhhhh." Luffy smiled satisfied, looking at her, feeling his dick within Nami's body contract. As soon as he let his wife rest for a bit, as she was panting again, her positions changed and Luffy caught her with a perfect view of her ass as he entered her pussy once again and back. Taking her hips with his hands, Luffy began to pull Nami back with the intención of his one entire inter's hardest on this woman. She started to moan once again with her captain inside her. Luffy and Nami continued their sex session for over 2 hours with Luffy changing positions every time Nami come. They were both much more powerful than normal humans, so it wasn't difficult to have 2 hours of intense sex. "I'm so tired. That was extreme. It's hard to find time for us like this, so reserved. Then I loved this moment." Nami spoke with difficulty, while her face was drenched in sweat. Most nights at the Black Pearl, Luffy slept with all the women at the same time. Although Luffy didn't leave any of them unsatisfied, a private moment with each one was quite enjoyable as well. "Well, if you want, we can do this again," Luffy said as the woman had her head on his chest. "I would love to, but I think we should go back. They must be waiting for us." Boom! Nami couldn't finish her sentence because an explosion was heard on one side of the city. What was that?" Nami said with some surprise as she lifted her one torso. "It looks like they've arrived." Luffy thought. "Let's get dressed, looks like we have some guests." Luffy spoke and left that house with Nami. 493 Chapter 111, Chapter Size. 2087 words. Third person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. Luffy and Nami returned to the square where their crew was still trapped in the crowd, which was now agitated, discussing what could have caused the explosion. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, and some ventured guesses about the origin of the blast. It must have been some kind of fireworks or something, Usopp said, offering his own hypothesis to the group. I have no idea, but it seems serious. Let's take a look, Zoro commented, displaying his usual serious expression. As Luffy and Nami arrived, Luffy, now cleaned up next to Nami, suggested, wait here. If someone caused this, I'll let them come to us. After all, we have something they want. Bring that woman with blue hair over here. The woman? Lami looked suspiciously at Luffy. Yes, she's more important than you think, Luffy asserted, and Lami promptly brought her with them. Wait, what's happening? Miss Wednesday exclaimed, surprised by the sudden action. One moment she was stuck in the crowd, and the next, she was among the pirates. Don't be so startled. After all, some assassins are here to kill you, Princess, Luffy said, smiling, provoking surprised looks not only from the woman but from everyone around who heard it. Princess? Nami asked suspiciously. Huh? You know who I am? Vivi shouted, stunned. Of course, I do. Luffy approached and untied Vivi's bound hair, exposing her true identity. Nefertari Vivi. Princess of Alabasta, Luffy said, maintaining an intriguing smile. The revelation caused a mix of shock and bewilderment among the onlookers, who didn't expect to find such a distinguished figure among the hostages of a bounty hunter group. Is she really a princess? Seriously, she looked more like a bandit. She tried to kill Laboon before, to me, she's not even human. Hey, Luffy, do you always attract this kind of troublesome royalty? Princess, huh? She seemed more like a wanted fugitive than nobility. She doesn't behave like one. I think Shirahoshi is much ahead of her. Luffy, you couldn't have chosen a more refined princess? I already don't like her. Do you know that I am hearing all of this? Vivi's furious voice echoed through the square, disliking all those pirate comments as she glared at Luffy with narrowed eyes. You're not very beloved by my crew, Princess Vivi, or by your organization. Luffy commented with a malicious smile, further provoking her irritation. What do you mean? Vivi asked, her expression indicating a mix of confusion and suspicion. Kya ha ha ha. Before Luffy could answer, a loud laughter broke the air from one of the square entrances. All the Straw Hats, the princess, and the captives turned their heads in the direction of the sound, seeking the origin of the disturbance. A group of 7 figures stood out at the entrance, 4 men and 3 women, each carrying an aura of danger and mystery. It looks like they sent almost all the agents, but still, it's not enough. Luffy pondered, closely observing the group. The main agents, Mr. 1 and his partner, were noticeably absent. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, Mr. 5, and their partners, Miss Golden Week, Miss Merry Christmas, and Miss Valentine. Vivi exclaimed, her tone filled with surprise and concern, recognizing the notorious Baroque Works internal agents here. Each of these agents possesses unique abilities and is known for their effectiveness in Baroque Works missions. Those are the main agents of Baroque Works. Awesome, they're going to take on the bad pirates. Finish them off, agents, ha ha ha. The pirates don't stand a chance. What do we have here? A pirate group with total bounties of 470 million. They're so numerous. Mr. 4 commented ironically. We should just capture them or eliminate them, and then we'll kill Princess Vivi, said Mr. 5, not hesitating to express his lethal intent. I still think it's wrong to kill a member of our group, Mr. 2 whined, expressing his disagreement with the plan to eliminate Miss Wednesday. Let's just get this over with quickly. I want to get back to Alabasta, Mr. 3 said, demonstrating impatience. Kill me? Vivi was frightened by this. Her shocked expression was evident after hearing this conversation. Kill the princess? Mr. 8 shouted while tied up, horrified by the revelation as well. Yes, the boss is displeased with you seeking his secrets, so the order is to eliminate you. Kya ha ha ha. Makita had her iconic laugh about it, increasing tension in the square. The Straw Hats watched the Baroque Works agents with disdain, and each member of the group didn't miss the chance to mock their enemies. Luffy, with his confident smile, taunted, Hey, it looks like the clowns have arrived. Are they going to put on a show for us? Are these the famous Baroque Works agents? I thought they would be more intimidating. Yamato, observing the opponents, commented with disdain. Shirahoshi, with her timid voice but ridiculing tone, said, "Oh, look, they brought a fashion parade to the island." She pointed at Mr. 2. Megalo, the shark, let out a mocking growl, as if laughing at the situation. Zoro, with his sarcastic tone, provoked, "Did they come to capture us? It looks like they can barely stand on their feet." Lami, with her sharp tongue, mocked, "I don't know why they're so serious, they look like a group of kids trying to play bounty hunters." "They're funny," Beppo said, belittling the strength of the opponents. Chow Chow, the dog, barked disdainfully, as if laughing at the agent's incompetence. Usopp, with his exaggerated manner, exclaimed, "Look at them. They're so weak we don't even need to worry." Nami, with her usual sarcasm, said, "If these are the villains, I think they picked the wrong group to face." Reiju, with her elegance, mocked, "How cute, they think they can take us on. They should go back to school or something." Hugo shook his head disapprovingly, as if surprised by the weakness of the opponents. Nijiko, with her calm expression, commented, "Looks like they brought reinforcements, but they don't seem like much." Kuina, with her coldness, also taunted, "You're so pathetic, all this to look like such a weak group." Alvida, with her confidence, scoffed, "I think we got the wrong crowd. Who invited these weaklings?" Grr. Even Laboon didn't find the group of strangers very strong. The atmosphere was tense, but the Straw Hats mocked with confidence, belittling the Baroque Works agents before the confrontation even began. The Baroque Works agents were visibly furious at the mocking comments from the Straw Hats. Each of them reacted differently, but they all shared the same irritation. Mr. 2 Bon Carré, with his theatrical personality, was visibly offended. "How dare you underestimate the greatness of Baroque Works? We are a group far superior to you, you bad pirates." Mr. 3 growled in response, "Insolent pirates. You will regret underestimating the greatness of Baroque Works agents." Mr. 4 simply shook his head disapprovingly. Miss Golden Week, the artist, looked indignantly at the rival group. "You have no respect for art. We will paint this place with the colors of your defeat." Miss Merry Christmas, the older woman of the group, was clearly irritated. "You insolent brats. You will learn to respect your elders." Mr. 5, with his brutish attitude, growled, "Think you're funny? I'll make sure to show you how Baroque Works deals with pirates like you. I'll blow you up." Miss Valentine, with her umbrella, commented disdainfully, "Looks like you have a lot of mouth to talk. Maybe I'll bury you before we even start." The tension in the air intensified as the exchanged words between the Straw Hats and the Baroque Works agents fueled a fervent rivalry. Determined to prove their strength and silence the pirates, the agents prepared for the imminent confrontation. "Who and how many will fight?" someone from the crew inquired. "I don't know, whoever wants to fight. I'm going to eat some more of the leftover food. I'm hungry." "You guys can decide who will do this." Luffy, in his usual carefree manner, seemed not to care much about the situation, shrugged, and headed towards the center of the square. Nami followed him, also uninterested in the agents, and joined her captain. Initially, Luffy thought Crocodile might personally appear due to his bounty and notorious presence on the island. However, he was disappointed to see the group assigned to confront them. "How dare he treat us like this?" Mr. 2 shouted angrily, indignant at Luffy's attitude. "Let's just kill all his crew members. It seems a pirate with a 200 million bounty is nothing but a coward." Mr. 5 expressed his disdain, openly challenging Luffy's reputation. "You dare call my husband a coward? I'll fight." Alvida stepped forward, still a bit drunk, ready to defend Luffy's honor. "Wait, I want to fight too." Beppo spoke up, eager for the challenge. "Me too. He seems like a challenge if it's one against all. I want to test my skills," Zoro also declared, demonstrating his thirst for challenge. "Let's settle this among ourselves," then, Alvida proposed, preparing for the impending battle. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as choices were about to be made, determining the course of the confrontation in the city square. The still-bound crowd on the side watched everything with tension and silence. A moment later, "Jan Ken Pon, rock rock rock. Jan Ken Pon. Rock rock rock, Jan Ken Pon. Paper paper paper, Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors scissors. Jan Ken Pon. Paper paper paper, Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors scissors. Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors scissors. Jan Ken Pon. Rock rock rock, Jan Ken Pon. Paper paper paper, Jan Ken Pon. Rock rock rock. Jan Ken Pon. Scissors scissors scissors. The island fell silent as Luffy enjoyed food with Nami by his side. The only sound on the island at this moment was that of a bear, a woman, and a man playing a hand game while shouting and tying. People, whether still chained inhabitants, pirate crew members, or even the enemies themselves, were completely stunned by the absurd scene unfolding before them. Eyes were wide, mouths open in disbelief. And even the most serious and frightened couldn't help but release some nervous laughs. It was as if the absurdity of the situation had momentarily broken the tension hanging in the air. How can they be so calm? Vivi was stunned. The strange sounds of Jan Ken Pon, followed by dramatic rock, paper, and scissor gestures seemed more surreal with each round. Beppo, Alvida, and Zoro were so immersed in the game that they seemed to have completely forgotten the tense environment around them, while the only outcome for them was a tie with seconds and minutes passing. It was after 10 minutes that a winner finally emerged. "I won, hee hee hee," Beppo celebrated, jumping with joy. "Damn," Alvida muttered. "Congratulations, Beppo, you'll fight. Represent the group," Lami cheered for her friend. However, among the Baroque Works agents, the reactions were less festive and more frustrated. "We're going to fight a bear after waiting so long? I'll just crush him. I intend to explode him. Since you want to fight him, finish it quickly. We have an entire crew to defeat," Mr. 3 said. Nami, observing the scene, expressed her concern about Beppo being chosen as the representative for the battle. "It looks like Beppo is going to fight alone. Is he going to be okay?" she asked, while Luffy, and a Yamato who also appeared by his side a moment before and started buying food with Luffy quietly. The captain didn't seem to worry about the imminent fight. "Beppo can handle them. They're pretty weak," Luffy murmured, confident in his bear companion's ability to deal with the presenting adversaries. Luffy momentarily diverted his gaze from the scene where the fight would unfold, directing his attention to one of the buildings on the other side of the island. A figure stood out on top, observing the battle from a safe distance. "How long are you going to stay hidden, Nico Robin?" Luffy muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Luffy, did you say something?" Nami asked, diverting her gaze from the bustling confusion to her captain. "Never mind that, Yamato, pass me the meat next to you," Luffy replied, returning his attention to the present moment. "Alright, here you go," Yamato said, handing the meat to Luffy. "Thanks, this is delicious," Luffy exclaimed, savoring the piece of meat with a pleased expression as the commotion of the fight continued in the background. 493 Chapter 112, Chapter Size. 2,416 words. Third person POV. Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The darkness enveloped the island at this moment, and only the starlight and the dim illumination from the square outlined the contours of the buildings. Beppo, the furry bear of the crew, was in a corner of the area, focused on warming up for the upcoming confrontation with so many enemies. The moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light over the scene. Agile movements and low growls echoed as Beppo performed a series of stretches and spins, warming up his muscles for the imminent challenge. Usopp and Lami watched with interest, seeing the bear prepare with determination. In the shadows, the crowd of captives and island residents watched, their expressions illuminated by curiosity. "Do you think Beppo is ready to face these two, Usopp?" Nijiko asked, her curious eyes watching the furry bear prepare. "Don't underestimate Beppo, Nijiko. He's already very strong. Besides, I have a few tricks up my sleeve," Usopp replied with a confident smile, carefully observing each move of his friend as if he were a coach. "Let's go, Beppo, it's time to get you ready for the fight with the secret weapon." Tension filled the air as an animated voice echoed in Beppo's direction. It was Usopp, calling the bear into a house, while everyone waited, promising to reveal a secret weapon. Beppo's enthusiasm was evident, and he followed Usopp to the prepared location. Meanwhile, in the midst of the crowd, Miss Valentine expressed her discontent with the situation. Annoyed with all the waiting and nonsense, she was inclined to just kill the bear and be done with it, expressing her opinion impatiently. "Hey, why are we doing this? Shouldn't we just eliminate them? This is ridiculous," complained Miss Valentine, while Mr. 2 showed slight nervousness at the mention of the secret weapon. "I have a bad feeling about this, friends." Mr. 2 was clearly nervous. As soon as these words were spoken, a thud from the opening door was heard, and Usopp appeared with a confident smile on his face. He took out a snail with a speaker and connected it to an object with a wire in Usopp's hand. The long-nosed man spoke. "Let me introduce my fighter, my spectators," announced Usopp, coming out of the house dressed in a suit and sunglasses, with a cigar and a snail that amplified his voice like a microphone, causing surprise in the audience. Curiosity and uncertainty hung in the air, and even Luffy, savoring his meat from a distance, watched with interest the unfolding of this unusual strategy. What's this, Luffy?" Yamato asked with curious eyes, observing the captain's sudden attention. "Usopp begged me to buy some things at the store a few days ago. I just didn't expect him to use them so quickly. Now look at this, it's going to be a good show," Luffy commented attentively, his eyes focused on Beppo's exit from the house, determined not to miss any details of the event. "Look, my fighter, the invincible Mr. B.A.R." Usopp shouted with enthusiasm, causing the door behind him to open amid a cloud of smoke and lights. A mysterious shadow appeared, and all the observers were left open-mouthed in surprise. Beppo emerged from the smoke, wearing MMA shorts with boxing gloves and a mantle, but the standout was the black power displayed on his head. The audience fell silent for a moment, processing Beppo's impressive transformation. Even Luffy, who had seen this in the original anime and now happening differently, couldn't help but express his surprise. "This is going to be epic," exclaimed Luffy, his eyes shining with anticipation, as the crowd began to react with a mixture of laughter, applause, and murmurs of approval. Beppo's transformation caused a cacophony of reactions in the crowd, which had been stunned until a moment ago, now turning into an astonished atmosphere. Among the voices, expressions of amazement, disbelief, and excitement intertwined in a symphony of varied comments. "What am I seeing? Is this real?" exclaimed a local resident, rubbing his eyes as if doubting his own vision. "Is this your pirate's secret weapon? What a joke. A bear with boxing gloves?" Mr. 5 commented with disdain, while Miss Valentine murmured, "This is strange." "So cool. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen," exclaimed an excited spectator, appreciating the originality of Beppo's transformation. "Incredible. Now, how can he possibly lose the fight like this?" questioned another, marveling at the eccentricity of the situation. "This guy has such a powerful secret weapon. Wow, how did he come up with that?" commented one of the local residents, visibly impressed. "Incredible, go, Mr. Bear," shouted a child, excited by the unexpected turn of events. The voices in the crowd reflected a variety of emotions, from bewilderment to admiration, creating a unique and expectant atmosphere as Beppo prepared for his unusual battle. Animated and cheering voices rose in the square, even though everyone was hungry and bound. "Go, Mr. Bear. Show them what you've got," shouted one of the bound individuals, waving a handkerchief in the air. "This will be the craziest fight I will see. Go, invincible Mr. Bear," exclaimed another, applauding with excitement. "Bear, you're our hero. Give it your best," cheered another, trying to jump with excitement, even while being immobilized. "Don't underestimate the power of the bear. I bet my coins on him," someone shouted, laughing while following the situation. "You forgot we were robbed by the pirates?" another responded. "Who cares about that now? Look at Mr. Invincible Bear, so amazing." "So cool," exclaimed an enthusiastic voice next to Luffy, amazed at the sight of his companion. "Yamato, are your eyes shining?" Nami was surprised to notice the fascination in Yamato's eyes at Beppo's unusual appearance. "Incredible," shouted another, impressed with the bear's agility in the enemy's attire. "You can't find the enemy amazing, Mr. 2. Mr. 3 was stunned to see the gleam in Mr. 2's eyes, who was visibly intrigued by the situation. How can there be such a big change in atmosphere just because he put on boxing gloves and a wig? Vivi shouted with shark-like teeth, not understanding how this fight turned into a spectacle while she was tied up in the midst of it. Beppo continued his warm-up, punching the air with determination. His unique appearance and confident expression were starting to win over even those who initially doubted the effectiveness of the strategy. The crowd remained enchanted, some still surprised, and others already becoming true fans of Invincible Mr. Bear. Determined, after warming up enough, Beppo took a deep breath and headed to the designated battle site. His ruffled fur reflected the faint light, and his eyes gleamed with the courage of someone ready for the fight. The audience awaited eagerly, and even the agents of Baroque works seemed intrigued by what was about to happen. Meanwhile, Luffy, Nami, and Yamato were further away, enjoying food and watching the spectacle under the starry sky. Luffy, with a piece of meat in hand, looked at the improvised arena near the square and muttered to himself, "Let's see what Beppo can do against these guys, even if they all team up against him." Meanwhile, the people who were going to fight had creases on their foreheads. "We waited all this time, just for this," Miss Valentine growled, expressing her impatience and frustration. "Let's kill him," Mr. Five spoke, preparing for the confrontation. However, Beppo continued his warm-up in front of everyone. The bear was already in the designated location for the fight, displaying his confidence even in the attire considered ridiculous by the agents of Baroque works. The two opponents, uncomfortable with the situation, advanced toward the bear, ready for the imminent confrontation. Beppo, despite his strength comparable to the opponents, had a significant advantage in speed and range techniques. With abilities like Rankyaku, Shigen, and Soru, he possessed a versatile arsenal that included long-range attacks, while Miss Valentine and Mr. Five, for the most part, relied on short-range attacks. The scene vibrated with the energy of the battle, and Usopp, excited, ran and climbed a house like a stage with his improvised microphone. He knew that his words could further intensify the moment. "Attention, everyone, we are about to witness one of the most incredible fights in this arc's history. The fearless Beppo, the polar bear with a spectacular new look and black power, is facing the formidable Baroque works agents, Miss Valentina and Mr. Five." Usopp was an enthusiastic wrestling commentator at that moment. The already excited crowd became even more engaged with Usopp's improvised narration. The sharpshooter was determined to turn that fight into a true saga. "Usopp, take this." Luffy appeared next to Usopp and handed a paper to the sniper with information about the agents and their powers for him to narrate in detail. "Oh, this is amazing. Thank you, Luffy." Despite Usopp's doubt about how Luffy had this information after reading the paper, he still expressed his gratitude and turned his attention back to the arena while Luffy returned to eating. "Let the fight begin," Usopp shouted, and the opponents made their first moves. The fight began with Beppo showcasing his agility. Surprisingly, he was one of the most talented crew members in learning the 6 styles and had already mastered and perfected 3 of them. It was no surprise to see him dodging the direct attacks of his opponents and counter-attacking with precise Shigen strikes and cutting Rankyaku attacks. His fast movement, powered by Soru, left Miss Valentina and Mr. Five struggling to keep up. As the crowd watched the battle, many were astonished by Beppo's skills, especially those who initially underestimated the bear. Cheers for Beppo echoed in the square, contrasting with the expressions of surprise and indignation from the Baroque works agents. The clash between the bear and the organization's agents became increasingly intense and unpredictable. "Go, Mr. Invincible Bear. Get them, Hey, the bear is our enemy, we can't root for him. Who cares? Go, Mr. Invincible Bear." Beppo, with his agility enhanced by Soru, disappears and reappears like a shadow, confusing our opponents. He's like the wind, fast and ruthless. The audience vibrated with every word from Usopp, who didn't miss any details of the fight. Meanwhile, Beppo continued his dance of agile movements, surprising everyone with his dexterity. The fight continued with Beppo using his speed enhanced by Soru to dodge Miss Valentina's direct attacks, whose fists, charged with increased weight by the Kilo no Mi, sought to hit the bear. However, Beppo responded with agile moves, sliding to the side and countering with a quick Shigen, hitting the agent's flank. Mr. Five, known for his explosive ability, tried to advance, but Beppo was equally agile. The polar bear used his Rankyaku technique to create sharp air blades, keeping Mr. Five at a distance. The crowd watched with admiration Beppo's skill, who was starting to gain the sympathy of many. Frustrated by not being able to hit Beppo with her direct attacks, Miss Valentina decided to drastically increase her weight, becoming slower but enhancing her resistance. She hoped to withstand the bear's attacks and surprise him with her strength and power. However, anticipating the opponent's strategy, Beppo used his agility to avoid the slower attacks. He jumped high and, with an incredible display of strength, delivered a powerful downward kick, hitting Miss Valentina to the ground. The agent felt the impact, her back colliding with the square's ground. Miss Valentina tried to use her Kilo no Mi to increase her weight, but Beppo, the master of Rokushiki, elegantly dodged it. He's like a true martial artist, defying the laws of physics. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 tried to exploit the opening, approaching with explosives loaded in his fists. However, Beppo, quick as lightning, skillfully dodged the explosive attacks, remaining unscathed. And now, Mr. 5 prepares his final attack, covering his fists with explosives. But Beppo, the invincible Mr. Bear, gracefully and precisely dodges. He is a true master of martial arts. The crowd was in ecstasy, applauding and cheering for the polar bear in a frenzy. "Go, Mr. Bear, he's so strong, I'm gonna win the bet." Miss Valentina, still on the ground after the powerful kick, and Mr. 5, frustrated for not hitting his explosives, began to realize that facing the bear wouldn't be as simple as they imagined. Maintaining his confident stance, Beppo swiftly advanced against the agents. Using his Soru technique, he disappeared and reappeared at different points in the square, confusing Miss Valentina and Mr. 5. With a combination of Rankyaku, Shigen, and agile movements, the polar bear struck the agents, avoiding their desperate attacks. Some spectators, initially skeptical about Beppo's new look, were now completely engrossed in the fight. With every precise move from the bear, applause and cheers echoed in the square. Feeling the weight of imminent defeat, Miss Valentina tried once again to use her Kilo no Mi to increase her weight. However, anticipating the strategy, Beppo managed to dodge the slower attacks. He leapt high and, with an impressive movement, delivered a powerful Shigen to the agent's chest, sending her flying. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 attempted one last charge, covering his fists with explosives for a final attack. Beppo, with his speed enhanced by Soru, skillfully dodged the explosives, surprising everyone in the square. In an agile move, he disarmed Mr. 5 and brought him down with a precise blow. With the two agents defeated, Beppo stood triumphantly before the crowd. Spectators erupted in applause and celebratory cheers. Beppo proved that his strength wasn't limited to the funny appearance, he was a formidable opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winner. Beppo, the polar bear, has shown that strength and technique can overcome any challenge. The victory goes to Mistterrinvictobearrrbearrrrr. Ha 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 ha. That was fun. Yamato applauded. It was indeed a good opening show. Luffy had to admit. Beppo-sama is amazing. Shirahoshi clapped. Sharky. Woof. Grr. The group's animals seemed just as excited about it. While the Straw Hat crew celebrated Beppo's victory, a new threat approached. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their partners, Miss Golden Week and Miss Merry Christmas, entered the square, determined to avenge their defeated comrades. The next confrontation promised to be even more intense, and the square was about to witness another thrilling chapter in the battle between the Straw Hats and the Baroque works. Raccoon here. Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, in development, awaiting the future. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 113. Chapter size. 1975 words. Third person POV Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The Baroque Works agents, angered by the defeat of their comrades, immediately advanced to the center of the battlefield. It seems we have to face this powerful opponent Chan. Get ready, my friends. Let's show them what we're capable of with the power of friendship. Mr. 2 presented himself while spinning. Don't underestimate Baroque Works. Let's finish off this bear, Miss Merry Christmas spoke. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Prepare for defeat, Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses. The crowd watched eagerly, anticipating the unfolding of another intense battle. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, about to witness another thrilling battle. Beppo, the undefeated polar bear, now faces not one but three formidable Baroque Works agents. They are furious and determined to avenge their colleagues. Beppo, displaying some signs of fatigue, was ready for another challenge. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and their partners advanced, surrounding the bear with their unique abilities. Let's go, friends, let's show them the true strength of Baroque Works. Prepare to face the colors of despair. Oh, my dear Bear-chan, get ready for a real show, dance with me. Witness the power of this Okama. Mr. 2 was the first to act. Beppo, agile and alert, tried to anticipate the moves of the skillful dancer. Mr. 2's kicks came from unexpected angles, creating a frenetic dance on the battlefield. However, the bear managed to dodge with a combination of agile movements and his natural resilience. Beppo is facing a storm of artistic kicks. The gracefulness of Mr. 2 makes his attacks unpredictable, but our polar bear is holding firm. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 seized the opportunity to use his wax fruit powers. He created solid wax objects to attack Beppo and further complicate the situation. See how I turn your own strength against you, bear? The wax will be your prison. Beppo, now facing not only Mr. 2's kicks but also Mr. 3's wax-formed objects, was under considerable pressure. He used his agility to avoid the molded wax objects or even the ground where Mr. 3 tried to trap him, but the combination of attacks made the fight more challenging with each passing moment. These two agents are showing incredible coordination. Graceful kicks from Mr. 2 and wax objects from Mr. 3 create a complex challenge for Beppo. However, confident in his abilities, Beppo began to anticipate the patterns of the opponent's movements. With precise and swift movements, he managed to temporarily disarm Mr. 3, leaving him vulnerable. Beppo shouted in an incomprehensible kung fu sound at this moment. With a powerful strike, Beppo knocked down Mr. 3, interrupting the combination of attacks. The polar bear now focused all his attention on Mr. 2. However, his moment of advantage was short-lived as Mr. 3 recovered while Mr. 2 skillfully dodged Beppo's slashing kicks. Despite his skills, Beppo began to suffer blows from multiple opponents. The agility of Mr. 2, the deceptive tricks of Mr. 3, and the surprise attacks from the partners made the fight even more challenging. Beppo is facing intense pressure. These Baroque Works agents are relentless, using coordinated tactics to dominate the battlefield. While Beppo was pressed, his determination remained unshaken. Despite visible damage, he found an opening and, with a quick and precise blow, managed to knock out Mr. 2. The crowd, despite the tension, erupted in applause. "Chan?" This was Mr. 2's last cry as he fell to the side. Incredible! Beppo managed to take down Mr. 2. The fight is far from over, and our favorite polar bear is showing his resilience. However, the challenge was not yet over. Beppo, with a determined expression, turned to face Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their remaining partners. The battlefield was filled with expectations as the fight continued at full steam. "Very good, ha 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 ha, very good." Luffy drank and laughed at the fight from a distance. Beppo is crushing it. These Baroque Works agents have no idea what they've gotten into. It looks like the polar bear is just warming up. I bet these Mr. 3's partners are no match for him, Zoro, confident, commented with a smirk. And here we are, with Beppo facing two powerful opponents. Will he be able to overcome this new phase of the fight? Usopp shouted into the microphone. He's already so tired. I hope he can handle these remaining opponents. Meanwhile, Nejiko, worried, murmured to herself. This is quite a show. Hugo laughed. Hey, so exciting. Go Beppo. Hachi commented beside, cheering for Beppo. Without wasting time, Beppo advanced toward Mr. 3 and his partners. Miss Golden Week and Miss Merry Christmas, aware of the polar bear's strength, maintained their defensive postures as they prepared for the next clash. Let's finish him, Mr. 3. We can't allow them to ruin our plans. Mr. 4 entered the fight, displaying his iconic bat with the number 4 engraved on it. The fight continued, and Beppo, even after knocking out Mr. 2, faced even more formidable opponents, Mr. 3, Mr. 4, and their partners, Miss Golden Week, and finally, Miss Merry Christmas. who had now transformed into a kind of mole and was digging into the ground. The polar bear, visibly exhausted, maintained his firm posture, facing his opponents with a determination to win this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, Beppo is not here to play. He has already taken down one Baroque Works agent in this new clash and now faces 4 other challengers. Will he be able to overcome this adversity? You will now witness true art. Get ready to be covered in the colors of despair, Miss Golden Week said, drawing with her brush. While Miss Golden Week began using her artistic abilities to create distractions, Mr. 3 seized the opportunity to create copies of himself, multiplying the challenges for Beppo while trying to confuse the bear. This is getting increasingly complicated for Beppo. He is facing not only physical attacks but also illusory tricks from Mr. 3 and his partner. Will he be able to overcome this combination? Despite the challenges, Beppo showed incredible agility and strategic ability. He avoided Mr. 3's illusory attacks and responded with powerful blows, focusing on neutralizing each opponent one by one. Mr. 4 tried to hit him with his bat. Despite being slow, it was strong and could pose a problem for the bear. Miss Merry Christmas was digging into the ground, trying to catch the bear off guard. Come on, Mr. 4. We need to finish off this annoying bear once and for all. I'm aware, Mr. 3, get ready for my final attack. Tension reached its peak when Mr. 3, with a determined expression, launched a surprise attack toward Beppo. However, the bear once again used his abilities to narrowly dodge the blow that Mr. 3 attempted to trap him with his wax. Incredible! Beppo narrowly escaped from Mr. 3's decisive attack. He's demonstrating amazing dexterity. With a quick counterattack, Beppo advanced and disarmed Miss Golden Week, who was painting, knocking her down with a precise blow. Mr. 4, surprised by the turn of events, hesitated for a moment, providing the opportunity Beppo needed. With an agile movement, he used a slashing kick at point-blank range and sent him flying. Beppo did it. He defeated Mr. 4 and Miss Golden Week. The polar bear showed his incredible strength and adaptability again. Usopp shouted on stage with the microphone, full of enthusiasm. Mr. 3 began to get worried. Seeing this, he realized that the situation was not looking good, and he was just fighting against a bear. Meanwhile, seeing Beppo standing there a bit tired, Miss Merry Christmas tried to advance through the ground and attack him from below. Beppo felt the ground moving and launched a Shigen at the ground when he saw the strange movement near him, not hesitating to counterattack. Miss Merry Christmas was also defeated. Curse, take this, you darn bear. Mr. 3 appeared and attacked Beppo using his wax. Beppo was alarmed to be caught by this wax. Now you can't move, Mr. 3 triumphantly said. However, could this wax restrain the strength of Beppo with government techniques? Beppo managed to crack and break the wax, but before Mr. 3 could react, he used his agility and made a quick leap backward, avoiding a precise blow from the bear. The battle continued with Beppo showing his dexterity, evading the attacks of the wax while trying to find an opening to counterattack. Mr. 3, in turn, was getting frustrated realizing that facing a polar bear was not an easy task. Beppo, seizing a moment of distraction from Mr. 3, made a quick leap toward the enemy and unleashed a series of rapid blows, leaving the Baroque Works agent stunned. The polar bear finished the sequence with a powerful blow, sending Mr. 3 to the ground, defeated. Usopp, still with the microphone, announced, and Beppo does it again. The polar bear has shown that he is more than capable of facing these Baroque Works agents alone. The crowd, watching in astonishment, erupted in applause at Beppo's victory. The bear, despite evident fatigue, surprised everyone with his incredible skill in the fight. The island was engulfed in a sea of applause, cheers, and frenzy as everyone witnessed the thrilling conclusion of the Mr. Invicto Bear fight. The chained inhabitants, the Straw Hats, and even some Baroque Works agents who were watching all surrendered to the enthusiasm of Beppo's victory. Beppo, you're amazing. You defeated them all, Luffy commented, smiling. That fight was thrilling. You really showed what you're capable of, Beppo, Yamato shouted. That was so brave, Beppo-sama. I'm so happy for you, Shirahoshi celebrated. Sharky Shakri, Megalo laughed. You surprised everyone, Bear. That was worthy, Zoro smiled. Wow, Beppo, you're awesome. This victory is all yours, Lami. Woof, woof, Chow Chow barked. And the crowd goes wild. Beppo, You made history here. I was worried, but he handled it very well, Beppo. Congratulations, Nami. Wow, I didn't know a polar bear could be so skillful. Impressive, Reiju. That fight was spectacular, Beppo. You're a true champion, Hugo. Congratulations, Beppo. You fought with courage and determination, Nijiko. Hey, man, you're amazing. I'm proud to fight alongside someone so strong, Hachi cried. Beppo, that was incredible. You're a true warrior, Kuina commented. I think we underestimated the power of this bear. Congratulations, Beppo. Grr. Mini Laboon emitted his own sounds. I'm sorry, Beppo shouted, still panting with all that attention. The island continued to celebrate, commemorating Beppo's victory. The polar bear, surrounded by companions and admirers, felt fulfilled with the unexpected triumph. A soft voice resonated through the area. At the top of one of the buildings, amidst all the cheering, a woman observed the fight from a distance. Initially, she had considered intervening to help. Her orders were clear: observe the fight from afar and intervene if necessary. However, seeing an unknown member, who didn't even have a wanted poster, easily dealing with all the agents, left her stunned. The woman realized she needed to leave the island immediately in the face of this unequal confrontation. She understood that facing this group would be an impractical task. Internally, she lamented how Crocodile believed he could easily deal with a crew valued at almost 500 million. Now, that idea seemed more like a suicidal delusion. She needed to escape. Luffy shifted his attention from Beppo and his companions, noticing the woman starting to move away from the top of a building. You plan to leave so easily? Luffy commented with a smile, his tone filled with confidence and curiosity. Luffy? Nami asked beside, observing her captain's strange behavior. I'm going to deal with a stalker. Luffy spoke and used Soru to move quickly toward Nico Robin. Raccoon here. Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon. Days are Raccoon. Extra content already available. One Piece, I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, in development, awaiting the future. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 114. Chapter size: 3,108 words. Third-person POV Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. The woman realized she needed to leave the island immediately in the face of this unequal confrontation. She understood that facing this group would be an impractical task. Internally, she lamented how Crocodile believed he could easily deal with a gang valued at nearly 500 million. Now, this idea seemed more like a suicidal delusion. She needed to escape. Luffy diverted his attention from Beppo and his companions, noticing the woman starting to move away from the top of a building. Planning to leave so easily? Luffy commented with a smile, his tone filled with confidence and curiosity. Luffy? Nami asked beside him, observing her captain's strange behavior. I'm dealing with a stalker, Luffy said and used Soru to move quickly toward Nico Robin. Nami also followed him, curious to know whom her captain was talking about. What's this? Robin was surprised as Luffy approached and went on alert, using her devil fruit powers while crossing her arms quickly. What do we have here? Luffy said, opening a smile, making Robin cautious. Nami appeared next to Luffy, looking at Robin suspiciously. Did you notice me already? Robin spoke cautiously. Of course, I noticed even before that. Some eyes were watching me and my girl all the time. I didn't pierce your eyes just because I saw you were a woman. But let me ask you, do you take pleasure in watching others in their intimate moments? What? She was spying on us. I'll kill her, Nami shouted angrily, ready to attack the woman. It's not like that. Robin was taken aback by the loss of composure and had to blush at this moment, something unusual for a character like her. But this accusation was too much for the woman to admit. She did watch Luffy and Nami having sex, but would she admit it? You probably wanted me to be tired before asking the agents to attack our group. Well, that's understandable, but my 2 hours of fun didn't make me any weaker, if that's what you wanted. Anyway, I saw your eyes quite satisfied while you couldn't stop looking the whole time we were having sex. Luffy smiled shamelessly at these words. It's not like that, Robin still tried to deny. Well, anyway. Luffy disappeared before Robin could react, and he handcuffed a sea stone shackle to her wrist. Now you're my prisoner, Luffy commented with a mischievous smile on his face near a frightened Nico Robin. He had to act abruptly because as soon as he did, wind spread across the area, and giant claws formed in the air ready to crush Robin. Luffy knew that if he didn't act first, Nami would kill her. Luffy, I'm going to kill this woman, Nami growled, and Robin was even more terrified. Calm down, Nami, she's our prisoner, Luffy warned firmly. He didn't want to hurt Robin. Tisk. Nami growled but cancelled her powers to the relief of a frightened Nico Robin, seeing that the other woman really could have killed her. See, you angered my navigator a lot. Don't do that again. Luffy smiled at Robin with his hand on the shackle on her wrist. Robin stayed silent but was incredibly scared by all of this, trying to stay calm despite her eyes wavering in front of this man. Now let's go back. We need to organize our things before leaving the island, Luffy said and threw a scared Robin over his shoulder, jumping towards the group with Nami still dissatisfied accompanying him. Thus, Luffy appeared again to his group who were still celebrating with Robin by his side and a Nami next to Luffy who still wanted to kill the captive. Luffy? Who is this? Yamato asked looking at the woman imprisoned next to Luffy. Someone important, but I'll deal with her later. Now, restrain all the agents with Sea Stone. Be careful with Mr. 2. He can transform into anyone who can touch his face. Make sure he's contained before taking him to the ship's prison, Luffy commented. Also, release the islanders, they must be hungry, Luffy added. But what if they attack us? Kuina asked. Look at them. No Mr. Invincible Bear fan will attack us. Luffy looked at the crowd that was looking at Beppo with stars in their eyes while still celebrating his victory over the agents. So, the citizens were untied, with them untying their other companions. But they weren't angry with the pirates. Now they were celebrating and laughing while preparing food and drinks for everyone as if nothing had happened. Beppo was embarrassed with the population looking at him with stars in their eyes and great admiration while trying to talk to him. Incredible. Give me an autograph, Mr. Invincible Bear. This phrase was used thousands of times already. Captain, all the agents that Beppo fought are in prison except for one that Lami is checking, Hugo commented. That's good. Now let's deal with the Princess of Alabasta, Luffy commented, walking up to Vivi, who was still tied up with her royal guard, Igaram, by her side. They were the only ones still restrained at Luffy's request, as the islanders were now his allies, though they paid little attention, captivated by their new idol. So, Princess Vivi, what should I do with you? You even have assassins after you, Luffy remarked with a smile. What do you plan, you pirate? The former Mr. 8, Igaram, growled. Nothing much, I want. Luffy was interrupted by movement in the dark sky. There were still 2 Baroque works agents flying above the island. A vulture and some kind of hamster that Luffy couldn't quite recall or was too far to identify. It seems there are a few leftovers. Usopp doesn't have his rifle, so I'll handle them myself. Seeing Usopp still dressed in his wrestling presenter outfit and without long-range weapons other than his pistol, Luffy decided to take action. Pointing his palm towards the sky, a purple flame grew and concentrated rapidly, grabbing everyone's attention due to its sudden brightness. Bang! Asterisk. Moa Moa no Mi. Speed, apply 40 times. The flame exploded like a cannon, causing even Vivi to try to cover her ears, unsuccessfully due to her tied hands. The flame burst from his hand and flew so fast that no one could react. In an instant, it exploded, and in the next, in a matter of milliseconds, there was an explosion in the sky, killing the vulture and its partner instantly. Boom! Asterisk. The flash and sound of the explosion would put even Mr. 5 to shame. What? Vivi and Igaram were shocked and disturbed by this. I just got rid of some pests. Luffy shrugged, unconcerned with the frightened faces of those 2. Man, this explosion is good, but I want to see how powerful it can be at my full strength. Luffy mumbled mentally. wanting to understand the maximum capabilities of his destructive power since he hadn't had time to test it yet. "You're truly a monster," Vivi admitted for the first time, seeing Luffy's capabilities and unique powers. "I wouldn't say that just from this attack." Luffy crossed his arms. "What do you plan? Are you really going to take down Crocodile?" She could no longer deny that this pirate and his group could take down the Shichibukai after what she saw tonight. They had several monsters among them, far beyond anything she had ever seen. Even Miss All Sunday turned into a prisoner of the group from one moment to the next. "I plan to do that since I arrived in this sea," Luffy spoke calmly. "And what do you plan for Alabasta? Do you want to take the country for yourself?" Vivi growled, leaving even Igaram stunned because he still didn't know Luffy's plans. "What? Does this pirate plan to take Alabasta too?" the man shouted in alarm. "I want to make it my territory, unlike Crocodile, who wants to kill the king and become the new monarch. I just want my flag planted in the country. Of course, that will give me a say in the important decisions of the country. And I intend to take some tribute, isn't that fair?" Luffy smiled. "Then help our country, and it will become your territory," Vivi said, biting her lips. "Princess, that's not possible. What this pirate suggests goes against the world government. Crocodile is an agent of the world government, Igaram. And look at what's happening because of that," Vivi argued. "I'm going to do it anyway, but why would I do it just because you're asking?" Luffy found it funny that the princess was asking for something he already planned. "Because I'm the princess of the country?" she said cautiously. "That's not a reason for me to help you. As I said, I'll do it anyway. If you want me to help Alabasta and your family, I want something else then," Luffy said with a serious tone. "What do you want?" "Alabasta is not a very rich country," she said. "Simple. What I want." Luffy approached her, surprising her, "is you." This left everyone stunned, but the women in his group looked at Luffy like hawks at that moment. "Darn womanizer. Luffy Baka. The harem is growing. My husband has no limits. Luffy-sama, the captain strikes again. This guy seems to have no limit. Yes, did you see how he looked at that Nico Robin? Yes, you can bet she'll be sharing the captain's bed soon." All the women commented, some with sarcastic voices, others dissatisfied, and some as if Luffy's attitude was normal. "What are you saying? The princess is not a prostitute," Igaram quickly growled. "This is my price, but I want her on my crew, not in my bed, only if she wants to, then I'll make her my woman." Luffy smiled at a blushing Vivi. "What are you saying?" she said with a red face. "Well, that's my price. Join my crew, and I'll save and benefit Alabasta like never in the last centuries." Luffy made his offer. I accept," she said even with a red tone on her face. "Princess, you can't do this," her guard protested. "It doesn't matter. If it means saving my people, my father, and my country, I'll join the crew, but it doesn't mean I'll sleep with you," she said firmly, despite still being quite flushed. "That's good. Welcome to the group," Luffy smiled. He needed a few members without devil fruits to place some he saw in the store. And Vivi was a good candidate. "System, crew. Vivi joined as a member of your crew." Luffy untied her with her guard after that. "Princess, I hope you're doing the right thing." Igaram was still disturbed. "I've already said, if it means saving my country, I'll go with them then," she said firmly. "Igaram, don't get too comfortable. I have a job for you too. I want you to stay here and organize this place. Now, Whiskey Peak is my territory too. And I want to turn this place into a major producer of alcoholic beverages." Luffy spoke, leaving the royal guard even more stunned. "How can you do that? These people belong to Baroque Works," Igaram spoke. "Look at them. They're all Beppo fans now." While Igaram and Vivi watched perplexed the rapid transformation of the crowd into fervent Beppo fans, more creative products emerged as a result of the unusual episode. In addition to t-shirts, coasters, and rice cakes, the Beppo fever inspired a series of memorable items. Epic Beppo t-shirts. The t-shirts were true works of art, depicting Beppo in action, defeating Mr. 2 with his invincible expression. Some shirts also featured inspiring phrases like, "Beppo, the invincible," reinforcing the bear's heroic image. The exceptional quality of the material ensured comfort for admirers who wore them with pride. Beppo flags unfurled throughout the island. Vibrant flags, displaying Beppo's victorious image, waved in every corner of the island. Some of them showed Beppo in various poses, symbolizing different moments of his journey. The phenomenon transformed the local landscape, adding a festive and colorful touch to every street and square. Limited edition T-shirts autographed by Usopp. As part of the Beppo fever, Usopp decided to contribute by autographing a limited edition of T-shirts. These unique pieces became collector's items, attracting fans of both Usopp and Beppo. Custom cheer flags. Some creative fans crafted custom cheer flags, displaying encouraging messages for Beppo. These flags became a striking presence at sports events and local festivals, further promoting the fervent spirit of the community. Beppo plush keychains. Small plush bears with Beppo's adorable image, each dressed in a miniature version of the triumphant battle T-shirt against Mr. 2. These keychains quickly became collector's accessories among the island enthusiasts. Beppo Invincible. Caps and hats. Stylish hats and caps featuring Beppo's image, many of them with the embroidered inscription, Beppo Invincible. They became an instant fashion trend, adorning the heads of many island inhabitants. Beppo mugs. Custom mugs with Beppo's image in various feats, from the battle against Mr. 2 to relaxed moments. Collectors appreciated these unique pieces that told the story of the little bear. Cook with Beppo. Recipe books. A compilation of recipes inspired by Beppo's food preferences, featuring exotic dishes and simple homemade recipes. Culinary enthusiasts couldn't resist this thematic book. Collectible Beppo trading cards. A set of collectible cards with exclusive images of Beppo in various poses and situations. Fans traded and collected these cards, becoming a craze among the young. The imagination of the island inhabitants flourished, and Beppo's popularity provided a unique opportunity for the creation of an incredible variety of products, further fueling the fever for the invincible bear. Luffy's impact now extended not only to the skies but also to local commerce and culture. How is this possible? How can they create so many things in so little time? Igaram and Vivi looked at the bizarre landscape, their expressions stunned as they incredulously shouted. In the midst of the chaos, a group of inhabitants passed by wearing Beppo hats, laughing and exchanging collectible cards. Ha 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 ha. Look, Whiskey Peak belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates right now. Luffy smiled satisfied, enjoying the chaos he had inadvertently unleashed. And what do you plan for this place? Igaram asked in defeat, realizing he couldn't do anything to contain the wave of enthusiasm for Beppo. Luffy, always relaxed, replied, "Great that you asked. Here are papers I had prepared in advance." Suddenly, he enlarged papers that were magically stored in his pockets. They were meticulous plans he had been writing throughout his journey to the island. What? Let's see. What, you already planned all of this? Igaram shouted, surprised and stunned as Luffy spread the documents on a nearby table. They were detailed plans for the village's restructuring, new exclusive alcoholic beverages, trade agreements with East Blue countries, and even suggestions for new Beppo-themed festivals. What? I'm the man who will dominate the seas. I need to plan my territories, Luffy said with a mischievous smile, leaving both Igaram and Vivi stunned by the unexpected revelation of his long-term vision for Whiskey Peak. Vivi, while flipping through some of the documents, sighed in surprise. Luffy, you really thought of everything, even these strange alcoholic drinks? Of course, I said I would dominate the seas, and throwing epic parties is part of that, replied Luffy, causing Igaram, Vivi, and even some onlookers to fall to the ground with this man. With that, we're done here. Vivi, get ready to set sail with us. We'll stay a bit longer before leaving the island in the early morning. Luffy walked a bit before Hugo appeared with an animal in his hands. Hey, Captain, I found a duck. Look, let's eat it. Hugo appeared carrying a huge duck. Its feathers were slightly ruffled, and its eyes blinked nervously. Look, it seems pretty tasty. Ask Reiju to cook it. Luffy smiled, knowing whose duck it was. Caw. The duck emitted a trembling sound. Its little eyes blinked rapidly as it tried to understand the situation, its wings trembling with fear. Wait, this is Karoo, my partner, don't kill him. Vivi quickly panicked, her eyes widened as she ran towards the duck. Karoo had been hiding with all the confusion happening on the island. When he finally went after his owner, Vivi, Hugo found him and quickly picked him up with gentle hands. However, the duck remained tense, emitting scared caw sounds in response to the bewildering situation. Ha 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 ha. Alright, I let go. Vivi, you can bring him along too. Luffy spoke, laughing, his smile showing understanding. Hugo released the duck, which immediately ran into Vivi's arms, seeking comfort. Vivi affectionately stroked his feathers to calm him, while the crew laughed at the unusual situation. Poor Karoo, now safe and comforted, looked around with curious eyes and a hint of suspicion. Luffy, there was a casualty. Lami just confirmed it. Zoro appeared and delivered unexpected news to Luffy. Mr. 5? That's unexpected, but okay. Mr. 5 was dead after Beppo's attack. Well, that's good anyway. I want his devil fruit, but I didn't want to kill an unarmed guy like him after the fight. Especially someone who never harmed me. Luffy commented. He literally took the attempt of attack from this group as a joke. He didn't put Mr. 5 on the same level as Starry or that Tenryubito with various titles. Anyway, 750 million? Fine. Luffy opened the store and immediately bought the fruit. Nijiko. With the fruit in his hands shaped like a bomb, Luffy caught the attention of a crewmate. Luffy, the short-haired girl with blue hair, was surprised to see Luffy showing the strange fruit her way. This is the bomb fruit from the late Mr. 5. Now it's yours. I'm sure you'll become extremely powerful with it. Luffy said, and Nijiko took it, still stunned. This? Can I become stronger? Nijiko murmured. She knew she was one of the weakest in the group, despite learning some techniques from the 6 styles. With the group, her strength was still far behind. I'll eat this if I can help Luffy and my sister in the best way, she said, biting and spitting out the fruit at that moment. That's good. We'll train your abilities as we progress on our journey. Luffy nodded, pleased with her newly acquired power. Now, listen, everyone, let's continue the party, Luffy announced, and everyone celebrated this time with the island people, who were no longer enemies at this moment. Raccoon here. Stone 200 power stones for daily chapters. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 7 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, in development, awaiting the future. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 115. Chapter size. 2087 words. Third-person POV Whiskey Peak, first half of Grand Line. Hours passed again, with Luffy fervently celebrating with his group and Beppo's fans, the latter still being more reserved in handling all that attention. Another feast. Why am I not surprised? Lami commented, arms crossed. Come on, Lami, don't be like that. Let's celebrate. Luffy appeared next to her, grabbing her by the waist with a mischievous smile on his face. Get your hands off me, you damn womanizer, Lami growled at Luffy, but he paid no attention and held onto her even tighter. In a corner, Vivi was with her partner Karoo, observing the scenes unfolding before her. She packed her bags, ready to leave with her new pirate group, and was waiting for the group to finish the party before departing. Did we make the right decision? Karoo? She said softly, looking at the strange group in front of her. Karoo. The duck grumbled. Are you Vivi-sama? A timid voice called her. Vivi looked surprised at the approaching mermaid in the air with a strange technique, gracefully jumping. It was the first time she had seen a mermaid since joining the group, and this one was even more beautiful than she imagined. Yes, you're the mermaid of the group, aren't you? Vivi tried to be friendly, knowing they would be partners from now on. Yes, and is it true that you're a princess? Because I am too, the mermaid said excitedly, as it was the first time she had met another princess. The exchange between them was full of curiosity, and a new friendship began to form amid the pirate celebration. You're a princess too? How did you end up here? Vivi was stunned by this. Luffy-sama summoned me in the East Blue, but I can't explain how. I'm from the Fishman Island, quite far from here. I heard that Alabasta is a country with a lot of sand. I'm looking forward to seeing this new kind of place. I've never seen a desert in my life. Shirahoshi was excited as she spoke. Indeed, Alabasta has its own beauty despite being a desert country. I love my country, and how about the Fishman Island? They say it's very beautiful there. Vivi was also curious about the underwater kingdom. Yes, in the Fishman Island, there is. While the princesses bonded, Karoo was left aside. Karoo. The duck lamented this, as he had nothing to add to the conversation. Woof, Sharky. Grr, Karoo was surprised as other animals called to him while approaching. He found himself conversing with a dog, a shark, and a miniature whale. Thus, they started chatting in their own animal language. At the same time Vivi and Karoo were bonding with their new group, Luffy and the others continued to drink, celebrate, and play their games. After a while, Luffy slipped away with Yamato to a remote corner of the island, beginning a private adventure that involved that beautiful woman. This lasted for hours, and it was dawn when the festivities finally stopped. Now, they were ready to leave the island with the crowd crying and bidding farewell as if they were true legendary heroes. Especially with Beppo's performance tonight, gaining even more admirers during the second feast. The scene was magical, with lights flickering, fireworks starting to burst like echoes of the island's thanks resonating through the night air. Their journey was about to continue, but Whiskey Peak would always remember the visit of the Straw Hat Pirates. And now this island belonged to Luffy as well, a strategic point in this part of the sea that he would use very well for his plans. Just as they arrived, surprisingly, all the inhabitants were celebrating and bidding farewell, creating an atmosphere as festive as the one that initially welcomed them. It was as if the contagious energy of their arrival persisted, but with the surprising twist of intentions, as these inhabitants had initially wanted to capture them upon their arrival. That was funny, the first stop in the Grand Line was quite surprising and fun, commented Luffy, observing the excitement around him. Yes, let's move on to our next stop. Nami, set the eternal log for Little Garden, said Luffy, indicating the next adventure in his daring mind. Nami promptly went to her cabin, grabbing an eternal log for her wrist and another to hand to the helmsman, Hachi, to navigate the ship. The night sky was sprinkled with twinkling stars, complementing the colorful scene of the party on the island. The farewell music still echoed in the distance, accompanying the last moments of the Straw Hat Pirates in Whiskey Peak. The crowd continued to wave flags and applaud, expressing gratitude for a visit that turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. As the Black Pearl sailed away, the lights of the island gradually dimmed, but the vision of the animation persisted in the crew's memory. The night in the Grand Line was just beginning, and the Straw Hat Pirates were heading for new adventures. I'm so sleepy. Me too, I'm going to my cabin already. I drank so much that I'll sleep on the deck tonight. You always do that, Zoro, Karoo. Woof woof, Sharky? Grr, does anyone understand what the hell these animals are talking about so seriously? Who knows? No one can speak all these languages. Shirahoshi understands Megalo and Laboon, Luffy and Yamato understand Chow Chow, but no one understands the princess's duck. Karoo became depressed at this moment. Don't cry, Karoo. Hey, what's that? Did you guys hear that too? Sounds like cannons? Bang. 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 Asterisk as the Black Pearl sailed through the sea. Explosions echoed near the ship, raising columns of water in its wake. Hey, Luffy. There's a small fleet of ships ahead of us, Usopp shouted from the mast, drawing everyone's attention. Luffy, following Usopp's pointed finger, spotted 20 ships waiting for them outside the island, all displaying the Baroque Works Organization's flag. They sent so many ships too? Vivi was frightened, observing the imminent threat. Well, leave it to me. I want to deal with them. Luffy spoke, moving decisively toward the bow of the ship. Let me show you the true power of an explosion. This is a good opportunity to see the extent of my current power using just a single hand shot. Luffy spoke calmly, and a tense silence enveloped the crew, watching what their captain planned. Even those who were sleepy became attentive at this moment to see what Luffy intended. What does he plan to do? Vivi seemed uneasy with the uncertainty of the moment. Watch. Luffy said, raising his hands as a flame began to illuminate the area around him, much more intense than the last. Once Luffy felt he had accumulated enough energy, he released it towards the center of the enemy ships. Earlier, he created an explosion in the middle of one of those ships to eliminate Baroque Works agents. This time, however, he planned something much more destructive. Moa Moa no Mi. Mass, apply 40 times, bang. Like the explosion of a shot, the space in front of Luffy exploded, and the flame flew forward, tearing through the air and making the sea below the flame reacted. This sight left the entire crew stunned, while the Baroque Works ships noticed the sound and that light coming their way without being able to react. As it approached the middle of the small fleet, Luffy's attack had the shape of a bullet. The light flickered like a lamp, disappearing and reappearing, showcasing concentrated power like a true spectacle. Think of the mini Biju Dama that Naruto created with 4 tails in the fight against Orochimaru. But what came after shocked them even more. When the flame hit the center ship and expanded from that point, all the ships were instantly disintegrated under an intense light that blinded all spectators, and the victims didn't even realize they died there. This was even more terrifying for observers kilometers away as they saw the flash emerge in front of them, illuminating the entire region as if it were day. Even the skies didn't escape it, causing all the stars to momentarily disappear in the intensity of the explosion. The power of Luffy's flame with the enlargement of Moa Moa No Mi had just showcased a spectacle of destruction that would leave a mark in the memory of everyone present for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, in a distant place, aboard the imposing Navy ship, lanterns swayed gently to the rhythm of the ocean's movement. The silence of the night was broken only by the murmurs of the sailors on duty at that moment. "How boring. I'm so sleepy. I can't wait to finish my shift and go to the cabin soon." "Yes, but Captain Smoker asked us to stand guard, to report any pirate activity at sea, especially because of the Straw Hats. Captain Smoker is determined to capture them, even though the captain has suffered several defeats at the hands of that group." "What do you expect? They're a crew worth almost 500 million. I heard headquarters is sending a vice admiral to hunt them down too." "But Garp is a vice admiral, and he failed." "You're thinking wrong. Garp is Monkey D. Luffy's grandfather. Some say the Navy hero let him escape." "I see. So they're not such a terrible group." The sailor was convinced of this, but something happened at that moment. The tranquil maritime scene was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected flash on the horizon. An explosion of intense and fleeting light, like a nighttime lightning bolt, stole the attention of everyone still awake. The shadows cast by the ship's sails danced frantically, while the few sailors, initially stunned by the surprise, directed perplexed looks toward the luminous phenomenon. "What is this? A light? Isn't it the sun?" "Of course not, idiot. It's the middle of the night. Call Captain Smoker. We must report this to him immediately." The sailor spoke as the light disappeared, and the night returned to its normality. The expressions of perplexity and surprise remained on the faces of those sailors. Elsewhere. "What is this light in the middle of the night?" A giant man looked at the suddenly illuminated horizon. "It doesn't matter. I'm going back to sleep because I have a fight against Bragi tomorrow." The giant spoke, ignoring the disappearing light and going back to sleep. While some could see the strange glow in the sky, in the location where the explosion happened, it was much more than a light show. Boom The explosion was so colossal that it grew to the size of half of Whiskey Peak Island, visible kilometers away. However, the magnitude and distance of the event did not prevent the explosion from affecting everyone. Soon, all the foundations of the island trembled, and a forceful shockwave knocked everything in its path through the sea. At that moment, Luffy increased the weight of the ship by 40 times so it wouldn't go flying as well. Even so, the ship felt the impact, and almost everyone went to the ground at that moment. The sea area was consumed in intense heat, launching steam throughout the region, and the Black Pearl didn't escape being enveloped by the explosion of water in a gaseous state. "What is this? Luffy is a monster. Who can destroy the whole island. How did the captain have so much power all along? I want to leave. Luffy, you went overboard. Karoo. I want to leave too. Karoo. Wolf. Grr. Ha 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 ha. I guess I did go overboard. I didn't even know it could get so big." Luffy was a bit embarrassed while the ship was inside the curtain of vapor created by the attack, realizing how exaggerated the explosion was. He could have disintegrated half of Whiskey Peak and burned the other 30%. If that attack happened on the island in one of the corners, with only 20% of the island remaining intact, maybe destroying the entire island if he managed to hit the center. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and the persistent sound of some debris settling. The crew, still a bit stunned by the magnitude of Luffy's power, contemplated what had just happened. The spectacle of destruction was a vivid reminder that, even amidst fun and festivities, the Straw Hat Pirates were a force to be taken seriously in the Grand Line. Raccoon here. Stone. 200 power stones for daily chapters. From yesterday to today we've only accumulated 135 power stones, we need more. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, in development, awaiting the future. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 116, Chapter Size. 2,566 words. Third person POV. Somewhere C, first half of Grand Line. Nico Robin, a figure of real importance as the main member of Baroque Works, found herself secluded in a cell on the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Her story was permeated by traumas and challenges. It wasn't the first time she had been thrown into a cell, but this time, she truly faced danger with such a powerful group. This brought back memories of her helplessness from a long time ago, as a child from Ohara. Robin was the sole survivor of a devastating attack that wiped out her native island and everyone living there. Even before that, her childhood was not easy. Her mother left her early in pursuit of her dreams, forcing her to live with abusive uncles. It wasn't easy dealing with the island's children, who didn't like her. They hated her, actually, calling her a monster and aberration, especially due to the Akuma no Mi powers she acquired at a young age. However, not everything was bad there. She found a place on the island that she loved. Ohara was known as the cradle of knowledge, where scholars and archaeologists sought to unravel the world's secrets. Despite being just a child surrounded by adults, 8-year-old Robin found solace in studies and the pursuit of knowledge. Robin made many friendships there despite being only a child among adults. At the age of 8, she developed the ability to read poneglyphs, ancient inscriptions of great importance to the world, even though it was forbidden for her. She studied, thinking that her mother would be with her if she knew how to read the forbidden language. However, tragedy struck Ohara when the world government learned about the poneglyphs and forbidden studies on the island. Robin saw her mother for the first time on that day, but it was also the most terrible day of her life. The devastating attack that followed was ruthless. Marine ships surrounded Ohara in an extreme measure called Buster Call, involving the complete destruction of an island. The flames and destruction swept through Ohara, erasing not only accumulated knowledge but also the lives of everyone living there. Robin, at the tender age of 8, witnessed her native island consumed by flames and its population decimated. She witnessed the destruction of everything she loved, losing the few ties she still had. Miraculously, she managed to escape the chaos, hiding amidst the destruction, evading the vigilant eyes of the Marines. With the help of a vice admiral at the time, Kuzan, who spared her life as a favor to a friend, she sailed alone in a small boat, leaving the ruins of Ohara behind and heading into the unknown. Her ability to read poneglyphs, once seen as a gift to reunite with her mother, became a curse. The world government labeled her as a dangerous threat, a demon child, that needed to be eliminated. Thus began Robin's life of constant escape, always in the crosshairs of the world government, perpetually hiding her unique ability and her identity. After the tragedy in Ohara, Nico Robin embarked on a solitary and relentless journey in search of poneglyphs, ancient inscriptions holding crucial secrets about the world. Her dream was to unravel the hidden mysteries in these stones, revealing the truth behind the world's history and understanding the significance of the events that shaped her life. However, achieving this dream became a dangerous mission. Robin had to constantly flee to escape imminent capture. The mark on her head pursued her like a shadow, and the pursuit of poneglyphs often placed her in risky situations. Robin couldn't trust anyone, as the world viewed her as a threat. Even those who promised help often betrayed her, revealing themselves as agents of the world government or individuals interested only in rewards. Solitude became her constant companion, and distrust shaped her relationships. Despite the challenges, Robin never gave up on her dream. She faced dangers, crossed unknown seas. However, she never found what she was looking for, merely keeping in mind that she should survive and pursue her dream, even without any clues for many years. After years of constant escape, Robin found herself tied to Baroque Works, a criminal organization that pursued its own dark interests. Under the alias, Miss All Sunday, she operated as a high-ranking agent of the organization, keeping her true identity a secret. However, even while working for Baroque Works, the reasons behind her actions were complex and often veiled. There, she found the chance to stay safe behind a Shichibukai and encounter a poneglyph for the first time. The arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates marked a turning point in her life. She had never felt so powerless. She knew she could never deal with these pirates, and it terrified her in her cell. She feared the unknown and what might happen to her confined with this group. She even began to believe that Crocodile couldn't handle this group and rescue her. Immersed in thoughts and regrets, she heard the door open. The cells held all the key agents of Baroque Works. Some were depressed, others complained, and they devised plans to escape from these pirates. But Robin knew it was futile, especially after yesterday's explosion. While they were imprisoned, seeing the ship sailing again after the explosion, there was a flash through the windows and an explosion that woke and scared everyone. They wondered what was happening. The explosion was more powerful than anything Robin had ever seen, and she knew these pirates were behind this power since the ship sailed easily without problems through the sea. Now with the door open, everyone in their cells saw Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate over 2 meters tall, with a bounty of 200 million on his head, and the head behind this group. Luffy walked calmly down the corridor between the cells. "Monkey-chan, can you give me one of those rice cakes from this morning? They were so delicious," Mr. 2 said with enthusiasm. Even as a prisoner, he had an open personality. "Sure, you're Bon Clay, right?" Luffy commented with a friendly smile. He liked this character. They were just on opposite sides here, but that would change soon, and he would treat him well. "Yes. Thank you, Monkey-chan," the man spoke joyfully. "You shouldn't be so happy. We're prisoners here," Miss Valentina muttered, with a sea stone shackle on her arm. What do you plan to do with us, pirate?" Mr. 3 asked with his thin voice. The other agents stayed quiet. Only Miss Goldenweek was crying. "I'll deal with you once we're out of Alabasta, don't worry. I have another priority now," Luffy said as he stopped in front of a cautious Robin's cell. Silence took over the two as Luffy looked into her blue eyes for the next 30 seconds without wavering. "Hello, Robin." Luffy broke the silence and greeted her while observing her through the cell bars. "Hello, Monkey D. Luffy," Robin replied in a neutral tone, maintaining her calm exterior. Luffy directed his gaze to Robin's blue eyes and let out a sigh. "It's a shame we started as enemies," Luffy commented, expressing a slight regret. "We are enemies," Robin responded coldly, reinforcing the barrier between them. "But we don't have to be," Luffy countered calmly, as if offering an alternative. "Why wouldn't we be? I'm in my own organization, and my boss wants you captured or dead. Even though he made a big mistake here underestimating your strength," Robin retorted, pointing to the situation that surrounded her. "Maybe I can make you join me and leave Baroque Works," Luffy suggested, maintaining hope in his gaze. "I doubt there's anything that would make me abandon years in Baroque Works. Have you considered how I might betray you later?" Robin said rationally, challenging the offer. Luffy looked at her seriously, as if considering every word. "I understand that it's hard to trust, especially considering your past. But I don't want betrayal, Robin, and I believe you won't do that. I want a partnership, where we can pursue our goals together. I know it might seem impossible now, but maybe we can find a way," Luffy responded, seeking understanding. Robin kept her gaze firm, evaluating Luffy's words. "You say you want a partnership, but are you aware of what Baroque Works will do if they find out I'm considering this?" Robin questioned, testing the limits of his offer. Luffy smiled, not as an easy response but as an expression of confidence. Luffy stared at Robin through the cell bars, and a sigh escaped his lips. I'm aware. But do you think I won't take down Crocodile? If you want to embark on this, I'll be by your side. His gaze conveyed a firm confidence, while a slight smile appeared on his lips, indicating determination. Robin remained silent for a moment, her blue eyes immersed in reflection. The wordplay between them outlined a possible change, but the path ahead remained uncertain. A wrinkle of concern appeared on her forehead, revealing her internal turmoil. Seeing hesitation in Robin's eyes, Luffy sighed and continued. You're right in your points. I have my reasons, and I may not believe in you now, but I believe in your dream. A warm smile formed on his face, seeking to convey genuine trust and support. What do you mean by that? This surprised Robin, who narrowed her eyes the next moment, trying to decipher the intentions behind Luffy's words. An expression of incredulity mixed with curiosity drew on her face. Luffy then pulled out a paper from nowhere and began reading in front of Robin. Ohara Report, 1502. All traces of the island were eliminated, except for one child, an 8-year-old girl who managed to escape without anyone knowing how. Stop! Robin interrupted, her voice laden with emotion. Her eyes shimmered with anguish, and her hands gripped the bars tightly as soon as she heard those words. The girl possesses forbidden knowledge. Luffy continued speaking without caring about how the woman in front of him looked disturbed. Stop! Robin requested again, a mix of sadness and despair reflected in her gaze. The people in the other cells remained silent, stunned by the direction of this conversation with Mr. Zero's partner. She can read poneglyphs, a potential threat to the world and the world government. Stop! Robin shouted with tears in her eyes, a mixture of pain and suffering stamped on her face. Luffy looked at her at that moment and remained silent, his eyes showing compassion in the face of Robin's suffering. Robin seemed sad, her eyes reflecting the melancholy that she rarely allowed to be glimpsed, remembering past traumas. Robin. Luffy spoke again, his voice softening. Aren't you tired of running? Of hiding, Robin? His words were loaded with genuine concern, and his gaze sought to connect with the archaeologist's tormented soul. Come with me. I can prove that you can pursue your dreams, even if the whole world wants otherwise. Luffy uttered these words, surprisingly opening the cell and facing the still huddled woman. Robin, in tears, looked at him cautiously, trying to decipher the intentions behind those words and actions. Her blue eyes were mixed with suspicion and longing as she sought to understand more about this man presenting himself as a promise of change. I know it's difficult, but I ask you to trust me, Nico Robin. I don't want harm for you. I want to help you because I know you better than you think. Luffy smiled warmly, his words a sincere invitation. Robin remained silent for a moment, but the expression on her face indicated that something was beginning to transform within her. It was when Luffy, with a sudden seriousness, took something out of his pocket. I have something I want to show you. Something that can change everything about your knowledge of the world and your goals. He held a folded piece of paper and handed it to her. Robin's eyes narrowed as she examined the paper taken from the captain's hands. Curiosity overcame suspicion for a moment, and she accepted it cautiously. When she opened it, her eyes were shocked. There were a few sentences in the ancient language that Luffy took from the poneglyphs on the paper. She quickly looked at Luffy as if he were crazy, her eyes still teary. Let's get out of here. There's still something to show you. You won't be satisfied with just a few sentences, right? Said Luffy, smiling at Robin, who looked at him with wide eyes. You can't be serious. Are you? She stammered, wondering what Luffy might be implying with that. Come with me. You won't regret it. Luffy spoke with palpable determination, approaching the woman and carefully removing her handcuffs. The metallic sound echoed, symbolizing imminent liberation. She watched, still incredulous, as the man walked away, slowly processing the surprising turn of events in her situation. Amidst the confusion, Robin took her first hesitant steps, following Luffy as if in a trance. Bua! Monkey-chan is so cool, Mr. 2 cried at that moment, his emotions on the surface after witnessing the entire scene inside his cell. Indeed. Mr. 3 muttered, trying to hold back tears betraying the emotion in his eyes. As they walked away from the prison area, Robin was immersed in her own tumultuous thoughts. Her eyes were fixed on the man ahead, and she experienced a range of conflicting feelings. doubt, suspicion, relief, and surprisingly, an incipient willingness to trust Luffy's words. Navigating the internal corridors of the Black Pearl, Luffy commented as they advanced toward a reinforced room. "Robin, we're getting there." Absorbing the magnitude of the moment, Robin remained silent beside him. As they continued, they entered an even deeper part of the ship, finally reaching the vault. The door of the Black Pearl's vault, sturdy and imposing, creaked open, revealing its reinforced interior. As the door shifted completely, a special room unfolded before the eyes of Robin and Luffy. It was a protected and secure environment designed to store treasures of inestimable value. The walls were adorned with exotic ornaments, rich in detail, bringing an aura of opulence to the place. Piles of gold gleamed in the dim light, reflecting the beams of light escaping from the small cracks in the massive door. Shadows danced among the mounds of coins and gems, creating a spectacle of colors and shines. In the center of the room, a special box housed an Akuma no Mi, like a unique and valuable treasure. Its presence was notable, and the box was adorned with ancient symbols, evoking a sense of mystery. Around it, small beams of light shone, highlighting its importance in the room. However, what surprised Robin the most were the two carefully positioned poneglyphs. Their intricate outlines told forgotten stories, and their mysterious inscriptions captured Robin's attention, adding an additional dimension of importance to the place. This, trembling. Robin's words came out shaky. These two poneglyphs had been there since Luffy decided to bring them and place them there after the events in Kokoyashi. Is this real? Barely able to believe it, Robin was finally in front of what she had always sought. "This is the proof I want you to see. Join me," said Luffy, his expression reflecting the gravity of the decision Robin was about to make. Raccoon here. Stone 200 power stones for daily chapters. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 2 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 117. Chapter Size. 2022 words. Third person POV somewhere C, first half of Grand Line. Robin didn't respond to Luffy. She continued walking towards the stones as if her legs had gained a life of their own, ignoring all the jewels and gold in the place and walked up to the indestructible stones. As Robin's eyes traced the intricate contours of the poneglyphs, a torrent of thoughts tumultuated her mind. Each inscription was like a link to her past, a direct connection to the lost era of Ohara. The words engraved on these stone blocks were a silent testimony to the forbidden knowledge she had always sought to preserve. The atmosphere in the vault room became dense, charged with the historical significance these poneglyphs carried. For Robin, it was more than a mere encounter with ancient artifacts. It was a meeting with the very essence of her existence, with her passion for history, and her struggle to unveil forbidden secrets and all the price she had to pay with no results until this day. As she observed the meticulously carved symbols, silent tears streamed down her eyes. These tears were not of sadness but of a complex mix of emotions. It was the joy of finally finding what she had to sacrifice and lose in her life to be here. The death of her mother and Professor Clover, the sorrow for the destruction of Ohara, and the constant threat looming over her for being the last survivor of the island for almost 2 decades. While she remained immersed in contemplation before the poneglyphs, a torrent of emotions swept through Robin's heart. Luffy's words echoed in her mind like a hopeful melody, "Join me," and a growing warmth settled within her. Her gaze, initially fixed on the ancient inscriptions, shifted to the pirate who remained at some distance. Luffy maintained a small smile, radiant with genuine happiness for Robin. The girl, whose life was marked by tragedies and loneliness, finally found a ray of light. She was a character in the story he cherished the most, and Luffy was determined to help her achieve her dream. In an impulse of emotion, Robin attacked. Her eyes met Luffy's, and she surprised him with a hug. Her arms enveloped the pirate, and she pressed her head against his bare chest. Tears of gratitude flowed freely as she murmured sincere words. "Thank you," she shouted tearfully, letting the emotions overflow. "Thank you," she murmured again, still wrapped in the hug, with tears of joy streaming. "Thank you." Robin's expression conveyed not only gratitude but also a mix of relief and hope. In that embrace, a special bond formed between them, marking the beginning of a shared journey in search of the secrets buried in the poneglyphs and, perhaps, the blossoming of deeper feelings amid the twists of fate. Luffy put his hand on her waist and moved her back a bit, fixing his eyes on hers with penetrating seriousness. "I'm not lying when I say I want you with me, Robin. I'll help you achieve your dream because I like you and also need you. After all, my journey is intertwined with the lost century." Luffy smiled as he observed the woman from top to bottom, his words echoing with extraordinary weight. Robin finally realized the unsettling closeness with that man and stepped back a bit, her face turning a shade of red as she realized the unintentional boldness. "Sorry for that," she murmured, embarrassed. "Ha ha ha. It's okay, I have nothing to complain about it," Luffy said, maintaining his smile, but his eyes remained serious with the matter being discussed here. "What did you mean by your journey being intertwined with the lost century?" She quickly changed the subject to a point that caught her attention. Luffy, keeping his serious expression, shared a secret with Nico Robin. "Let me tell you a secret, Nico Robin. Most of the poneglyphs we find across the seas describe ancient weapons, apologies, and some other information. But if you want to know about the lost century, the story is stored on the last island, Raftel." His words reverberated, emphasizing the importance and seriousness of this knowledge. "That?" A shock ran through Nico Robin, her expression revealing a mix of surprise and fascination. "This means that," she mumbled, barely able to articulate her words. "Yes, Gold D. Roger learned the story with a part of his crew," asserted Luffy, his conviction transparent in his words. "Are you really telling the truth? How do you know all of this? Who are you?" Robin couldn't understand this man, his intentions, and how he could possess so much vital information she had never heard of. He even claimed that poneglyphs outside Raftel do not describe the lost century, leading Robin to question if Monkey D. Luffy could also read them. "If you think I can read them, you're mistaken," Luffy cut off that thought immediately. "As for how I know these things, it's a secret I'll take to the grave. Not even my wives and children will know. I'd like us to keep this conversation between us two." Luffy spoke, asking for silence and trust from Robin. He would never reveal about his past life to anyone in this world, trusting that Robin would limit herself to suspicion, and he trusted that she wouldn't share this conversation with anyone. "As for who I am, isn't it obvious? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I intend to be the Emperor of the Seas, and I need an archaeologist like you with me, Robin. I don't care if I'm hunted by the government or if you consider yourself a curse. Let me tell you a secret. Before coming to the Grand Line, I killed a celestial dragon, and everyone on this ship knows it. If you want proof that I won't betray you by turning you over to the government, then trust my words. If I have to burn the world just to protect you, I will," Luffy spoke with conviction. Luffy's words shocked Robin on a level she only remembered happening at the time of Ohara's destruction. The revelation unfolded before her, plunging her into a reality that defied her expectations. Robin's expression was a mix of shock, disbelief, and curiosity in the face of the captain of the Straw Hat's bold words. "You really killed a celestial dragon?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand. "Yes, he wanted to take my mermaid, something I'll never accept," Luffy spoke with a serious tone. "And want another proof that I want to trust you? You know this same mermaid? She's one of the ancient weapons, called Poseidon." Luffy wasn't afraid to say something like that to Robin. She would find out easily in the future, and he would prove that he trusts this woman. Robin couldn't be more surprised. Of course, she knew very well about the ancient weapons, as Crocodile was after one of them. "She's an ancient weapon? How is that possible?" Robin exclaimed with a tone louder than she could control. For Robin, Luffy's words echoed in the recesses of the vault room, and the revelation about Poseidon engulfed Nico Robin in a whirlwind of perplexity. Her eyes, now widened in surprise and disbelief, sought Luffy's for some additional explanation. The weight of the information he shared seemed overwhelming, challenging all of Robin's understanding of the world. It's hard to believe, I know, but you'll have to figure that out on our journey. Crocodile's plans are doomed to fail, as Ptate-on is in Wano. Actually, the weapon is the country itself, from what I know. Luffy spoke, and a flash of memory reminded him a bit about the existence of Ptate-on. If his suspicions were correct, Ptate-on would be located at the bottom of Wano. Robin was beyond shock now. Her internal thoughts became a chaos of inquiries as she tried to assimilate what she had just heard. Who is this man? And how does he have information that would shock the world? The question pounded in her mind, even though Luffy had already answered. The reality of these revelations was so overwhelming that Robin felt on the brink of the abyss of the unknown. Robin stared at Luffy with an unparalleled intensity. Her hands trembled before the disclosures of this man who possessed information capable of redefining her entire perspective on the world. Luffy's desire to reach Raftel sparked in Robin a flame of hope that had been dormant until then. For the first time in her life, she looked at a man with the light of expectation in her blue eyes. Raftel, the island she had longed for so much, the place where her dream could come true. Those words resonated in Robin's mind, evoking memories of her troubled past. The image of the giant Saul, the friend who embraced her in childhood, emerged in her memory. Saul would look at young Robin affectionately, his enormous hands resting gently on her fragile shoulders. His eyes, filled with wisdom and compassion, would meet hers with a comforting gleam. Little Robin, Saul would begin with a deep and reassuring voice, the sea is vast, and life is a journey full of challenges and discoveries. One day, you will find companions who care deeply for you, people who will share your dreams and help light up the darkest paths. Darashishishishishi. He would smile, revealing a warm expression, as if he saw a promising future for the girl. Believe me, even in the most intense storms, there is always a rainbow waiting to color the horizon. And when that day comes, embrace these companions with an open heart, for they will be invaluable treasures on your journey. With these words, Saul would express his belief that Robin's destiny was intertwined with extraordinary events and that she would find not only allies but true friends who would be a light in her life, making her journey through the sea richer and more meaningful. Robin felt the magnitude of her decision echoing in that moment. Joining Luffy was not just a choice of loyalty. It was the promise of a future where she could continue her quest for poneglyphs and unravel the mysteries that these inscriptions hid. Knowing what the government so feared, she saw in Luffy someone who truly understood the value of her goals and was willing to support her on her journey. Despite the uncertainties surrounding this new path, Robin understood that sometimes it was necessary to take risks to achieve the true freedom she had always longed for. With determination, she decided to trust the hope that was budding, taking the next step toward an uncertain destiny but now accompanied by true allies who shared her eagerness to uncover the world's secrets. I will join you, Monkey D. Luffy, she finally spoke with tears and a small smile. As she uttered these words, Robin felt a mix of emotions intertwining in her chest. The decision to join Luffy was not just a logical choice, but something deeper was happening within her. As she looked at the captain of the Straw Hats, she realized that, beyond gratitude for the opportunity to fulfill her dream, there was a strange feeling beginning to blossom. She tried to rationalize, delving into the deep waters of her own psyche to understand what it meant. He was a remarkable man, undoubtedly. His unwavering determination, his ability to inspire, and, above all, his genuine understanding of the value of each crew member's dreams were characteristics that could not be ignored. Robin was not accustomed to trusting or depending on anyone, but there, in that moment, something began to change. Perhaps it was the way Luffy looked at her, as if he saw beyond the scars of the past, or perhaps it was the promise of a true camaraderie that she had never experienced before. System, crew. Nico Robin has joined as a member of your crew. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Welcome to the group, Robin. Luffy smiled at the message and was happy to have someone like Robin, even before reaching Alabasta. Raccoon here. Boo, I'm taking a day off tomorrow, so I will post again only the day after tomorrow, boo. Stone 200 power stones for daily chapters. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 118. Chapter size. 2,266 words. Third person POV somewhere C, first half of Grand Line. Now let's read these stones. I've always had doubts about them. I need you to give me a translation of them, commented Luffy, and Robin nodded after stepping away from him, despite feeling some conflicting emotions. Robin approached the first stone, her eyes tracing the intricate lines that told the story of the Akuma no Mi hidden since the lost century, Cerberus. Each character seemed to pulsate with the mythical essence of the triple-headed beast, and her delicate hands traced the inscriptions as if unraveling the secrets of nature itself. As Robin read the stone, her gaze shifted from the stone to the adjacent Akuma no Mi. So there's a poneglyph that speaks only of the fruit? Luffy thought, observing Robin's behavior. While reading about the powers of the heads, Robin's expression remained undisturbed, but her eyes reflected intense curiosity. The mystery surrounding the fruit seemed to deepen as she continued reading. Her gaze traveled over the words, while her mind speculated on the full extent of the powers of this Akuma no Mi. Fire, lightning, ice. Elements that transcend the normal capabilities of a devil fruit. What creature is this that embodies these divine gifts? Robin found herself captivated by the duality between the known and the unknown as the legend of this creature unfolded before her. An aura of mystery hung over the description, leaving Robin with a sense of fascination and restlessness. Upon completing the reading of the first stone, Robin turned to Luffy, her blue eyes retaining the depth of reflection. Luffy, this one about the devil fruit, there seems to have been a reserve weapon for a war in the lost century as reinforcement, so it was hidden to be used if they needed reinforcements, but they never had the opportunity. Robin spoke, intrigued by this information. Do you want to know more about this poneglyph first? Or wait for me to read the second one? Robin turned her gaze back to Luffy behind her. Read the second one, Luffy requested, and Robin promptly obeyed. As she began deciphering the inscriptions, a look of doubt settled in her eyes, signaling the presence of unknown information. This one is difficult to understand because it has unknown information for me, Robin murmured, expressing her perplexity at the text. Can you write exactly what is written there? Luffy asked, taking paper and pen from his pocket, enlarging their size. Robin nodded and took the necessary items before starting to transcribe the ancient words. Let me see. Luffy began reading in the common language. This is an inscription with the name Ryuo, the term given to Haki in Wano. Luffy became increasingly shocked by the content of the text. This is not just a technique, it's a new horizon of conqueror's Haki. A lost technique from the lost century. This is on a level beyond the knowledge of the world's major forces as far as I know. The shock reflected in his expression, realizing the magnitude of what he had just discovered. Although Luffy had not yet fully mastered conqueror's Haki, he recognized that this went far beyond his current understanding of the original work. Is it that surprising? Robin questioned beside Luffy. Yes, if I'm right, this represents a technique that elevates the mastery of conqueror's Haki to a new level. It's too alarming. Luffy remained stunned, absorbing the gravity of that discovery. He never imagined that a modest cave in the East Blue would hold such impactful secrets. What happened there when we found the gold still remains a mystery, but certainly the techniques and the fruit are from the lost century. This is good, very good. I may not have value for this information, and about what happened. Maybe I can train my voice over all things, abilities. These poneglyphs can tell me what happened in the cave. Luffy briefly pondered the mysteries surrounding the encounter with the gold, recognizing the preciousness of the techniques and the fruit linked to the lost century. Feeling that these discoveries had a profound significance, he considered the possibility of enhancing his ability to hear all things, to unravel the hidden secrets in the poneglyphs. With a glimpse of excitement, he decided to reserve that perspective for the future. I'll keep that stored for the future. Now, can you tell me about the Akuma no Mi? Luffy directed his attention to the mysterious fruit. Yes, it's a mythical beast called Cerberus, a mystical entity with 3 heads, each possessing an elemental domain: fire, lightning, and ice. A triple force echoing through the ages. Every aspect of this being is a manifestation of power, a fusion of myth and reality. Robin continued sharing intriguing information about this Akuma no Mi with Luffy. So, Cerberus, a name resonating with triple elemental powers, Luffy murmured, assimilating the information about the Akuma no Mi. His eyes didn't express the same amazement as before, but rather intense curiosity. Fire, lightning, and ice. Huh? That's amazing. A fruit that incorporates elements in 3 different forms. Does that mean whoever eats it would have control over all these powers at the same time? Robin nodded, observing the fascination in Luffy's eyes. Exactly, it seems to be an extraordinary fruit. The person possessing Cerberus's powers would have at their disposal a diversified range of abilities, each associated with a different head. Luffy scratched his head, thoughtful. Imagine using fire, lightning, and ice all at once. It would be incredible in a fight. This fruit seems to have enormous potential. Yes, the potential is vast, but it also brings challenges. Balancing and mastering 3 distinct types of powers is not an easy task, even for people with exceptional abilities. Robin added a note of caution to Luffy's excitement. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, didn't seem concerned about the complications. Well, I have the ideal candidate for that, and he's not a person. Luffy approached and took the fruit, deciding that he would have the opportunity to eat it and gain its powers. Let's introduce you to the others. You're my companion number 19. I'm glad you're with us. Luffy's smile lit up the environment as he exited the vault, casually closing it. Robin, in turn, merely nodded, maintaining her characteristic composure. Although not easily shaken, the presence of Luffy and the unique aura of his crew were unmatched, creating a slight buzz of nervousness in her mind. Following Luffy towards the deck, Robin silently contemplated the peculiar composition of the crew. Each member was unique, with extraordinary abilities and personalities. The idea of being the 19th member of this exceptionally talented team evoked a sense of responsibility and, at the same time, an opportunity for growth. As they reached the deck, Luffy was met with the lively scene of his crew engaged in various activities. Each member was immersed in their own world, enjoying leisure time in various ways. Robin observed attentively, noting the diversity of things this crew was doing at the moment. Many beach chairs were extended while some sunbathed, enjoying refreshing drinks. The sniper was in the shade, cleaning his weapons. A man and a woman were training with wooden swords and weights. Some were looking at the horizon at the ship's edge, while others rested on the mast. A fishman was cheerfully frying some snacks. Animals ran around playing with each other. A dog, a shark, a whale, and a duck. Robin couldn't help but express surprise at this strange group. Luffy raised his hand, drawing the attention of his lively crew enjoying their time on the Black Pearl's deck. With a radiant smile, he began the introductions. Guys, I have an amazing person to introduce to you today. This is Nico Robin, the newest member of the Straw Hat Pirates and our companion from today onward. What? Vivi was the first to react, with surprise and a hint of anger mixing in her words. Nami, on the other hand, still carried perceptible resentments. Her eyes reflected a mixture of distrust and anger, as Robin had spied on Luffy and her the night before. This woman, she began to say, but was interrupted by Luffy's firm voice. She's our companion from now on. I trust her, and I want you all to do the same. I won't tolerate anyone hurting her, no matter your disagreements with her. Unlike previous situations when Luffy recruited Nami and the crew acted with suspicion, things were different now. Luffy was serious, conveying a determination he hadn't shown in the same way in the past. He made it clear that Nico Robin was someone he wanted in his group. Luffy understood that by giving her a new purpose and the hope of achieving her dream, Robin would become a reliable ally. Any doubts she might still have about their ability to protect her would dissipate over the journey. Luffy's unequivocal expression of trust set a new tone for the crew, highlighting the importance and value he attributed to Robin's presence among the Straw Hat Pirates. "Well, let me introduce her to everyone." Luffy continued introducing his eclectic crew. "First, we have Zoro. The swordsman I trust my life with when it comes to fighting, but I don't trust his sense of direction." Zoro waved casually, maintaining his characteristic pose, though he was taken aback by Luffy's second comment. "Next, Lami. She's our doctor, super competent, and always ready to face any challenge." Lami waved with a smile, holding her medical kit. "Beppo. Our strategic advisor, sharp in politics and economics. He's a polar bear, but don't let that fool you. He's quite funny." Beppo waved with a cheerful smile. "Chow Chow. A loyal and brave companion. He only speaks by barking, but we understand him very well, right, Luffy?" Chow Chow barked, and Luffy laughed, confirming. "Our sharpshooter, Usopp. He's amazing with firearms and always surprises us with his skills." Usopp waved with his rifle in hand. "Nami, the navigator. You already know her a bit. She has a powerful Akuma no Mi and is essential for our journey across the seas." Nami waved with a neutral tone, not smiling at Robin. "Ladies and gentlemen, Reiju. She's our amazing cook and also the most elegant and powerful in the crew." Reiju made a graceful bow. "Hachi, the octopus. Despite his 8 arms, he's a cool guy and makes a great dish." Hachi waved, smiling friendly. "And this is Najiko, Nami's sister, who joined us after falling in love with me." "That's right. Love at first sight." Luffy made a joke, and Najiko waved, laughing a bit at Luffy's antics. "Hugo, the cheerful guy. He's easygoing, likes peace, but has a big goal, so don't underestimate him." Hugo waved cheerfully. "Yamato. Our warrior, as foolish as funny but incredibly loyal and strong." Yamato gave a bold wave. "Megalo, our shark." Megalo quickly said, "Sharky, Sharky, Sharky, Sharky," while everyone laughed. "Vivi, she's a new companion like you." Vivi waved but maintained a forced smile. "Alvida, my loyal and determined companion." Alvida waved confidently. "We also have Laboon, our newly recruited companion. Let's fulfill his dream on this journey." And, of course, Karoo, our faithful bird companion, always accompanying us on adventures. Karoo made his characteristic sound while receiving affectionate looks from everyone. And finally, our mermaid, Shirahoshi. She's our curious and brave girl, ready to face anything. Luffy pointed to Shirahoshi, who smiled shyly. With everyone introduced, Luffy concluded with his characteristic smile. "And this is the Straw Hat Pirates crew. Your new group. Everyone supports each other here. We're a family." The crew members greeted Robin in unique ways, turning the gathering into a vibrant mosaic of personalities. Friendly smiles, enthusiastic waves, and even some more reserved gestures composed the warm setting for the latest addition to the Straw Hat Pirates. "Listen up, everyone," Luffy commanded their attention, and immediately, all turned their faces toward him, eager to hear what the captain had to say. Anyway, this woman translated some things on those poneglyphs. First, it's about the history of that shipwreck. There's no information about it, but I intend to find out in the future anyway, so the ship appearing in the middle of the cave remains a mystery. One of the poneglyphs talks about a technique that will be used in the future by some of you. Suspense hung in the air as gazes turned to Luffy, anxiously awaiting more details. Now, the other matter is about this Akuma no Mi. Luffy displayed the tri-colored apple with enthusiasm. "So, what is it?" Usopp asked, showing his curiosity. "It's a mythical zone too." Luffy's eyes were shining with excitement at that moment. "Really? What's its name and model?" Yamato became instantly interested. "Doggy Doggy Fruit, model Cerberus," Luffy announced, eliciting surprise and fascination among the crew members. "So," Kuina murmured, while whispers of speculation spread through the crew, already imagining who would consume it. "Exactly, Chow Chow, this fruit is yours," the captain said confidently, pointing to the loyal canine companion. "Bark," Chow Chow whimpered, apparently confused by the revelation. "Eat it, you're perfect for it. Your strength will greatly increase," Luffy asserted, encouraging Chow Chow. Chow Chow hesitated for a moment, looking at the fruit, but finally took the initiative to eat it. Despite spitting out at the first bite, he understood that it would strengthen him and consumed the rest of the fruit. The act was met with varied expressions, from surprise to admiration, as the crew witnessed another twist in the abilities of their comrades. Raccoon here. Stone Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 119 Training. Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third person POV somewhere C. First half of Grand Line. Chow Chow ate the fruit in front of everyone, and at that moment, Luffy noticed the system sending a progress notification about his dog within the crew. Name: Chow Chow. Role: Guard Dog. Age: Status Vitality, D+B. Strength: D+B. Defense: E+C- Speed: E+C. Spirit: D, C. Devil Fruit. None. Cerberus Dog Fruit. Model: None, E. Haki Kenbunshoku Haki. Locked, locked. Busashoku Haki. Locked, locked. Rokushiki Geppo. Locked, D. Kami. Locked, locked. Rankyaku. Locked, locked. Shigen. B. Asoru. Locked, locked. Tekai. E. B. Rokuogen. Locked, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Ha 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 ha. I can see that you've gotten stronger. How do you feel, Chow Chow? Wolf Wolf. Chow Chow barked enthusiastically. That's good. Unfortunately, we still don't know much about your powers and your final form, but we'll start your training on the next island. Nevertheless, that doesn't deny that your fruit is quite powerful. Luffy smiled with satisfaction. Woof, woof, Chow Chow responded, wagging his tail. In the meantime, since we're on the open sea, let's strengthen your bodies in the training room until we reach our destination. Luffy spoke and turned to the new members of the group. Vivi, Robin, and Karoo, you will begin your training as well. Now that you're part of this crew, let's start with the 6 styles to improve your bodies, as you're quite weak at the moment and need a minimum strength to face our upcoming challenges, Luffy said, and everyone nodded. The captain led the group towards the training room, the space designated for skill enhancement and learning new techniques since he began training in the 6 styles. While each member dedicated themselves to their training in different corners of the room, Luffy chose to specifically guide the 2 girls in the application of Soru to improve their mobility, while the duck trained the slashing kick. The initial focus was on agility, an area Luffy knew to be crucial in overcoming the weaknesses of his new companions. He envisioned Robin's potential as a true weapon of destruction, imagining the creation of many hands through her fruit and the deadly effectiveness of the Shigen technique at a stage where she could use the air like bullets. However, he decided to start with the basics, focusing on developing agility as the foundation for defense, as he himself managed to capture her. For Vivi and Robin, the surprise was evident as they started training in the first few minutes, and Luffy, known for his laid-back nature, transformed into a strict and relentless instructor under his guidance. Under his direction, the 2 were pushed to the limit of their abilities, and that didn't satisfy the captain as they faced intense pain and challenges from the intensive training. Great, now, again, and again, until every move is as natural as breathing. But we're tired. No time for laziness. I want to see you stronger, faster, understood? That is heavy, Vivi complained, expressing the difficulty of the exercise. Keep going. You can do better than that. Sometime later, Vivi and Robin were sprawled on the floor, unable to move. What? You're already on the ground. We haven't even started your first day. This is outrageous. Let us rest, Vivi shouted in despair. Meanwhile, Robin remained silent, but her expression made it clear that she wasn't enjoying the rigor of the training. Her silence spoke volumes about the intensity of the session. Stop complaining, declared Luffy, crossing his arms with determination. You need to get stronger. The seriousness in his expression made it clear that, for Luffy, the path to strength was not easy but essential to face the challenges that lay ahead. Luffy, I already hate you, Vivi murmured, but Luffy didn't pay attention to her drama. While the rest of the crew went into their joint training, mastering the third technique of the 6 styles for the most part in the next 3 days, Luffy was satisfied with this progress over the days as he looked at the system sitting alone on the ship's bow in the early morning. It's time to take my skills to a new level, Luffy muttered to himself, recalling the crew's efforts and training over the past few days. Soru, Geppo, Tekai. All these techniques have been useful so far, but it's time to expand my repertoire and some for those that I haven't even started because I wanted to improve the body and adapt it just like the crew first. Analyzing the individual capabilities of his crew, Luffy recognized that not all techniques would be applicable or match everyone's combat style. Each member had their own unique abilities and style, and forcing them to learn everything would be counterproductive before moving on to the next level. He realized that the right path would be to tailor the training according to each one's natural abilities. Rankyaku would be the next step for me, but before that, hockey is something I should start learning now. I'm no longer in the East Blue. The enemies have become stronger. It's time for all of us to explore this power and elevate the level of our skills. He reflected, aware that hockey development would be crucial to facing even bigger challenges now. Our priorities have always been clear: strengthen our fundamentals, learn specific techniques, and, above all at this moment, be ready to master hockey. With that, we'll reach new horizons of power and become unstoppable no matter what comes our way. Luffy took out a board from his pocket and began writing to create a priority list for the training of all members. Individual training. ********* 1. Luffy. ******** Improve Devil Fruits. Improve Swordsmanship. Improve Soru. Improve Geppo. Improve Tekai. Learn Armament Hockey. Learn Observation Hockey. Improve Conqueror's Hockey. Rankyaku Shigen Kami. Rokuogen Voices of All Things Lost Century Secret Technique. 2. Yamato. Improve Devil Fruit. Improve Swordsmanship. Improve Geppo. Improve Soru. Improve Tekai. Learn Rankyaku. Improve Armament Hockey. Improve Observation Hockey. Improve Conqueror's Hockey. Lost Century Secret Technique. 3. Shirahoshi. Improve Geppo. Improve Soru. Learn Tekai. Rankyaku Shigen Kami Rokuogen. Trident Technique. Learn Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. Learn Conqueror's Hockey. Poseidon Lost Century Secret Technique. 4. Megalo. Improve Tekai. Improve Shigen. Geppo Soru. 5. Zoro. Improve Swordsmanship. Improve Soru. Improve Geppo. Learn Rankyaku. Tekai. Learn Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. Learn Conqueror's Hockey. Lost Century Secret Technique. 6. Lami. Improve Devil Fruit. Improve Swordsmanship. Improve Soru. Improve Geppo. Improve Tekai. Rankyaku. Learn Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. Learn Conqueror's Hockey. Lost Century Secret Technique. 7. Beppo. Beppo is the most talented in the 6 styles. Improve Rankyaku. Improve Shigen. Improve Soru. Improve Geppo. Learn Tekai Kami Rokuogen. Armament Hockey. Observation Hockey. 8. Chow Chow. Improve Shigen. Improve Tekai. Learn Soru. Improve Devil Fruit. Geppo. Observation Hockey. 9. Usopp. Improve Weapons. Improve Soru. Improve Geppo. Learn Tekai. Learn Observation Hockey. Armament Haki Rankyaku Shigen Kami Rokuogen. 10. Asterisk Nami. Asterisk asterisk. Improve, Devil Fruit, improve, swordsmanship. Improve, Soru, improve, Geppo, learn, Tekai. Armament Haki Observation Haki Rankyaku Shigen. Kami Rokuogen 11. Asterisk Reiju. Asterisk asterisk, improve, Geppo. Improve, Soru, improve, Tekai, improve, Rankyaku. Shigen Kami Rokuogen, learn, Armament Haki. Observation Haki, learn, Conqueror's Haki Lost Century Secret Technique. 12. Asterisk Hugo. Asterisk asterisk, improve, Tekai, improve, Shigen. Improve, Soru Geppo Kami Rankyaku Rokuogen. Armament Haki Observation Haki 13. Asterisk Nijiko. Asterisk. Improve, Kami, improve, Soru, improve, Devil Fruit. Learn, Geppo Rankyaku Shigen Rokuogen Armament Haki. Observation Haki 14. Asterisk Hachi. Asterisk asterisk, improve, swordsmanship. Improve, Rankyaku, improve, Shigen, learn, Soru. Geppo Tekai Kami Rokuogen 15. Asterisk Kuina. Asterisk. Improve, swordsmanship, improve, Soru, improve, Geppo. Learn, Tekai Rankyaku Armament Haki Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki Shigen Kami Rokuogen Lost Century Secret Technique. 16. Asterisk Alvida. Asterisk asterisk, improve, swordsmanship, learn, Soru. Geppo Tekai Rankyaku Armament Haki Observation Haki. Shigen Kami Rokuogen 17. Asterisk Laboon. Asterisk asterisk, learn, Tekai. Soru Geppo Shigen 18. Asterisk Vivi. Asterisk asterisk, learn, Soru. Geppo Tekai Rankyaku Armament Haki Observation Haki. Shigen Kami Rokuogen 19. Asterisk Kuru. Asterisk asterisk, learn, Rankyaku. Soru Geppo Observation Haki 20. Asterisk Nico Robin. Asterisk. Learn, Soru Geppo Shigen Tekai Rankyaku. Armament Haki Observation Haki Luffy made it a point to remove some techniques from their list with certain members because he knew they couldn't learn them or that they didn't seem useful. He simply prioritized what they needed to learn by the end of their journey. He also had a priority to learn to use all 3 Haki types before the war, in case it still happened. However, if the war at the top were to happen, he intended to save Ace, even if it meant taking down Whitebeard and the entire Marine Force, even if the idea seemed impossible. Luffy not only trained the girls in these days, determined to improve their skills, but he also immersed himself in sword training, focusing on mastering his sword technique, which was starting to yield results. At the same time, he focused on exploring the limits of his devil fruit and refining his already mastered techniques like Soru and Geppo to increase his agility. The captain also witnessed satisfactory progress among each crew member, each following a personalized path, working tirelessly to improve their specific skills, contributing to the collective evolution of the team as they prepared to grow stronger. With this in mind, Luffy went to his cabin with a satisfied smile that night. He also had 4 women waiting for him, so his smile became even wider. The next day, after another round of morning training, totaling 32 hours in all with the multiplication, his team filled the kitchen to eat a delicious lunch prepared by Reiju, with Hachi helping her. While everyone enjoyed the meal, Nami entered the kitchen as the only absent member. "Luffy, we're approaching the island. It's already in sight," Nami announced, and the Black Pearl was nearing Little Garden. That's good," Luffy said, taking a bite of meat and finding the news pleasant, turning his face to another specific member of the group. "Nijiko, information," Luffy requested, and everyone looked at the woman at that moment. Nijiko assumed a firm posture, ready to share crucial information about the imminent Little Garden Island, tasked with this by Luffy. "As you know, we're approaching Little Garden, an island situated on this side of the sea. Obviously, it's known for its biological diversity and unique geographical structure. The predominant flora consists of a variety of giant trees and lush vegetation, providing an exotic scenery. The island is characterized by different unique zones, from dense forests to more open areas." She continued with a more in-depth analysis. "As for fauna, there are peculiar and powerful creatures on this island. Besides dinosaurs, notable in the local ecology for thousands of years, There are also large animals that inhabit the wilder areas. The geography is marked by underground caves and unique rock formations and volcanoes, providing a variety of environments for exploration. Nijiko highlighted critical points in her briefing. However, caution is needed. The island has natural dangers, including wild animals and unpredictable weather conditions that can cause diseases with the spread of certain insects. Moreover, there's the possibility of other crews that may have established their bases here. We must be prepared for possible hostile encounters. Nijiko's thorough technical briefing provided the crew with a comprehensive insight into the island, allowing them to prepare adequately for any exploration that awaited them on Little Garden. Now, this was the role that Luffy assigned to Nijiko in the group, serving as the responsible party for general information about places and earning the informal title of Destination Analyst within the crew. Luffy, always attentive to the specialization of their skills, decided to distribute specific responsibilities among the crew members based on their areas of expertise. Nami took on the role of navigator and specialist in climates and geographic structures, focusing on understanding geography, topography, climate, and specific features of islands. Nijiko, in turn, became the destination analyst, concentrating on broader details such as fauna, flora, and other factors related to the natural environment. Additionally, Beppo was appointed as the political and economic consultant, leveraging his profound understanding of these subjects. Meanwhile, Robin now held the position of historian and archaeologist, bringing her expertise to decipher historical mysteries and ancient artifacts. With this specialized division, the Straw Hat crew became a multifunctional team, capable of utilizing information about everything they encountered on their journeys, and Luffy could supply their knowledge with books, sparing no expense for it. "You heard our informant. Get ready to anchor on the island in a few hours," Luffy said, and everyone began to move after lunch. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon. Patre-on skeptical smiley face. Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy. 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, infinite mana system, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 493 Chapter 120. Chapter size. 2,826 words. Third person POV Little Garden, first half of Grand Line. The Black Pearl gracefully glided through calm waters until it reached the island of Little Garden. A natural masterpiece, the island unfolded as a lush blend of dense jungle and a wild, prehistoric landscape. Towering palm trees majestically stood at the forefront of the beach, their leaves dancing to the rhythm of the tropical breeze. The golden sandy beach stretched along the coast, inviting the Straw Hats to disembark and explore. The jungle's edge was adorned with exotic flowers, each displaying vibrant colors that contrasted against the lush greenery. Mysterious sounds of wild creatures, accompanied by distant roars and the gentle murmur of waves, completed the symphony of nature. As Luffy called the crew to the deck, they could sense the unique atmosphere of the island. Little Garden, with its peculiar mix of tropical beauty and prehistoric elements, promised a distinctive adventure for the Straw Hats. The Black Pearl anchored in the sand as it entered the beach, coming to a stop after a few moments. Another interesting island. I just hope we don't encounter any giant shrimp this time, Usopp said, looking at the island with some anticipation. Megalo certainly wouldn't like that. Hee hee, Shirahoshi chuckled. Shakri. Megalo didn't seem too pleased, but he feared encountering another creature like that again. "Everyone, before we head to the beach, gather here. I want to discuss some important points with you," announced Luffy, his voice filled with determination. All gathered on the deck, approaching the captain at that moment. "Firstly, I've talked to Robin, Vivi, and Yamato," began Luffy, capturing his crew's attention. "We're going to split up here because with the Baroque Works team that came to capture us being captured and destroyed, Crocodile might act hastily to take Alabasta, and Vivi's father could be killed in that time while we're heading to the desert country. As I mentioned before, I intend to help her with our deal, and her father shouldn't die due to the petty schemes of that Shichibukai." Luffy's words elicited surprised and concerned looks among the crew members. So after some discussion, Yamato and Nami will go to Alubarna, the capital of Alabasta. It will only take a few weeks for us to meet again as we go to the Drum Kingdom from here and then finally to Alabasta. They can keep the country's situation under control until we arrive. I had considered making Robin a double agent, but that would be too risky, and besides, Robin has evidence stored against Crocodile anyway, so incriminating him won't be an issue when we get to the country, Luffy spoke. "Wait, she has evidence?" Vivi expressed her surprise upon learning that Robin had incriminating evidence against Crocodile. Robin, with a subtle gesture, confirmed the information with a slight nod. Still, Yamato and Nami can easily handle him if he tries to attack the capital. Yamato can identify all the spies in the palace and defeat Crocodile, and Nami can create a group of harpies now to counter the rebels if they decide to attack. Luffy announced his plans for everyone to understand the status quo. Concerned for her sister, Nijiko asked, "Can I go with my sister too?" "Hey, sis, I'll be fine. I can handle this, and I'm sure you can sail to Alabasta without any problems." Beppo is also a navigator. Nami smiled at Nijiko. Luffy also responded, "I'd like you to stay with us. We need to train your devil fruit, and I have something new for everyone." He pulled out a very beautiful book from his pocket, one that cost 5 billion berries. "It's time to start hockey with some members. Nami will learn from Yamato in Alubarna. Meanwhile, we'll train here with the group, along with the newly acquired fruits." Yamato and Nami, ready to embark on the next phase of the mission, exchanged determined glances before heading towards Alabasta. Nami sprouted wings and an eternal log pose on her wrist, ready for the journey ahead, while Yamato leapt using Geppo. They might not have the energy for a direct trip to Alabasta, but they would certainly stop at other islands before moving forward. As the two women soared into the air and departed beyond the island, a new question arose among the crew. Vivi, curious, asked Luffy, "Hey, Luffy, why are we going to the Drum Kingdom? Is there something special there before we head to Alabasta like this island we're on?" Luffy explained his decision. "I have some information that this kingdom was attacked and devastated by a pirate group. This country itself is not part of the world government, but it already suffers tyranny from the current king, and I plan to take over that kingdom too. It's a country specializing in doctors, and I'm sure Lami can benefit from being there," he said. "And recruit Tony Chopper, of course. 2 doctors are better than 1. Luffy thought, but his plan was to have the 3 kingdoms from the beginning of the original work as his territory. "I see." Many nodded, understanding the captain's reasons. The preparation to explore the island continued. Luffy instructed, "Now, let's check out the giants. If anyone wants to explore the island separately, take a Vivre card so you don't get lost. And someone stick with Zoro all the time, please. I don't want him showing up again in the East Blue in a newspaper after getting lost again." Luffy smiled, provoking some frustration dimples in the swordsman. "But before that, as Nijiko mentioned, there are diseases on this island, so take this to prevent yourselves from being bitten by any mosquitoes with some disease." Before embarking on the exploration of the lush island of Little Garden, Luffy, showing concern for the health of his crew, distributed repellents to everyone. He and Nojuko warned about possible tropical diseases and the dangers associated with the local fauna and flora. Luffy went to the ship and shrank it, and the prisoners followed the change from inside the ship. They had no idea they were in someone's pocket as they complained that the ship was swaying too much and how dark it was outside. Thus, the crew began to spread in various directions. "I'll explore one side. I want to see the medicinal plants," said Lami. "I'll go with Lami," added Beppo. "I'll wander around too," said Zoro. "Well, someone has to keep an eye on Zoro," Usopp commented, going with the swordsman. "I wanted to explore, but Luffy mentioned the giants on this island, so I'll accompany him," said the curious Robin. She knew this island was dangerous and warned Luffy, and even with Negico's stern explanation, Luffy was determined to see the place. "There are dinosaurs here. I'd like to catch some to make recipes I've never created," Reiju spoke. "I'll accompany her," said Kuina. "I'll go along with them." Alvida would accompany Kuina and Reiju. Luffy led the main team, advancing to the heart of the island in search of any signs of giants and other potential discoveries. Zoro, accompanied by Usopp, continued exploring the surroundings, cutting vines, and keeping a keen eye out for any signs of dinosaurs or other dangers. Another group, consisting of Lami, Beppo, Kuina, Alvida, and Reiju, chose to explore the jungle more widely, collecting samples of the local flora and observing the animals that inhabited the island. Each team was determined to make the most of the opportunity to explore the island and gain knowledge about its unique environment. "What an interesting place," exclaimed Shirahoshi as they observed the wonders of the island. "The flora here is truly unique," commented Robin, with a fascinated tone. "Yes, there are at least 10 books detailing the flora of this island over the millennia," added Negico, mentioning her extensive library now in her personal cabin. "Interesting, I'd like to borrow some," expressed Robin, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, but the books are all in the ship's library. Anyone can grab them," Negico mentioned. "A library on the ship?" Robin looked at Luffy suspiciously now. "Well, you didn't ask, but we've been training lately, only stopping to rest, eat, and sleep. I don't think you missed much," Luffy shrugged. "Karoo, don't eat that," Vivi warned her friend who was biting some strange plant. "You too, Megalo," Shirahoshi also cautioned, as Megalo was eating some foliage that looked like seaweed. "Luffy, do you think Yamato and Nami will be okay?" Negico questioned. "Yes, Nami can't get lost with her skills and the eternal log in her possession. Besides, Yamato is very strong for this sea," reassured Luffy. "And those giants, Captain? Are they strong?" Hugo asked, changing the subject. "No, but I have plans to make them quite powerful," Luffy spoke. "And why are there giants on this island? That, we should ask them ourselves. There's certainly a story here." "Look, a dinosaur. How frightening. This is a T-Rex, a carnivorous dinosaur and one of the most powerful we'll encounter on the island," Negico mentioned. "Ha ha ha. How interesting. Hey, Hachi, I want to see your training fight," announced Luffy. "Nay. All right, Captain." Hachi unsheathed his 6 swords, delivering swift cuts, eliminating the enemy in an instant. "Was it that easy?" Hachi said, surprised, seeing his ability for the first time in a real battle. "So strong, Hachi-sama," celebrated Shirahoshi. "Nay. Thank you, Princess-sama." Hachi scratched his head shyly. "Let's continue." Luffy encouraged the group to proceed with the exploration of the intriguing island. As they explored, Zoro and Usopp faced unexpected challenges when hungry dinosaurs attacked them. Usopp skillfully fired his firearms, targeting the creature's weak points, while Zoro, with his swordsmanship, cut through the approaching threats. Together, they formed an effective and reliable team to deal with the dangers of the jungle, honing their combat skills with each opponent. Zoro was far beyond his original point when he was in Little Garden in the original work, and Usopp had become quite competent, even though his spirit never changed. This Usopp would defeat that original Zoro if they were to be compared. Climbing the hills, Reiju and Kuina also encountered approaching dinosaurs. Reiju, using her enhanced physical strength, kicked the dinosaurs to prepare provisions for the group, turning the threat into an opportunity. At the same time, Kuina took the chance to train her sword skills, facing the dinosaurs with dexterity and precision, consolidating her progress on the path of the swordsman. While exploring the lush area, Lami, Alvida, and Beppo didn't hesitate to face any dinosaur that crossed their path. Lami, with her agility and botanical knowledge, avoided the dinosaur's attacks while identifying unique plants for remedies. Alvida, using her slippery fruit power, and Soru, slid like a shadow and crushed all opponents. Beppo, in turn, showed his physical strength and fighting skills, protecting Lami and defeating any threat that arose. Amidst the adventure, the trio demonstrated a rather smooth exploration. Meanwhile, Luffy and the group in the middle of the island began to hear a distant sound of cracking ground. Intrigued, they followed the noise until they reached an area where 2 enormous giants were engaged in an intense battle. The ground trembled under the force of their blows, and nearby trees swayed with the impact. The 2 giants, each wielding an immense sword and shield, exchanged blows with surprising precision. Every move was a dance of blades and shields, creating a symphony of thunderous metal clashing. As they faced off, their weapons created sparks in the air, illuminating the scene like lightning in a storm. The battle between them was a spectacle of pure strength and technique, showcasing the mastery they had over their colossal weapons. Each strike emitted a deafening roar, echoing through the area. It was as if the island itself responded to the magnitude of the battle, with fissures forming in the ground due to the titanic force of the giants. Luffy, Hugo, and many in the group watched in awe at this colossal clash. Even from a distance, they could feel the intensity of the vibrations emanating from the fight. "Shouldn't we leave?" Vivi ignored everything Luffy said about the giants being weak when she saw them. Others just shrugged. Some of them witnessed the battle in Kokoyashi, so they weren't very surprised. The giants, immersed in the art of war, continued to exchange blows, revealing exceptional skill in every move. As the battle progressed, it became clear that this was more than a simple contest of brute force. It was a demonstration of refined technique and mutual respect between these warrior giants. After the monumental stalemate, they stopped. Bragi and Dory looked at each other with respect and, at the same time, a hint of amusement in their eyes. This scene was familiar to them, as this fight had been happening for over 100 years every day, with no clear winner. They stared at each other for a while, but soon burst into loud laughter. The giants laughed together, sharing not only the draw in their century-old battle but also the enduring friendship that had formed between them over the years. It was a scene that represented the essence of Little Garden. "Hey, Dory, I think once again, we're at a tie," Bragi said, laughing. "Looks like it, Bragi. We can't decide who's stronger yet," Dory smiled. "I think it's because we're both equally amazing, but tomorrow, we'll break the tie, since I'm going to win," Bragi said, scratching his head. "Indeed, but I'll be the winner." Dory nodded, and his gaze turned to Luffy's group, which had already been noticed at a distance. "Looks like we have interesting visitors this time." "How frightening." Shirahoshi ran to Megalo. "He's staring at us." Vivi opened her eyes wide in fright. While the princesses had scared faces, Nijiko and Hachi had cautious eyes, expecting some hostile move, but the rest of the group didn't seem to care about the giants' looks. They couldn't feel threatened by these beings, but besides being quite friendly, their group could defeat them. "Apologies for the disturbance," said one of the giants, with a very friendly expression. "Sometimes we have a disagreement on important matters, but our people always resolve these differences this way. Well, despite being here for more than 100 years. Hoo. It's okay, we're used to it," Luffy said, taking steps in front of the group, and continued talking. "You mentioned that you'll fight again tomorrow?" Luffy asked. "Yes, tomorrow, I'll have my victory after 100 years. "No, Dory, you'll lose, that's what we'll see. You two won't fight each other tomorrow because you'll fight with me," Luffy interjected and threw down his challenge. What did the little one say? Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi was surprised, as were some in the group. "I challenge both of you at the same time in a fight with me. Do you accept?" Luffy maintained his arrogant smile. "Why do you want to fight us? You don't seem strong." "What was that? Elbaf warriors going to refuse a challenge?" Luffy mentioned, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not, we are great warriors, right, Bragi?" "Yes, Dory, we don't refuse any fight or challenge, Dory." "That's great because if you lose, you'll join my fleet, I'll fight against both of you at the same time," Luffy declared with the same enthusiasm. Hey, why would we do that? And what happens if we win?" questioned the giant with the longer beard. "Because I'm going to turn you into the greatest warriors of Elbaf in this era. And if you win, I'll give you a manual to further increase your strength." "What do you think?" explained Luffy. What do you think, Dory? It sounds interesting. He's small, but he's confident, and if there's a manual that can increase our strength, we can accept the challenge, Bragi. Then it's settled. Let's fight here tomorrow, get ready." Luffy smiled. "Hey, are you really going to fight these giants?" Nijiko spoke cautiously, seeing two giants against Luffy. "Even you could defeat them, silly girl, but I want to put on a good show tomorrow with my zone in the final stage. I need to train your form and get used to it, and I barely had a chance to use it," Luffy explained. He had only used the fruit once and needed to get accustomed to the colossal form. "So, now that it's settled, what do we do now?" Hugo asked. "Let's train. It's time to see Chow Chow's form and Nijiko's explosive fruit for them to adapt, Luffy determined. Hey, giants, how about a feast after this training? Why not join us? Luffy shouted with enthusiasm. Feast? Sounds good, doesn't it? Bragi, I agree, Dory. Let's join. Thus, Luffy went to train with his group in another open area. Everyone was eager to see Chow Chow's form and help Nijiko in her training. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon, Patre-on skeptical smiley face Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, infinite mana system, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 121. Chapter size. 2,566 words. Third person POV. Little Garden, first half of Grand Line. Luffy and Chow Chow were in a quiet and secluded spot in the middle of the island, away from the rest of the group that stayed to watch. The atmosphere was serene, with the gentle sound of tree leaves swaying in the wind. The sun shone through the dense vegetation, creating patterns of shadows on the ground. Chow Chow, can you feel the power within you? Luffy asked, looking at the loyal dog before him. Woof woof. Chow Chow barked enthusiastically, expressing his readiness for training and confirming Luffy's words. Luffy smiled as he prepared to guide Chow Chow in his training. The goal was to explore and fully understand the potential of Chow Chow's zone, unlocking powers that could be crucial in future battles. The interaction between Luffy and Chow Chow was a scene of deep connection between a captain and a valuable member of his crew, committed to reaching new levels of strength together. Chow Chow, focus on the power inside you. Feel the energy, let it flow. This transformation is not just physical, it's a connection with the essence of the creature that now inhabits you. Trust your instincts, let the power take over, but keep it under control. Luffy, with his own experience dealing with devil fruits and transformations, put his words onto Chow Chow, conveying positive and encouraging energy. He helped the loyal companion tune into the nature of his zone. Responding to Luffy's guidance, Chow Chow began to feel the internal energy grow. The three fierce heads of his future Cerberus form revealed distinct traits in his mind. One emanated intense heat, the middle one had a flaming mouth representing fire, another exhibited an icy aura to the left symbolizing ice, and the third to the right pulsed with electricity, embodying lightning. With Chow Chow feeling this, the transformation began gradually, and Luffy smiled seeing it. At the moment of transformation, a pulsating aura enveloped Chow Chow as he metamorphosed into Cerberus, the legendary three-headed dog from mythology that was supposed to guard the gates of Hades. Luffy, with focused eyes, watched every step of the metamorphosis to ensure that Chow Chow could fully master his zone form. The heads of Cerberus began to emerge, each with distinct characteristics. The central head was engulfed in furious flames, emitting intense heat to anyone other than Luffy, given his mastery of the chaos flames. The second head displayed an icy coldness to the left, with icy breath forming small clouds of mist like hydrogen. The third head on the right seemed to carry electricity, sparks dancing around it, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Chow Chow, now as Cerberus, rose majestically, reaching an impressive height of 20 meters and extending 40 meters in length. His paws cracked the ground immediately upon contact. His three heads acted independently, each representing a unique and powerful element. Luffy, satisfied with the success of the transformation, expressed his approval. Very good, Chow Chow, Luffy said with satisfaction. Cerberus growled in unison with its 3 heads, now giant and imposing. Chow Chow became giant, incredible, look at your size. Karoo, Sharky. The animals, astonished, watched their friend's transformation from a distance. Chow Chow, you look amazing in this form. Now, try coordinating the elements of your heads. Let's see how you can use this power in a combined way. Luffy encouraged, eager to explore the full potential of Cerberus and its formidable abilities. Cerberus tried to control all the heads, focusing on the dense jungle in front of him. Each of its heads opened its mouth, revealing a distinct element. A fiery flame emerged from one head, a freezing lightning from another, and an electric spark from the third. With a powerful roar, Cerberus unleashed the 3 elements simultaneously on one side of the space. The fireball, the ice beam, and the lightning merged into a single colossal attack, forming a spiral of destructive power that headed straight for the jungle in one corner. The impact was impressive, generating an explosion of heat, ice, and energy lights, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed throughout the island. Cerberus's feat demonstrated the intensity of its new power. Boom! The roar reached every corner of the island, announcing Chow Chow's display of power to all its inhabitants and visitors. Luffy's crew members, accompanied by Hugo, Robin, Shirahoshi, Hachi, Najiko, Vivi, and even the animals, stood in awe of the magnitude of Cerberus's attack. As the sound waves dissipated, a brief silence hung over the area, broken by expressions of admiration and applause. The message was clear. Cerberus had transformed into a formidable force worthy of recognition by all now. That's amazing, buddy, Hugo exclaimed, impressed. You really did it, Chow Chow-sama, Shirahoshi applauded. Within this moment of collective admiration, heavy footsteps interrupted the contemplation. Dory, visibly surprised, appeared, observing the havoc left by Cerberus's attack. What kind of dog is this? It's so powerful, he exclaimed, impressed with the fierce appearance of Chow Chow's 3 heads in Cerberus form. Very strong, anyway, let's spar a bit. Chow Chow, I want you to get used to this form in a fight, so let's fight each other. Luffy spoke and activated his powers. An intense aura enveloped his body, and his musculature expanded, gaining a more robust tone. Luffy's skin took on a more amethyst hue, and flames circled around him, indicating the intensity of the power now flowing through him. His eyes gleamed with an even redder hue, ready for a challenging training session with his loyal friend. Cerberus broke the ground, accepting Luffy's challenge with enthusiasm as he positioned himself to fight. Dory and Broggy were there now too, curious about it, and watched the fight with fascination. The 3 heads of Cerberus growled fiercely, each representing a different element: fire, ice, and lightning. The ground trembled under the imposing presence of these 2 at that moment, even one being 2 meters tall and the other being 10 times larger. Luffy, with his body engulfed in flames, quickly advanced towards Cerberus. The first attack came from fire, a fiery blaze launched by Cerberus's central head. Luffy, using his remarkable physical strength, advanced directly through the fire, resisting the flames without flinching, as no heat in the world could hurt him. In response, Luffy countered with a powerful punch to Cerberus's central head. The force of the impact made the creature recoil 10 meters, but it quickly recovered. Cerberus's heads moved in sync, each attacking with distinct elements. The right head shot a lightning bolt towards Luffy, who, agile as always, skillfully dodged. The central head, reacting quickly, projected a stream of ice in an attempt to freeze Luffy. However, Luffy, with his exceptional physical resistance, broke the ice formed around his body and advanced undisturbed. The battle unfolded in a spectacle of elemental powers against Luffy's brute strength. Even without the use of haki, Luffy's body's resistance and agility were on par with someone reasonably good from the New World. He dodged elemental attacks and countered with devastating punches and kicks against his ship's guard dog. The fight continued with intense exchanges of blows, with Cerberus trying to leverage its elements to overcome Luffy's resilience, while the Straw Hat Captain responded with his unwavering physical strength. The sound of collisions echoed across the island, and both contenders showed signs of exhaustion. Despite his notable disadvantage in terms of elements, Luffy stood out for pure physical strength and determination. As the fight continued, it was evident that Luffy was getting the upper hand. Cerberus, even with its enhanced powers, was gradually being surpassed by the incomparable power of its captain. Luffy paused for a moment as Chow Chow was slammed directly into the ground. "Chow Chow, try using the techniques of the 6 styles you master," Luffy spoke after landing and breaking the ground. "Woof! Woof!" Cerberus responded with its powerful bark. Cerberus, now using its Soru technique, traversed the battlefield with impressive speed. Luffy, not wanting to fall behind, utilized his enhanced agility to keep up. The two fighters were like hurricanes, leaving a trail of devastation wherever they went on the field. "Hey, Broggy, can we fight against this?" said one of the giants, quite disturbed, while the rest of the crew present looked stunned at the fight in front of them and the destruction it was causing. "I don't know, Dory. I believe this is beyond our capabilities," the giant thought. Seeing this, he had to admit that he couldn't fight them in a battle like this. The dog alone was stronger than both of them combined. Meanwhile, in the midst of the fight, Cerberus's Tekai technique came into play as Luffy tried to hit it with powerful punches. The resilience of the Tekai defense faced the formidable force of each blow, creating shockwaves that spread through the environment. Each collision between the two was like an earthquake, shaking that part of the island. In response, Luffy unleashed a series of punches, using the speed of his movements to create complex attack patterns. Cerberus's 3 heads moved in unison, dodging and blocking the attacks of the Straw Hat Captain. The sound of their blows echoed like thunder, resonating through the devastated landscape. Cerberus's Shigan skills were employed quickly and precisely. The sharp tips pierced the air towards Luffy with each head in a bite-like version, responding with acrobatic movements, skillfully evading each onslaught, often using Geppo. The vegetation around was uprooted, creating a visible impact zone. With a powerful roar, Cerberus unleashed its elemental attacks towards Luffy this time. Fireballs, freezing rays, and lightning crossed in the air, creating a spectacle of colors and energy. The surrounding environment was consumed by the power of the elements, transforming the battleground into a field of chaos. Luffy, however, showed no signs of retreating in the face of the elemental onslaught. His advanced form was enveloped in an aura of flames, an instinctive reaction to Cerberus's power. With an agile movement, Luffy dodged the fireballs, spun in a quick dance to avoid the freezing rays, and dove into the ground to evade the lightning. Luffy's strategy was clear. He would wait for the right moment to counterattack. As Cerberus continued to unleash its elements, the Straw Hat Captain observed, calculating the attack patterns of his loyal zone friend. When an opening presented itself, Luffy advanced. He dodged a fireball, passed through a freezing ray, and leapt to avoid a lightning strike. In a fluid motion, he reached Cerberus, delivering a powerful punch to one of its heads. The impact made the head sway, but Cerberus retaliated, launching a series of combined attacks with its 3 heads. The battle reached its climax as Luffy and Cerberus exchanged blows. After a series of intense exchanges, Luffy found an opening once again. With a quick motion, he grabbed one of Cerberus's heads, spun in the air, and threw it to the ground with incredible force. The earth trembled with the impact, and Cerberus, momentarily stunned, became vulnerable. Luffy didn't hesitate. With a swift impulse, he advanced and delivered a series of precise punches and kicks against Cerberus. The resilience of the zone, even with its 3 heads, was not enough against Luffy's fury. The fight reached its conclusion as Cerberus, unable to resist the overwhelming power, reverted to the form of Chow Chow, exhausted and defeated. Sighing, Luffy looked at his now transformed zone friend as he returned to his normal form. The area, marked by the ravages of battle, witnessed the victory of the Straw Hat Captain. The environment calmed down, and Luffy, with a smile, extended his hands to help the unconscious Chow Chow off the ground and picked him up carefully. "Well, that was impressive," admitted Robin, once again acknowledging the incredible strength of the Straw Hat crew full of monsters, now including even a powerful dog that she wouldn't stand a chance against in a fight. Chow Chow-sama was so amazing, and to think the dog is now so strong. "Hey, Chow Chow is so powerful. Sharky," Luffy called Karoo, Vivi's duck, who approached cautiously through the destroyed area. "Take Chow Chow to rest. Now, Nijiko, let's train your powers," announced Luffy loudly for everyone present. Surprised to be called by the captain, Nijiko headed towards him immediately. "I hope not to have such an intense fight," grumbled Nijiko, worried. "Don't worry, we'll stick to the basics here. Chow Chow had a zone, and his body got stronger for it. That's why I wanted to fight him so intensely, explained Luffy, and the girl understood the reason behind the destructive and intense fight. Let's try to get you adapted to your own devil fruit now, Luffy said, scratching his chin as he looked at the girl in front of him. Luffy observed Nezuko with a determined gaze, ready to guide her in her training with the Bomb no Mi, a devil fruit that previously belonged to Mr. 5. Nezuko, in turn, showed determination with this, willing to learn and enhance her abilities to become stronger and not be a burden to Luffy and her sister. First, you need to understand the explosive nature of your fruit. Feel the energy inside you. Concentrate it in the palms of your hands, instructed Luffy, pointing to Nezuko's hands. Nezuko took a deep breath, trying to connect with the power acquired a few days ago without a chance to use it yet. An aura of energy began to form around her hands, revealing a peculiar coloration, indicating the presence of the explosive power about to be executed. That's it, Nezuko. Now, focus that energy and release it in a controlled manner. You can do it here without fear, encouraged Luffy. Nezuko did as instructed, releasing a small controlled explosion in the palms of her hands. The impact was enough to create a slight tremor in the surrounding ground, demonstrating the explosive potential of the fruit. Great start. Now, let's increase the intensity. Feel the energy flowing, and this time, direct it towards a specific target, suggested Luffy. Nezuko nodded, aiming at a nearby rock. She focused again, channeling the explosive energy towards the target. A more powerful explosion resulted, shattering the rock into smaller pieces. This is getting better. Now, imagine yourself in a combat situation. Be agile and precise with your explosions, and use the techniques of the 6 styles you've learned. This way, you can control the intensity, mobility, and range, explained Luffy. Nezuko began to practice, directing explosions at various targets around her. Her control over the Bomb no Mi's power was clearly evolving, and Luffy encouraged her to explore even more. Keep it up, Nezuko. Try different ways to apply your attacks. Remember, no matter how weak the fruit may seem, it all depends on its user, so be creative, encouraged Luffy, while Nezuko continued to refine her explosive skills under the guidance of her captain and mentor. And what about you? How long are you just going to stand there and watch? Luffy addressed the people and animals in the distance, taking care of and still unconscious Chow Chow. Everyone heard Luffy and felt another shiver, afraid of what is to come. Here, we have weights. Let's continue our training because we're not here on vacation, Luffy said in a serious tone, and everyone had to start moving at their captain's order and continue the hellish training again in the same place. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 20 extra chapters and other exclusive benefits on my Days Raccoon. Patre-on skeptical smiley face. Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy. 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, infinite mana system, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 494 Chapter 122. Chapter size. 2,734 words. Third person Pav Little Garden, first half of Grand Line. Hours unfolded under Luffy's tireless command, with him intensely training each crew member. Chow Chow, still exhausted, rested while Nezuko honed her skills with the explosive fruit, and Luffy assessed the physical training of the rest of the group, actively participating to push them to their limits. After 4 intensive hours, Zoro, Usopp, Lami, Beppo, Alvida, Kuina, and Reiju arrived at the location where Luffy was conducting the training. The giants watched the entire time, making cheerful comments and showing contagious excitement as they saw these humans train to become strong, as they admired strength. "Hey, what were those explosions all afternoon?" Zoro questioned, alongside Usopp, examining the fallen group on the ground and the area devastated by Luffy and Chow Chow's fight, or by Negico's ability. "I think they're not in a condition to answer," Lami murmured, while Beppo remained wide-eyed, trying to comprehend what had happened here. "Come on, I brought plenty of food for us. You're not going to sleep there now, are you?" Reiju said, casting a somewhat disappointed look at the exhausted group while many cried. Everyone was sprawled on the ground at that moment. Luffy, driven by his team's determination and the opportunity to train 2 new users of Akuma no Mi, had demanded a lot from everyone during these last 4 hours with his enthusiasm. "They'll be fine. Just start roasting the dinosaurs you caught. They need a lot of food to replenish their energy, and we have 2 giants for the feast too," Luffy said calmly, looking at the dinosaurs Alvida was dragging across the ground. "Food, Bragi, looks delicious, Dory. These little guys are so cool." "So, these are the giants you mentioned before? They seem quite friendly," Kuina commented, surprised, watching the colossal inhabitants of the island. "You guys put on quite a show here," Alvida couldn't help but say, looking around the area marked by the traces of the battle. "You had to see Chow Chow and the captain fight, it was pretty amazing," Hugo added, getting up from the ground after the training. "Seriously, did Cerberus fruit do that? Mythical zones are so cool," Beppo commented, expressing his admiration. "I know you want one too, Beppo, but I have another fruit planned for you." Luffy spoke at that moment, teasing the bear's curiosity. "Really? Which one, Captain?" Beppo was surprised. "You'll find out in the future, but don't worry, you'll be a legend with it. For now, let's strengthen your body, got it?" "I guess so, Captain," Beppo replied, a bit disappointed but nodded, confident in Luffy's leadership. "Now, let's prepare a feast. Tomorrow, I intend to train those who were exploring the island a lot since they're now behind those who were with me," Luffy announced, and everyone hurried to organize the place for the feast between the crew and the giants, despite feeling a foreboding about the second part of Luffy's statement. The tempting aroma of food already spread in the area after Reiju seasoned and cut the meat of the captured dinosaurs, while laughter and stories filled the air as the starry night took shape. Bragi and Dory, the giants, joined in the festive event, enchanted by the hospitality and camaraderie of the human crew. Tables in the area were filled with delicacies, from the succulent meat of the island's animals to exotic dishes the island could offer in its fauna. Laughter echoed through the place, mixed with expressions of satisfaction as everyone enjoyed the well-deserved feast. In the midst of animated conversations, Luffy proposed a toast, raising his mug in honor of everyone's growth and strengthened bonds. The giants, Bragi and Dory, joined the celebration, toasting to friendship and the promise of an epic duel the next day with joy. The night advanced, but the infectious energy of the feast persisted. Satisfied faces, full stomachs, and a spirit of unity marked the end of this memorable day on the island full of mysteries and challenges. The next day, Luffy found a moment of tranquility for himself. He pulled out a peculiar book from his attire, a thick covered volume radiating an aura of importance. This was no ordinary book. It was the world's largest hockey manual, an incredibly valuable treasure that only the elite of the world government could normally acquire. With a determined look, Luffy opened the book, its pages unfolding before him like a map to an unknown realm. The content was vast and detailed, covering every facet of the 3 types of hockey in theoretical chapters: Kenbunshoku hockey, observation; Busashoku hockey, armament; and Houshoku hockey, conqueror. As he immersed himself in the printed words, expressions of concentration and understanding crossed his face. Luffy's eyes reflected the seriousness with which he absorbed every piece of knowledge contained in the golden pages of the manual. It was a rare scene, witnessing the Straw Hat Captain devoting himself so deeply to reading outside his cabin, but he was dedicated to exploring new horizons here. The manual revealed ancient secrets and enhanced techniques since the lost century, showing how to unlock the latent potentials Luffy could hardly wait to explore. As he progressed through the pages, a gleam of excitement appeared in his eyes, anticipating the possibilities that complete mastery of hockey could offer. While others continued their activities on the island or prepared for the day, Luffy remained absorbed in the knowledge of the manual. The gentle island breeze turned the pages as he delved into the mysteries and hidden arts of hockey. Throughout the morning, Luffy read the theories and concepts repeatedly in an attempt to understand them. However, the abstract and complex nature of Haki presented significant challenges for the Straw Hat Captain. Each page contained words and ideas that initially seemed distant from his understanding. Luffy's furrowed brow evidenced the intensity of his concentration. He faced the theoretical challenges of Haki, mentally exploring the fundamental aspects of the two Hakis. Even without Yamato's presence to assist him in practical understanding, Luffy persisted, determined to unravel the secrets of these transcendental abilities. Whenever he encountered a particularly challenging passage, Luffy reflected on it, murmuring to himself in an attempt to internalize the concepts. Although he didn't physically practice the movements, his mind sought to understand the essence of Haki, theoretically refining himself to unlock its true potential when he practiced for real. The tranquil setting of the island witnessed Luffy's mental effort. Thus, as he instructed his crew to train again this morning while he continued studying the manual, he only stopped at lunchtime with everyone present. After eating and resting for a while, as the afternoon approached, all eyes turned to the giants in the same training area as yesterday, standing before Luffy at a considerable distance. This was the moment of the eagerly awaited duel. We may not beat them after what we saw yesterday, but still, our pride won't allow us to give up without a fight, so we want to see your strength with our own swords and shields, Brogy declared with determination. That's right, we'll fight with you, little one, Dory added, adopting a defiant stance. Luffy sighed, realizing they would still fight, as this was an opportunity to use his true powers. Although he could have Nijiko and Chow Chow face them, he was in a recruitment process, and Luffy didn't want to miss the chance to showcase his own strength and show off a bit. Let's do this, then, Luffy responded, accepting the giants' challenge. The giants, wielding their imposing swords and shields, prepared for the confrontation. Luffy, with a serious expression, assumed a combat stance, focusing on his mythical zone after leaping backward and positioning himself 100 meters away from the giants. Preparing for the imminent battle, Luffy decided to enter the final phase of his mythical zone, which he now had a bit more control over. His eyes intensified their red hue, while fiery flames danced around him, growing furiously in a violent swirl. The flames erupted from him, forming a fiery pillar that rose from Ifrit's domain towards the sky, surprising everyone, even those who were witnessing this scene for the second time. When the flaming display subsided, the colossal form of Luffy transformed into Ifrit was revealed. A drake with burnt skin, amethyst armor, curved horns, and vibrant flames across its 50-meter-tall body. R-O-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. Ifrit roared with overwhelming ferocity, making all of Little Garden tremble before its imposing presence. Trees quickly came to life with hundreds of birds emerging and fleeing from them. Even the once calm dinosaurs quickly became alarmed at the threat of Luffy standing in the middle of the island, causing even the most carnivorous animals to flee upon seeing the 50-meter drake, and its roaring didn't help. The transformation was truly monumental, exceeding the expectations even of those who thought they knew Luffy deeply. The air trembled with Ifrit's presence, rising over Little Garden like an almost mythical entity. With this power, the captain can challenge anything. This form again. Luffy can transform into this giant monster. Wait, are you saying that's Luffy? Are we safe, Karoo? I'm scared too, Karoo, Vivi cried. He's like a force of nature. I've never seen anything like this in the Grand Line. Is that really our captain? Luffy, you're amazing. Grr asterisk, if only I could have half of that power. Look at those flames. They're mesmerizing. My husband is powerful. Alvida paid little attention to Luffy's colossal form. This is truly unbelievable. Robin had to admit. Now she realized that 200 million couldn't do justice to Luffy's powers. It was beyond anything she had ever seen in her life. A simple step from Luffy, and an area of the forest completely changed. What kind of power is this? Various expressions and comments echoed among the crew members and the giants, all trying to process the magnitude of the phenomenon before them. Ifrit was not just a transformation but a manifestation of power beyond conventional understanding. The little one has grown, Brogy. We are now the little ones here, Dory. The giants had to tilt their heads to look at the fiery monster, even from a distance, as Luffy was now twice their size. The perspective had completely changed, turning Luffy into an unmatched force in front of the colossi that were once seen as imposing. The vibrant fire of Ifrit reflected in the eyes of the giants, blending with a mix of awe and admiration. Even so, let's fight, Bragi. Yes, Dory. Let's show how a proud Elbaf warrior can fight. That's good. Let's begin. Luffy's voice thundered, not needing to move his mouth to convey his words, further enhancing his presence as a mythical being. The confrontation began with a resounding roar as Ifrit advanced toward the giants. Its colossal size and imposing presence triggered a shockwave that even the most experienced giants couldn't help but tremble at. Get ready, little one, Bragi roared, wielding his enormous sword. Dory raised his massive shield, prepared for the imminent impact. However, Ifrit's surprising agility contradicted its massive appearance. Luffy moved with an unusual grace for someone of his size, evading the giant's blows as if dancing among them, despite his towering stature. With a swift motion, Ifrit delivered a powerful blow, hitting both Bragi and Dory in a single move. The impact was overwhelming, sending the giants backward and creating a crater in the landscape of Little Garden. How can he be so fast? Dory exclaimed, struggling to get up. While the giants tried to rise, Ifrit demonstrated his enhanced control over fire. Amethyst flames surrounded his hands as he prepared his next attack. A massive fire blast was launched towards the giants, engulfing them in an intense blaze. This isn't fair. We fight head-on, Bragi shouted, trying to extinguish the flames consuming his attire. Luffy, or rather Ifrit, advanced once again. His movements were a dance of destruction as he struck the giants with a combination of rapid blows and devastating flame attacks. In no time, Bragi and Dory were completely overwhelmed by Ifrit's overwhelming force. I can't believe we're losing to this little one in such a pathetic way, as all we can do is raise our shields to protect ourselves. Dory muttered, falling to his knees. He's like a true monster, Bragi admitted, trying to resist the torrent of blows. Ifrit advanced with surprising speed, its amethyst flames dancing around as it moved. Dory and Bragi tried to react, but Luffy's unusual agility in Ifrit's form made it difficult to keep up with his movements. With a quick and powerful strike, Luffy hit Dory and Bragi simultaneously, sending both giants flying. The thunderous impact echoed through Little Garden as the giants fell, knocked out by Luffy's overwhelming strength. The earth shook with the magnitude of the blow, creating a crater in the landscape. Ifrit, with its imposing form, stood tall, facing the fallen giants. That was amazing, Hugo exclaimed, impressed with Luffy's display of power. He knocked out the giants with a single blow. Usopp was wide-eyed, watching the scene. Even Lami, usually more laid back, couldn't help expressing her surprise. Luffy is truly on another level now. With a sigh of smoke and flames, Luffy returned to his normal form, satisfied with the outcome of the fight. He approached the fallen giants, offering a friendly hand to help them up. Finally, Luffy, back in his normal form, faced the fallen giants as he walked again at just 2 meters in his human form. The smoke from the flames dissipated around him, revealing a confident smile. You were good opponents. I hope you're okay, but I have my own goals to achieve, and you'll be part of them, so this victory is mine, Luffy declared, offering a small friendly hand to help the giants up, effortlessly lifting them. Bragi and Dory, still surprised by their defeat, accepted Luffy's hand. They looked at the Straw Hat captain with a mix of respect and disbelief after the little one practically tossed them while extending his hand to catch them. You are truly formidable, little one, Bragi acknowledged. Luffy laughed, and I still have much more to learn and conquer. This is just a glimpse of what's to come. I'm sure you'll become powerful warriors too. We didn't expect to find someone as powerful as you around here, Dory added, showing respect for Luffy's skill. Luffy, always with his friendly nature, responded, You're strong, but I believe you can get even stronger. How about joining my fleet? Let's grow together and face even greater challenges. Your names will be in history. The giants exchanged glances, pondering the proposal. After a brief silence, Bragi broke the deadlock. We agree to join you, little one, but only if you help us get stronger too. We accept your offer on the condition that you train us like you did with the other little ones. Excited with the response, Luffy immediately agreed. That's great, let's train together and become even more powerful. Welcome to the Straw Hat Fleet, Bragi and Dory. The news of Bragi and Dory's addition to the crew quickly spread among the team members, raising some doubts, including the one expressed by Reiju. She approached Luffy with curious eyes and questioned, Luffy, Why not add the giants directly to the main crew? What is the purpose of this Straw Hat fleet? Luffy, with a determined smile, explained, Reiju, it's not just about increasing the numbers of the main crew. We are building a strategic force to dominate the seas. This fleet is the manifestation of our desire for conquest. Each member, whether in the main crew or the fleet, will contribute uniquely to achieving our goals. His tone became more serious as he continued, Bragi, Dory, and everyone else in the fleet are here to grow stronger and to strengthen our alliance. By empowering everyone, we will be ready to take on anyone who tries to stop our path. It's not just a matter of numbers, it's a strategy. We will maintain the autonomy of each group but unite our forces when necessary. Luffy concluded, with serious eyes, conveying deep determination. This fleet is the key to facing the new world with confidence and conquering every challenge that comes our way. We are shaping the future of the seas. Raccoon here. Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 80 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 100, along with other exclusive benefits on my such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 494 Chapter 123. Chapter size. 2,747 words. Third person POV Little Garden, first half of Grand Line. The sun rose on the horizon of Little Garden, announcing a new day on this island. After yesterday's battle, the training continued, followed by another feast during the night. Now, inspired by the hockey manual he had intensely studied once again, Luffy decided to embark on a journey to enhance these legendary abilities. Aware that this was a journey he could not undertake alone, he summoned a group of selected members from his crew to join him in training. In the center of an isolated clearing, Luffy waited with determination, gazing at the first rays of sun penetrating the dense vegetation. Zoro, Lami, Reiju, Shirahoshi, and Kuina gathered, each curious to know why their captain had called them to a secluded spot while the rest of the team conducted their usual training. Luffy, noticing the confusion on their faces, decided to provide the most comprehensive explanation possible about hockey, starting with an intriguing statement. Did you know that everyone in this world has a hidden power? A power that lies dormant in most, but can be awakened and honed by a fortunate few. That power is hockey, the ability that the greatest forces in the world specialize in. It's not the devil fruit users who dominate the seas, but this power. Gold D. Roger is an example. His arrow is filled with monsters, and he never had a fruit, just like my grandfather, the most powerful marine, and even Shanks, the Yonku who gave me this hat. Does this thing really exist, Luffy-sama? So, this is what they call hockey? Everyone has this power. You mentioned this in the East Blue, and it sounds incredible. If it makes me more powerful, then I want to learn. Luffy, hearing the exclamations of surprise, continued with serious eyes. Let's talk about how this power is classified. There are 3 main types of hockey. Not everyone has access to them, but I chose you 5 because each of you possesses the 2 basic types and even the third, which is Conqueror's Hockey, an ability that only a small number of people in this world have. Kuina, recalling the demonstrations of Yamato and Luffy, expressed her surprise. Conqueror's Hockey, something similar to what Yamato used in the East Blue and you used in Whiskey Peak? Do we have that too? Luffy, maintaining his serious expression, confidently replied. Yes, Kuina. Conqueror's haki is the will of the king. They say only those with ambitions to reach the top of the world possess this power, but I disagree with that idea. I believe this haki is born with us, from the first breath in this world. The will to ascend to the heavens is intrinsically linked to it, whether directly influenced or not. All of you, like me and Yamato, were born with this power. Now, our role is to develop it. This haki will provide a formidable boost to your strength, far beyond simply stunning a weaker group of people. There's even an advanced stage called King's Infusion, which is beyond the initial phase, but I'll tell you in advance, this is the power that the greatest monsters in this world use against each other. Lami, displaying a thoughtful expression, questioned. So, does that mean all of us had this conqueror's haki from the beginning? Luffy nodded seriously. Yes, Lami. Each of you carries this will of the king from the start. Now, we need to develop it together to reach our maximum potential. Reiju, showing her interest, asked. And what about the other two types of haki? How can we access and enhance them? Luffy smiled and made a strategic pause, allowing his words to settle before continuing. Now, he would delve into the details of armament haki, revealing its true depth. Satisfied with the readiness of his key members. Well, Reiju, those are armament haki and observation haki. As for armament haki, the one I mentioned earlier, it involves channeling your inner strength to intensify your attacks. It has the power to hit Logia Devil Fruit users and make your strikes more powerful. Imagine throwing a normal punch, but with an extra kick, maybe even multiplying your attack. With this haki, you can punch without moving your fist, destroying an internal part without causing much damage externally. You can even face Mihawk using a bamboo stick if you're powerful enough and cover it with this haki. It's something that makes all the difference against more formidable enemies, an art that strengthens your attacks, making them more penetrating. With dedication and training, each of you can master this aspect of haki, elevating your abilities to a new level. The advanced name for this haki is called emission or internal destruction. The eyes of the crew members fixed on the captain, now understanding the magnitude of the abilities they were about to develop. Shirahoshi, with eyes shining with curiosity, raised a question. So, Luffy, does that mean we can use this haki to protect the people we love? Will we be strong enough to thwart any threat? Luffy smiled at Shirahoshi, acknowledging the importance of her question. Yes, Shirahoshi, exactly. Armament haki gives us the ability to protect the people we love and face any threat. The stronger your haki, the more powerful you are. You'll be strong enough to stop any enemy. Let's train hard and make this power our defense and offense. Zoro, always focused on the quest for more power and improvement, also expressed his interest. Armament haki, huh? That sounds useful. If I master this art, I can finally cut those Logia users that Yamato dealt with effortlessly. Luffy, how long will it take for us to enhance this? When Zoro expressed his interest, Luffy replied calmly. Zoro, armament haki will be amazing for you. In addition to making your swords more instructive, the power of your blades intensifies, helping even to cut mountains and islands. As for the time, it will depend on each one's dedication. The more we strive, the faster we'll master this. But I know you all are amazing, and I'm sure we'll master armament haki in no time. Zoro and Kuina had an intrigued look when Luffy mentioned cutting, but everyone there was quite surprised by this. Such power and the opportunity to learn were beyond their expectations until that day. Lami showed interest and inquired, you mentioned a third haki. Luffy nodded, sharing another crucial piece of the puzzle. Yes, we have the last, but not least, just different. It's observation haki. This haki allows you to sense the presence and intentions of people around you. It's like developing a sixth sense, something that goes beyond the limits of physical vision. Observation haki is incredibly useful for anticipating the movements of enemies, even if they're outside your field of vision. You'll be able to perceive ambushes, predict attacks, and react more quickly in combat situations. It's a powerful tool to stay one step ahead of our opponents. Observation haki goes beyond just sensing presence. With practice and development, you'll be able to feel the emotions of people around you, detect lies, and even anticipate future events to some degree in its advanced stage. Imagine being able to read an enemy's intentions before they even attack, or knowing if someone is hiding something important. This ability can be a significant advantage in various situations, both in battle and in social interactions. The crew's eyes lit up with interest, eager to explore this new aspect of hidden power. Luffy made a dramatic pause, staring at each crew member with intensity. Now, here's the exciting part. All of you have the potential to develop these hakis before we leave the paradise. And today, we'll start with armament haki. Let's dive together into this training and explore the dormant power within us intertwined with our internal energy. Are you ready? Nods and expressions of determination indicated that the crew was eager to embark on this new chapter of their development as pirates. After the initial explanation, Luffy decided to move on to the practical training of armament haki. He approached Zoro, Lami, Reiju, Shirahoshi, and Kuina. Let's go, everyone, to awaken armament haki. First, you need to focus on the part of the body you want to strengthen. It can be the fist, the leg, or even the blade of the sword. Feel the inner energy, the will to become stronger, and concentrate it in the chosen area. Zoro watched attentively, ready to absorb the knowledge. Luffy continued his instruction. Now, visualize this energy as an invisible layer around the chosen limb. It's like you're creating a second skin, but much more resilient. Focus on making this layer solid, dense. The firmer you make it, the more powerful the armament haki will be. Despite Luffy's initial explanation of armament haki, the crew members were still somewhat perplexed and full of questions. Their faces reflected a mix of curiosity and confusion, prompting Luffy to realize that he needed to provide more details. So, I guess some of you are still a bit lost, huh? Luffy asked, observing the confused expressions around him. Let's clarify some things. Zoro scratched his head, expressing the collective thought. I got the part about wrapping things in an invisible layer, but how does it really work? Is it like magical armor? Luffy laughed, understanding the confusion. It's not quite like that. It's more like you're channeling your inner strength, making it harder. It's hard to explain, but when you're in practice, you'll understand better. Got it, said Zoro, although still looking uncertain. Lami raised her hand, with a doubtful expression. And this thing about attacking Logia devil fruit users. How does that happen? Luffy nodded affirmatively. Good point, Lami. When you wrap your attacks with armament haki, they can hit Logias, even though they normally become intangible. It's like you're hitting something solid, even if it doesn't look like it. Reiju, still trying to absorb the new information, asked, and about this thing of increasing the strength of our attacks? Exactly, Luffy replied, excited. Imagine your punches, kicks, or even sword strikes being strengthened. You can cause more damage to enemies, which is always useful. Shirahoshi, with her curious eyes, asked timidly, but why does it work? I mean, how does this invisible energy do all of that? Luffy scratched his head, trying to simplify the explanation. That's life and spiritual energy in all living beings. It's kind of magical, Shirahoshi. You don't need to fully understand it now, just feel it and learn to use it. As we practice more, everything will make more sense, I promise. The crew nodded, still with a touch of uncertainty. However, Luffy's confidence and their willingness to learn allowed the training session to continue, each of them delving deeper into the mysterious world of haki. Lami, Shirahoshi, and Kuina practiced alongside Zoro, each following Luffy's instructions. The captain of the Straw Hats encouraged them. Great, now, try throwing a punch in the air, kick, or even make a sword movement. You'll feel the difference. This is armament haki in action. It intensifies your attacks, making them more penetrating and effective against powerful enemies. The crew members engaged in training, focusing on refining their strikes with the new technique. Luffy circled among them, offering individual guidance and correcting postures as he had studied the manual. Excited about unlocking their haki, the crew members began concentrating on channeling their inner strength to manifest armament haki. However, frustration soon set in as they realized that this skill was not something that could be mastered in a matter of hours. Aware of the difficulty they faced, Luffy encouraged them to persist. I know this isn't something you learn overnight. It takes years for everyone to fully master haki. But what we're doing here is starting to unravel this power within us. Let's keep practicing, and soon, it will yield results. Zoro, Lami, Reiju, Shirahoshi, and Kuina tried repeatedly, closing their eyes, focusing on their fists, but couldn't manifest the energy needed to coat their strikes. This is harder than I imagined. Zoro frowned. I understand why only a few can use this now, Lami sighed. Shirahoshi, attempting to envelop her hand with haki, looked to Luffy for guidance. Captain, How did you learn all this? Can you use it already? Luffy laughed. I haven't even started yet, I'm just beginning with you guys so that you start practicing correctly. There's no better way to learn than to teach. I'll practice on my own later. Luffy spoke, prioritizing everyone learning the theoretical part first, so he could let the crew train on their own while he developed his own skills. Hours passed with the crew persisting in their efforts, but armament hockey still seemed to elude them. Frustration was palpable, but Luffy encouraged them not to be discouraged. Let's stop for today. You did a great job, considering you're just starting. The important thing is to keep practicing every day from now on. Hockey is a skill that develops over time and experience. Let's gather again tomorrow for more training, and I'll practice with you. Now let's rest to finish our business on the island and train the body further with the rest of the crew. The expressions of determination on their faces showed that, despite the initial difficulty, the group was eager to face the challenge and unlock the hidden potential of hockey. The path to mastering these special abilities was just beginning. After the exhaustive hockey training, the Straw Hat crew dispersed across the island to engage in various activities. Luffy, Lami, and Reiju led the group in search of valuable resources on the island. Lami, who had her own botanical room on the ship, explored the island again, where she found a variety of medicinal herbs. Carefully, she harvested those that would be useful for preparing medicines, ensuring that the ship was well stocked for possible medical emergencies. Reiju, in turn, wielded her spear skillfully while hunting dinosaurs. Her goal was to fill the ship's fridge with fresh and nutritious meat from what this island could offer, ensuring a food supply for the crew. Excited about the prospect of finding exotic animals for another island he planned to cultivate with many species, Luffy led an expedition to capture the best living specimens. He knew this would add a special touch to his collection of extraordinary beings. Luffy appeared a few hours later with 4 cages filled with miniature animals and Alvida, who accompanied him through the forest for some intimate moments with Luffy as they took a break from hunting. While the rest of the crew went about their own activities, some explored, like Vivi, who found Luffy and Alvida in one of their intimate moments and fled embarrassed. Zoro and Kuina, who continued training, or Shirahoshi and the animals accompanying the giants by the ship. The others remained on the ship. Luffy placed Black Pearl in the middle of the camp where they held banquets to sleep and feed the prisoners in their prison, some reading, others pursuing their hobbies. It was good that they finally had time freed up by the captain to do their own leisure activities. Another night passed with another feast. Luffy and the others trained again the next day and finally decided to leave the island in the middle of the day. Luffy, already determined to take the giants with him, used the powers of the Moa Moa no Mi to shrink them to a more manageable size. Bragi and Dory, now reduced to a more appropriate scale, looked at themselves in amazement, realizing they were no longer the colossal giants they used to be. The atmosphere around them changed, becoming more intimate and friendly. This is amazing, Dory. Now we can travel together without crushing everything in our path, exclaimed Bragi, surprised at their new stature. Dory nodded, pleased with the idea of more accessible adventures. You did something extraordinary, little one. Now, we're the right size for the ship, aren't we, Bragi? Luffy, satisfied with his visit to this island. Let's go, guys. The next island awaits us. With that, the Straw Hats, now accompanied by their new friends in a more compact version, departed from Little Garden Island towards New Horizons, heading towards the Drum Kingdom, known for having the best doctors in the Grand Line. Raccoon here. Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 80 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 100, along with other exclusive benefits on my such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 494 Chapter 124. Chapter size: 2,389 words. Third person POV somewhere C, first half of Grand Line. While the Black Pearl sailed from Little Garden towards the Drum Kingdom, tension hung in the air. In a room beneath a casino located in the Kingdom of Alabasta, specifically in Rainbase, a few days before the current events, a charged atmosphere permeated. A man dressed in a suit and holding a cigar, identified as Crocodile, was visibly tense. In the room, he confronted a subordinate, seeking information about the whereabouts of the team sent on what seemed to be a simple mission. "Any news from them?" Crocodile questioned with a furrowed brow, his tone revealing frustration. "No, Mr. Crocodile. So far, we haven't received any news from them," the subordinate replied. "How can this be happening? The entire team vanished. Whiskey Peak doesn't respond to our calls, and the fleet with over 600 men also disappeared." Crocodile expressed his anger, believing that Luffy's bounty was justified for the supposed murder of a king and marines as the pirate attacked bases in that weak sea or his connection to the world's most wanted man. Faced with the situation, Mr. 1, another subordinate of Crocodile, suggested immediate action. "What should we do? Should I go there to check?" Crocodile refused, revealing that the plan was almost ready for execution and ordered an investigation into Whiskey Peak. "Send a team. I want to know exactly what happened there and the fate of our agents," Crocodile instructed. After Mr. 1 left, Crocodile, now alone, expressed his deeper concern. "I don't care about the others, but Nico Robin is a crucial piece in my plan. I need to know what happened and capture her again." He spoke in a somber tone, directing his attention to a drawer. There, he pulled out a specific communication device. Upon activating the Den Den Mushi, a series of characteristic clicks and crackles filled the air. "Puro Puro Puro Kacha. Asterisk. Hello, I've reconsidered, and I believe I'll need the help of the Vice Admiral in Alabasta," said Crocodile and hung up the Den Den Mushi. "I need to accelerate my plan, but I have to be careful with the Vice Admiral here. But that doesn't matter. I'll have my chance to get Miss All Sunday and become king once we get rid of these little pirates." Crocodile concluded his thoughts while observing one of his aquariums. Glimpsing the future he eagerly sought to conquer and the weapon he would finally have in his hands. "So I'll get my revenge on you, Whitebeard." He thought about his revenge. In the Grand Line, the Black Pearl cut through the waters, sailing for 2 days after leaving Little Garden towards the eternal log of the Drum Kingdom. They were already entering icy waters with snow falling constantly, prompting them to replace their traditional clothes with warmer ones to be more comfortable, except for Luffy, as he could easily warm his body. In the training room, Reiju expressed her frustration, still no results. Luffy, alongside his companions, responded optimistically. "That's how it goes, as I've said, it takes years to master this ability. But I'm sure you guys are starting to develop. I'm in the same progress." Luffy was determined to train his companions, using machines that launched attacks while they had their eyes closed. The goal was to sharpen their senses to develop observation haki and try to manifest armament haki at the same time. Internally, Luffy acknowledged the difficulty of the process. "This is really hard. I've started to feel a small trace of my internal energy now. The path is really long." He understood that learning haki was not an easy task but believed that they would soon see the first results. Reflecting on the nature of this internal energy, Luffy murmured to himself. Internal energy, willpower, life force, or spiritual strength. It's something very complex, so many names for something inside you. Luffy's concentration was interrupted by an enthusiastic voice. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm getting stronger, aren't I, Bragi?" The giants were engaged in intense training in the designated area with their size reduced to 10% of their actual size. "It's true, Dory, I feel myself getting stronger." The training covered the 6 styles, but initially, Luffy was focused on preparing his crew's bodies with a series of physical exercises, just as he did with everyone in his crew. Vivi and Robin, although not showing visible results yet, were equally committed to strengthening their bodies. Once again, Luffy's train of thought was interrupted by red lights. Alert 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 alert! Just as Luffy was about to instruct everyone, coming out of the hockey training, a siren echoed in the room, indicating the approach of another ship or a nearby enemy while everyone was inside this room, activating the security system of the Black Pearl. "A ship attacking us?" exclaimed Kuina, removing her blindfold. "I don't know. Let's see who it is," commented Luffy as he left the training room. Everyone headed to the deck, and the first thing they noticed was that at a certain distance, there was a man standing on the water in front of the ship. "Hey, is this real?" Zoro was stunned. "It shouldn't be, but that doesn't change the fact that the man is really floating on the sea," Alvida said calmly. "It's a neat trick," commented Robin analytically. Snow fell throughout the region as everyone looked curiously at this man. He wore a jester costume and had a goofy face. "It's cold today, isn't it?" said the man suddenly with his twisted lips and a very peculiar voice. Kuru, Sharky, Scary, Shirahoshi became frightened. This guy. Even Usopp was tense. "Come on, you idiot, stop asking weird questions. I know there's a ship below you. Aren't you guys coming out?" Luffy said as he crossed his arms quickly. "Wait, this man is on top of a ship? How do you know?" said the man with twisted lips, somewhat bewildered. The varied expressions of the crew members reflected surprise, tension, and curiosity in the face of the unusual scene. The tension on the deck increased as the water suddenly rose below the man, and the oval base projected out of the sea like a fortress. "What is this? Is that a ship?" Perplexity and surprise were written on the faces of the crew members, some shouting in shock. The isolated base with metal began to open, revealing a ship inside the protection. "Did you get scared? So, what do you think of my great surprise attack? This is the glorious Blink?" A shrill voice echoed through the place, and a fat man with an iron mouth appeared in front of the ship, sporting a smile as he pronounced these words. The peculiar design of the ship, with wheels for movement and a mast shaped like a hippo with a crown, only added to the oddity of the situation. The crew members, including the giants, were momentarily paralyzed, processing what they were witnessing. Expressions ranged from surprise to disbelief. "A ship that can hide inside the water is really impressive, although it's quite ugly for my taste," Luffy commented, breaking the brief pause. The unique ability of the ship, combined with the extravagant behavior of its captain, left everyone intrigued. "Ah, if it isn't some pirates. You seem like an impressive group, more than 20 people," taunted Wapol, feeling secure on his ship and watching the unknown group with interest. The strange ship displaying the flag of a kingdom only increased the complexity of the situation, and the looks among the crew members indicated that they were preparing for what would come next. "Is this the Drum Kingdom?" Nejiko exclaimed, surprised. "Do you have an eternal pose to the Drum Kingdom?" He continued speaking, but his words were ignored by Luffy, who answered Nejiko's question, despite the obvious. "It's them, and to think they would attack us here. This is the king who fled from his kingdom, what a surprise," Luffy commented, identifying the ship as the one Wapol used to escape when Teach attacked the Drum Kingdom. "Do you know me? Wait, are you saying I fled?" the man growled. "Yes, you fatty, I said you fled like a coward and useless as you are." Luffy wouldn't refrain from expressing his thoughts on this man. He was a coward who created tyranny among his people and destroyed the country that produced the best medicines in this sea. "How dare you be so bold, commoner? King Wapol is a king of a kingdom." "That's because you don't seem to know me. I've already killed a king, so I'm a regicide by nature," Luffy commented, but he wouldn't fight this time. The eyes of everyone on the crew, including the giants, turned to Luffy, awaiting his orders, aware that a confrontation was imminent. "Chow chow, Nejiko. Do you want to go?" Luffy asked the dog. "Woof woof," Chow Chow barked, expressing his readiness to face any challenges that lay ahead. "Yes," Nejiko spoke. "Just don't destroy the ship, so don't go into the final phase or avoid using too much destructive power. Just get rid of them, whether they stay alive or not, but I want the king dead. There must be some hostages inside the ship. We'll need them," Luffy announced, and Chow Chow barked in confirmation. Chow Chow, Luffy's loyal zone dog, growled, while Nejiko prepared to showcase her explosive fruit abilities. Wapol's expression changed from confident to somewhat surprised as this group took the initiative to attack. Jumping through the air with Geppo, Chow Chow attacked, while Nejiko exploded the ground beneath her, causing her body to fly towards the ship. What is this? Do you really think you can face us? I am a king, after all, Wapol shouted, trying to regain his composure. A dog? Kill the mutt and that woman. Seeing the dog and the girl flying towards him, Wapol gave the order, despite being stunned to see the dog and the girl almost flying. As they reached Wapol's ship, they were greeted by shots from the subordinates, while the two commanders in service to this king also attacked. Chow Chow took his first form, not transforming into the final phase. His white fur turned red, and he doubled in size with 3 heads. Hey, what is this dog? Shoot, said a soldier, but he was disintegrated by a lightning bolt the next moment from one of Chow Chow's heads. The woman is too strong. Boom, asterisk before another could finish the sentence. Nijiko began exploding the soldiers. Chow Chow and Nijiko, armed with determination, were chosen to confront Wapol and retrieve the hostages on the ship. The battle was intense, with Chow Chow displaying his powerful mythical zone form in Phase 1 and Nijiko controlling the explosions strategically. The fight continued with Chow Chow launching elements from the 3 heads and eliminating anyone attempting to shoot with rifles, while Nijiko dodged enemy shots and retaliated with controlled explosions. Wapol, initially confident, began to realize that he was losing control of the situation fighting against only 2 members of this pirate group, and this intensified when the woman exploded his 2 biggest warriors while she exploded them. At the climax of the battle, Chow Chow focused his energy and launched a powerful lightning bolt, piercing Wapol's heart. The former king, unable to resist the attack, fell defeated. That was quite fast, Zoro commented. On the deck, there was no one alive anymore. Everyone was easily taken down. Well, not a surprise, someone clean up this mess. Let's see if there are any hostages alive. Luffy commented, reaching the deck of the enemy ship. Upon entering the ship, Luffy and Lami came across a prison containing about 20 people, all looking at the intruders cautiously. The doctor's reaction to seeing Luffy, a stranger, was mixed. Some were relieved, while others maintained an expression of distrust. Who are you? Asked one of the doctors, representing the general sentiment of the prison. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate captain. Your king is dead now. You'll come with us to the Drum Kingdom again. Luffy spoke, and Lami began opening the bars with her power. Wapol is dead. Well, that's a surprise, thank you. But why are you doing this? The same doctor asked. Don't bother about my intentions, you'll know later. For now, just stay quiet and don't cause any trouble, Luffy shrugged. With not much to do, as the doctors realized they were captives of a new pirate group, they obeyed and went to the Black Pearl, in an isolated room. Luffy didn't want to waste time with them interacting with the crew while they trained. Before they returned to the Black Pearl, Luffy, with a determined look, expressed his satisfaction with Chow Chow and Nijiko. You guys were amazing. We're stronger than ever. But remember, there's always room for growth, Luffy told them. Woof! Chow Chow barked in his normal form, while Nijiko nodded with a small smile. After that, Luffy disintegrated the dead bodies and returned to the ship with the glorious blink in his hands. Now, he already had 4 extra boats. His speedboat that Lami used in the East Blue, the royal ship from Goa, another one he took after killing the Tenryubito, and now this strange ship. I'll ask my engineer to replicate the technology. It seems useful. Luffy muttered to himself, planning to make the most of the acquired resources. The Black Pearl resumed sailing after dealing with Wapol and his crew. The crew continued their journey, dedicating themselves to enhancing their skills in the coming hours. Luffy led the training, focusing on expanding haki mastery, while specific members worked to master the skills initiated in Little Garden. The training unfolded on the deck of the Black Pearl, where, in addition to the team's usual haki training and body strengthening with the 6 styles, the sound of blows, controlled explosions, and Chow Chow's roars filled the air. They honed their devil fruits, ensuring greater control over their powers to avoid damage to the pirate crew's ship. After days of intense preparation, the Black Pearl approached the waters of the Drum Kingdom. A sense of anxiety and excitement permeated the ship, as everyone knew that a new island awaited them, full of challenges and opportunities. Raccoon here. Stone. I appreciate your early support in following this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 80 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 100, along with other exclusive benefits on my such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 10 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Additionally, I want to start working with fan art and plan to create my own art for the fanfics. Therefore, I need support to purchase a graphics tablet. Your support will not only help keep the stories alive but will also enrich the content with unique illustrations made by me. Your support is very much welcome to keep the story we're building alive and to expand into new forms of art. Thank you very much for the consideration and for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story. 494 Chapter 125. Chapter size. 3,000 words. Third-person POV Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. As Black Pearl sailed with grandeur, the calm waters near the Drum Kingdom revealed a spectacular sight. Mountain peaks rose like majestic towers throughout the island, punctuating the horizon with their grandeur. These mountains, covered in blankets of shining snow, created a stunning landscape that bestowed upon the kingdom an aura of serenity and white beauty. The natural towers reached towards the sky like pillars sculpted by nature, offering an imposing view as the crew approached. Each summit seemed to tell a unique story, as if the mountains were silent guardians of the Drum Kingdom. Among the majestic peaks, architectural structures could be spotted, harmonizing with the lush landscape. Tall and imposing towers blended with natural forms, creating a unique and enchanting atmosphere. The snow covering the peaks and extending across the land added a magical touch to the scenery, transforming the Drum Kingdom into a sight worthy of admiration. As the crew contemplated the imminent arrival on the island, a sense of adventure hung in the air over this kingdom covered by constant falling snow. "What a big place!" exclaimed Shirahoshi, her eyes shining with enthusiasm as she observed the majestic peaks of the Drum Kingdom's island. Dressed in warm clothing provided by Luffy, she was ready to explore the mountainous realm. "But still, it's so cold here." Usopp shivered, expressing his discomfort with the low temperatures. "We can endure this, right, Broggy?" Dory, the giant, displayed his courage in the face of the challenging weather. "Yes, after all, we are brave warriors of Elbaf. No weather condition can stop us," agreed Broggy, sharing his companion's confidence. "I find it pleasant," commented Alvida, while Reiju, with a neutral expression similar to the first, said, "I don't have much to complain about." "I must admit it's really nice here," said Lami, enjoying where she was at that moment. "I'm doing this out of necessity, heard?" Vivi responded in a peculiar manner in her excuse. Suddenly, 4 female voices were heard, drawing everyone's attention to an iconic scene. Luffy, shirtless and looking completely at ease in the cold, was being clung to by Alvida, Reiju, Lami, and Vivi. Each of them found a strategic position, embracing the captain in distinct ways like koalas clinging to their tree. The faces of Vivi and Lami turned red as they enjoyed the sensation provided by his warm skin in the cold weather. "The captain seems to be enjoying this. Fufu. Robin commented beside with a small laugh, looking at this comical scene. "And you wouldn't be jealous, Robin?" Nijiko teased with a smile beside her. It wasn't a secret that some noticed how Robin looked at her captain. Robin's feelings for Luffy had gradually grown in these last few days, like a flower blooming in a garden of emotions. She acknowledged the attraction that the captain exerted on her, a mixture of respect, admiration, and yes, a touch of something deeper. As she watched Luffy lead his crew fearlessly, face challenges with contagious confidence, and show unwavering compassion for his own, even though he was rough many times, he still took care of his people as he called them, Robin felt a special connection too. Luffy's presence brought a comforting warmth to Robin's heart, a feeling she had only experienced in her life when she found refuge with the professor in Ohara after being constantly chased by the island's children in her childhood. He represented more than just a leader, He was a source of hope, renewal, and surprisingly, something akin to an emotional haven, bringing answers to her life after 18 years in search of a small spot in the midst of all her darkness that saw her dream. But today Robin saw a beacon after meeting Luffy. He ended up becoming her son. In the rare moments she caught herself glancing at him, she found herself lost in thoughts about how that man, uniquely and inadvertently, had changed the course of her life, something that only happened in the last few days. However, Robin was a master at hiding her deep feelings. Although the crew noticed her growing affection for Luffy, the archaeologist maintained a calm and relaxed posture, as if her feelings were hidden in the shadows of her own heart. "I don't know what you're talking about." That's what she said, deflecting from the topic, but Nezuko just laughed. It's so warm with Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi quickly joined the group of women, grabbing Luffy's neck at that moment. "My husband is truly seductive. Damn womanizer. Luffy baka. That doesn't mean I'm interested in you, Captain. Luffy-sama is so warm. Hey, it's you all clinging to me like monkeys. How can you call me that when I'm not doing anything?" Luffy was stunned by these women's contradictory comments, except for the mermaid princess, as she was genuinely innocent. "Anyway, we'll be arriving at the kingdom soon. Are the animals okay?" Hugo asked, looking to one side of the deck. 4 animals were huddled together, shivering around a blanket. "Why is Laboon shivering? Whales should have a layer against the cold of the depths," Nezuko commented. "Who knows?" Zoro grumbled and went to the edge of the ship where Kuina was looking at the beach. "Hey guys, I'm seeing something strange. Don't you see any movement on the beach?" Kuina spoke, pointing to the island rapidly approaching. "It seems like the inhabitants have seen us and want to welcome us," Zoro said, gripping his sword. "Hey, it seems like we're not welcome," Hachi spoke. The Black Pearl continued advancing with determination regardless of whether they were welcome or not, reaching the beach where a crowd was already cautiously awaiting. The impact on the snowy beach was marked by a hostile reception, with the locals pointing weapons and spears at the intruders who dared to arrive on their land. Luffy, standing out at the bow of the ship once it stopped, observed the scene with a confident smile. He raised his hand in a gesture of peace, but distrust persisted among the local residents. And without wasting time, Luffy jumped off the ship, landing on the beach with an imposing presence. "Hello, Drum residents," Luffy announced, advancing towards the group of hundreds of people. The villagers looked at the pirate with astonishment, surprised not only by the group's audacity but also by Luffy's apparent resistance to the intense cold. He walked without concerns, wearing only a cloak over his shoulders, while his chest was exposed to the icy weather, leaving everyone wondering if that man had any special immunity to the cold. "Who are you, pirate? You are not welcome in this kingdom. I suggest you turn around and never return." A local resident, Dalton, expressed his disapproval firmly. "Hey, now I recognize, this is Monkey D. Luffy. The pirate worth 200 million, someone said, causing a stir among those present. A pirate worth 200 million? What kind of joke is this? Can we face him? Or will we be destroyed and devastated like last time?" As Luffy listened to the desperation and confusion around him, he calmly put his hand in his pocket, took out a body that quickly grew in size, and threw it in front of the 200 armed men. The body caught everyone's attention, as they quickly recognized the person there with the pierced heart. "This was your former king, Wapol. As you can see, we found him, and things didn't end well for him. Therefore, as my right of conquest, I declare the Drum Kingdom as the territory of the Straw Hats." Luffy proclaimed loudly enough to be heard not only on the beach but throughout the island, as he increased his voice by 40 times. "What kind of decision is that? Hey, you can't do that. Damn pirate, you're greedy and vile beings. They may have killed Wapol, but we won't accept being under another tyrant again. Shoot, kill them, Captain, give the order, and let's eliminate him." Luffy looked at the restless crowd, his straw hat swaying gently in the cold wind. He crossed his arms and responded confidently. "Relax, I didn't come here to cause trouble. I just want to ensure that this place is well developed and people can live without issues and in peace. Wapol was oppressing you, and now he's gone. I'm not here to replace him, just to make sure Drum becomes a better place and can develop these lands to its former glory. But, of course, this kingdom will be under my flag from this day on." "Better? Better for whom? For you, pirates?" one of the inhabitants questioned, firmly holding his spear. "Captain, are we here to conquer more territories?" Usopp whispered to Luffy as he jumped off the ship with Geppo. Luffy gave a wide smile. Exactly, Usopp. We're creating a line of allies for the future. We won't become tyrants, but I'll want to develop some things in countries in exchange for my protection and my managerial plans, so I can count on them in the future. It's a fair trade. Luffy ignoring the crowd to answer Usopp only caused even more indignation, and they were ready to shoot him at that moment. Luffy, realizing the growing hostility around him, decided to act preemptively. With a serious look, he released his energy intensely and controlled. The Conqueror's Haki, a manifestation of an individual's will, enveloped the area, emanating pressure that made everyone present feel their knees weaken. Those wielding weapons instantly dropped them, while others, unable to resist the overwhelming presence, knelt before the power of Haki. The snow on the ground vibrated with the invisible force emanating from Luffy like a furious wind. What is this? My will to fight. What's happening? He's a monster. We can't do anything. Murmurs of surprise and confusion filled the air. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki not only forced them physically but also conveyed a clear message. He wasn't there to fight, but his presence was undeniably dominant, to the point where no one tried to fight him. A tense silence hung over the beach as the inhabitants processed what had just happened. As I said, this is the territory of the Straw Hats now, declared Luffy, his voice echoing across the beach. No one needs to point weapons. We came in peace, but we won't hesitate to protect what is ours, so think twice before attacking any of us. I'll dominate this country, for better or for worse. Luffy no longer had a calm smile. His tone and eyes were serious. He wasn't a selfless person and would do tyrannical things to achieve his goals if necessary, although his approach always begins with a win-win. The residents hesitated, but Luffy didn't leave room for doubts. He released his Conqueror's Haki once again on the beach, pressing everyone and extinguishing any trace of a will to fight. It's really an interesting ability, Lami commented as she arrived next to Luffy with Usopp. Yeah, but Luffy didn't need to go overboard. Look at them, Kuina said, approaching as well. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, with defeated expressions. They'll survive. Let's start our journey on this island. Everyone disembarked from the ship. Luffy walked toward the crowd and addressed a large man dressed in green armor, clearly a local leader. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, as you know. Can I know your name, and can you do a favor for me? I'm Dalton. What do you want? We've already lost almost everything. We have nothing more to offer from our land. The man replied, expressing the resignation that dominated the community. Don't get so downhearted. I came to take this kingdom for myself, but don't worry, I intend to make it return to its former glory. Just gather everyone from the island and the town, and we'll announce my future plans for this place. Luffy said, and Dalton had no choice, as no one else could go against the will of this pirate anymore. The crew members were already leaving the ship at this moment. Luffy asked them to bring the doctors, and 20 people left the ship, surprising the beach inhabitants. The doctors, now freed and grateful despite the treatment isolating them from the crew, were still well treated. Thus, they began approaching the people, offering assistance. Dalton, do what I asked. Gather all the people from the kingdom and take me to a place where I can speak to everyone, Luffy instructed him, and the man accepted. Dalton rose with a resigned expression, aware that he didn't have much choice in the situation. Luffy, along with his crew, accompanied Dalton, and as Luffy shrank his ship, the crew headed to the town with the group of men from the beach and doctors. The inhabitants of Drum, accustomed to living under different kings and dealing with pirates, felt a mix of fear and distrust with the presence of the Straw Hats. Tension was visible in the air as people watched Luffy and his comrades move through the city as if on a stroll. The Straw Hats followed Dalton to the main square, where news of the pirates' arrival began to spread rapidly. The looks intensified, and the expressions of the population ranged from dissatisfaction to fear. But Dalton also conveyed the message for everyone to gather in the square where the future of the country would be decided. It took 30 minutes to gather 5,000 people, 99% of the population of this small and isolated country. The main square of the Drum Kingdom was bustling with the presence of the inhabitants gathering to hear Luffy's words. Looking at everyone in the square, with the initially tense atmosphere being enveloped by the captain of the Straw Hats' speech. I am Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hats. As many of you know, this kingdom is now under our possession. As the Drum Kingdom is now our territory, we killed Wapol and brought back the doctors he stole. But I didn't come here to sow fear or take something from you. In fact, I'm here to offer an opportunity. I don't intend to meddle in who will be the king of this country. and I won't make political decisions for the country, but I want the development of the Drum Kingdom with medicine. There are roles here that will be destined for the future governance of the country, Luffy announced. The inhabitants murmured among themselves, clearly concerned about what the future held. I don't intend to be a tyrant. On the contrary, I want to help bring prosperity back to Drum. For that, I need everyone's cooperation. I need volunteers willing to work to rebuild this kingdom, and I promise it won't be in vain. We will pay justly for your efforts, resulting in a more prosperous country with many allied kingdoms already linked to me, Luffy continued. Luffy paused for a moment, allowing his words to be absorbed by the crowd. But the choice is yours. If you decide to resist, we'll have to take measures to ensure stability. However, I hope we can work together for a better future. Let's restore the Drum Kingdom to its former glory, with the effort of all of us. The crowd remained silent for a moment, processing Luffy's words. The captain of the Straw Hats hoped that his intentions were understood, and collaboration would be the choice the population made. Luffy also maintained a serious but determined posture. He knew that the key to successful collaboration was gaining the trust of the inhabitants of Drum. The challenge was set, and now it depended on how events would unfold in the city. If we work together, we can make this place a true powerhouse. Let's build a better future for everyone, and I will take care of and protect this country so that nothing like before happens again, Luffy concluded. By mentioning Waipol's defeat and the recovery of the doctors, Luffy captured the attention and gradually the respect of those present. He showed them that his intention was not to impose tyrannical leadership but to provide development and prosperity. So Luffy began to speak of his ideas primarily focused on the field of medicine, which was the path he would like this country to take. The speech continued, highlighting the potential of the Drum Kingdom as a medical school and the need to work together to build a better future. The mention of roles destined for the future government demonstrated the commitment of the Straw Hats to the autonomy of the kingdom, even mentioning potential allies in the sea and even in the East Blue. By concluding his speech with the promise to protect and care for the country, Luffy broke the remaining resistance. The residents, realizing that the actions were not as bad, even for pirates, since their country had reached such a low point with a tyrannical king who wiped out all the doctors and a pirate named Blackbeard who just plundered the country, didn't they need a light to improve their lives? Luffy and the Straw Hats began to be a new hope as this unexpected leadership. The initially apprehensive residents began to see Luffy with respect. His actions spoke louder than words, and the former Drum Kingdom was about to start a new chapter. At this moment, an elderly woman, whose presence initially went unnoticed among the busy residents, had a keen and observant look among the crowd. Her piercing eyes, even though elderly, held an intensity that indicated unparalleled wisdom, and she listened to all of it with crossed arms. While the population focused on Luffy's words, this mysterious woman, whose name was Kureha, began to advance towards the square, exploring the changes that were beginning to unfold. Her calm yet curious presence suggested that she was about to get involved significantly in this new chapter of the Drum Kingdom's history as well. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time. And this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Eikon extra content already available. One Piece. I am a different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted in 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 126. Chapter size. 2144 words. Third person POV. Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. The bustling square of the Drum Kingdom fell abruptly silent as Kureha, the mysterious elderly doctor, entered the center stage. Her steps were gentle, yet each carried unquestionable authority. The murmurs of the crowd ceased as everyone turned to face the newcomer. Kureha, with her peculiar attire almost immune to the cold and stern expression, cast a piercing gaze across the square, her eyes fixing on Luffy. She raised her wrinkled hand and silenced the crowd before even opening her mouth. "What is all this?" Her voice, still strong with a touch of hostility, echoed through the area. The atmosphere, previously charged with expectation, became tense with the imposing presence of the elderly woman. Luffy, on the improvised stage, looked at Kureha with a neutral expression, but his instinct indicated that this would not be a peaceful visit. Kureha, with her commanding presence, crossed her arms while staring at Luffy. The square remained silent, only broken by the chilly wind whispering through the snow-covered buildings. "Who are you, insolent pirate, who dares to enter our kingdom and claim rights to what does not belong to you?" Kureha questioned, her rough voice cutting through the air. Unfazed, Luffy, maintaining his calm expression, responded with his typical confidence. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hats. I am taking this kingdom as my right of conquest, but I am not petty enough not to take care of my territory with positive changes. I am not here to be the king of this place, Granny. I just want to ensure that this kingdom prospers, and it will have many allies." The old woman let out an ironic laugh. "Positive changes? You, who topples kings and claims territories, speak of positivity? Don't make me laugh, boy. I'm not here to be the king of this place, Granny. I just want to ensure that this kingdom prospers, and it will have many allies," Luffy replied, his gaze unwavering. Kureha, maintaining a piercing look, directed her words at Luffy. "So, you're another ambitious pirate seeking to expand your empire at the expense of others. Doesn't surprise me." Unperturbed, Luffy smiled confidently. "I don't hide my intentions, Granny. I want to strengthen this kingdom, not to become a king, but to create a strong alliance that can withstand the challenges we will face in the future." The elderly woman frowned. "A strong alliance? Do you think we can trust a pirate to lead something like that?" "Trust is something that is earned, I know that. Let's prove it with actions, not with empty words," Luffy asserted, his determination evident. Still skeptical, Kureha crossed her arms. "You will have to prove much more than that, young pirate. I'm not easily convinced. Show me what you're capable of, then." The tension in the air heightened, and the frozen square seemed to be the stage for an imminent confrontation between a symbol of its kingdom that rarely left the mountain and a notable pirate who had just entered the sea. "Luffy," Reiju commented, but Luffy stopped her from speaking. "Don't get involved, this is between me and this woman. If she wants to see if I have the strength to protect this country, so be it," Luffy said firmly. Kureha advanced towards Luffy with surprising agility for someone of her age. Her frail body seemed forgotten as she emanated an intense presence. Armament haki enveloped her hands, indicating that she was not just an ordinary elderly woman. Instinctively, Luffy adopted a defensive posture, aware that Kureha was a formidable opponent after seeing her hand coated with armament haki. The first exchanges of blows were swift, each movement calculated, each attack executed with precision as they clashed right there. "You're strong, Granny," Luffy commented, dodging a precise strike from Kureha. The elderly woman did not respond with words but with a fierce attack. Her fist wrapped in armament haki collided with Luffy's defense, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. "You think you can control this kingdom, but you'll have to go through me first, pirate," Kureha declared, her determined gaze reflecting the resistance of the Drum Kingdom. The clash between Luffy and Kureha reached a new level as they ascended into the air, defying gravity. The cold mist of the island surrounded them as their figures stood out against the sky. Luffy, with his superhuman strength, and Kureha, skilled in the use of armament haki, were about to engage in an impressive aerial battle. Each of Luffy's punches generated shockwaves that reverberated through the environment, creating a sound spectacle that echoed in the mountains. Kureha, even at over 100 years old, glided through the air with grace and agility with Geppo, skillfully evading Luffy's powerful onslaughts. "Granny, you're fast too," Luffy exclaimed, surprised by Kureha's agility. The elderly woman, in turn, threw a haki-enveloped fist aimed at Luffy's face. He blocked it with his own fists, the impact generating a visible burst of energy. The exchange of blows continued, each movement accompanied by the impressive sound of cosmic collisions. Even without using the Moa Moa no Mi, Luffy demonstrated extraordinary strength. His punches were quick and powerful, while Kureha responded with refined skill in the use of haki. The square in the city of Drum watched the sky, both amazed and apprehensive at the intensity of the battle. This is strange, with your strength. Why did someone like you let Wapol, a tyrant, have this country in his hands? You could easily have dealt with him. Luffy asked, questioning why this woman didn't showcase this strength in the original work. Wapol was a troublesome youth, but I can't say we didn't have opportunities to straighten him out. His father, the former king, believed we could change him. I promised him that I wouldn't get involved in royal succession. So, you watched Wapol grow but chose not to intervene? Exactly. In a way, I feared that my influence could distort the process. But it seems that, by not intervening, I allowed things to reach this point, and when I realized it, the kingdom was burning, she said. And now you want to try to redeem that mistake by trying to stop a pirate from taking the country? Luffy smiled, trying to understand her reasons. This woman is fiercer than he initially imagined. She didn't respond, and the fight continued. As they fought, an aura of respect began to emerge between the two adversaries. Luffy realized that Kureha wasn't just defending the kingdom, its mistakes, and its ideas. She was protecting the heritage and tradition of this place and seemed to fear that Luffy's actions could bring the world government to her doorstep. Kureha, in turn, witnessed the tenacity of the young pirate, who, even without knowing the political nuances of this country, brought with him a vision of change and possible new prosperity. In a moment of temporary truce, Luffy and Kureha floated in the air, exchanging intense looks. Mutual respect was there, despite the differences. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, spoke. Granny, I don't want to destroy what's important to you. I just want to make this place amazing for everyone. Surprisingly, Kureha nodded. You're more than you seem, pirate. But I still won't hand over Drum easily. While the punches thundered and shockwaves shook the air, Luffy and Kureha found themselves in a brief moment of pause, floating in the frozen air. You're powerful, young pirate. But you don't understand the tradition of this place, said Kureha, her eyes expressing the wisdom of many years. I understand that you want to protect it. But Drum needs changes, and I can bring that without erasing its history. Do you think this peace will last forever? Even without the country under my flag? Luffy replied, showing genuine respect. Kureha laughed, a laugh that echoed in the starry sky. You're naive, Monkey D. Luffy. Do you think you can bring about changes without disturbing the balance? Do you think the government will allow a country to be under the possession of a pirate? I don't know about balance, but I know when something is wrong. I can't just ignore it. I'm willing to finance and protect this country, but I want something in return, which is fair, Luffy retorted, his expression serious. The old doctor frowned, pondering the words of the young captain. Your determination is remarkable, but sometimes the path of change is more complex than it seems. As they discussed, the fight resumed with renewed vigor. Luffy and Kureha exchanged words and blows, each seeking to understand the other's point of view. You're a peculiar pirate, Monkey D. Luffy. Maybe there's something in you worth considering, said Kureha, launching an agile strike. I will still be the man who will dominate all the seas, and I will show everyone that I can make all my territories prosper and be amazing. In the future, there will be a war that will involve the whole world. And Drum won't be able to escape it. It will have to take a side. I just want this country to prosper until that moment, to survive what is to come, Luffy affirmed seriously, blocking the strike with determination. And you want Drum to fight for you, she acknowledged. As I said, Drum will choose a side, whether you like it or not, Luffy asserted again. Your words are absurd. It seems this will be a war related to you. How do you plan to overcome the challenges that will come, as it appears you will fight against the world? Kureha spoke, but her tone wasn't mocking or as if she had heard something absurd. It was as if she acknowledged Luffy's words, as if this war was already much predestined. With the Straw Hats by my side, each of us has our own strength and abilities, and together we are unstoppable. And this won't be just with my main crew, my fleet, my territories, and allies. I believe in empowering people so they can build their own destiny. Luffy maintained his serious gaze. Kureha didn't say anything, she just let the fight continue. The aerial dance continued, but now it was accompanied by an exchange of ideas between two individuals who, in different ways, sought a better future for the Kingdom of Drum. Feeling the intensity of the battle increase, Luffy decided to use his entire arsenal to end the confrontation. With a determined smile, he activated the powers of his mythical zone, assuming his hybrid form. His body increased in strength, gaining an imposing appearance. The blows he unleashed now were even more powerful, and the sound of shockwaves resonated through the sky with his flames. Despite her experience and armament haki, Kureha began to retreat under the overwhelming impact. Luffy advanced with a series of blows, each punch carrying the concentrated force of the devil fruit. The snow spiraled around them, creating a surreal scene as the captain of the Straw Hats dominated the old doctor. "You're resilient, but I can't let you hinder progress," said Luffy, his voice filled with determination. Despite her admirable resistance, Kureha began to show signs of fatigue. Each punch from Luffy seemed to weaken her even more. The crowd watched in silence, surprised by the sudden turn in the fight. Finally, with a powerful punch that sent a shockwave through the frozen landscape, Luffy defeated Kureha. She fell to the ground like a rocket, raising a snow explosion from the ground in the middle of the city. When the dust and snow cleared, Kureha lay fallen, injured, and knocked out. Luffy returned to his normal form, looking at the elderly woman on the ground. "I don't want to cause more trouble for this place. Let's work together to build a better future." The initially tense population began to shrink under Luffy's display of power. The captain of the Straw Hats once again proved that he was willing to fight for his ideals, even if it meant facing respected figures. Luffy picked up the unconscious Kureha by the shoulder and turned his attention to the stunned Dalton in a corner of the square. "Where is Kureha's castle?" Dalton, still somewhat surprised by what had happened, replied quickly, "It's located on the Sky Mountain, at the northern end of the island. I'm going there. You can accompany me or stay here. I'll handle a specific matter with this lady in that place." Luffy informed his crew, who had also arrived at the scene. Without wasting time, Luffy created dark wings on his back using the primary phase and flew into the sky with a majestic movement towards the Sky Mountain. The crowd watched, now in silence, as the Straw Hat captain headed in that direction, wondering what was happening. "Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 20 extra chapters, planning to maintain 30 chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 127, Chapter Size. 2,129 words. Third person POV. Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. While the residents of Drum were recovering from the strange battle that unfolded above the city, Luffy soared into the snowy sky in search of the peak where the elderly woman lived. There were doctors in the town who could take care of her, but Luffy came to this island for a reason beyond making it his territory for the upcoming Great War. He had to find a doctor who still resided in this country. With Lami on his ship, Luffy believed that 2 doctors were always better than 1. With this mindset, he cut through the falling snowflakes as he flew at high speed. It didn't take long for him to spot Kureha's castle. Simultaneously, in an ancient castle blanketed by snow in a lonely atmosphere, a strange creature wearing a small cap walked through the corridors with a medicine container in its hand. With furry fur and vibrant shades of brown, the little reindeer displayed an adorable and curious expression. Its large and expressive eyes conveyed a mix of innocence and intelligence, while its small legs ended in delicate hooves, contrasting with its furry appearance. This creature's name was Tony Chopper. He walked through the silent castle corridors, quietly organizing supplies in Kureha's absence. Some time ago, Luffy had proclaimed with his resounding voice that the kingdom of Drum now belonged to the Straw Hats. His shout echoed throughout the island, reaching Chopper's ears as he was in the castle with Kureha. The doctor hurriedly went out to check what was happening, leaving Chopper alone in the castle. "I hope Kureha-san comes back soon. It's so lonely here." Now, she went to the town to see where all that noise came from, Chopper murmured to himself. He headed to the room, organizing all the herbs and medicines. After that, he decided to spend time in the castle's library, trying to distract himself with books. It was where he used to spend most of his time, examining books and learning from Kureha. Upon entering, a wave of loneliness hit him stronger than ever. The books, experiments, and memories of times past weighed on his heart. Sitting alone, Chopper began to reflect on his journey. He remembered when he consumed his devil fruit, the Hito Hito no Mi, becoming a human reindeer. Despite his extraordinary abilities, the cost was high. Rejection not only from his own kind but even from humans who treated him as a monster. "The devil fruit gave me incredible powers, but it also isolated me from others. I wanted to become stronger, but now I feel like I've become a monster," Chopper whispered, hiding his reindeer face in his front paws. Initially excited about his new human form, Chopper soon realized that the people in Drum Island didn't accept him. He became a solitary figure, a reindeer who wished to be human but was rejected by humans. His sadness deepened when he met Dr. Hylaluk, an eccentric doctor who welcomed him. Hylaluk not only accepted Chopper but encouraged him to pursue his dreams. Under Hylaluk's guidance, Chopper studied medicine, becoming a skilled doctor. However, his journey was not without loss. Hylaluk died many years ago, leaving Chopper alone once again. It was during this period of mourning that he met Dr. Kureha, an equally eccentric elderly doctor who became his new mentor. Chopper continued to accompany Kureha, learning from her extensive medical experience. He developed a strong sense of duty to help others, especially after Hylaluk's death. Despite his medical training, he still felt incomplete and longed for a place where he could truly belong. Boom! Suddenly, Chopper heard a noise from outside. He lifted his head, wiping the invisible tears from his eyes, and rushed to see what was happening. As he passed through the giant open doors of the castle, he saw the snow lifted as if something heavy had fallen in that place. I thought no one would greet me here, but it seems I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. A voice echoed from within the frosty commotion, and Chopper saw a strange figure, humanoid, but with a very peculiar upper part. A monster. Chopper shouted in alarm when he saw it. Ha ha ha. I won't deny that, but it's too early for you to say that, little reindeer. The voice became visible and revealed a Luffy carrying Miss Kureha on his shoulder, hence the strange form in the shadow. Suspicion. Well, it's just a stranger with Kureha-san all injured on his shoulder. What, Kureha-san? What happened to you, doctor? Someone call a doctor, urgent, we need a doctor here. Chopper began shouting in despair. There's no doctor around here. The stranger spoke, casting an amused glance at little Chopper shouting in despair. Wait, there is a doctor. I am a doctor? He had his moment of realization with this. Where do I put this lady? Luffy asked. Come quickly, take her to one of the beds in the castle. Chopper quickly began to show the way while Luffy followed behind. Put her on the bed. I'll check her condition. Luffy obeyed and laid her down on the bed, sitting beside her. While Chopper continued to care for Kureha, Luffy stood by, watching the scene with a mix of seriousness and nonchalance. It was after 10 minutes that he finished examining and bandaging the woman. Dislocated arm, some fractures in the legs, and even 2 broken ribs. What happened to her? Chopper asked the man sitting there. We had a disagreement, and I hit her. I see? What do you mean, hit her? You did this to Dr. Kureha? Chopper made a comical face and a furious look. He was completely outraged at the idea that Luffy would have hurt his precious mentor. Calm down, it wasn't a fight, Chopper. I had no choice, Luffy tried to explain, but Chopper's enraged expression didn't diminish. No choice? You could have been more careful. She's an elderly woman, you know, Chopper grumbled, continuing to tend to Kureha's wounds. Luffy, on the other hand, just smiled with his typical carefree expression. He should be getting used to Chopper's exaggerated reactions, but he knew that, deep down, the reindeer cared deeply about everyone around him. So, you're a doctor. I've never seen a doctor like you. Luffy asked, observing Chopper closely. Yes, it's me. My name is Tony Chopper. Who are you? Chopper replied, maintaining a cautious stance. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. This country belongs to my flag, as you can see, I'm a pirate. A pirate? Chopper was startled by this declaration. Don't be so scared, I'm nice most of the time. Luffy laughed. You hurt Kuroha-san. Luffy sighed. It wasn't my intention to hurt her so much. I just wanted to make sure she didn't cause trouble. Chopper still maintained cautious behavior but remembered something. Wait, aren't you afraid of me? He finally recalled this fact because Luffy was sitting near him the whole time but showed no aversion to his presence. Why would I be? You're a pretty cute guy. Luffy smiled. Me cute? Chopper exclaimed, stunned. Besides, you're a quite competent doctor, as I could see. Luffy spoke, eliciting a reaction from Chopper. He seemed to have mastered one of the 6 Kami-e styles, as his body bent, and his face turned red with it. I'm not happy with your praise, idiot, he said, but his tone and behavior said otherwise. Hey, Chopper, have you ever thought about leaving this island and seeing the world out there? Luffy suddenly asked, trying to gauge the reindeer's interest in adventures. Chopper stopped with the strange behavior and looked at Luffy suspiciously. The world out there? He remembered the doctor telling some stories of adventures, and it always inspired him, but he could never leave this country. The only person who accepted him now was Kureha-san. Yes, a world full of adventures and challenges, flying islands, seas that defy the laws of physics, desert islands, comical islands, islands with flora different from anything you've seen, islands with different animals like dinosaurs, underwater islands, and even islands inhabited by giants. There's a vast ocean out there, Chopper, waiting to be explored, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shining with the excitement of his own words. Chopper, still with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, pondered over Luffy's words. The reindeer, who had always felt isolated and misunderstood, began to envision the possibility of a broader and more diverse world. Is there really a world like that out there? Chopper exclaimed. Yes, the sea is vast and full of secrets and adventures. That's why I'm a pirate, to venture through the sea with reliable and fun companions, Luffy said with his own charisma. Chopper was genuinely enchanted but soon remembered his life experience. But I'm not like you, Luffy. I'm a freak, a human reindeer. People reject me, Chopper murmured, reflecting on his own condition. Luffy, with a warm smile, placed a hand on Chopper's shoulder, who was surprised by the touch of this pirate. Don't worry about that, Chopper. Me and my crew are a bunch of weird people, each with their own story. We accept each other, no matter how different we are. Chopper looked into Luffy's determined eyes, feeling a spark of hope. For the first time, someone wasn't judging him based on his peculiar appearance. A wave of gratitude and surprise filled the reindeer's heart. What do you mean by that? Chopper, how about joining the Straw Hats and sailing the sea with us? Let's explore the world together and face incredible adventures. Luffy proposed, extending his hand in a friendly manner. Why are you asking this kind of question? Chopper spoke comically again. Chopper, perplexed by Luffy's proposal, scratched his head with his paw after calming down, expressing a mix of confusion and concern. He looked at Luffy's outstretched hand and then at the castle around him, which had always been his home. I appreciate the offer, Luffy, I really do. But my life is here with Dr. Kureha. She took me in when no one else did after my father died, and now it's my responsibility to take care of her. Chopper responded with a mix of gratitude and loyalty. Well, I'm rejecting your refusal, Luffy spoke shamelessly. What kind of logic is that? Chopper shouted at Luffy. It doesn't matter. I've already decided. I'll leave this country only after you accept my offer and join my crew as the second doctor, Luffy said confidently. Chopper, who was starting to like this human, who even after hitting Kureha-san, still treated him normally, began to feel fear from that gaze. He seemed obsessed with trying to take him to the sea, which scared the little reindeer. Sometime later, Kureha opened her eyes for the first time since her fight with Luffy. I feel my bones starting to creak with age. Am I entering middle age at 138? The woman pondered, displaying a tired smile. Doctor, Chopper's animated voice echoed through the room. Chopper, I'm here then. I remember fighting with an arrogant brat and losing the fight. I didn't even stand a chance when he turned into that monster, Kureha commented, recalling the events. Monster? That man? Chopper was stunned. That man? Is he here too? Kureha asked, her expression becoming more serious. Yes, he brought you and is outside shirtless, doing some training, Chopper informed. That insolent brat. Kureha growled and looked at the small Chopper. Hey, why do you have that face? Did something happen? Chopper hesitated before answering. Did he do something to you? Kureha questioned seriously. No, but he told me he'll only leave when I accept joining his pirate crew as one of his doctors, Chopper explained. He wants you, surprise reflected on Kureha's face. And is he out there waiting for your answer? She asked again, quickly. Yes, but I refused. However, he refused my refusal. How is that possible? Chopper expressed his concern, not knowing how to deal with someone refusing another refusal. He's tricking you, that's not possible. Kureha scoffed, but her eyes sparkled with interest. So he'll stay until you accept, interesting. Soon, she sensed something through her observation haki, focusing on the man outside. It seems there are more visitors coming. Let's welcome them, Kureha declared, ignoring Chopper's protests. Doctor, you can't move. Nonsense, this is nothing to me. I'm still in my youth, she asserted, getting up from the bed and heading outside, with Chopper accompanying her. The ancient castle was about to welcome new visitors, and Dr. Kureha wasn't about to miss the opportunity to showcase her exuberance and hospitality. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 128. Chapter size. 2,417 words. Third person POV. Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. In the midst of a mountain, with snow falling all around him, Luffy embarked on his training to understand and develop haki. Clad in clothes ill-suited for the weather to face the intense cold, he did not let the hostile nature of the environment interfere with his determination. Sitting in a meditative position, Luffy closed his eyes and began to focus his mind. He sought to tune into the energy currents within himself, exploring the fundamental principles of haki. As snow accumulated on his shoulders, he remained steadfast in his quest for this power. With each controlled breath, Luffy attempted to detect the subtle presence of haki. His hands rested on his knees, and his mind worked tirelessly to unravel the secrets of this ability. It was not an easy process. It was a journey of self-discovery and patience, even multiplied by 8 times. Snow fell silently around him, providing a visual trail of his training time. Small signs of progress began to manifest. Perhaps they were fleeting glimpses of intuition, a passing sensation of connection to something greater. His haki was far from fully developed, but he was beginning to grasp the essence. From time to time, Luffy opened his eyes, observing the frozen landscape around him. He could feel the presence of tiny ice particles as they fell, a metaphor for the subtlety of the haki he sought to master. Luffy. A voice cut through the silence of the snowstorm, and 2 shadows leapt in his direction. Reiju gracefully landed next to Lami. Oh, you're here. I was wondering if you decided to settle in the city. Luffy smiled at his companions. Of course not. Wouldn't miss the chance to prove that I'm better than this woman here, Lami declared confidently. Who said you won? It was me, obviously. Reiju commented, casting a challenging glance. Didn't you see that I was ahead of you? I knew you had some mental problems, but I didn't know you also had vision difficulties. Maybe I can help you. After all, I am a doctor. Lami crossed her arms, displaying an expression of superiority. Do you want to die, Gothic woman? Reiju taunted, throwing a challenging look at Lami. "Bring it on, cheeky cook," Lami responded promptly, showing a determined expression. "Stop, both of you." Luffy emerged between them, delivering a precise punch to each of their heads, causing the fight to cease instantly. "Captain," they protested, complaining about the pain caused by the punches.
Luffy ignored the complaints. "Anyway, the others are coming." He observed the sky, where small shadows were beginning to appear. Nojiko, Usopp, Kuina, and Shirahoshi skillfully appeared using Geppo.
"Luffy, you didn't kill that old lady, did you?" Kuina was the first to speak. "Of course not. She's fine, and there's a very competent doctor taking care of her, who will soon be our nakama." Luffy smiled, sharing the news. "Nakama? Are you recruiting someone from this country, Luffy?" Usopp asked, demonstrating curiosity. "Of course, and did only you guys come? Where's the rest of the crew?" Luffy examined the group. Everyone stayed in the city, except for Beppo, who seemed to be discussing some bureaucratic and economic issues that you delegated to him. "Some can't use Geppo and chose to stay in the city," explained Usopp. "Got it. Anyway, let's greet our hosts." Luffy turned at that moment to the lady who was coming out through the castle's grand gate, accompanied by a small animal wearing a hat, Chopper. "We've been getting a lot of visitors lately, haven't we, Chopper?" Kureha commented with her characteristic smile. Chopper shrunk at the mention, observing all those humans. "I see you woke up, and Chopper, come and greet your new companions. There's a doctor among them too." Luffy smiled at the reindeer. "Who is your companion?" Chopper grimaced as he shouted, rejecting Luffy's words. "Why not? I have the chance to have such a talented doctor with me." Luffy opened a smile. "Who would that talented doctor be, you scoundrel? Do you think you can buy me with some compliments?" Chopper activated Kami-E and began to contort his body, his face flushed. "Hee hee hee hee. How cute," Shirahoshi said, looking at the reindeer with bright eyes. "Who are you calling cute, you darned woman?" Chopper attacked again. Although his words were one thing, his body expressed the opposite. "Ha ha 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 ha, what an interesting group," Kureha spoke, maintaining a smile. "Come here, brats. Let's go inside for a bit. I'll prepare some tea." She headed inside the castle, and Chopper followed, still looking at Luffy and the others with caution and curiosity. "Let's go," Luffy said, and everyone began to follow him as well. "So, why do you want to take Chopper with you so much?" Kureha asked as everyone settled in a room with sofas and served tea. "Because I've already decided, I'm taking Chopper with me. When I saw him, my senses told me he will become a valuable companion for my ship." Luffy spoke excitedly, sharing his decision with the whole group. Chopper was next to Kureha at this moment, looking at Luffy stunned. Reiju, who was sitting next to Luffy, raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Sixth sense, huh? You're getting mystical now, Captain?" Luffy laughed carelessly. "I don't know how to explain, but I've always trusted my instincts, and they've never failed me. Besides, Chopper has something special, I'm sure." "Something special?" Chopper muttered. He had always been called a monster. He never imagined that there would come a day when someone would say he was special. Reiju looked at Luffy and then at Chopper, smiling. "He has a strange intuition, but I can assure you that when it comes to choosing companions, he usually gets it right. If he sees something in you, Chopper, it's because you are special." "Chopper, as I said, I'm leaving only when I have your positive answer." "But I declined. So, I declined your refusal. Simple." Luffy smiled confidently, and even Kureha found herself smiling. "What a cheeky brat. I hope you don't ask me to hand over the secret of my youth too," she said, leaving the women present stunned. "Anyway, I'll continue with hockey training. You can join me if you want." Luffy looked at the members who started this type of training and left the room. During the rest of the day, Luffy, Lami, Reiju, Kuina, and Shirahoshi tried to manifest hockey in a large room inside the castle. Meanwhile, a reindeer watched them from a certain distance. "Oh, you're there." A voice came from behind Chopper, who faced Usopp for the first time. "Don't scare people like that," Chopper shouted. "Ha ha ha, don't get nervous," Usopp replied casually. "Anyway, you'll have to accept the captain's proposal. He usually doesn't give up when he has something on his mind." Usopp smiled. "Why? Why does he want me on his crew? I'm a monster," Chopper spoke, expressing his doubts. "Ha ha ha ha. If that's the problem, let me tell you something. Our crew is full of monsters." "Really?" Chopper seemed surprised. Yes, there are powerful people of all races. Can you believe the captain can turn into a 50-meter monster? He almost destroyed an island a while ago. What? Look there, we have a mermaid among the group. Chopper pointed to Shirahoshi training. And not only that, we have a talking bear, a giant shark, a 400-meter whale, a duck, and a powerful dog. Usopp spoke with a smile. Really? Chopper seemed stunned. Yes, we have all kinds of people on our ship, and if the captain wants you with the crew, he won't give up. Usopp spoke with a smile. Chopper looked at Usopp for a moment before distancing himself. He walked a bit, lost in thoughts about everything he had heard. A crew full of monsters? That phrase echoed in his mind. Chopper reached the library and began reading a book to try to forget these thoughts. You seem quite stunned, Chopper. Kureha appeared with a smile, still bandaged, while observing Chopper. The reindeer averted his gaze at this moment. I see that human's words got to you, she said calmly. Dr. Kureha, is it true that I could join a group outside of here, one that wouldn't judge me or call me a monster? Chopper suddenly asked. The woman opened a wide smile. Of course you can. I don't know them well, but I doubt they would disappoint you. Don't you want to go with them to the sea? Chopper widened his eyes at this. That. I can't. I have to stay here. You don't need to stay here anymore, Chopper. I can take care of myself. After all, I'm still in my youth at 138. But, this country's fate is already intertwined with that man, with or without you. This country is now your domain, and I couldn't do anything to prevent it from happening. Anyway, they don't seem like a group that would harm you. You have a unique chance in your hands. Maybe you've finally found a group that fits you. This is your chance, and I won't stop you if you want to go with them. Chopper remained silent, and his gaze met the doctor's some time later. Can I finally see the world? Can I make friends? He held a gaze that began to form tears at that moment. Of course you can, Chopper. You have a unique opportunity, and I hope you don't waste it. She spoke and left the room, leaving a pensive Chopper behind. Sometime later, Chopper found himself on top of the castle, where the wind played with his fur. He seemed not to care about the cool breeze that caressed his face, keeping his gaze fixed on a specific pirate flag. It was something that represented his father, a memory that evoked a series of deep thoughts. The flag fluttered gracefully under the influence of the wind as Chopper found himself immersed in reflections and memories. He had before him the image that symbolized his roots and the journey that brought him there. Lost in his thoughts, Chopper barely noticed a shadow approaching behind him. Yo, Chopper. Why are you up here alone? Luffy suddenly appeared, with his characteristically lively tone. Luffy? Chopper was startled by Luffy's sudden appearance beside him. Ha ha ha. Don't be scared. I can see your interest in this flag. This is the doctor's flag. I see, it's very special to you, isn't it? Yes. It's all I have left of the doctor. Chopper spoke, and the two fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind hitting them. Why do you want me on your crew? Chopper broke the silence suddenly. Luffy looked him in the eyes and answered confidently. Because I like having strong and talented people with me, and you seem to be both. Plus, you're a doctor, and that would be incredibly useful for us. Not to mention that you fit perfectly into our group, Luffy explained sincerely. Chopper hesitated for a moment, pondering the unexpected proposal. However, his loyalties to Dr. Kureha and concern for the current state of the kingdom still kept him undecided, even after the earlier conversation with the doctor. I can't just leave everything behind. I have responsibilities here, and Dr. Kureha depends on me, even if she doesn't admit it. Chopper expressed his concerns. Luffy, always straightforward, smiled. I'm not saying to abandon your responsibilities. It's not like you'll never see her again. But imagine the number of people you could help, and all the adventures we would have together. Don't you have a big dream? A big dream? Chopper was surprised. Yes, something that would make you defy everything to achieve. Something that would make you fight the whole world to attain. My dream. Chopper thought, as a doctor, he wanted to create a medicine that would cure all the diseases in the world. Chopper continued to ponder the proposal, realizing that a choice like this couldn't be made hastily. Meanwhile, Luffy, patiently, awaited the reindeer's decision, aware that, in the end, the choice would be Chopper's. Chopper, still hesitant, spoke with a touch of sadness in his voice. You don't understand. I'm a monster. A monster that ate the Hito no Mi model. Human. People here don't see me as an equal, they fear me. Luffy looked directly into Chopper's eyes, understanding the weight of the reindeer's words. You know, Chopper. I have a bunch of monsters in my crew too. There's a fish man, 2 giants, and much more. To me, it doesn't matter. Monster or not, what matters is what you do and who you are. You save lives, right? That's amazing, and I want you with me as my friend. Friend? Chopper was surprised by Luffy's response, which seemed genuinely indifferent to the reindeer's physical nature. The captain of the Straw Hats continued, trying to convince Chopper that being different was something to be celebrated. You may be a monster, but we all are in some way. Look at us. A bunch of misfits sailing together with many shared dreams. Being unique is what makes things interesting. Plus, being a monster is not a problem for me or the crew. Accepting who you are is the first step to being free and pursuing your dreams. The intensity of Luffy's gaze conveyed his sincerity, as Chopper began to feel a flame of hope and acceptance, something he never thought possible for someone like him. Touched by Luffy's words, Chopper started considering the possibility of adventures beyond Drum Island. Still with doubts, he realized that Luffy's crew was composed of unique and extraordinary beings, each with their own singularity, and Luffy mentioned that there were even more in the city. Come on, Chopper, let's be friends. Join me, and let's turn the world upside down together. Luffy spoke and extended his hand at that moment. Chopper hesitated for a moment, but then, with a determined expression, extended his paw to shake Luffy's hand. I accept, Luffy. I'll go with you to the sea. System, crew. Tony Chopper has joined as a member of your crew. And so, amid the frigid scenery of Drum Island, a new alliance was formed. Tony Chopper, the reindeer doctor, was about to embark on a journey full of challenges, friendships, and discoveries alongside the Straw Hat Pirates. The future promised to be as exciting as the adventures that awaited this unusual crew. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones, The Legend of John Arctic, 20 extra chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 129, Chapter Size. 2,300 words. Third person POV. Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. One day had passed since the arrival of the Straw Hats in the Drum Kingdom. Luffy stayed in the castle to ensure that Kureha received the necessary care for her recovery before they set out. Over time, the elderly woman began to show signs that her injuries were improving, thanks to the powers of the Moa Moa no Mi. Satisfied with the situation, Luffy decided to return to the city to share his plans with the people and the rulers of this kingdom. Luffy leapt from the castle along with the rest of the group, using Geppo to reach the city. As he soared over the area, he encountered those who could provide a better report of the situation, and Luffy descended in their direction. Beppo. How are things? Luffy approached Beppo, who was with Nico, Robin and Hugo, talking to Dalton. Captain, you finally made it, Beppo expressed his surprise as Luffy landed near them. Well, I had some matters to attend to and waited for Kureha to get better, Luffy explained, and the rest of the crew landed behind him. Is she better? Dalton asked with a hint of concern. Yes, she's coming here, and I enhanced her recovery. She's in the prime of her life, as she always says, Luffy grinned, and the man nodded satisfied. Anyway, did we manage to implement all the initial plans we needed in this kingdom? Luffy turned to Beppo. Yes, Captain, I left all the treaties and plans formulated. I contacted the Den Mushi of Kokoyashi Island and Goa Kingdom. I just need to pass information to Whiskey Peak and Syrup Village, Beppo reported, and Luffy nodded. That's good. Anyway, let's gather everyone and all the inhabitants. I'll share my final information and bid farewell. It seems like you'll be taking responsibility as the king of this place. Luffy addressed Dalton directly. I don't have a choice, do I? He sighed. You would have taken this place anyway. You were chosen by the people themselves. But I hope you can improve the conditions of this country. Yes, but that also involves creating an army, he said. That comes in the future. First, take care of the economic stability and development of the place. We'll talk about that later, and now you're protected by my flag. I doubt there's anyone in paradise who can go against us, apart from the government and the navy. But Drum Kingdom is an independent kingdom, Luffy informed, and they headed back to the city square. In the center of the city, Luffy gathered the residents, who were now more willing to listen after the confusion of the previous day. He climbed onto an improvised platform, his straw hat swaying in the cold breeze. People of Drum, Luffy began, looking at the gathered crowd. Now that you are part of our territory, we have some plans to help rebuild this kingdom. He went on to explain his vision for the kingdom's development and its allies, including the mass recruitment of new doctors with commercial agreements to obtain resources that the Frozen Kingdom could not cultivate. Luffy proposed an initiative where current doctors would teach new talents, establishing a continuous learning cycle to reach the former glory. Let's build a strong medical country capable of taking care of everyone in this kingdom and even other kingdoms at sea. This will not only improve your health but also attract people from elsewhere to benefit from our medical services, declared Luffy, excited. As he spoke, some animals and crew members like Karoo, Laboon, Megalo, and Chow Chow distributed leaflets explaining the plan in more detail and encouraging inhabitants to join this cause. Furthermore, Luffy continued, we'll initiate infrastructure projects, build schools, train new doctors, and establish a large hospital. I want Drum to become a powerful and prosperous island, a place where everyone can live well. As Luffy shared his ideas, many residents began to get excited about the possibilities. The presence and actions of the Straw Hats were starting to inspire hope and confidence in the community again, despite their initially complicated entry into the country. Luffy had good intentions. Thus, he concluded the speech with an expectation left in the air for the entire population. As the day passed, the Straw Hat crew began to integrate into the life of the Drum Kingdom. Activities in the city now reflected Luffy's proposed new projects, some of which were already underway, and the atmosphere began to change positively. Additionally, the crew members took the opportunity to interact with the local inhabitants. During this time, Kureha and Chopper appeared, and Luffy enthusiastically introduced Chopper to the rest of the group. Initially shy, Chopper had a chance to socialize when Beppo and Usopp decided to accompany him on an exploration of the city. The trio explored the bustling areas where many people were working to rebuild buildings and improve the city's conditions after Teach's attack. Usopp, always fascinated by stories and novelties, asked Chopper about his life before joining the Straw Hats. The reindeer shared his journey and how he found purpose after becoming a doctor. Usopp, in turn, told stories of his adventures, including encounters with mysterious creatures and heroic feats, leaving Chopper fascinated, as he believed everything Usopp said. Beppo, the polar bear mink, curious and friendly, quickly bonded with Chopper. The two shared unique experiences as crew members, and Beppo showed his enthusiasm in having a new friend. Chopper's shyness further improved when he met the other animals, who quickly made friends after each sharing a bit of their story and experiences. Meanwhile, other crew members like Shirahoshi and Vivi interacted with the local inhabitants, spreading positive vibes and assisting in reconstruction activities. Luffy, on the other hand, was busy coordinating his crew's efforts and overseeing new recruits joining the proposed projects. He remained the focal point, inspiring the community to believe in a better future. Brogy and Dory returned to their normal size and began clearing the heavier debris. Drum was undergoing a transformation, not just physically, but also in spirit. The Straw Hats had left an indelible mark on the kingdom, bringing hope, progress, and a new vision to its inhabitants after all their misfortunes. At the end of the day, the final farewell arrived for the Straw Hats in the Drum Kingdom. The crew gathered on the coast, where the ship, the Black Pearl, was anchored and ready to set sail. A large number of people came to bid them farewell, including Dalton and Kureha. The kingdom's inhabitants lined up to express their gratitude to the crew. Luffy, in his typical laid-back nature, thanked everyone for the time they spent together. Shirahoshi hugged some local children, while Usopp received one last round of applause for his thrilling stories. Dalton, the former captain of the kingdom's guard, approached Luffy with a smile. "You brought hope back to Drum, Monkey D. Luffy. You'll have allies here now." Luffy responded with a friendly nod, promising to keep all the plans in mind. The other crew members also received words of thanks and encouragement. With a mix of nostalgia and emotions, the crew boarded the Black Pearl. As the ship sailed away from the coast, the Straw Hats waved to the inhabitants of the Drum Kingdom, leaving behind a transformed place full of hope. As the island diminished on the horizon, the Straw Hat crew observed in silence, ready to venture into Alabasta. The sun set, painting the sky with warm hues and providing a farewell atmosphere to Drum Island. Luffy, still staring at the drifting island, was lost in thought. The tranquility of the moment was shattered when Robin appeared by his side. "Luffy, you look peculiarly at Drum Kingdom. Is there something about this kingdom that we don't know?" Robin inquired, demonstrating her ability to grasp subtle details. "It's hard to say. Drum, which means drum, makes me think this kingdom is special. Especially that black beard, mentioned by the inhabitants. I feel there's something that doesn't fit here," Luffy mentioned, looking thoughtfully at the horizon, and Robin observed him with interest. "Is that black beard special?" Robin asked, expressing her curiosity. "More than it seems. He shouldn't be underestimated and holds many secrets that even I don't know. His fruit, as the inhabitants mentioned, is the fruit of darkness and is the opposite side of Nika." "Nika? The sun god?" Robin inquired, showing surprise. "Nika is the god of the sun, joy, and freedom. What few know about the god is that he existed." "What do you mean, Luffy?" Robin was intrigued, eager for more information. "Nika is, in fact, a devil fruit," Luffy revealed, sharing a piece of the mystery surrounding Drum Kingdom, which seemed to have some connection to the drums of freedom if Luffy was correct. Robin pondered over this new information, indicating that Drum Kingdom held deep and intriguing secrets. Robin widened her eyes at this impactful revelation. "I don't know if there were other users of this fruit, but so far, only one person has released its full power, known as Joy Boy, the greatest enemy of the world government in the lost century." "Joy Boy," Robin murmured, absorbing the magnitude of what Luffy was sharing. "That's why I'm preparing and gathering allies. There will be a great war, Robin. Joy Boy is back, or should I say Joy Girl. A new era will begin, and the whole world will collapse. The world government will feel threatened, the war is coming, and I want us to survive the battlefield." "A world war?" Robin questioned, her eyes revealing a mix of concern and fascination. "Yes, and you'll play your part in it. One day, you'll reveal the entire lost century to the world, freeing people from their ignorance. You're proof that the world will enter this new era, just like Shirahoshi's birth during that time or even Nika's coming. Trust me, she will unleash her power. Even though she's still in the Marines, I doubt that will last forever." Luffy muttered the last part, leaving the uncertainty about Lucy's fate in the Marines hanging in the air. Luffy knew his sister would have a crucial role in what was to come, and he wouldn't hesitate to ask for efforts to help that girl he loved more than anyone. "I understand," Robin replied, feeling some hesitation in the face of an imminent war involving her dream. "Robin, this war is coming, with or without you. But do you want the world to remain in ignorance? Or will you help them break free from the shackles imposed by the world government?" Luffy spoke seriously, locking his eyes onto Robin's deep blues. Robin began to say, but Luffy took her hands. "Regardless of what happens in the future, remember, Robin, we're here to support you. You're part of this crew, and I want you to fulfill your dreams." Luffy spoke, his face a bit too close to Robin's. "Thank you," she replied, averting her eyes from her captain. He was too close and was staring intensely, making even the usually expressionless Robin blush. "Hey, you two lovebirds, how long are you gonna stay back here alone? Zoro brought the barrels you asked for, Luffy, and they're already starting the feast. Are you gonna miss it for a little romance behind the ship?" Nezuko appeared, crossing her arms at the closeness of Luffy and Robin. "Ha ha ha. Let's go, Robin, we have a feast to attend." Luffy smiled and headed towards the deck. Luffy quickly joined the feast that was starting with Robin and Nezuko. The banquet aboard the Black Pearl was in full swing, with the Straw Hat crew enjoying a lively and relaxed celebration. Luffy, seated at the center, devoured large portions of meat while laughing and playing with the other members. "Zoro, you really know how to pick a good sake barrel," Luffy exclaimed, raising his mug in an improvised toast. Of course, Captain. Without quality sake, a feast is not a feast, Zoro replied, smiling as he savored his drink. Meanwhile, Usopp was in the midst of telling one of his famous stories, involving exaggerated feats and imaginary monsters. The animals and some crew members laughed and applauded, enjoying the entertainment provided by the King of Snipers. Chopper and Lami approached the deck after Lami shared the greenhouse and medical area of the ship. Chopper quickly filled his plate with a variety of delicacies. "What an incredible feast! I'm so happy to be part of this crew," Chopper exclaimed. "Yes, we have the best food and the best friends," Beppo agreed, nodding enthusiastically. Reiju, the cook, was busy in the kitchen, preparing even more delicious dishes for the crew. He emerged from there, carrying a steaming platter. "Eat this, it's my specialty. A secret recipe I learned from the best chef in the North Blue." "A great feast, isn't it, Brogy? These little ones sure know how to throw a party, Dory." As the Straw Hats sailed towards Alabasta, the next destination in their journey, the atmosphere aboard the Black Pearl was a mix of joy and celebration. The sun began to set on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink, providing a spectacular backdrop for the celebration aboard the Straw Hat ship. As they savored the food and raised their glasses to the next adventure. As the night began and progressed, the starry sky witnessed the festive banquet of the Straw Hats, marking another chapter in their incredible journey across the seas. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days or Akun extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 130, Chapter Size. 2000 words, Third Person POV. Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. While the Black Pearl glided majestically through the seas, cutting through the waves with a grace that mirrored the skill of its crew, in the iconic capital of Alabasta, Alubarna, 2 figures appeared in the sky. Yamato and Nami finally reached the coveted destination after many days of travel, stopping only at a few islands to rest. "We're finally here," Nami exclaimed with her Garuda wings materialized on her back. The choice for the winged transformation was a strategic decision to conserve energy compared to Yamato's Geppo technique. "Let's head straight to the palace," instructed Yamato, gazing towards the palace. "Let's go then," Nami affirmed, and both flew towards the palace with Yamato leading the way on which window they would enter, but the goal was simple: to find Vivi's father at this moment. Meanwhile, in the heart of the palace, King Nefertari D. Cobra participated in a crucial audience with his advisors in the opulent throne room. The atmosphere was filled with seriousness and deliberation as they discussed the growing dissatisfaction in the kingdom and the increasing number of rebels plotting a coup. The discussion continued until stealthy shadows penetrated the window, abruptly interrupting the meeting. All present turned their attention to the newcomers who didn't seem to want to be discreet. In a swift gesture, Nefertari D. Cobra rose from his chair, demonstrating the agility of an attentive leader. Pell, his most formidable guard, promptly assumed a prominent position, ready to face any threat from the mysterious intruders. "A throne room. It's a bit different from the Goa kingdom," Yamato commented, her eyes scanning the magnificent details of the room. "Every kingdom has its peculiarities, but aside from some details, all throne rooms typically have a large space with a massive chair in the center. They're all the same to me, except for some details," explained Nami, as her Garuda wings gracefully dissipated from her back, as if they were dissolving into an ethereal breath. Cobra's urgent question echoed through the imposing room, cutting through the tense air. "Who are you?" And before the women could respond, someone intervened to inform the king at that moment. "Your Majesty, these are members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The woman with white hair has a bounty of 150 million. And the other woman has a bounty of 50 million, hastily announced one of the ministers, revealing the impressive numbers associated with the visitors. 150 million? King Cobra was stunned by the magnitude of the bounty. "Yes, we are members of the Straw Hat Pirates," confirmed Nami, taking the lead in the introduction. "We are here for your safety because your daughter made a deal with our captain." The anxiety on Cobra's face was palpable. "Vivi? Is she okay?" Yes, she was about to be assassinated by the organization she infiltrated. However, Luffy made a deal with her, an agreement that involves making Alabasta a territory of the Straw Hats, calmly explained Nami, choosing her words carefully. "What? Alabasta becoming a pirate territory? What kind of request is that?" Pell growled, expressing the concern that hung in the air. "That was the agreement between my captain and your daughter, who is now also a pirate on our ship." Nami shrugged, expressing a casualness that contrasted with the gravity of the words spoken. "Wait, Vivi became a pirate?" Cobra exclaimed, incredulous at the idea of his daughter being a pirate. "Yes, but if you want to know more about it, you'll have to ask her personally when they arrive. We came ahead, but they should be arriving in the next few weeks." Vivi. Cobra, realizing that he could do nothing more than wait and question his daughter personally about the events, turned his gaze to the women before him. "And what exactly do you mean by my safety?" Cobra questioned, his eyebrows furrowed. "Simple. The information our captain gave us indicates that there are spies disguised in this place, infiltrators among the upper echelons, including council members and even several soldiers and servants. They are conspiring with Crocodile, planning to overthrow him as soon as they get the chance. Yamato and I will identify these spies, but know that it won't be for free. At the very least, we demand a luxurious stay in this place." Nami wasted no time and presented her demands with a determined expression. If she's going to be away from Luffy for a few weeks, she might as well have a comfortable stay to meet her needs in another way. "Crocodile? What nonsense is this?" exclaimed a guard. "He's a Shichibukai. Why would he have spies in the king's palace?" "It's true, Crocodile protects this country. Spies? This is absurd," protested one of the ministers, disbelief written across his face at the shocking revelation. "Slander against the High Council. Someone arrest these women. Guards." Another minister spoke at this moment. "My king, we must get rid of these women." A third expressed his dissatisfaction. The room's air became dense with tensions boiling among the counselors. "Yamato." Nami spoke in a serious tone. "Yes," Yamato confirmed, her expression determined. Before anyone could react, an invisible wave swept through the room, emanating from Yamato's body. Yamato's conqueror's haki was an overwhelming presence that no one in this place could withstand. A second later, bodies began to fall, one by one. Guards from the room and the upper echelon, all unconscious on the floor. "What is this?" Cobra looked around and couldn't believe that not only the ministers and guards were collapsing unconscious, but even Pell, the kingdom's most formidable warrior, crumbled into unconsciousness before his own eyes. As the room was left with only the king standing and the two intruders in complete silence, Nami decided to break the atmosphere. "This is called Conqueror's Haki, proof that the woman by my side is much more powerful than any of your guards. But don't worry, we are here as allies. Let's start with these guards and 3 ministers who started raising their voices accusing us. It's very suspicious for them to act this way when we mention spies." "Were they spies all along?" Cobra wondered. As the woman said, "They could have harmed him without resistance with the demonstrated strength, but instead, they are here with a request from Vivi. It is fair to give credit to their words." Moreover, he had long suspected Crocodile but lacked evidence to affirm his theories. "Throw them into the dungeon. We'll interrogate them later. Now, I want a beautiful room with a built-in jacuzzi." Nami wasted no time and demanded her requests, her resolute and unwavering tone. With this concession, King Cobra promptly fulfilled the women's demands, providing one of the palace's finest rooms. In the following days, Yamato and Nami intensified their investigations into the spies. Yamato refined her observation haki skill, leveraging notes passed on by Luffy. Meanwhile, Nami, with her natural shrewdness in reading people, traversed the palace, analyzing its residents. The palace was meticulously purged of all infiltrated spies in the coming days, ranging from servants to soldiers and the upper echelon itself, where Crocodile had offered generous rewards. Cobra could see how all the country's misfortune was orchestrated by the one they called the kingdom's hero after hearing quite intriguing things from the spies. Yamato and Nami's collaborative efforts revealed an intricate web of betrayal, clearing the king's palace of shadows threatening its security. King Cobra, witnessing the effectiveness and dedication of the women, couldn't help but acknowledge the importance of their presence and contribution, even if he might not have liked these women's initial approach. He was certainly grateful for it, as he never imagined he could have so many traitors by his side all along. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed in the dark room filled with strategic maps. Crocodile, with his imposing presence, stared at Mr. One, his loyal ally, with an expression of restrained fury. "What are you saying?" growled Crocodile, his sharp voice echoing through the chamber. "The palace has been taken, and the king has formed an alliance with the Mugiwara members," explained Mr. One, maintaining a firm posture despite the tension in the air. Crocodile's anger reached its peak, reflected in an audible crack as his powerful claw shattered the table before him. Strategically arranged maps fell, witnessing the Shichibukai's explosive rage. "These damned pirates," grumbled Crocodile, fists clenched in frustration. "What should we do?" inquired Mr. One, seeking guidance in the storm of emotions dominating the room. "Let's wait for the Vice Admiral to arrive. If that Yamato is in the palace, things will be complicated. I've received information that she has mastery over hockey," declared Crocodile with a somber tone. He knew that this woman would end his invincibility if she possessed armament hockey. "Yes, my lord," nodded Mr. One, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. With a respectful bow, he left the room, leaving Crocodile in a silence laden with intrigue and machinations. On a marine ship approaching the country, the sea breeze caressed the sturdy sails of the marine ship as it advanced determinedly towards the coast of Alabasta. On the deck, Vice Admiral Momonga, a stern figure in his officer uniform, watched the horizon attentively. "Vice Admiral Momonga, Alabasta is already in sight," announced one of the sailors, whose sharp eyes spotted the distant silhouettes of land. "That's good. Prepare to anchor the ship," ordered Momonga, his firm and authoritative voice cutting through the murmur of the sea wind. "Yes, Vice Admiral," promptly responded another crew member, who rushed to relay the orders to the sailors responsible for the anchoring operation. As the ship gracefully moved over the waves, the crew began preparing to take action on the lands of Alabasta. On the other side of Alabasta, Captain Smoker, "We're approaching Alabasta," a marine reported. "That's good. Let's anchor at the port," Smoker replied calmly. "Do you think the Straw Hats have come this way, Captain?" Toshigi asked. "We intercepted that message. Everything indicates that," Smoker replied, looking at the horizon, where Alabasta was beginning to emerge. In a port city of Alabasta, the sun's rays bathed the port city, painting a vibrant and welcoming scene. Amidst the characteristic sounds of a bustling port, Ace, the fearless commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, disembarked from his iconic ship with a joyful expression lighting up his face. "I finally made it here," exclaimed Ace, letting his excitement shine through in his voice. With the sea breeze lightly tousling his hair, Ace adjusted his hat and looked around with determination. The anticipation of reuniting with his brother, Luffy, pulsed in his chest. "I hope Luffy has already arrived. I'm going to start looking for him," declared Ace, beginning his journey through the city in search of the long-awaited fraternal reunion. His determined steps echoed through the bustling streets. Meanwhile, in the sea a bit away from Alabasta, a shadow appeared in the water. The vastness of the ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, a tranquil scene interrupted only by the gentle sway of the waves. On the horizon, a mysterious figure began to emerge from the depths, revealing itself as an imposing shadow. I had seen the shadow from the ocean floor and came to the surface to confirm, but I never imagined it could be them," expressed Jinbei, his keen gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the Black Pearl sailed, visible from over half a kilometer away. "I'll bring you back home again, Princess Sama," declared Jinbei, his tone resonating with the firmness of fulfilling the task assigned to him. Determined, Jinbei, the Shichibukai, dove again to reach the black ship with the Jolly Roger bearing the iconic straw hat. "Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey," I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 131, Chapter Size. 2,800 words. Third person POV. Somewhere in the sea, first half of Grand Line. In the vastness of the ocean stretching in all directions, the Black Pearl cut through the waters as it could, thanks to Luffy's abilities that he reserved for training. For days on end, each crew member immersed themselves in their usual training, continuously enhancing their strength. Luffy led the way, dedicating himself to improving his haki along with some other members, while the rest explored new horizons in their respective disciplines, honing techniques they already mastered. Robin and Vivi, in particular, remained focused on developing their first technique of the 6 styles, striving for mastery. Meanwhile, the other crewmates refined their already mastered skills, each diligently working to perfect their abilities. A notable exception was Chopper, whom Luffy assigned to learn the mobility technique that the newly recruited girls had begun developing, a challenging task for the small doctor. Under Luffy's watchful eye, Chopper struggled to master the technique under the relentless pressure from his captain. "Come on, if this is all you can do, I'm disappointed." Luffy interrupted his own haki training to motivate the new recruits. Vivi growled in response, familiar with Luffy's peculiar coaching style, while Robin remained silent, furrowing her brow. However, the situation was different for Chopper, who pleaded for mercy in the face of Luffy's intensity. "Luffy, mercy," whined the little doctor. "Come on, Chopper. Sea adventures require challenges, and challenges require strength. You can do better than that," Luffy insisted, despite Chopper's tears and protests, reminding everyone of the harsh reality of training aboard the Black Pearl. Everything was normal, though training was always a bit peculiar, with Luffy shouting at some of them, until the group's swordsman entered the room in a hurry, having fetched some things from the stock for training. "Luffy, we have a problem." The radar detected something in the water, interrupted Kuina, appearing next to Luffy with a paper in hand. "Let me take a look at this," Luffy commented, taking the paper Kuina handed him. The print contained data from the advanced Black Pearl device, a notably superior ship with its own technologies. Among them, a radar designed to anticipate attacks from sea creatures, such as sea kings, at a certain distance, stood out. "This shape. Is it him?" Luffy fixed his eyes on the paper. The radar could only provide a black, colorless shape for the detected object underwater, and the outline of the shadow quickly led Luffy to make the connection with the person who had that shape. His gaze turned to Shirahoshi, who was focused on her haki training following Luffy's instructions. "It seems he's here for you, Shirahoshi," Luffy couldn't help but conclude internally. "Do you know who it is, Luffy?" Kuina asked, seeking clarification. "Yes, this is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords. It seems he's after our mermaid," Luffy replied calmly, but his observers, Kuina, Vivi, and Robin, showed shock, while Chopper failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the surprised expressions around him, Luffy turned to the crew gathered in the training room. "All right, let's wrap up the training. Looks like we'll have a visitor soon, so let's welcome him on deck," Luffy announced before leaving. The crew halted their training with Luffy's words, and although they had questioning looks, everyone followed the captain to the deck. On the deck, Luffy patiently awaited Jinbei's arrival after turning off the alarm, as the crew didn't need to be alerted about an intruder. It didn't take long for the Shichibukai to approach the ship. The water next to the ship stirred, and a shadow leapt from it, landing directly on the ship. Jinbei looked around and, upon realizing that everyone seemed to be expecting his arrival, showed a slight glimpse of surprise. Even though Luffy had anticipated a visitor with his words, seeing a large blue fish man was quite shocking for the crew members, especially those who already knew the identity of this particular merman. "Jinbei-sama," Shirahoshi murmured, clearly stunned to discover that the visitor mentioned by Luffy was Jinbei. "Hey, Jinbei-san," Hachi was equally stunned. "Who is he?" Zoro asked. "He's a Shichibukai," Lami replied. "What do we have here, a Shichibukai? I'd like to know your intentions for invading our ship." Luffy was the first to address the newcomer in a loud tone, crossing his arms with a serious expression. "So, it's you, the Straw Hats," Jinbei commented, casting a glance at the entire group before fixing his gaze on Shirahoshi and Megalo. "Princess, I've come to rescue you." "I don't need rescuing," Shirahoshi spoke immediately, and Jinbei showed a surprised look at that. Luffy observed Jinbei with a serious expression, weighing every word the Shichibukai uttered. Jinbei's presence stirred a mix of feelings in the crew. The atmosphere was getting increasingly tense. "Rescue, huh?" Luffy said, keeping his gaze fixed on Jinbei. "Shirahoshi is here of her own free will. I can understand you showing up to protect your princess, but if she wants to stay with us, there's nothing you can do." Shirahoshi, still processing Jinbei's surprise with her decision, gathered her courage to explain her choice. "It's true, Jinbei-sama. I'm here because I want to be. Luffy-sama freed me, and I feel I can grow stronger alongside him. I've chosen to sail as a member of the Straw Hat crew." Sharky, Megalo expressed his support by her friend's side. Jinbei, upon hearing the young princess's words, fixed his gaze on her with a mix of surprise and disbelief. "What, princess, you can't be serious. What about your father and your brothers? They're worried about you." Shirahoshi, with a determined look, replied, "Jinbei-sama, I miss them too, but I'm not ready to go back home yet. Only when I'm strong enough for it." She couldn't deny the twinge of pain when mentioning her father and brothers, but her commitment to Luffy and her dream was evident. She had to become strong enough to save her home from destruction. "Princess, I can't believe this," Jinbei muttered, shifting his gaze to Hachi, who was standing beside him. "Hachi, long time no see. Let me ask you something. Why are you on the ship of the pirates who killed Arlong and most of his crew?" Jinbei asked in a serious tone, showing concern and curiosity. "Hey, it's hard to explain, but now I'm a pirate of the Straw Hats," Hachi announced, expressing his belonging to the group, even though his initial recruitment had been forced. Over time, Hachi began to appreciate the company and fun he found during the journey with the Straw Hats. "Even you, Hachi?" Jinbei seemed stunned, turning his gaze to Luffy, who was at the forefront of the crew. "I don't know what you did to them, but you better set them free. Just because you're Ace's brother doesn't mean I'll go easy on you if you deny that," Jinbei warned, serious and firm. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? And I haven't done anything to them. They are my companions and members of this ship. You'll never forcefully take any of them," Luffy replied in a serious tone, flames beginning to dance all over his body, indicating an imposing and threatening aura with Luffy's growing anger. If that's how it is, then so be it. Jinbei prepared to attack Luffy at that moment, but what he wouldn't imagine was that Luffy was already in front of him, using his speed 40 times faster with Soru. Before Jinbei realized it, he was forcefully hit in the stomach, causing him to soar into the sky. The pain from the blow was so swift that he only felt it when his body was already hundreds of meters in the air. The impact launched Jinbei far away, demonstrating Luffy's astonishing speed and skill. "How can he be so fast?" Jinbei spoke in pain before starting to spit blood into the air. "We're just getting started." A voice was heard behind Jinbei, and when the Shichibukai turned to attack, Luffy had already disappeared again to Jinbei's rear and punched him once more, sending him even higher into the sky. "Damn, I'll have to take this seriously," Jinbei spoke, preparing for the fight more earnestly. Thus, Jinbei saw Luffy approaching, and both began exchanging blows in the air. The sky above the Straw Hat ship became a stage for the intense battle between Luffy and Jinbei. Luffy chose to fight without using the Moa Moa at this moment. On the other hand, even suspended in the air and without any mobility technique, Jinbei did not let himself be taken by the disadvantage. They began exchanging blows as they approached each other in free fall, their fists colliding, creating explosive sounds in the air. Boom! 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 seeing the deadlock with the battle evenly matched and without Jinbei using haki yet, with a serious look, Luffy initiated the transformation to the phase 2 of his mythical zone, assuming his impressive form. Jinbei's eyes narrowed, assessing Luffy's transformation. The purple scales, curved horns, and vibrant flames revealed the imposing figure as a small Ifrit drake. The atmosphere around Luffy trembled with the intensity of the flames he controlled. The fight began with Luffy advancing, and Jinbei waiting for him with a powerful water punch, which was skillfully dodged by Luffy using his newly enhanced agility. The ship swayed slightly with the force of the exchanged attacks. Luffy, now in Ifrit form, retaliated with punches propelled by amethyst flames. Jinbei's aquatic prowess proved to be an advantage, evading the fiery attacks while counter-attacking with fluid movements, creating water from the molecules in the air. Luffy and Jinbei seemed to dance in the air, each showcasing their mastery and their respective fighting styles. However, Luffy couldn't afford to let Jinbei fall into the water. The Shichibukai's ability in the ocean would be quite problematic, and a fall would mean a critical disadvantage for Luffy. With Jinbei getting closer and closer to the water while in free fall, Luffy used his Moa Moa no and swiftly kicked the fishman back into the sky at that moment. After Jinbei rose again, powerless against it, the battle continued with increasing intensity. Luffy and Jinbei exchanged blows, blocks, and dodges in a fast-paced choreography. Flames and water clashed, creating a unique visual spectacle. Noticing an opening, Luffy concentrated the flames in his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch against Jinbei. The Shichibukai blocked the attack, but the force of the collision created a shockwave that shook the sky, guiding steam with the meeting of flames and water, sending Jinbei airborne once again. Seeing that he was at a tremendous disadvantage and how he had underestimated this 200 million bounty pirate, his fist began to turn black, and Luffy began using his Moa Moa no at 5 times its strength to counter the opponent's haki as soon as he saw it. Luffy advanced towards Jinbei in the air the next moment before both fists collided. The pulsating energy around Luffy gained intensity as his strength multiplied several times, contrasting with the darkness manifesting in Jinbei's hand. The clash of powers created an electric atmosphere with steam permeating the sky, while the two fighters faced each other with determination. "You're stronger than I expected, Straw Hat," Jinbei exclaimed, his voice firm despite the challenging situation. Luffy, still in Ifrit form, stared at Jinbei with determined eyes. "I said we were just getting started, Jinbei. Now, let's see what you're capable of." The battle in the sky continued, with Luffy and Jinbei exchanging increasingly intense blows. Ifrit's flames and Jinbei's haki-coated aquatic fists collided, creating shockwaves that echoed through the ship's deck. Luffy, realizing the growing threat of Jinbei's haki, focused even more on his multiplication fruit. Increasing his strength from 5 times to 10 times, his blows seemed to surprise his opponent at this moment. The Straw Hats watched with admiration and concern. "Should we help the captain?" Chopper exclaimed. "No, Luffy doesn't like us getting involved in a fight others are having without the threat of death," Reiju spoke. "And as you can see, my husband seems to be winning against the Shichibukai," Alvida commented. "Winning? It looks more like he's playing," Lami spoke, her eyes fixed on the fight. "Incredible, this is Luffy's strength. He can even play with a Shichibukai?" Vivi was still trying to process it all. "He's falling into the sea," Usopp exclaimed. "Look, the captain is approaching." He kicked him again into the sky. Hugo applauded for his captain at that moment. "Jinbei-sama." Shirahoshi looked with mixed feelings at this. "Hey, Jinbei-san." Hachi also seemed quite shocked by this. The battle reached its climax when the two warriors collided in an unparalleled force clash. The clash between Jinbei's haki and Luffy's flames created an explosion of energy, enveloping them in a temporary sphere of even more chaos. When the created field dissipated, Luffy, still in Ifrit form, hovered in the air, while Jinbei was visibly exhausted and began to fall towards the water again. He began to realize that he couldn't fight this pirate. Unlike the fight with Ace, it wouldn't be 3 days of battle but only a few minutes before he lost completely. His only advantage was to reach the sea, but this pirate seemed to know that. Luffy, agile as always, dove to reach him, and using his enhanced speed, he reached Jinbei in his openings, preventing him from touching the water surface. Jinbei, though tired and injured, didn't want to give up, even though his body already had many bruises and burns. He looked at Luffy approaching, preparing for the next clash. The evaporated water still hung in the air, creating a surreal backdrop for the aerial battle as the fight resumed. Luffy, anticipating Jinbei's movements, surged forward with extraordinary speed. His punches, enveloped in flames, sliced through the air toward the Shichibukai. Jinbei defended himself skillfully, using martial arts techniques and agile dodges to avoid the burning blows. The sound of the clash of attacks echoed through the skies, creating a combat symphony. Luffy, with his enhanced agility, managed to dodge Jinbei's attacks and counterattack with ruthless ferocity. The Shichibukai, in turn, unleashed powerful water movements, sending jets of water toward Luffy. At a crucial moment, Jinbei channeled his energy and launched a powerful water attack. The impact created a curtain of water that temporarily obscured the view. However, Luffy was not deterred. He emerged from the waves, Ifrit's flames shimmering with renewed intensity. With Luffy and Jinbei continuing to exchange accelerated blows in the sky, the air was impregnated with the sound of punches, kicks, and the crackling of flames. With a swift movement, Luffy evaded a punch from Jinbei and counterattacked with a powerful upward kick. The blow connected with the Shichibukai's jaw, and a shockwave ran through Jinbei's body. The fishman was momentarily suspended in the air, unable to act, his eyes showing surprise and resistance to imminent defeat. Luffy, seizing the opportunity, concentrated a significant amount of amethyst flames in his right fist. In a fluid motion, he unleashed a punch charged with energy and fire directly into Jinbei's belly. The impact was overwhelming. Flames exploded around Jinbei, enveloping his body in a momentary amethyst glow. The combined force of the punch and the flames propelled him downward, toward the ship's deck. The Shichibukai collided forcefully, creating a crack in the wooden deck. Silence followed the crash as everyone watched, surprised, the outcome of the battle. Luffy, still floating in the air, maintained his fighting stance, looking down with intensity. The face of the Straw Hats captain showed a bit of fatigue but also unwavering determination. The victory was his at that moment. The deck fell silent for a moment before the crew began to move. Some ran towards Jinbei to check his condition, while others approached Luffy to express their relief and happiness for the victory. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the Saint 495 Chapter 132. Chapter size: 2,100 words. Third-person POV Drum Island, first half of Grand Line. Jinbei-sama. Shirahoshi looked at Jinbei with concern. Hey! Hachi also expressed concern. Luffy was on the other side with some bruises, but nothing serious. He used the regeneration of his zone to heal completely, spending a bit of energy. Wow, that was a really good fight. Who would have thought the first Shichibukai I would defeat would be Jinbei, of all Shichibukais? Luffy laughed, displaying his pride in the victory. Luffy. What should we do with him? Nijiko asked about the injured and lying fishman on the deck. Tie up his body. I'll throw him in the prison and talk to him when he wakes up, he said, and Hugo began to grab some thick chains to securely wrap Jinbei's body. As Hugo worked, Luffy remained thoughtful, looking at the horizon. Shirahoshi, still concerned, approached Luffy. Luffy-sama, can we really trust him after what happened? Luffy looked at Shirahoshi with a confident smile. Of course, we can. Jinbei is strong and has his own code of honor. Let's give him a chance. Besides, we're not here to make unnecessary enemies. Who knows, he might even become an ally. Nijiko nodded, agreeing with Luffy's approach. Meanwhile, Hugo finished tying the chains around Jinbei, ensuring there was no chance of escape. "Ready, Captain." "Jinbei is properly tied up," Hugo reported, and Luffy nodded. "What a great fight." Dory couldn't help but praise Luffy's performance. "Yes, Dory is right," Bragi confirmed. "Well, thank you. Anyway, let's continue with our usual training. We'll reach Alabasta in the next few days," Luffy announced, showing his usual casualness even after the intense battle. He took Jinbei by the chains and began to drag him personally to the ship's prison. The crew watched, some still recovering from the surprise of the fight, while others were already eager for their own battles. Nijiko, watching the scene, asked Luffy, "Captain, what do we do now? Will we continue on course to Alabasta?" Luffy nodded. "Yes, let's go to Alabasta. But first, I'll talk to Jinbei when he wakes up. We need to understand what he was doing here and if we can trust him as an ally." As the crew continued on its course towards Alabasta, Luffy took Jinbei to the prison, where he would stay until he recovered and was ready for a conversation. Monkey Chomp. Luffy was greeted by Bon Clay with all his characteristic joy. "Hello, Bon Clay. How are things?" Luffy greeted friendly, observing the extravagant man in pink attire. "Everything's fine now, Monkey-chan. But it was really cold before. That green-haired man wouldn't tell me why the weather was so bad when I asked him. So grumpy." The man spun in a ballet-like movement inside his cell while sharing his experiences. "Well, that's typical of him," Luffy murmured with a smile, remembering Zoro and his more serious attitudes. Monkey Chomp. What were those explosions until now? Who is this? Bon Clay, for the first time, noticed Jinbei being dragged by chains behind Luffy. That's Jinbei, one of the 7 Shichibukai, Mr. 3 shouted alarmed. "What?" some of the other agents exclaimed too, surprised by Jinbei's presence in the prison. "I accidentally caught this fish." Luffy shrugged as he continued dragging Jinbei down the corridor. "He says he caught it." Everyone in their cells internally mocked this, not believing this absurdity. Luffy reached an empty cell and threw Jinbei in there, tied up in a similar way as he was impelled down. "Hey, handsome, don't you want to leave this lovely woman rotting in this cell? Do you?" Mikita suddenly spoke, running her hand over her body, trying to seduce Luffy as he was leaving. "Sorry, but I already have too many women. I have a limit to how many I can accept." Luffy shrugged. As attractive as Mikita was, he didn't want to get involved with every woman he met. With over a dozen women to pay attention to, Luffy preferred to hold back. He had no plans to include Mikita in his bed. Mikita was stunned by the response, while Miss Merry Christmas laughed at the blonde. "You see, Miss Valentina? If you were older, he would be my type, and then I would show you how to seduce someone." Almost everyone in the room vomited at that moment, including Luffy, who stumbled with the reaction and quickly left the room. Over the next 3 days, the crew alternated between moments of leisure and training. Beppo took care of navigation, and finally, Alabasta began to materialize on the horizon. Destiny awaited, bringing with it challenges and mysteries that piqued the curiosity of Luffy and his crew. Karoo was the first to appear on the bow, waving his wings towards the homeland. Sharky, Grr, Woof Woof. The animals joined Karoo to play, enjoying the proximity of the land in the distance. The fun of the 4 mascots was evident, creating a lively atmosphere on the deck. "Is this your country, Vivi-sama?" Shirahoshi asked, observing Alabasta with curiosity. "Yes, this land is Alabasta," Vivi responded with a certain pride in her voice. "What will be our first stop?" Usopp asked excitedly next to Chopper. "Aramalu, a port city in the south of the country," Beppo replied, sharing information about the destination. "Well, let's move forward. Get ready to disembark at the city port. Put Jinbei on the deck tied to the mast as well," ordered Luffy, and everyone went to their duties. Sometime later, Luffy went to the ship's mast after Hugo and Zoro placed Jinbei there. "I see you've awakened." Luffy addressed Jinbei, who still showed signs of injuries. Jinbei remained silent, his serious expression revealing little about his thoughts. "Don't you want to join my crew?" Luffy asked with a smile, suggesting something unusual. In the next moment, everyone fell to the floor, surprised by Luffy's audacity in inviting a Shichibukai to be his subordinate. "What kind of question is that?" Do you think I'm going to join your crew? Ha 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 ha, don't be so serious. Luffy laughed at Jinbei's indignant reaction. Seeing the serious look still present on Jinbei's face, Luffy sighed, maintaining a calmer expression. If you still think I did something to manipulate those two members of your race and force them to join my crew, you're mistaken. You can talk to them if you want. Luffy shrugged, expressing sincerity in his words. Then tell me how the mermaid princess disappeared from King Neptune's eyes on any given day and ended up in the East Blue with reduced size? Jinbei questioned, demanding an explanation. Well, that's a secret. I admit that I managed to summon her on Fishman Island, but at the same time, I freed her from her confinement, and she thanked me for it. Luffy said and continued, maintaining an air of mystery around the incident. Anyway, I'll see what we'll do with you after I find Ace. I know he's in this country. Who is Ace? Lami raised the question, listening to the conversation with curiosity. My brother. I'm sure he's in this city. Luffy smiled, directing his gaze to the approaching city. The pirate ship approaching the country, especially heading towards Aramalu, caught the attention of its inhabitants, who watched with curiosity and, in some cases, fear, the arrival of the Straw Hats. A pirate ship. It's the Straw Hats. The group with a total bounty of 470 million. This is terrible. Notify Captain Smoker. The Straw Hats are coming to the city. Meanwhile, the Black Pearl quickly headed for the port, anchoring under the scared gaze of the people. A large group of crew members, including some animals, began to disembark. A moment later, the ship disappeared in front of all the curious onlookers, while Luffy held the Black Pearl before stashing it in one of his pockets. Hey, Jinbei, how did you get so small? Luffy commented while looking at the miniature ship on the deck. Nanny. Luffy heard Jinbei's tiny voice shouting from the ship with a comical face. Leaving Jinbei aside, Luffy turned his attention to all members of his crew. You can do whatever you want during this day. It's a day off, so feel free to explore the city. Luffy announced, earning some grateful looks and even some tears from some, finally getting away from the infernal training imposed by Luffy. Pico desculpas pela formaticao anterior. Aqui estou texto com as quebras de linhas corrigidas. The swordsman Zoro, Kuina, along with Bragi and Dory, formed a group, exploring weapon shops and training together in an open area. Vivi, Kuru, Shirahoshi, and Megalo decided to visit local tourist spots. Vivi wanted to show some points to the enthusiastic Shirahoshi about the history of Alabasta. Usopp and Chopper were together, exploring the shops that this desert country could offer. Reiju and Hachi were busy looking for fresh ingredients and exotic spices to prepare a special meal and snacks for the entire crew. Hugo went alone just to stroll. Beppo and Chow Chow joined forces to explore the commercial areas of the city, with Chow Chow interacting with other local dogs and animals. Ijiko, Alvida, and Robin decided to visit a local tea shop, seeking to relax a bit, and Lami joined them later. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a man walked carelessly, a miniature whale floating in the air beside him. Luffy and Laboon explored the bustling streets of Alabasta. The captain of the Straw Hats couldn't help but observe the liveliness of the city. People wore light and colorful clothes, reflecting the constant heat of the desert. Loose-fitting tunics and garments were common, providing defense against the scorching sun. Let's go, Laboon. We have to find someone, Luffy spoke as he walked ahead. Grr. Laboon made his iconic sound. But Luffy understood it as confirmation that Laboon wanted to accompany him, and who would Luffy be to deny his friend's request? People looked astonished at what they were seeing. Even some recognized that Luffy was a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. But the sight of Laboon floating beside him was too surreal. There are many looks on us, and I know this city is full of Baroque Works agents. I hope Robin keeps an eye on the princesses as I assigned her. Luffy murmured to himself while looking at some malicious glances in the crowd. Laboon, I'm looking for a restaurant. Let me know if you find any. Luffy commented. Grr? Never mind. Luffy forgot he was talking to a whale that never left the entrance of the Grand Line. Found it. Luffy finally spotted the restaurant he was looking for. His eyes lit up even more when he noticed the presence of a man in the marine cloak at the establishment's entrance. Smoker. So he's here too. Luffy laughed, excited about the imminent encounter. He turned to Laboon, who floated beside him. Laboon, I'll go ahead. You catch up later at that restaurant, got it? Luffy spoke, not waiting for a response, and dashed away. Luffy ran at a superhuman speed, with his clear intention of catching up with the marine officer. The people around were surprised by the captain of the Straw Hat's speed and agility, and the wind followed him as he passed by everyone, while Laboon floated calmly, watching the scene. Meanwhile, in the bar, the atmosphere was far from ordinary. The marine officer stared at the pirate at the counter with narrowed eyes, and everyone in the bar could feel the escalating tension in the atmosphere. Commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Smoker spoke calmly to the pirate, staring at him from the counter with a smile. "That's me." Ace replied with some amusement. "I'll have to arrest you here." Smoker spoke as his arm began to transform into smoke. "You can try." Ace began to materialize flames on his body. "Smoker RRR." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside, and before Smoker could react, his spine bent with the kick he was receiving from Luffy. The captain of the Straw Hats came at full speed, managing to materialize a small tip of Haki on his foot to hit the Logia. This was Haki's progress, still small, but Luffy was satisfied with the advancement achieved in just a week of training. Smoker was stunned by the sudden pain, while his body was propelled forward, and Ace had his eyes almost popping out of their sockets witnessing the unexpected event. Before either of them could react, both were thrown into the wall, with Luffy calmly remaining inside the restaurant. Crack KK. The sound of walls breaking under the impact of Smoker and Ace echoed repeatedly. "That was a nice mess. Ha 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 ha," Luffy commented, laughing, while everyone in the restaurant kept their jaws dropped and eyes wide at the surprising display of strength. The captain of the Straw Hats seemed completely at ease, as if throwing two powerful opponents through walls was just another ordinary day in his life. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. 495 Chapter 133, Chapter Size. 2000 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Luffy's thunderous laughter echoed through the bar, filling the space with vibrant and uninhibited energy. He stood, an arrogant smile adorning his face, while the bar patrons looked on, open-mouthed and in absolute shock. The impact of his arrival still reverberated through the walls, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the hole. "Ha ha ha ha, I wanted to see your face, Smoker," Luffy proclaimed, his chest swelling with pride for the feat accomplished. The civilians in the bar, some still with their drinks halfway to their lips, remained motionless as if time had frozen. It was a scene that defied comprehension. The infamous pirate of 200 million berries not only challenged, but also struck a navy captain, but a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Hey bartender, don't just stand there, bring me food," Luffy announced, fiddling with his hat. "Also, bring me a lot of food. My 400-meter whale is coming." Ha 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 ha, Luffy laughed as everyone became even more stunned, wondering if this was a joke. Luffy was served and began to eat with the waiter frowning at him. Laboon arrived at that moment, floating gracefully in the air with a bubble ring surrounding his waist, as if it were an aquatic display in the sky. The unanimous exclamation, "It's really a whale," echoed through the space, with the customers and bar staff glued to the windows and doors, all wanting to witness the spectacle. "Come Laboon, come eat," Luffy invited, waving to his marine friend with a piece of meat in hand. Laboon responded with a deep and joyful sound, grr, which vibrated through the walls of the establishment. As Luffy enjoyed his meal with contagious enthusiasm, the waiter approached him, his expression laden with caution and evident concern. Moving hesitantly, he said, "Hey, you should leave." Luffy, surprised, looked up, pausing his relentless gastronomic adventure for a moment. What's up?" he asked, an expression of innocent curiosity on his face. The waiter, swallowing hard, pointed to a considerable hole in the bar's wall. "See that hole in the wall?" Looking in the direction indicated, Luffy replied with a playful smile. "Yes, is that like an emergency exit from the bar?" The bar's response was swift. "Of course not, you did that," echoed a chorus of voices, with the bar patrons expressing both fear and disbelief. Luffy, keeping the smile, feigned surprise. "Me? I don't think so." "Of course it was." The bar shouted in unison, tension rising as the reality of the situation set in. The waiter, clearly concerned about the possible consequences of Luffy's action, tried to argue again. "You sent a Navy officer and a member of the Whitebeard pirates flying. You have to get out of here if you want to live." Luffy, unfazed, looked at Laboon, who floated peacefully by his side, and calmly replied. "I see. But it's okay. I can handle it. And we haven't finished eating yet, have we, Laboon?" "Grr." Laboon made a deep sound, seeming to agree with his friend. The waiter, realizing the futility of trying to persuade the pirate, sighed, accepting that there wasn't much he could do. The other customers watched the scene, a mix of fascination and apprehension in the air, while they wondered what else this unexpected and extraordinary day would bring. Grr. At that moment, Ace emerged from the wreckage, clearly furious, looking for the one responsible for his current situation. Smoker, following closely, maintained his stern expression and the imposing posture of a Navy officer determined on his mission. As he emerged from the hole in the wall, Ace could hardly believe what he saw. There was Luffy, sitting calmly at the bar, enjoying his meal as if nothing extraordinary had happened. "Lu," began Ace, his voice laden with surprise and irritation. Mugiwara, however, before he could complete his thought, Smoker quickly acted, pushing Ace back to the ground with Smoker's hand as he advanced towards Luffy. Luffy, watching the scene with a relaxed smile, greeted Smoker undisturbed. "Hey Smoker, how are you? Did you like my kick?" he asked, the casualness of his voice contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. "So it was you? I came to arrest you," Smoker growled, anger clear in his voice, as he fixed his gaze on Luffy. Luffy, still nibbling on a piece of meat, looked at his brother still on the ground and said to Smoker, "It was, but can you first get off my brother?" Smoker, with a momentarily surprised expression, looked at Ace, who was on the ground. Brother?" he questioned, his voice tinged with incredulity as he connected the dots. For some reason, perhaps a reluctant recognition of the fraternal bond between the two pirates, Smoker stepped aside, allowing Ace to rise. With a swift movement, Ace got up, fixing his gaze on Luffy. "Luff why," he shouted, a mix of relief and exasperation in his voice. "Ace." Luffy responded with a genuine and warm smile. "Luffy," Ace called again, a smile forming on his face too. "Ace," Luffy echoed, his voice full of joy. The two brothers continued, repeating each other's names, until Smoker, clearly impatient with the scene, interrupted. "Are you just going to keep saying that?" he growled, his voice raised in frustration. The brothers' response was a shared laugh, ha 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 ha, followed by ha, their laughter mingling in the charged air of the bar. Laboon, watching the scene, emitted a confused grr, not fully understanding what was happening. Luffy, still smiling, called the waiter. "Hey, waiter, a table for 4, please." A moment later, a table was arranged in the middle of the restaurant, accommodating Luffy, Laboon, Ace, and a still reluctant Smoker. "Why am I here? I should be arresting you," Smoker growled, his expression still stern. "Relax, Navy Captain, you don't want to start a fight in the middle of a bar, do you?" Luffy joked, giving Smoker a friendly elbow nudge. "Tisk," Smoker grunted, clearly displeased with the situation, but without many options. Ace, looking at Luffy, commented, "Luffy, you look so different." His voice carried a mix of surprise and admiration, observing the changes in his younger brother. The scene was surreal, two notorious pirates, a Navy captain, and a flying whale, all sitting at the same table, creating a unique atmosphere that defied the reality of the One Piece world. "Ha ha ha. I ate a zone, it changed my body a bit," Luffy explained, smiling as he ran his hand through his hair, subtly highlighting the changes in his appearance. Ace, with a look of curiosity and admiration, asked. So now you are an Akuma no Mi user too? Is it true that you met Lucy? How is she? Luffy, with a nostalgic glint in his eyes, replied. She's fine, we spent a week together with my crew. But, you know, there was that fight in Logatown and we had to say goodbye. That's amazing. I wish I had met her too. It's been so many years, Ace commented, a melancholic smile forming on his lips. Ha 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 ha. You would laugh with her, she never changes, Luffy said, and both brothers shared a moment of genuine laughter. Meanwhile, the people in the bar watched the scene with a mix of incredulity and fascination. The sight of two infamous pirates, a navy captain, and a flying whale sharing the same table was something that defied reality. Whispers and astonished looks traveled through the room. The waiter, still with an expression of incredulity, brought more food, his trays laden with an absurd amount of dishes to satisfy the voracious appetites of the pirates and the whale. Each time he approached the table, his eyes widened a bit more, not believing the scene before him. It's not every day that a navy captain dines with pirates. And a whale, on top of that, the waiter murmured to himself, as he placed the dishes on the table. The tension remained high around the table, with Smoker sitting stiff and uncomfortable, the veins in his forehead pulsing with contained irritation. The casualness with which Luffy treated the situation irritated him more than he would like to admit. Don't make me laugh, Mugiwara. You're going to be arrested here, Smoker said, his voice laden with cold anger, as he stared at the pirate in front of him. Luffy just smiled, enjoying his meal with an enthusiasm that only he possessed. Relax, Smoker. It's just a meal. You should try to enjoy it, he suggested, ignoring the other's hostility. Ace, for his part, tried to lighten the mood, but it was evident that he also enjoyed Smoker's discomfort. You know, it's impressive how you managed to stay calm with him provoking you like that, he commented, a laugh escaping between his words. Grr. Laboon vocalized from time to time, seemingly understanding the peculiar nature of the gathering. Smoker just grunted in response, his hands clenched into fists under the table. I'm not here to enjoy, I'm here because I have a job to do and you two are part of it. Don't forget, Luffy, that you're on a very short list of people I'd like to see behind bars. Hey, waiter, bring another round, it'll help our friend Smoker here relax, Luffy called, waving to the waiter without paying any attention to the implicit threat in Smoker's words. The people in the bar continued to watch, waiting for any sign of an imminent fight. However, it was hard to believe that amid such bizarre camaraderie, something so violent could occur. The presence of the whale, in particular, seemed to confer an air of surrealism to the moment that disarmed the expectation of a confrontation. Smoker, realizing the gazes upon him, knew he could not let the situation escalate there. Just remember, Luffy, that your time is running out. And when it does, I'll be there to make sure you pay for everything you've done. Luffy just nodded, his attention apparently more focused on the plate in front of him than on Smoker's warnings. As you wish, Smoker. But for now, let's enjoy the food, right? As the meal continued, the bar began to resume a buzz of normality, even with the imposing presence of Smoker, Luffy, Ace, and the whale Laboon among them. Luffy and Ace, enjoying the food and each other's company, laughed and chatted as if they had forgotten the world around them. The waiter, now a little more relaxed, served another round of drinks, while observing the unusual dynamics of the brothers and the navy captain. The entire place was enveloped in the contagious energy of the pirates, until a sudden silence fell over the table. Smoker's patience finally ran out. With a swift movement, he punched the table forcefully. Crack, asterisk, enough. I'm arresting you too, he shouted, his voice echoing through the bar. A customer, observing the scene in surprise, intervened. Navy officer, they're sleeping. It was true. Both Luffy and Ace, amid conversation and laughter, had succumbed to sleep, their heads resting on the destroyed table. Laboon, confused by the sudden change, emitted an interrogative, Grr? How can you sleep here? Smoker, completely losing his composure, broke what remained of the table with his two hands. At that moment, Ace began to wake up, sleepy and confused by the noise. What's all this noise, can't you see people are sleeping here? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Luffy, still half asleep, murmured. I think I slept a bit. He looked at the destroyed table, slowly processing the situation. It was a good meal, but I think we have to go now. Let's go, Ace. With a fluid movement, he grabbed a gold bar and threw it on the counter. Waiter, This covers your costs, Luffy said, grabbing Laboon by the arm and pulling Ace by the other. Goodbye, Smoker, Luffy laughed, his voice full of amusement, as he left through the door. I won't let you escape, Smoker, transformed into smoke, rushed after Luffy, determined not to lose sight of the pirates. As Luffy left with Ace and Laboon, leaving the bar and fleeing from the Navy officer, the customers were stunned, witnessing an ending as sudden and chaotic as the meeting itself. The bar, now silent, was filled with incredulous looks and whispers about the surreal scene they had just witnessed. Raccoon here. I know the chapter is short and slow, but this was one of the most fun episodes I found in One Piece. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Eikon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 134, Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. Luffy, Ace, and Laboon were moving swiftly through the streets of Alabasta, with palpable energy and urgency. The sun beat down hard on the cobblestone streets, creating a mosaic of light and shadow as they dodged the crowd. Hey, Luffy, Ace exclaimed, trying to keep up with his younger brother's fast pace. Come on, Ace, come with me, Luffy replied, his voice full of determination. He led the way, with Ace and Laboon close behind. And that sailor? Ace asked, looking over his shoulder to check if Smoker was still following them. I'll handle him. Let's go, Luffy said, a tone of confidence in his voice. They deftly dodged through the crowd, turning into a narrow and shadowy alley of the city. Smoker, transformed into smoke, followed them closely, floating in the air. As soon as they found a more isolated place, Luffy stopped running, turning to face his pursuer. Smoker descended, wrapped in his smoke powers, his face a mix of determination and frustration. You're under arrest, Monkey D. Luffy and Portgas D. Ace, he declared, surrounding himself with an aura of authority. But before Smoker could react, or even Ace formulate a response, Luffy used Soru, a technique that allowed him to move at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Smoker, his fist ready to strike. Luffy's blow was almost entirely avoided by Smoker's Logia nature, but a small bright point of Haki made contact, sending Smoker flying backward with increased force, crashing him against a wall. What? Smoker exclaimed, surprised and dazed by the unexpected impact. Luffy, you knocked down a Logia? You learned Haki? Ace asked, his eyes wide in shock and admiration. Luffy, breathing heavily after the attack, looked at Ace and replied, I'm learning, I still have a long way to master the technique. Damn. Smoker stood up with a black eye from Luffy's punch. Sorry Smoker, but our fight ends here. Luffy appeared in front of him, but Smoker managed to dodge by flying with his body in smoke. You are good at running away, but not good enough. Luffy's voice was heard again and he appeared beside Smoker delivering another punch to the man. Now the Navy man had nothing to do but fall knocked out. I think we're done here, let's go Ace, Luffy said, leaving the alley with Ace following him with a strange face and Laboon behind. Luffy, you always behaved so carelessly, Ace murmured, passing by the fainted Navy man. Luffy, Ace, and Laboon continued their way through the streets of Alabasta, leaving behind the scene of the confrontation with Smoker. The sun still shone strongly over the city, creating contrasts of light and shadow that danced through the alleys and avenues. Luffy guided Ace and Laboon through back streets and less crowded alleys, moving away from the hustle and bustle of the main city. Ace's expression reflected a mix of surprise and admiration, still absorbing the recent events and his brother's prowess. "Hey, don't be so surprised. Let's talk somewhere," Luffy said with a calm smile, indicating he knew exactly where they were going. Ace, driven by curiosity and eagerness to know more, followed Luffy. "Alright, I have to ask about Yamato. How did you manage to get her out of Wano?" Ace's question was laden with admiration and interest. Luffy chose a small park in the city for their conversation. It was a calm place, filled with green areas and benches under leafy trees, offering a quiet refuge from urban chaos. The park was almost deserted, with just a few people walking or resting in the shade, enjoying the peace of the late afternoon. "Well, about Yamato," Luffy began, sitting down on the soft grass. He looked at Ace, his eyes shining with excitement. "It was crazy, you know? I used an artifact to summon some people from different parts of the world and managed to free her from her father's chains with it. She must be really happy about that. Is she in the city now?" Ace asked, the interest evident in his voice. Luffy shook his head. "She's in the capital of this country now, protecting the king. We'll meet up with her soon." The conversation flowed naturally as Luffy began to recount all the adventures he had experienced since leaving Fuchsia. The narrative was full of action, dangers, and twists, with Luffy describing each detail with contagious excitement. "I still can't believe you killed Starry. And he is Sabo's brother?" Ace expressed his surprise, clearly stunned by the revelation. A trace of anger appeared on his face, a reaction to the fact that Luffy had not yet told him that Sabo was alive. Laboon, lying nearby, calmly observed the interaction, seeming content to be in the company of the two brothers. "And you, stop talking about me, brother. Did you join the crew of the strongest man in the world?" Luffy asked with an intriguing smile. Ace, puffing up his chest with pride, replied, "That's right. I met Pops a few years ago and became the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." He began to recount his story, his voice full of enthusiasm as he reminisced about how he joined the crew, how he was accepted, and how he ended up accepting all the others as well. "I'm glad you seem to be enjoying it, but your crew is only at the top for a moment," Luffy teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ace, gladly accepting the provocation, responded, "Pops won't fall so easily, Luffy, no matter how strong you are." "We'll see about that in the future," Luffy said, "and speaking of one crew surpassing another, why don't we fight like in the old days? Let's see who's stronger now." Luffy's smile was a clear invitation to the challenge. "I'm fine with that, come at me whenever you want," Ace laughed, accepting his brother's challenge. Luffy stood up, ready for action. "Let's go outside the city. We don't want to destroy the city with our flames." He began walking toward the park's exit. Grr! Laboon, sensing the change in energy, also stood up to follow. Ace, excited by the prospect of the fight, said, "I want to see if your flames are more powerful than mine," and followed Luffy. Together, they headed for the desert surrounding the city, a place where they could unleash their full power without concerns. The sun was in the middle of the afternoon, lighting the world with its intense color. A perfect backdrop for the clash between brothers in the Alabasta Desert. It was a return to old times, with a new dynamic, no longer as a fight between brothers on Dawn Island, but now as powerful pirates in their own rights. In the midst of the Alabasta Desert, apart from Laboon a little distance away, no one would witness the epic confrontation between Luffy and Ace. Luffy, wielding the power of his mythical zone fruit, was prepared to show the extent of his newly acquired abilities. He began by activating his Chaos Flames, a spectacle of vibrant purple flames that enveloped his fists. These flames, defying common understanding, emitted intense heat and energy that distorted the air around them. Ace, though impressed, reacted with his own red flames, ready for the clash. The first exchange between the two was a test of strength and skill. Luffy, concentrating the power of his purple flames, launched them towards Ace, creating a spectacular explosion that lit up the desert. Ace, with innate skill, used his flames to create a shield, defending himself from the attack and redirecting the energy. Luffy then advanced for hand-to-hand combat. His purple flames intensified the potency of his strikes, making each attack a devastating threat. Ace agilely dodged some attacks, others his body turned into flames to become intangible, responding with counterattacks wrapped in his flames, while the flames of both intertwined in a fiery ballet pressing one another. "Do I have the advantage that Akainu has on Ace?" Luffy hoped so, but it seems he was mistaken. Luffy, determined to elevate the combat, activated the first phase of his transformation. His hair grew like a mane, 2-meter black wings emerged from his back, providing him incredible mobility. His purple flames became more intense. Ace watched, admiring, as Luffy demonstrated enhanced control over the flames, combining physical strength with pyrotechnic skills. The battle between the brothers transformed into an impressive spectacle soon after that, with Luffy displaying his immense strength and Ace responding with equal dexterity and power, creating waves of fire, the noise of flames running throughout the desert. At the climax of the clash, Luffy unleashed the second phase of his transformation. Ace, now facing a transformed and even more powerful Luffy, prepared for a response to match. The desert became the stage for a duel between flames and will. The clash between Luffy's purple flames and Ace's red flames created an impressive visual phenomenon, visible even from the distant city. The explosions resulting from the collision of their powers seemed to paint the sky with vibrant colors, a mix of purple and red that danced in the air. Luffy, propelled by his black wings, lunged towards Ace, his purple flames intensifying with each movement. He executed a series of quick and powerful attacks, each punch charged with the energy of chaos flames. Ace, no less impressive, responded with his own arsenal of red flames. He moved with the grace and agility of a dancer, his flames forming fire dragons that lunged at Luffy. Each collision resulted in a new explosion that lit up the sky even with the sun present, sending shockwaves through the desert. The sand around them rose in clouds, forming a spectacle of light and shadow. The heat was so intense it could be felt even from a distance. In the city, the inhabitants stopped to observe the phenomenon in the sky. What appeared to be a firestorm over the desert captured everyone's attention, leaving them awestruck and apprehensive. Children pointed to the horizon, while adults murmured about what was happening, as it seemed a battle was occurring. Laboon, keeping a safe distance, looked at the confrontation with a mix of anxiety and fascination. Luffy and Ace continued their battle, each seeking to surpass the other, not only in strength but also in spirit. Ha 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 ha, Ace, this is even better than what we used to do, Luffy laughed in his transformation. Luffy, you really have become powerful, this is on a level above when I fought against Jinbei, he admitted. Wait until he sees the captive I have in my ship, ha ha ha, Luffy thought. Let's increase the power of our flames, Ace, Luffy announced. Alright then, Ace agreed. In the Alabasta Desert, the battle between Luffy and Ace continued with increasing intensity. Luffy's purple flames, growing more powerful, began to gain an advantage over Ace's red flames. Luffy, fueled by the strength of his mythical zone, demonstrated control over fire that seemed to defy the very laws of nature, as if all domain of fire belonged to Ifrit and only him. Luffy advanced, his black wings beating powerfully, raising whirlwinds of sand as he moved. He executed a series of rapid strikes, his purple flames enveloping his fists, each attack stronger than the previous. Ace, with his red flames, bravely defended himself, but the pressure from Luffy was relentless, his body colliding with the area before materializing again. In a stunning move, Luffy launched a massive sphere of purple flames, an attack that once again lit up the entire place with a shockwave that even made the city tremble. Boom! Ace, reacting quickly, launched himself into the air, but the destructive power destabilized his position. Luffy, seizing the opportunity, activated his haki, concentrating it in his fist. He lunged towards Ace, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Ace, surprised by Luffy's speed, barely had time to react. Luffy's fist, enveloped in an aura of haki, struck Ace squarely, sending him flying back to the desert ground again. The force of the blow created a crater in the sand, raising a cloud of dust and sand. Ace, fallen, tried to get up, but the impact of Luffy's blow had been too much. He looked up, seeing Luffy standing before him, purple flames still dancing around his body. You've improved a lot, Luffy. Even surpassed me, Ace murmured, but he had a proud smile on his lips. Luffy extended his hand to help Ace up. You too, Ace, that was an incredible fight. The two brothers briefly embraced, a mutual acknowledgement of respect and admiration. Laboon, seeing that the fight had ended, approached, avoiding all the flames burning in the desert, emitting sounds that seemed to celebrate the end of the confrontation. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Eikon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters, planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto, Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy the story, and may it bring even more joy to your life. 495 Chapter 135, Chapter Size. 2,100 words. Third person POV. Alabasta, first half of Grand Line. After facing Smoker and an intense battle in the desert, Luffy, Ace, and Laboon were walking through the streets of Alabasta heading towards a meeting with the rest of the crew. The streets were restless. People looked around with worried expressions, still frightened by the explosions and the uproar caused by the brothers' clash. I think we overdid it a bit, Luffy. We're no longer those kids trying to punch each other on top of the mountain, right? Our fights have many consequences now, Ace said, looking at his brother with a half-smile. Luffy laughed, shaking his head. Maybe we did, but everyone will calm down soon. It's been a while since the explosion stopped. His voice was light, but he cast a sympathetic glance at the agitated people around, still wanting to know what was happening in that rain of flames. Ace changed the subject, his curiosity evident in his gaze. Hey, Luffy, you still haven't told me about Laboon. How did you recruit a whale that floats in the air like a mermaid, and is that its real size? He gestured towards the whale, which floated peacefully next to them. Luffy looked at Laboon fondly. Ah, that was quite an adventure. When I met it, it was blocking the way of my ship, so I beat it up, and after defeating it, I won it over and used one of my special tricks. But look how happy it is now. Grr! Laboon emitted a soft sound, as if agreeing with Luffy. Besides finally having a flock with her, she was expectant about meeting one of her old friends. Maybe you've seen it before, Ace. Do you remember that giant whale that was at the entrance of the Grand Line? I found Laboon blocking the way there, Luffy explained, giving a friendly pat on Laboon's head. What? You mean Laboon is that giant whale that kept bashing against the rocks? Ace asked, his eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. Wait, you fought against it? It must have been about 400 meters? Exactly, that same one. Now it's one of us, Luffy replied with a proud smile. I managed to shrink its size, it was one of my tricks. Incredible. Ace murmured, looking at Laboon with newfound admiration. Only you, Luffy, could do something like that. He smiled, impressed with his brother's ability to make the impossible possible. Both arrived at the place Luffy had arranged to meet his crew. Luffy, Kuina's voice rang through the air as she approached, followed closely by Zoro, Bragi, and Dory. You finally arrived. Luffy greeted with a wave, a broad smile on his face. We were training when the explosion started echoing through the city. Who were you fighting to have all those purple and red flames beside the city? Kuina asked, crossing her arms, an eyebrow raised. Ah, that was between me and my brother here. He's a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, the Fire Logia, Luffy replied proudly, pointing to Ace. The fight was good, but as expected, I won, of course. Luffy laughed, slapping Ace on the back. You bastard. Ace murmured, but he was smiling despite Luffy's victory. Hello everyone, he greeted the first to arrive. Looks like it was a spectacular fight, wasn't it, Bragi? Dory intervened, looking at the two brothers. Yes, Dory, Bragi responded enthusiastically. So you're the captain's brother? Zoro looked at Ace with interest. Soon, the other crew members began to arrive, one by one, each expressing their surprise and relief to see that, despite the explosions and the fight, everything was fine and Luffy hadn't damaged the city. Besides the explosions and the fight between you two, it seems everything went well, Nijiko commented. So this is your brother, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, her eyes shining with curiosity and admiration. And you are my brother's crew. I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble, Ace commented with a smile and then turned to Luffy. Hey, Luffy, you still haven't explained why you're with the mermaid princess. Pops wants to know why you captured her and how she ended up in your hands in the East Blue, Ace said, pointing discreetly to Shirahoshi, who was a bit curious about him. Luffy laughed softly, shaking his head. It's a long story, Ace, I'll tell you another time. Right now, we need to focus on following the plan. We need to get to Rain Base to deal with Crocodile, he said with a determined look. But Luffy, crossing the entire desert won't be easy. Vivi intervened, clear concern in her voice. Luffy smiled confidently. Don't worry, Vivi. My ship is a bit different from the others. You'll see, the Black Pearl can even sail on the desert too, he announced, leading the group out of the city. Did Vivi and Shirahoshi have any trouble? Luffy went to Robin's side to ask if everything went well. Some agents tried to capture them, but I dealt with them all myself, she said with a small smile, and Luffy nodded, satisfied. As they walked, Robin, always observant, spoke again. But we have some members of the Baroque works following us at the moment. Luffy stopped and turned to Hugo, one of the strongest members of his crew. Hugo, can you take care of them? He asked. Hugo, with a serious expression, nodded. Leave it to me, Captain. Without hesitation, he moved away from the group, ready to confront the pursuers. Hugo, using his Geppo ability, leapt through the air, displaying impressive agility. The group advanced towards the desert. The next moment, Luffy launched the Black Pearl, and the ship landed gently on the sand after returning to normal size, prepared for its unusual journey through the desert. Luffy, what kind of ability is that? I thought you had eaten a zone fruit. If you want to know, I'll explain it to you, Ace, but I'm a dual user of fruits. Luffy shrugged and boarded the ship along with the others, leaving Ace stunned. As soon as Ace boarded the ship, he couldn't help but be stunned again, as for the first time, he saw that Jinbei was on Luffy's ship, and the fishman was still tied to the mast of the ship, visibly beaten. Jinbei! Ace exclaimed, shocked at the sight of Jinbei in that condition and ran to him. Luffy looked at Jinbei and then at Ace, with a mischievous smile. Ah, I caught him while we were approaching Alabasta and am trying to recruit him for my crew. But he's stubborn and doesn't want to accept, he commented casually, leaving Ace even more perplexed. What do you mean, trying to recruit him? Luffy, release him right now, Ace demanded, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Luffy shook his head, firm in his decision. He invaded my ship and started a fight. No matter what you say, Ace, I'm not releasing him now. He's my prisoner, and I'm going to keep him like that until we leave Alabasta. Ace, frustrated and worried, looked at Luffy, trying to understand his brother's reasons. The rest of the crew watched the situation unfold. Known Luffy had his reasons, but some like Shirahoshi and Hachi were equally concerned about Jinbei's fate. Looking at you now, Ace, it reminds me of something too. Luffy suddenly smiled at Ace in a way the 2nd Division commander didn't like when Luffy disappeared from the spot and came to his brother's side without the latter being able to react. What are you doing? Ace looked at Luffy, incredulous, as the captain of the Straw Hats slipped the sea stone handcuffs onto his wrist. Luffy, what does this mean? He began, his voice mixing surprise and frustration. Jinbei, watching the scene unfold, was surprised to see Ace there being bound with him. Ace, he murmured, not exactly knowing how to react to that unexpected situation. Luffy, ignoring the protests, continued with his plan. Ace, you gave me a great idea for a photo, he said with a mischievous smile. Luffy, what are you doing? Ace demanded, his voice increasing in urgency as he felt the strength of his Akuma no Mi being suppressed by the handcuffs and being pressed against the mast to join Jinbei. Ha 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 ha. It's for your own good, brother. You rely too much on your fruit. It's time to discover your own weaknesses, Luffy said, tying Ace next to Jinbei. The determination on his face showed that he was serious, despite his laughter. Chopper, with wide eyes, watched the scene. Luffy is so relentless. Not even his brother can escape him, he commented, unable to believe what he was seeing. Luffy, I swear I'm going to beat you as soon as I get out of here. I swear, Ace shouted, his indignation clear in every word. Luffy, however, just laughed, excitement shining in his eyes. Relax, brother. It's just for a photo, I'll send it to your pops. I want to challenge the strongest man in the world, and I'm going to do it by really provoking him. Ha 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 ha. His triumphant laughter echoed, while the other crew members watched, some laughing, others shocked, but all recognizing the unpredictable and daring nature of their captain. As Luffy prepared the Den Den Mushi, the group readied for a photo that would certainly go down in history. A portrait of brothers, with Luffy clearly pleased in his capture of the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates and Jinbei, a Shichibukai of the government. Damn Luffy! Ace grumbled, still struggling against the seastone handcuffs. Beside him, Jinbei, equally restrained, shook his head. Is your brother always this eccentric? He asked, a mixed expression of disbelief and resignation on his face. Ace sighed. You should see our sister. Sometimes, she can be even worse. His words were powerless, but there was a trace of affection in his voice. Luffy, ignoring the murmurs, took a photo of Ace and Jinbei tied to the mast. With a broad smile, he took Ace's Den Den Mushi and sent the image directly to Whitebeard's main contact. Luffy was aware that the photo could enrage the legendary pirate, but this didn't seem to shake him in the slightest. Shortly after, Hugo returned, reporting that he had eliminated over 200 agents of the Baroque works who were pursuing them. With the threat neutralized, Luffy decided it was time for them to depart. Set the sails, we're heading for Rainbase, Luffy announced, and the Black Pearl began to move over the desert sand as if it were sailing on the sea waves. This is amazing, Captain, exclaimed one of the Straw Hats, their eyes shining with admiration. Black Pearl is so cool, commented another, watching the ship advance through the sand. Sailing in the desert? That's so cool, Usopp said, clearly impressed with the unique ability of the ship. And so, with the crew gathered and the spirit of adventure renewed, the Black Pearl moved forward, sailing through the Alabasta Desert towards Rainbase. Somewhere in the New World, the news about the fate of Ace and Jinbei reached the Whitebeard crew, creating a wave of shock and disbelief among the pirates. Poops, this is terrible, exclaimed one of the commanders, running across the deck to where Marco and the others were gathered. Marco, with a look of concern, turned to the commander. What happened? He asked, sensing the urgency in his voice. Ace and Jinbei were captured by Monkey D. Luffy. The commander extended the Den Den Mushi, showing the photo to everyone. The image showed Ace and Jinbei tied to the mast of Luffy's ship, with Luffy himself standing between them, arms crossed and displaying an arrogant smile. A shocked silence took over the deck. No one could believe what they were seeing. The photo was bizarre, almost comical, but the gravity of the situation was evident in Jinbei's battered appearance. Marco frowned, concern evident on his face. This doesn't seem right. Ace always spoke well of his brother, and he even mentioned that sometimes Luffy was crazy, but this surpasses any expectation I've ever had of Ace's brother, he commented, thoughtfully. Other crew members murmured among themselves, trying to understand the possible reasons behind Luffy's actions. Whitebeard, who had been informed, approached, his gaze serious and thoughtful. This is a challenge, said Whitebeard, his deep voice resonating across the deck. Monkey D. Luffy is trying to provoke us. We need to find out what's really going on. I'm sure he won't do anything to his brother, so let's wait for Ace to contact us again. With that, everyone agreed with Poops. Ace had always said Monkey D. Luffy was unpredictable. Raccoon here. I appreciate your early support in this exciting journey. I hope each chapter has provided incredible moments. If you enjoy my work and would like to support the continuation of this fanfic, consider becoming a patron. As a token of gratitude, I offer access to up to 90 extra chapters with 4 active fanfics at the same time, and this number will soon increase to 110, along with other exclusive benefits on my profile, such as images and significant decisions for the stories. Days Raccoon, Patre-on, Days Raccoon extra content already available. One Piece. I Am a Different Luffy, 30 extra chapters. Danmachi, Infinite Mana System, 30 extra chapters. Game of Thrones. The Legend of John Arctic, 10 extra chapters. Planning to maintain 20 chapters. Naruto. Minato Namikaze SI, 30 extra chapters. Besides the extra chapters, daily chapters are posted and 17/18 chapters per week. Your support is very important and makes all the difference in keeping these stories alive. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. I hope you continue to enjoy TH.